Phew. This newly released virtual game feels almost too real. Su Chen reclined in the soft, comfortable holographic game pod, savoring the lingering sensations. Just a few minutes ago, he had been immersed in the extravagant life of an emperor within the game. Several peerlessly beautiful imperial consorts had been gathered upon his dragon bed. The sensation of fingertips gliding over skin as smooth as congealed cream, coupled with their alluring fragrance, made every breath and movement stir his blood. He immediately re-entered the game, eager to continue his in-depth communication with his most favored con. Yet in the midst of this, a sudden prompt unlike any in the game resounded in his mind. Global announcement: the era of universal lords has officially begun. Warning: all 10 billion inhabitants of Blue Star have been synchronized to the otherworldly battlefield. You cannot log out. You cannot go AFK. You cannot exit. If you die in this world, there will be no second chance. Abandon any wishful thinking. This is not a game. This is your era of lordly survival. Each lord will receive an initial territory wooden hut 1, random resource point 1. Please randomly draw from the following lord tokens. This draw will determine your initial class or innate talent on the otherworldly battlefield. Token quality tiers: white, common, green, excellent, blue, rare, purple, epic, red, mythic. Draw countdown 30 seconds. Those who fail to draw in time will be forcibly assigned the lowest white token by the system. Newbie protection period: 2 hours. During the protection period, your territory will be covered by an invincible barrier of light and will not suffer attacks from wild monsters or natural disasters. Good luck. The abrupt prompts were like a bucket of cold water dumped over Su Chen's head, wrenching him out of that blood-stirring environment. What the? All of humanity has transmigrated together. This is for real. Su Chen's lips parted slightly in disbelief, yet years spent steeped in gaming and web novels allowed him to accept the reality swiftly. After a brief daze, he raised his head to the 5 tokens suspended in the void before him. Each radiated a distinct glow, especially the red token hovering highest at the very center. The light swirling around it was far more vivid and resplendent. Beside it, the other tokens looked like cheap plastic toys. Go big or go home. Time to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, he thought. Give me red. Su Chen's heart pounded, adrenaline surging. Rubbing his palms together in excitement, he eagerly tapped the draw option beneath the tokens. Countdown initiated: 30, 29, 28. At this crucial juncture, perhaps the most important choice of his life, Su Chen unconsciously held his breath. Beep. Beep. Red, red, it's really red, Mom, I've struck it rich. As the light beam flickered in, the red token seemed about to descend into his hand. Su Chen's emotions surged ever higher. However, contrary to his expectations, a harsh system alarm blared. Beep. Extreme anomaly detected. Severe warning: deep within the host's sea of consciousness, cache data from the not fully logged out virtual holographic game, Huangdi Yanqing Jihua, have been detected. Severe data conflict detected. Re-identify. Re-identification complete. Fatal error: the host's subconscious identity is absolutely incompatible with the standard lord system. Current option erased. Conventional draw qualifications revoked. You've got to be kidding me. Su Chen felt his composure crumble. While other protagonists were drawing god-tier talents, his own data conflicted simply because he had played a virtual game. Just as the red token was about to fall into his grasp, his qualification was stripped away. What a trash system. As the 5 tokens shattered into light and dispersed, half of Su Chen's hopes sank into ice. Yet the scattered motes of light gathered again before his eyes, coalescing into a single golden streak that shot into his palm. When the radiance faded, Su Chen lowered his head to see a heavy pure gold token resting in his hand. On its face was an exquisitely carved 5-clawed golden dragon, and at the very center a single grand character was engraved in vigorous strokes: D, Emperor. The system's chime sounded again, this time no longer cold, but tinged with flattery and reverence. Congratulations. Special cache data successfully integrated. You have obtained the Lord token, unique, non-droppable dark gold grade. Your class has been changed to Emperor, server-wide, unique hidden class. Current sovereign level 1 exclusive skill: Imperial Edict. Consume. National fortune value: to write imperial decrees. Your word is the will of heaven. Your decrees manifest as law, enforcing their contents by absolute force. The effect and scope of each edict are closely tied to your sovereign level, and they only take effect within your own national territory. Current initial national fortune value: 100 points, granted by the system as a starting gift. Supreme tip 1. As one who holds the dragon throne, how could you swing axes and mine like a common lord? All your conventional methods of resource acquisition have been completely sealed by the system and fully replaced with the national fortune system. The exact mechanics are for His Majesty to explore on his own. Supreme tip 2. Your initial imperial territory has been generated. From here on, please enjoy your imperial treatment. So this is a blessing in disguise. While others are busting their backs chopping trees to get rich, I've gone straight to being an emperor. Su Chen's lips twitched. Within just a few minutes his mood had swung wildly up and down. Filled with excitement, he looked around ready to admire his own forbidden city. But when he truly saw his surroundings, the smile on his face froze in an instant. There was no forbidden city, only a dilapidated courtyard overgrown with waist-high wild grass. The courtyard walls were crudely plastered with mud, half of them already collapsed, crumbling in the slightest breeze. Only a lone wooden hut standing in the center remained barely intact. Worst of all, above the gate hung a cobweb-covered plaque upon which two barely discernible characters could still be made out. Long Gone Cold Palace. Su Chen felt utterly numb. So this was what the system called imperial treatment. This was supposed to be where an emperor lived. Current territory size: 3 thin plots of land, drafty wooden hut, moss-covered dry well, 1 weed-choked field, 1 arable land, the patch of grass before your door. As a concession to your imperial status, the system grudgingly gifts you ordinary potato seeds, 100 gatherable resource. 1 well-kind reminder: the dry well of a cold palace will always hide some unexpected surprises. Su Chen stood staring at the well and at his own reflection in the water, the two of them locking eyes. At that moment, the regional channel automatically popped open in the upper right corner of his interface, messages flooding by so fast they were impossible to read. The panic and wild excitement of 10 billion people erupted completely at this very moment. Damn. I drew an epic-class profession shadow assassin. Ha, I'm invincible now. Damn. I only drew a green heavy armored knight, but it's barely acceptable. At least my defense is high, and I can take a beating. Green. You guys should be content with that. I was just staring at the system announcement and forgot to react. I timed out and got a completely blank white talent. I don't even have a profession. Digging speed 10. My thanks to your entire family. Am I here in another world just to work as a construction grunt? Brothers, I spawned by a river. It's also a blank white start, but at least I don't have to worry about water in the early game. So sweet. Stop babbling. Everyone hurry up and chop trees with your bare hands to develop. The system said once the newbie protection period ends, wild monsters will spawn. Su Chen watched the chatter in the channel, seeing some lords move to tears with excitement over just a few trees or a mouthful of water. Silently closing the channel, he tightened his grip on the only dark gold token in his hand, and his mood improved greatly. So what if my starting point is a ruined forbidden city? I've got to cheat after all. National fortune value. This allows me to write imperial edicts, and whatever I decree becomes law. Su Chen stroked his chin, pondering. But what should I write in the very first imperial edict? He pushed open the courtyard gate and walked into a small wooden hut within the cold palace. A faint moldy odor hung in the air. The room was empty save for a single wooden bed upon which 2 thin quilts and a sheet were neatly folded. Nothing else was there. Just as he was at his wits' end, the token in his hand trembled, unfurling a golden light screen. Newbie guidance quest: Your Majesty, please immediately dictate or write your first imperial edict to complete the initial confirmation of your imperial identity. Quest reward: randomly unlock 1 exclusive imperial ability. Dictate it. There's even voice input, pretty user-friendly. Su Chen cleared his throat. Even though there was not a single eunuch before him, he still forced himself to straighten his back, trying to recapture that feeling of gazing down upon the world he once had in games. We. The very first word left Su Chen feeling awkward. A modern youth standing inside a bare wooden hut in a decrepit cold palace. Yet calling himself we. The sheer embarrassment of the scene was off the charts. But he knew this was his only path to becoming stronger, so he could only grit his teeth and endure the cringe-worthy adolescent sense of drama. He did his best to make his voice deep and authoritative. Since we have arrived at this place, we shall expand our borders and territories, recruit the worthy and the wise, and restore the imperial court. With the cold palace as foundation and the imperial decree as proof, let this be proclaimed to heaven and earth. All lands upon which our gaze falls shall be Han's soil. As his words fell, the imperial decree erupted with a blinding golden radiance. Ding! The imperial edict has been inscribed into the laws of heaven and earth. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have successfully unlocked the exclusive imperial core ability Investiture. Investiture active consumes national fortune value to confer a soul-binding title upon a designated target. After investiture, the target's loyalty will be permanently locked at absolute devotion. Note this ability is ineffective on other player lords. Detected that you have only just ascended the throne. A newbie welfare reward is granted 1 free use of investiture. This use will not consume any national fortune value. Current valid investiture targets the historical consort heroic spirits you once courted within the subconscious game. Quality ranges from S to SSS. Due to your current monarch level limit, you may awaken and invest only 1. Please, Your Majesty, draw randomly. Other historical civil and military heroic spirits will unlock once the monarch reaches level 10. Immediately after a scene that set Su Chen's blood racing unfolded, 12 incredibly lifelike, peerlessly beautiful figures appeared one by one before his eyes. Each one possessed unmatched grace and charm, their bodies lithe and alluring. There was a Western region's dancer in a fiery red gauze dress, a silver-armored female general with an icy temperament, and a peerless enchantress radiating seductive fox-like charm. Their attribute panels were more dazzling one after another. Su Chen could not help but swallow. Half an hour ago, some of these exquisite beauties had still been sharing the imperial bed with him in a game of intimate play. He had never expected to see them again here. It was a pleasant surprise. His gaze swept greedily over these beauties. He truly wanted every single one of them. After feasting his eyes, Su Chen reluctantly tapped the draw option. The images flickered, then stilled. Name Tianjiang. Quality SSS unique. Type peerless internal administration and logistics heroic spirit. Talent 5 grains in abundance, all crop yields within the territory 300, with growth cycles drastically shortened. Additional divine effect automatically improves any inferior soil. Talent harmony of 5 flavors, cooking requires no condiments to produce supreme freshness, instantly removing all impurities and toxins from meat. However, after refinement the weight is reduced to only 1/3 of the original. Additional effect auspicious abundance automatically supplies a small amount of basic staple food to the territory each day. Investiture successful. Free use consumed 1. The phantom before him condensed into reality. A gentle demure young woman, her whole body exuding a faint fragrance, stepped gracefully out of the void. Her palace gown trailed along the ground, silver hairpins coiled her hair up, and she bowed deeply to Su Chen. As she moved, the astonishing snow-white depth at her neckline trembled slightly, irresistibly drawing the eye. Your concubine Tianjiang pays respects to your majesty. Tianjiang knelt respectfully, her soft, charming voice following. Beloved consort, quickly rise. Su Chen's eyes lit up as he hurried forward to help her to her feet. The moment he touched her hands, the warm, realistic sensation sent Su Chen's heart surging. Meeting her in reality felt completely different from in the game. Tianjiang stood gracefully, her watery, peach blossom eyes gazing softly at Su Chen. Then she looked around, taking in the broken, overgrown courtyard without the slightest trace of disdain in her eyes. On the contrary, she naturally rolled up her sleeves, revealing 2 slender arms like white lotus roots. Lifting her exquisite face, she asked softly, Your Majesty, there is still a spark of life in this courtyard. From which plot of land shall we begin planting? Su Chen froze for a moment. Wasn't this an adaptation ability that was a bit too strong? Suppressing the shock in his heart, he pointed to the patch of grass before the door and handed Tianjiang the bag of seeds granted by the system. Beloved consort, it'll have to trouble you. Let's start here. To share your Majesty's burdens is your concubine's blessing. Tianjiang nodded obediently and took the cloth bag. She walked to the heap of weeds, and for the sake of convenience, simply hitched up the hem of her palace gown and tied it at her waist. In an instant, her long, straight, snow-white legs were exposed to the air, dazzlingly bright. She seemed completely unaware of Su Chen's burning gaze, even turning back to give him a playful wink. Then she naturally crouched down, her movements tracing a seductive curve along her waist and hips. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Seeing there was only a little over an hour left on the protection period, he forced himself to restrain his thoughts. He watched as the moment Tianjiang's delicate fingers touched the soil, ripples of green light spread out. The weeds began to wither, turning to powder and merging into the earth, while the previously cracked hard ground softened and darkened under the nourishment of the green glow. A fresh, earthy fragrance like that after rain wafted out. In just a few minutes, the patch had turned into a plot of rich, loose farmland. Tianjiang opened the bag and deftly laid out and planted the seeds one by one. Standing behind her and looking at her alluring back, Su Chen was shaken. So this was the terrifying power of an SS-class internal administration heroic spirit. Barehanded, she had transformed the soil, turning stone into gold. At this very moment, the lords in the regional channel were still sweating buckets, discussing how to craft tools. Yet he from the very start possessed a peerless beauty with a perfect figure and face, who even came with a divine farming skill. As the sky slowly darkened, the wind here began to grow violent. Su Chen glanced at the red countdown on the system. Newbie protection period remaining 5832. Once the protection period expires, the protective barrier above the territory will vanish. At that time, the wild creatures lurking in the mist and darkness will begin their assault. Panic was spreading through the regional channel. Help. There's a goblin as tall as a half-man lurking outside my territory. It's holding a bone club and drooling at me. Is it going to charge in? Don't say that. I can hear wolf howls coming from the woods here, and there are at least a dozen pairs of green eyes. I haven't even managed to craft a wooden stick. Am I doomed once the invincibility time runs out? Brothers, stop crying. While there's still time, quickly gather stones and dig up mud. Block off your shabby wooden houses. We'll talk about surviving the night later. Watching these people's messages, Su Chen's heart also grew heavy. In this cold palace of mine, there isn't even a complete wall. Although Tianjiang is of SSS rank, her talents are entirely focused on farming, leaving her combat power practically zero. If a few goblins charge and I can't protect her with just my modern physique. At that time, this newly summoned exceptional beloved might end up being captured by monsters. Absolutely not. Su Chen once again summoned the Imperial Edict, looking at the detailed description of the decree system. Since he couldn't obtain conventional resources, he had no choice but to rely on the so-called national fortune value. Imperial Edict law consumption details of national fortune value resource acquisition ranges from 5 to 50 points. Depends on the rarity of the resources. Territory construction ranges from 20 to 100 points. Depends on the scale of the buildings and their defensive levels. Military recruitment ranges from 30 to 200 points. Depends on the rank and quantity of the troops. Since he needed to build walls for defense and recruit soldiers to combat monsters, he wasn't sure if the national fortune value would be sufficient. Therefore, good steel must be used on the blade. Just as he was quickly calculating in his mind, Tianjiang, as she stretched her body, her already tense chest suddenly appeared even fuller. The fragrant sweat on her forehead slid down her snow-white neck into the deep ravine, exuding a deadly allure. "Who? Your Majesty, I have finished planting all 100 seeds." She turned around with a smile on her face. "With my talents blessing, these crops will mature and be ready for harvest in about 2 to 3 days. 2 or 3 days until we can eat regular potatoes. This talent is simply invincible." Su Chen stepped forward and naturally wiped the sweat from her forehead. Tianjiang was taken by surprise, her cheeks instantly flushing with 2 shades of red, her delicate body trembling. "Your Majesty, you flatter me. You've worked hard, beloved." Su Chen asked seriously. "Tianjiang, I ask you, if monsters charge and later will you fight and kill?" Tianjiang was stunned, biting her moist red lips with guilt as she shook her head. "I only know how to farm and serve, Your Majesty. I don't know anything about fighting. If monsters really come, I will risk my life to stand in front of Your Majesty." Seeing her in this fragile yet determined protective stance, Su Chen couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart, his protective instincts surging. "Fool, how can I let my woman stand in front?" Su Chen caressed Tianjiang's smooth face and then faced the partially collapsed courtyard wall. "Since the defense is insufficient, I shall write another Imperial Edict." The Imperial Edict in his hand began to shine brightly. "I by the Imperial Edict proclaim to heaven and earth. This cold palace within 100 steps is my absolute royal territory. Anyone who treads here without my permission is committing a grave offense. Order the borders of my royal territory to immediately construct a dirt wall, 6 feet high, 3 feet thick, encircling the cold palace to protect me completely." Ding. Judging the Imperial Edict law. The dirt wall construction command complies with the territory construction scope for a beginner emperor. Imperial Edict activated. This time consuming national fortune value 30 points. Current remaining national fortune value 70 points. Boom. As soon as Su Chen's voice fell, the ground around the cold palace suddenly shook violently. Tianjiang was startled and gasped, instinctively leaping into Su Chen's embrace. Soft jade warmth filled his arms, but Su Chen couldn't afford to enjoy it and continued to gaze ahead. He watched as the soil at the edge of the territory surged forth, gathering, solidifying, and compacting in the air. In just over 10 seconds, a solid circular dirt wall waist-high and thick had risen out of thin air on the previously empty wasteland. It completely enclosed the cold palace, leaving only a 3-foot wide gap in the center front as the dust settled. The originally windswept, dilapidated courtyard transformed into a small barrier filled with a sense of security. Tianjiang poked her little head out, staring at this miraculous scene, her mouth slightly agape in shock, unable to utter a word. Su Chen walked to the dirt wall and punched it twice. Bang bang. The texture was extremely hard, even harder than modern concrete. This thickness would definitely withstand attacks from ordinary wild creatures. He turned back to Tianjiang and smiled. "You continue with your farming, leave the outside matters to me." "Yes, Your Majesty." Tianjiang, filled with a sense of security, squatted back down to work the land. Su Chen leaned against the dirt wall and opened the regional chat channel once more. The tone in the channel was still the same. "I'm exhausted. I broke 2 logs after an hour of hitting trees with stones. My hands are bleeding. I made a simple fence out of broken branches, and it all fell down with just 1 gust of wind. I'm devastated." Looking at the screen full of lamentations, Su Chen's lips curled upwards. This feeling is so exhilarating. While others toil and struggle, he only needs to move his lips. But Su Chen didn't let complacency cloud his mind. If they were besieged, this gap in the gate would be a fatal weakness. "We need to continue to recruit troops." Su Chen opened the military recruitment interface in the Imperial Edict system. Initial recruitable troop types 1. Dynasty Militia White costs 5 national fortune points per person. Equipped with hoes and axes, their combat power is on par with novice gunmen, and they are the best for tree cutting and mining as labor troops. 2. Dynasty Spearmen White costs 10 national fortune points per person. Equipped with spears and leather armor, they are stronger than novice gunmen. 3. Dynasty Archers White costs 15 national fortune points per person. Equipped with short bows and wooden arrows which require the consumption of wood and stones, they can provide range support and are stronger than novice archers. Su Chen calculated that with his current national fortune value, he could recruit 14 militia, but against goblins these farmers with hoes likely wouldn't stand a chance. He could recruit 7 spearmen, which would be a respectable fighting force. Alternatively, a combination of 2 archers and 4 spearmen would cost exactly 70 points, providing a balance of offense and defense. Just as he was about to give the order, his gaze suddenly swept over the golden text at the bottom of the recruitment interface. Hidden special recruitment option exclusive to the Emperor. Imperial Guard costs 30 national fortune points per person. Troop description: elite level combat unit exclusive to the Emperor's inner court. Basic attributes are 300 of Dynasty Spearmen, proficient in combat techniques, and possess a passive loyalty to the monarch. Never betray. Hiss. Su Chen's pupils constricted sharply. 30 points to recruit 1 person. That price is outrageous. It could get him 3 spearmen. However, with the terrifying attributes of 1 against 3, and the most crucial loyalty, this weight is too heavy. If the recruited ordinary soldiers are scared stiff by wild creatures and flee, or if they turn against him due to Tianjiang's beauty, who would he cry to? Only the Imperial Guard would be the Emperor's absolute blade. It's not about the number of soldiers, but their quality. Su Chen's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation he declared, Today I will expend national fortune to recruit 1 Imperial Guard to appear and protect me. Imperial Edict activated. Consumed national fortune value 30 points. Current remaining national fortune value 40 points. Whoosh. A white light flashed at the gap in the dirt wall under the night sky. A burly man, nearly 1.9 meters tall, and clad in black-scaled armor appeared before him. He wore a large saber at his waist, and the eyes visible beneath his mask gleamed with fervor as they regarded Su Chen. Bang! The burly man knelt on one knee, causing dust to rise from the ground. Imperial Guard Zhongmeng, paying respects to your majesty. Long live the Emperor. In the face of knives and flames I will not hesitate to die. Feeling the murderous aura emanating from him, Su Chen took a step forward at ease. Thank you, your majesty. Zhongmeng stood up, his gaze fixed straight ahead, blocking the gap in the dirt wall. He placed his hand directly on the hilt of his saber, as if sensing the unusualness around him. Looking at Zhongmeng, Su Chen's heart that had been hanging finally relaxed completely. With Tianjiang ensuring the logistics, and the Imperial Guard securing the front line, a rudimentary form of the territory was complete. Su Chen looked up at the sky. The sun had already set, and the moonless night was pitch black. Regional bloody announcement: the novice protection period has ended. The Lord's territory has officially connected to the dark battlefield of another world. Please prepare defenses, all lords. Tip night has fallen, and certain nocturnal wild creatures will start to move. After the protective barrier for beginners completely dissipated, footsteps echoed through the fog outside the cold palace. In the darkness, several pairs of greedy eyes slowly appeared in Su Chen's line of sight. They were 3 disgusting creatures, each less than 1.5 meters tall, covered in green tumors. They wielded hardbone clubs and drooled thickly as they approached the territory. These were the low-level wild monsters that other lords in the regional channel had mentioned. Goblins. So ugly. Su Chen frowned slightly. Out of caution, he concentrated his thoughts to summon his attribute panel and check his current combat power. Lord Su Chen, class Emperor, the only hidden class in the server. Level 1, 100 Constitution, 5 normal, sub healthy, modern person strength 4, a weakling agility 5, barely faster than a dog, spirit 10 bonus from the Emperor class, exclusive skill, Imperial Decree. Current remaining national luck value 40 points. Evaluation: the average panel value for a normal person from Blue Star is 5. Your attributes meet the standards of an average person, but as the revered sovereign you can issue commands for your subordinates to fight, enjoying the outcomes surpassing 99 of lords. Looking at his panel, Su Chen felt no surprise. Although these goblins were also level 1, their average attributes were around 10 points, making them no match for him. Fortunately, he was not alone in battle. Su Chen turned his gaze to Zhongmeng, who was like an iron tower firmly blocking the gap in the earthen wall, and casually cast a detection spell. Name: Zhongmeng. Identity: Imperial Guard, blue, rare grade troop, level 10, 500 Constitution, 305. 300 of Dynasty Spearmen, strength 355, able to lift a cauldron and easily shatter bones and flesh, agility 25, heavy armor, cannot hinder his slaughter, equipment fine steel ring, saber green, strength 5, black, heavy scale, armor, green constitution, 5 skills, heavy chop, a deadly strike, gathering all his strength, loyal, passive, never betrays, ignores any mental charms and fears. Incredible. Su Chen couldn't help but marvel inwardly. All his combat attributes were several times higher than his own. This was hardly what a level 1 troop should be like. The 30 points of national luck spent were simply too worthwhile. Roar. Just then the 3 goblins outside the wall seemed unable to contain their craving for fresh meat, waving their bone clubs, letting out a roar, and charging over with their short legs. Impudent. A booming shout erupted in the night. Zhang Ming drew out the large saber from his waist, and his eyes behind the mask showed no trace of fear. As one goblin charged through the main gate, raising its bone club to attack, Zhang Ming held the saber with both hands, delivering a simple and brutal heavy chop. Puff. Without any suspense, it was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Zhang Ming's large saber, accompanied by a slicing sound, split the goblin's head and half its shoulder in an instant. Green blood sprayed against the earthen wall. Instant kill. The remaining 2 goblins were stunned, and the remaining tiny bit of walnut-sized brain capacity instinctively sensed fear. One attempted to break abruptly and turned to flee, but how could Zhang Ming give them a chance? He quickly followed, carving a crescent arc in midair, and executed a horizontal slash with his saber. 2 heads flew into the sky, and the headless corpses twitched forward for 2 steps before collapsing into the pool of blood, completely motionless. From the moment the monsters charged until the battle ended, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. The terrifying strength of the Imperial Guards was vividly displayed at that moment. Su Chen stood not far away, feeling his blood boil. Nearby, Tianjiang covered her small mouth, her eyes filled with admiration and awe as she looked at Su Chen. Her Majesty not only commands with authority, but her valiant subordinates are equally formidable. Ding. Your subordinate Zhang Ming has killed 3 level 1 goblins. According to the Emperor's exclusive rules, you gain 10 of the experience your subordinates earn from killing monsters. You have gained experience 3. System notification: ordinary monsters do not drop national luck value. Only defeating monsters above elite level can plunder the enemy's fortune and convert it into national luck value. Looking at the system notification that popped up before him, Su Chen stroked his chin. I can only obtain 10 of my subordinates' experience. It seems that my leveling speed will be slightly slowed. Moreover, killing low-level monsters of the same level does not yield national luck value. The system is forcing me to challenge higher-level monsters or conquer other lords. But Su Chen was not worried at all. Others were probably still fighting goblins with wooden sticks at this moment. Yet he had Imperial Guards capable of instantly killing monsters of the same level, a complete dimensionality reduction strike. In fact, these goblins were not too strong. Their panel showed a spirit of 1, indicating their intelligence was not very high. As long as those with talent classes above white could generally solo them. In these 2 hours there had been waves roughly every half hour. Each wave consisted of 3 small goblins. Over 10 of them were all dealt with by Zhang Ming, 1/each. After the battle ended, Zhang Ming expressionlessly retreated to the entrance, keeping watch over the night. With the crisis temporarily averted, Su Chen opened the regional chat channel again. He was somewhat curious about how the other lords fared during these 2 hours without the protective shield. As soon as he opened it, the messages in the channel refreshed rapidly. Someone frustrated by the poor quality of the token they drew and limited attribute increases was desperately pleading, "Help. My little wooden house has been breached by wild wolves. Who will come to save me? I don't want to die. How do I fight?" The white troop farmer I summoned dropped his hoe and ran away when he saw the goblin. I've become a lone commander. But soon some lords with high-level tokens began to speak, and the tone shifted instantly. "Stop whining. This goblin is actually not hard to kill. My 2 spearmen took it down in a few hits. It's really not difficult. As long as you're not afraid of death and dare to fight, it's fine. I just killed a few goblins and surprisingly dropped 20 units of wood and 10 units of stone and even leveled up. So exhilarating. Brothers, I've struck it rich." I opened a white wooden treasure chest. Inside I found a blueprint for a white wooden fence. Tonight's defense is secured. Damn, I seriously envy the big shots who drop blueprints. Just as everyone was getting envious, a message floated up. Hee, a bunch of unworldly bumpkins. I drew a purple epic token. My talent comes with a drop rate boost. Just now I not only killed 3 mutated wild dogs, but also directly dropped a piece of green excellent grade leather armor. Tonight I could sleep outdoors without any worries. When this message came out, the entire regional channel erupted. Damn, a purple big shot has appeared. Does the big brother need accessories? I can cook and keep warm. People can really make one envious. I'm still being chased and bitten by goblins while the big shot is already wearing green gear. Looking at the chat in the channel, even though the number of online users in the area was continuously decreasing, it was evident that many lucky and powerful individuals had successfully weathered the first wave and even made a small fortune. Ordinary lords can obtain various materials and items from killing monsters, even dropping treasure chests and equipment. However, because he was an emperor class, all conventional resource acquisition methods were sealed by the system, and just now he killed 3 monsters without even receiving a copper coin. But so what? Su Chen glanced at Zhang Meng, who steadfastly guarded the door like an iron tower, and then looked at Tianjiang, who under the nearby firelight had already organized the territory neatly as an SS-grade beauty. A smirk of disdain crept onto Su Chen's lips. What's there to be proud of in dropping a few pieces of wood and a blueprint? I sit at home, doing nothing while Zhang Meng guards the door, killing anyone who comes in and taking down pairs if they appear. I simply enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Deep in the night, after the first wave of probing ends, the howls and screams outside the mist gradually fade away. Just when Su Chen thought a higher-level monster might appear, the countdown above his field of vision completely reached 0. Immediately, a system-wide announcement popped up. Global announcement: the first wave of the initial invasion has ended. The eliminators have been completely wiped out. The next round of invasion will start tomorrow at 1500 sharp with a full upgrade in monster scale. Ceasefire exploration period. The current wilderness mist has thinned and the aggressive tendencies of wild monsters have significantly decreased. Numerous resource veins and unclaimed treasure chests containing equipment blueprints and other rare items have randomly respawned outside the territory. Warning: high rewards come with high risks. There are deadlier elite monsters lurking in the wild, so lords should act within their means and refuse free offerings. As the system announcement faded away, the sense of survival urgency finally dissipated. In the regional chat channel, conversations filled with relief erupted as a group of people cried out, "Oh my God. It's finally over. I was just hiding under the bed listening to the wild boar banging on the door for half an hour. I survived, brothers. I single-handedly killed a goblin. Although a chunk of my thigh got bitten off, this game is too real." Treasure chests. Are treasure chests spawning outside? The timid starve while the bold thrive. While the monsters aren't attacking, I'm taking my 3 green forest bandits out to scavenge. Big brother upstairs, please take me with you. I haven't even crafted a novice wooden stick, and I really don't dare to go outside. Turning off the chaotic channel, Su Chen walked to the wall and peeked outside. Going out to explore and scavenge for treasure. The mist had indeed cleared a lot, and the moon had appeared. In the dim light, he could vaguely see the dark woods and hills in the distance. To be honest, the system's enticing promises made the outside world seem rich with resources and treasure chests. He had a fleeting impulse to personally go out and experience the thrill of opening blind boxes. But upon reconsideration, Su Chen quickly suppressed this reckless thought. As a modern youth who stayed up late and lacked exercise, his combat ability was practically 0. If he rushed into the woods impulsively and a goblin happened to pop out, he would probably be done for on the spot. As a boss, why should I do the hard work myself? Su Chen shook his head. I am a sovereign ruler playing a strategy game, not surviving in the wild. Going out to rummage in the dark is simply beneath my dignity. What should an emperor do? Naturally issue orders and be a ruthless capitalist. He opened the emperor's panel and focused on the remaining 40 points of national fortune. Currently, this cold palace is drafty on all sides, and the roof has a big hole. If he wants to live comfortably, he needs a large amount of wood to repair the roof, as well as stones and iron, or to upgrade defenses. System: open the military conscription interface. Su Chen decisively waived the imperial decree and began his recruitment plan. Summon 4 militiamen, and then summon 2 gunmen. Consumption of national fortune 20 points, 4 militiamen 20 points, 2 gunmen. Remaining national fortune 0 points. Swish, swish, swish. 6 beams of light illuminated the center of the courtyard. After the light dissipated, 4 sturdy men with dark skin appeared out of nowhere, wielding iron axes and iron picks. Next to them were 2 gunmen dressed in simple leather armor, holding red tassel spears. The combat power panel of the militiamen was about the same as Su Chen's, also a standard 5 combat power, likely to be useless against monsters. But their physique clearly marked them as chosen laborers. They would definitely be good at manual labor. As for the 2 gunmen, they were just right to serve as security personnel. Commoners, greet your majesty. As soon as the 6 strong men appeared, they instantly knelt down in unison, their eyes filled with fervor and loyalty. Su Chen placed his hands behind his back, adopting the demeanor of a superior, and cleared his throat to issue orders. You 4 militiamen, immediately take your tools and go out of the city. Go to the nearby woods and foothills, chop down trees, dig stones, and mine iron for me. As long as you don't die, work as hard as you can and fix up this cold palace for me. Then he looked at the 2 gunmen. You 2 be responsible for protecting them. If you encounter a level 1 isolated wild monster, take it out immediately. If you encounter a group or monsters above level 2, immediately retreat. Don't engage heathen and sacrifice yourselves. Understood. The 6 men accepted their orders without any complaints. Proudly shouldering their tools, they stepped out of the cold palace and plunged into the dark mist, embarking on their journey as laborers in another world. After arranging the external team, Su Chen turned his attention to the gatekeeper Zhang Meng. Zhang Meng continued to stand guard at the gate, and no flies are to be let in. Yes, the defense line will not falter. Zhang Meng clasped his fists in acknowledgement, then pressed one hand on his knife, blocking the doorway like an iron tower, not even blinking. Watching the NPC employees heading to their posts, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. This is the correct way to launch a nationwide lord game. While others are cautiously fighting wild beasts for wood in the wild, he only needs to use his mouth, and a group of absolutely loyal employees will work hard for him. After arranging these trivial matters, clearly Su Chen turned around. In the faint glow of the fire, a stunning figure was quietly waiting there. The unparalleled divine farmer Diao Chan. She had just finished her farming work, and a few beads of sweat still clung to her fair forehead. Her originally dignified palace attire appeared slightly disheveled from bending over to work, the neckline slightly open, revealing an alluring cleavage. Coupled with her long, beautiful legs exposed to the air, they emitted a deadly allure in the moonlight. Your Majesty, do I have dirt on my face? Seeing Su Chen staring at her intently, Diao Chan's delicate face instantly flushed with 2 shades of red, and she awkwardly tugged at her skirt. In the moment of intense tension at the edge of life and death, Su Chen completely relaxed at this moment, transforming it into a primal male impulse. With employees outside chopping trees and fighting monsters and top-notch bodyguards standing guard at the door, does he as the boss still need to strive hard? The secretary handles the business if there's nothing to do. Su Chen strode forward, and amid Diao Chan's astonished and shy exclamation, he directly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, lifting her soft and ample body into the air. "Oh, Your Majesty." Diao Chan let out a soft cry. Her feet leaving the ground caused her to lose her sense of security, and instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Su Chen's neck, her entire body tenderly pressing against him. The fragrance from Diao Chan made Su Chen unable to resist taking a deep breath, and he felt a surge of desire rise in his lower abdomen. Looking down at the beauty in his arms, whose cheeks resembled blooming peach blossoms, a wicked smile crept onto his lips. The dirty and tiring work outside will naturally be handled by those below. My beloved consort worked hard in the fields today, and this cold palace is drafty with heavy dew at night. Come, let us return to the room to discuss the inheritance of human genes. Even if Diao Chan was dignified, how could she not hear the suggestive undertones in Su Chen's words? Her stunningly beautiful face instantly turned crimson to her ears, and even her fair neck flushed with a layer of pink. She shyly buried her face in Su Chen's chest, her voice as fine as a mosquito's buzz, obediently saying, "I will leave everything to your Majesty's discretion." Su Chen let out a hearty laugh, holding this soft and fragrant beauty in his arms, and strode into the small wooden house in the cold palace. With a bang, the door was closed tightly, with Su Chen's foot sealing off all light. Soon spring-like vitality filled the air, swaying with elegance. The next morning, the first golden ray of dawn pierced through the mist, which had already dissipated at daybreak. Ah, refreshingly invigorating. Su Chen rose from the smooth wooden bed and stretched luxuriously, feeling a deep, bone-deep ease ripple through his entire body. Though he'd slept without even a proper mattress last night, nearly wrenching his back, the physical resilience and supple constitution of Diao Chan were truly unmatched. He turned his head to glance beside him. Diao Chan lay curled like a kitten at the edge of the quilt, breathing softly in deep slumber. A faint flush still lingered on her cheeks, and delicate traces of exhaustion glistened as tear streaks at the corners of her eyes. Clear evidence that she had been thoroughly worn down by a certain tyrannical sovereign the previous night. My beloved consort has labored nobly. Today you are granted a half-day's reprieve. A gentle smile touched Su Chen's lips as he tucked the quilt snugly around her. Outside, a crisp, wintry air rushed in, instantly sharpening his senses and banishing all drowsiness. Rather than rushing to inspect his territory, Su Chen instinctively did what modern people do upon waking. He summoned his system interface. Let's see how many resources it'll take to upgrade this decrepit cold palace. He tapped into the Territory Construction tab and focused on the upgrade requirements for Cold Palace, Level 1. Current structure, dilapidated Cold Palace, Level 1. Materials required for Level 2, upgrade lumber, 500 units, stone 250 units, iron, or 50 units. Upgrade effects, substantial repairs to wind-leaking roofs and crumbling walls, unlocks basic furniture, crafting, modest territorial expansion outward. 500 lumber, plus stone and iron ore. Su Chen arched an eyebrow. Though he lacked concrete benchmarks for such quantities, his instincts screamed that these demands were formidable. To verify his hunch, he switched seamlessly into the regional chat channel to gauge other players' progress. After a night settling in, period survivors had largely adapted to the rhythm, and their discussions now centered on base construction. Brothers, I was out felling trees at dawn. Exhausted to the point of blistered palms, I've finally gathered 100 units of lumber and 50 units of stone. My shabby log cabin can finally ascend to level 2. Respect. Meanwhile, I got chased by feral dogs last night. I haven't dared step outside today, and have only scraped together 20 units of lumber. My upgrade feels impossibly distant. What advantages come with upgrading to level 2 log cabin? Can it withstand level 2 monsters? Countless. The roof stops leaking, walls thicken noticeably, and the system grants a basic campfire schematic. Tonight at last we won't freeze. Watching those players celebrate 100 units of lumber as if they'd struck the jackpot, Su Chen quietly closed the chat panel. Good heavens. Compared to his cold palace, the upgrade requirements for an ordinary log cabin were reduced 5-fold, and yet still demanded no iron or whatsoever. Su Chen pursed his lips, but he understood well to where the crown is to bear its weight. Even a cold palace as a sovereign structure would boast attributes and scale far beyond any common player's ramshackle cabin. The question remained, could his handful of overworked laborers gather the required materials within a single night? Su Chen turned his gaze toward the courtyard. In the next instant he froze entirely. Where once stood an empty, modest 3-fin plot, towering mounds now rose like miniature hills. To the left, thick, straight logs stacked with military precision. In the center, rough-hewn stones piled high. To the right, a compact heap of raw iron ingots. Beside the supplies, his soldiers sat collapsed in disarray, gasping, sweat-soaked, utterly spent. At the creak of the wooden gate, these haggard men sprang upright, heedless of mud and monster blood staining their armor, and dropped instantly to one knee in unison. Your Majesty. 10,000 years of life, to His Imperial Majesty. 10,000, 10,000, 10,000 years. Su Chen immediately pulled up the system's back-end log. Log 1900 p.m. Your field team felled 3 pine trees yielding 100 lumber. Spear infantry eliminated 2 wandering feral dogs, acquiring 2 dog carcasses and 2 experience. Log 2, 1130 p.m. Your field team excavated a microstone deposit yielding 50 stone. Spear infantry eliminated 5 nocturnal goblins, earning 5 experience. Log 3, 0045 a.m. Your field team. Spear infantry eliminated. Final summary: 5 round-trip expeditions completed overnight. Acquired lumber 600. Stone 400. Iron, or 80. Defeated 12 level 1 wild monsters. Sovereign receives 10 experience, share 12 XP. Current Lord rank level 1 15,100. Staring at the lengthy log entries, Su Chen inwardly marveled at their professionalism. These were nothing short of divine employees, neither eating nor sleeping, braving a monster-infested night to complete 5 grueling forays exceeding upgrade quotas and clearing nearby threats on his behalf. Capitalists weep. Jews fall silent. Gazing at the men whose stamina bars had long since drained to zero, Su Chen felt for once a rare flicker of conscience. Though the imperial edict had instilled unwavering loyalty, these were no mere game data. They possessed will, thought, and flesh-and-blood reality. Rise, all of you. You labored nobly last night. Su Chen stepped forward and offered a gentle symbolic gesture of support. The soldiers rose, stunned and honored, throats unconsciously tightening as they swallowed dryly. Their bodies, ravaged by relentless labor, screamed with hunger, yet none dared utter a word, paralyzed by imperial awe. Su Chen surveyed the corpses of feral dogs and goblins strewn across the yard, briefly considering whether the soldiers might roast some meat. But as his gaze settled upon them, the system flashed a crimson warning. Warning: corpses of level 1 mutated feral dogs goblins contain high concentrations of mist toxin and impurities. Direct consumption induces severe infection and debilitation, causing continuous HP drain. Safe consumption requires either advanced cooking talent or purification via specialized architecture. Su Chen drew a sharp breath. No wonder these laborers starved in silence. In this early stage, where even clean water was scarce, uncontaminated food was worth more than life itself. Without hesitation, he activated Diao Chan's Abundant Omen talent. Ding! Abundant Omen effect triggered. Daily baseline sustenance rations refreshed. Acquired 20 steaming white manta buns, 10 strips of dried salted meat. Whoosh! A heavy cloth-wrapped bundle materialized instantly in Su Chen's hands. Unwrapping it revealed manta buns larger than fists, neatly arranged beside 10 slender strips of cured meat. The aroma alone sent the 4 militiamen and 2 spear infantrymen into visceral rapture. Their eyes glinted, emerald green mouths watering uncontrollably. Distribute these. Give Zhang Meng at the gate his share too. After you've eaten your fill, rest well through the day. No duties required. Su Chen set aside 2 mantu and 1 strip of meat for himself and Diao Chan. He handed the remaining bundle to the lead spearman, and added almost casually, "Stay loyal, and soon you'll feast not just on mantou and salted meat, but on sumptuous banquets course after course." That offhand promise, coupled with the tangible gift, shattered their psychological defenses entirely. In this world where others fought to the death over moldy bread, their august emperor had bestowed upon them steaming white flour buns and real meat. "We humbly thank your majesty's boundless grace." They dropped to their knees once more, eyes blazing red, tears streaming freely down their cheeks. Watching them devour the buns with the salty strips, Su Chen nodded in quiet satisfaction. A full belly, after all, fueled unwavering diligence. Dry food alone won't suffice. We need water too. Su Chen turned and strode toward the moss-covered long dry well nestled in the courtyard's corner. Upon his arrival yesterday, the system had whispered a cryptic hint. Within the cold palace's desiccated well lie unexpected surprises. Yesterday, preoccupied with wall building and personnel management, he'd ignored it. Now, with resources secured and immediate peril lifted, his innate urge to crack open a mystery finally stirred. He walked to the well and peered down. The bottom was deep and dim, with only a faint ripple of water. Su Chen grasped the coarse hemp rope and lowered the wooden bucket unsteadily. With a soft splash, it struck the water. He tugged upward, yet the moment he exerted force, his arms sank under sudden weight. What the hell? So heavy. Gritting his teeth, Su Chen heaved laboriously, inch by inch, hauling the bucket back to the surface. Inside lay not only half a bucket of clear, icy well water, but nestled at its bottom a waterproof parcel glowing with soft white light. Ding! Special territory building mechanism activated. In prompt, the Forbidden Palace exclusive structure, the Lamenting Well. In each day, the first draw of water guarantees a randomly retrieved white-tier common item. Item types vary randomly, including blueprints, raw materials, equipment, and seeds. In advanced tip, upgrade the well, using rare materials to raise both the quality ceiling and daily retrieval limit of drawn items. Free first draw every day, and guaranteed drop. Su Chen's eyes lit up. This was unmistakably the daily login gotcha system from cultivation simulation games. Without hesitation, he snatched the luminous leather-wrapped parcel from the water and swiftly untied its bind. Acquired white-tier common item, 3 units of basic potent hemostatic bandages. In effect upon application, rapidly halts bleeding from non-fatal penetrating wounds and gradually restores minor vital signs. Bandages. Excellent. Satisfied, Su Chen stored them in his system's inventory. In this world without antibiotics, these 3 rolls were nothing short of 3 lives saved at critical moments. He now had food, clean water, and a daily guaranteed draw. More importantly, all upgrade materials were fully assembled. Wiping moisture from his hands, Su Chen strode purposefully to the courtyard's center, surveying the pile of resources before him. System, and consume the materials. Immediately upgrade this dilapidated Forbidden Palace. In materials, deducted 500 units of timber, 250 units of stone, 50 units of iron ore. Territory core structure ruined, Forbidden Palace. Upgrading. And instantly the heap of materials dissolved into shimmering motes enveloping the entire palace. In the blink of an eye, the derelict palace underwent a metamorphosis. Warped timber transformed into sturdy rosewood. Earthen walls hardened into smooth bluestone. Thatched roofs gave way to glazed tiles. Even the dust-choked plaque above the gate, once veiled in cobwebs, gleamed anew. Yet the transformation did not end there. The earth trembled as the courtyard expanded outward, centered upon the Forbidden Palace itself. Last night's 3-foot earthen wall stretched seamlessly with the land, enclosing the newly claimed territory. 10 seconds later, silence settled. Before him stood a nascent Zetian, a traditional quadrangle residence spanning 1 mu, its walls of indigo brick and tiled roof serene and stately. Earlier, Su Chen had glimpsed the chat channel. Ordinary lords reached level 2 merely by upgrading drafty wooden huts to windproof ones. His Forbidden Palace had vaulted straight into the architectural standards of feudal-era aristocracy. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your territory core has ascended to level 2. Current structure restored. Forbidden Palace, level 2 in territory area 1 mu. Defensive earthen wall automatically completed. In living conditions significantly improved. Basic wooden furniture unlocked. Immunity granted against ordinary wind, rain, and low-grade miasmas. Territory expansion complete. Vacant plots detected. Auxiliary building blueprints officially. Imperial kitchen basic in servants' quarters basic. Dwelling in recruit barracks basic barracks in. Now this is fit for an emperor. Su Chen rubbed his palms together, satisfied, then strode forward and pushed open the thick double-leaf hardwood gate. Inside, the chamber was utterly renewed. The stale mildew gone, replaced by the warm, clean scent of aged wood. The bare wooden bed had become a broad, intricately carved platform. Its meager bedding was now replaced by sumptuous brocade quilts. At the room's center, essential furnishings stood complete and harmonious. Tian Jiang stirred groggily, roused by the thunderous resonance of the upgrade. Now she sat upright, rubbing sleep-heavy eyes, the quilt slipping to reveal her delicate porcelain shoulder. When her gaze swept across the impossible transformation, from squalid hovel to imperial manor, her dewy peach blossom eyes widened into perfect circles, lips parting in silent, breathless disbelief. Your Majesty, am I dreaming? Is this yet another miracle wrought by you? Overwhelmed, Tianjiang forgot even her slippers, bare feet padding softly across the smooth brick floor as she launched herself into Su Chen's arms, her gaze brimming with pure adoration. A mere trifle. Su Chen slipped an arm around her slender waist and gently pinched her tender cheek. I promised you following me will spare you hardship, and in this alien realm I shall build you a true Weiyang palace. Su Chen slipped an arm around her slender waist and gently pinched her tender cheek. I promised you following me will spare you hardship, and in this alien realm I shall build you a true Weiyang palace. Having calmed his flustered consort, Su Chen stepped out of the inner chamber and returned to the now spacious court. There his four subordinates, who had just finished devouring steamed buns and salted pork, knelt motionless, heads tilted skyward, mouths agape at the miraculous rebirth of their domain. They believed themselves blessed simply to eat fine flour buns under His Majesty's banner. Now they saw, he didn't just feed them, he raised palaces from barren earth, wielding sorcery itself. What are you gawking at? Finished eating. Su Chen stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, exuding the commanding aura of a modern industrial magnate. Why yes, Your Majesty. This humble servant ate until bursting, and now feels stronger than ever. And the four militiamen bowed deeply, faces flushed with vitality, the meal having replenished every last ounce of depleted strength. Good. Su Chen opened his interface and ran a swift calculation. After the palace upgrade, he retained 200 units of timber, 150 units of stone, and 30 units of iron ore. These reserves were precisely enough to construct both the imperial kitchen and the recruit barracks, but doing so would exhaust his timber and stone entirely, leaving none for dwellings for his staff. As a seasoned sovereign, Su Chen made his decision without hesitation, prioritize himself and his military. Employee welfare. Let them earn it, with sweat and toil. System. Construct the imperial kitchen on the empty plot to the left of the courtyard. And construct the recruit barracks along the right wall. Ending. Materials deducted 200 timber, 130 stone, 20 iron ore. A rumble echoed across the yard as soil churned and rose on both sides. To the left rose a spacious, sunlit kitchen, complete with broad cutting boards, cast iron walks, and to the right stood a sturdy barracks accompanied by a compact earthen training ground, and beside it racks bearing wooden practice swords and spears. Zhang Meng's single eye, visible beneath his mask, blazed with fierce light the instant he beheld the barracks. Striding onto the training ground, he dropped to one knee, voice thick with reverence. Thank Your Majesty for granting this humble servant a place to drill his troops. Rise. In with a dismissive wave, Su Chen turned toward the four militiamen, eyes wide and hopeful, already imagining their own quarters within the new buildings. Su Chen cleared his throat twice. The imperial kitchen serves Her Majesty's meals. The barracks exist for soldiers to defend our realm. As for your lodgings, well, the imperial treasury has run dry of timber. You may choose dwell in a sheltered restorative abode, or remain upon this cold, unforgiving earth. The choice is yours. He spread his hands with mild embarrassment, having only hours earlier urged them to rest through the day. At his words, the four exchanged glances instantly. The magnitude of what they'd witnessed had erased all prior instructions from their minds. This humble servant understands. To live well we must fell more trees, and quarry more stone. His Majesty's benevolence grants us the sacred opportunity to forge prosperity with our own hands. This servant departs now, to fell timber. Not until the lumber for our dwellings is gathered shall I return. The militia, invigorated as if they had been injected with adrenaline, grabbed their iron axes and picks, ready, charging out of the gate. Their silhouettes were filled with a yearning for a better life. The two riflemen nearby also understood the situation and followed suit. We will guard them, and while we're at it, hunt a few more beasts to accumulate experience for the Emperor. Looking at this group of self-motivated subordinates who actively requested overtime, Su Chen was nearly moved to tears. What wonderful employees. If this were in modern times, they would definitely be awarded the annual Model Employee Prize for moving stories in the workplace, Su Chen sighed. At that moment, Tianjiang, dressed neatly, stepped out of the room. Upon seeing the newly completed imperial kitchen, her eyes sparkled, immediately triggering the passive skill of a chef, rolling up her sleeves and diving inside. Your Majesty, please rest for now. I will familiarize myself with the stove. When they return with the game at noon, I will prepare you a proper exotic feast. Observing that everything in the territory was developing in an orderly fashion, with the army growing stronger, logistics supporting it, and constructions upgrading, Su Chen let out a long sigh of relief. The first wave of probing had passed, and his current infrastructure progress was undoubtedly ahead of 99 of players worldwide. However, at 3:00 p.m. today, a larger-scale invasion with higher-level monsters would commence. It certainly would not be just level 1 goblins. The barracks are built, but the troops are still too few. There is only Zhang Ming, a top-tier combatant, and 2 infantrymen who are just going through the motions. Su Chen sighed, uncertain whether the second wave could withstand with Zhang Ming alone. Although the barracks he just built could summon troops for gold, he gained no resources from defeating monsters. The national fortune value was also exhausted, and he couldn't issue a decree to summon the imperial guards. The only way to gain national fortune value was to defeat monsters of a higher level, or conquer other lords. It seems that today I cannot remain cooped up at home as a shootin'. Su Chen's gaze turned towards the vast wilderness outside the cold palace. During the truce, wild monsters were less aggressive, and the wilds had not only mineral veins, but also various treasure chests. To maintain a crushing advantage in the afternoon's beast tide, it was imperative to venture out and harvest a wave of resources and national fortune. Zhang Ming, grab your gear and follow me. Su Chen had already stepped out the door, but his voice suddenly cut off. The foot that was suspended in midair was pulled back forcefully. Wait a moment. Su Chen frowned sharply, glancing back at the spacious and impressive cold palace. In the courtyard, the newly built imperial kitchen was emitting curling smoke. Damn, I almost committed a grave mistake of military strategy. Su Chen cursed himself, quietly breaking out in a cold sweat. If this were a previous holographic online game, dying would allow resurrection, so being reckless wouldn't matter. But this was a battlefield of another world where death was truly death. His current assets were limited. The soldiers under him were all out working, and the only top-tier combatant at home was Zhang Ming. If he rushed out into the wild with Zhang Ming, wouldn't that leave the territory unguarded? What if some player explored over or wild monsters invaded? Wouldn't his exquisite beauty, who was as fragile as a flower, and the newly upgraded level 2 base become easy prey for others? Su Chen immediately snapped back to reality, decisively canceling the impulsive plan to explore outside. Your Majesty. Zhang Ming stopped in his tracks, gripping the handle of his knife, his eyes filled with confusion. Plans have changed. Oh, we won't be going out for now. Su Chen crossed his arms, leaning calmly against the wall. Though the outside world is tempting, my rear cannot be left vulnerable. Once the field team returns, and we complete the rotation, we can go out for a stroll then. Yes, I vow to defend the territory with my life. Zhang Ming showed no dissent and returned to his post outside the palace gate. Su Chen stretched lazily and walked over to sit by the stone table in the courtyard. This was indeed the wise choice. Without enough national fortune value to summon a second squad of Imperial Guards, defense and counterattack, as well as steady progress, were the true principles. Thus Su Chen called out Tianjiang, who was familiar with the kitchen, and they each shared the buns and meat strips. As noon approached, the field team had not yet returned, and Su Chen was idly browsing the chat content in the channel. Help! Run! Protect the resources! Hurry! A sudden scream came from outside the cold palace. Su Chen sprang to his feet, taking a quick step onto the half-meter-high step intentionally left on the inner wall of the courtyard, peering outside. He saw his dispatched field team tumbling and scrambling back towards the territory. The militia carried iron axes and picks, with one person tightly hugging an ancient blue-green shred. 2 riflemen followed behind them, one of their red tassel rifles already broken, their leather armor torn, bloodied, and battered, obviously having gone through a fierce chase. Not far behind them, a roar echoed. Accompanied by a chilling roar, 5 massive, mutated, bloodthirsty wolves the size of adult water buffaloes with spines all over their bodies and blood-red eyes were drooling as they relentlessly pursued them. Su Chen activated his detection. Monster name: Mutated Bloodthirsty Wolf, Elite Wild Monster, Level 2 Combat Power Assessment, Extremely Ferocious. Agility and strength far exceed that of monsters of the same level, causing bleeding effects on tearing. It is advised that ordinary lords abandon their territories and escape immediately. Elite Monster. Su Chen's pupils constricted. No wonder those 2 riflemen were running for their lives. Any ordinary player faced with this would likely meet a swift end. But in the next moment, Su Chen's eyes lit up, not with fear, but with a frightening gleam. The system said that only by defeating elite monsters can one plunder enemy luck and convert it into national fortune value. These monsters are less than half as strong as Zhang Ming. The national fortune value will surely come. Zhang Ming, prepare for battle. Su Chen chuckled coldly as he stood atop the wall, shouting, "Let our people in and keep those beasts out." This subordinate obeys. Zhang Ming drew his large knife. "Quick! Your Majesty has opened the gate." Russian. The beleaguered field team, upon seeing Zhang Ming at the gate, felt as if they had found their savior. With all their might, they slid into the gate. Bang! Just as they rolled in, the foremost mutated bloodthirsty wolf lunged at the gate, opening its massive jaws to bite. What awaited it was not the delicious taste of human flesh, but a gleaming curved saber. Zhang Ming took advantage of the narrow opening of the gate where the monsters could not swarm in. He unleashed his heavy chop skill, delivering a powerful blow. A terrifying force of 35 points manifested at that moment, showcasing a crushing advantage. Even facing an elite monster, it found no advantage against the Imperial guards. He unleashed his heavy chop skill, delivering a powerful blow. A terrifying force of 35 points manifested at that moment, showcasing a whoa. The death of their companion not only failed to deter the wolf pack, but instead ignited their brutal bloodlust. The remaining 4 bloodthirsty wolves charged madly at the gate. The level 2 defenses of the Cold Palace were no joke. The bloodthirsty wolves slammed against the solid walls, only managing to shake off a few bits of stone dust without making any significant impact. The gap left by the gate was only 3 feet wide, allowing at most one wolf's head to poke through at a time. Isn't this just the classic bug exploiting monster farming from online games? Su Chen watched from the wall, utterly delighted. With the advantage of terrain and Zhang Ming, this defensive battle was utterly without suspense. You two. Su Chen pointed at the 2 gunmen below who were catching their breath. Stop pretending to be dead. Grab your spears, stand behind Zhang Ming, and thrust them out through the crack in the door. Give me a good experience boost. Hiding one on each side behind Zhang Ming's broad back, they gripped their long spears and struck at the right moment. Roar! A blood wolf was just kicked out by Zhang Ming and had not yet landed. It was precisely pierced through the abdomen by the 2 long spears reaching out from inside, letting out a tragic cry as it fell into a pool of blood. One man stood against 10,000. In a short time, 5 elite wolves that could drive any lord to despair in the wild were firmly stuck outside the door, turned into a pile of corpses. Ding! Your subordinate has killed 5 level 2 elite monsters, mutated blood wolves. Congratulations. You have gained national luck points 10. 50 national luck points have been credited. This is far more satisfying than chopping trees or mining. With these 50 national luck points, he could summon another Imperial guard in exchange for some supplies. His confidence surged instantly. Moreover, his experience bar saw a significant increase. You gained experience points 50. Current experience 65,100. This is exhilarating. Su Chen laughed heartily as he jumped down from the wall. He approached the several militiamen who were exhausted and now slumped on the ground. Although these guys looked disheveled, they had successfully lured the monsters back to their home to boost national luck. More importantly, Su Chen's gaze was fervently fixed on the treasure chest held tightly by the farmer. The system announcement stated that treasure chests could be wooden, black, iron, bronze, or silver. On this second morning, when everyone was still worrying about their basic needs, these militiamen unexpectedly found a treasure chest in the wild. This is a bronze treasure chest. Su Chen quickly stepped forward, his eyes fervently fixed on the chest tightly held by the militiamen. The chest, forged from bronze, emanated a greenish glow. Reporting to your majesty. The leading militiaman gasped for breath, his face filled with the relief of having survived and the fervor of seeking merit. The commoners were digging stones at the foot of the nearby mountain when they accidentally discovered a concealed cave. As soon as we entered, we saw this treasure. Originally, we intended to mine some iron ore inside, but who knew that it was the den of these beasts? We risked our lives and even abandoned the ores we dug up just to escort this treasure back to your majesty. You all did very well. A great achievement. Su Chen waved his hand, pulling out the blood bandages he had obtained for free from the well that morning. He directly tossed them to the 2 severely injured gunmen. Take this. Bandage your wounds. The 2 gunmen hurriedly caught the bandages, and the moment they saw the item attributes, their eyes turned red. In this perilous otherworld, such medical supplies that could instantly stop bleeding and save lives were extremely precious. Ordinary lords would feel insufficient even for their own use, let alone casually reward their underlings. Thank you, your majesty, for your divine grace. We are willing to plunge into boiling water and face death for you. The 2 bowed in unison, and their morale, which had slightly dropped due to their injuries, immediately surged again. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze back to the bronze treasure chest. Rubbing his hands together, he took a deep breath. It's time to open the blind box. Bring me something good. Su Chen pressed his hand against the lock of the bronze treasure chest. With a crisp sound, the lid of the chest slowly popped open. Ding! Congratulations. You have opened a level 1 bronze treasure chest. You have received basic resource pack, contains wood 300 stone, 200 iron, or 100 prime meat 100. The system has perfectly purified the toxins in this premium safe food. Steamed buns 100. You have received green excellent level 1 armor, superior infantry breastplates 2. You have received blue rare level building blueprint, basic repeating crossbow tower 1. You have received special item, basic energy recovery potion 3. Seeing the words prime meat, Su Chen's breath became heavy. This is not just meat, but a strategic resource. The materials perfectly replenished his depleted treasury due to the barracks and imperial kitchen. Moreover, the 2 pieces of green equipment were like timely rain. Su Chen immediately checked the attributes of the breastplates. Superior infantry breastplate, green 5 constitution, moderate increase in defense, effective against bites and piercing damage from low-level wild monsters. Good stuff. Su Chen directly tossed the 2 leather armors to the 2 gunmen who had just bandaged their wounds. Put them on. There will be a tough battle this afternoon, don't embarrass me. The 2 of them trembled with excitement, quickly shedding their tattered rags and donning the brand new green breastplates. After putting on the equipment, their momentum visibly strengthened. However, what truly captivated Su Chen was the parchment scroll. Basic repeating crossbow tower blueprint, blue building, type territory defense facility construction requirements, with 200 stone, 100 iron, or 50. Attributes: a small watchtower with extremely minimal footprint, equipped with an automatic loading repeating crossbow on the top. It has a range of 100 meters, can fire 3 bolts per second, requires no soldier operation, and automatically locks onto enemy targets within the territory. Consumes 1 wood, 1 stone, or 1 iron, or per second. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. With this thing, he wouldn't have to worry about the second wave of invasion in the afternoon. No matter how many came, they were just sending vegetables. He casually opened the regional chat channel to check on everyone else's progress. I've hit the jackpot. Found a wooden treasure chest by the river. Got 50 pieces of wood and a whiteboard long sword. This afternoon's beast tide is guaranteed. Worship the great one above. 3 out of 4 farmers under me were killed by wild boars as soon as they went out, and now I can only hide in a broken wooden house waiting to die. Can someone come rescue me? I don't want to die. Is there anyone selling bleeding medicine? My thigh has been bitten through. I'll trade wood for it. Please. It's almost 1500. The sky is darkening. The second wave of beast tide is about to arrive. Everyone fend for yourselves. Looking at the people in the channel who were ecstatic over a wooden treasure chest and on the brink of despair over a minor injury, Su Chen silently closed the panel. The joys and sorrows of humanity do not communicate. He only felt that these people were a bit noisy. My starting line has already surpassed you by several streets. Su Chen looked up at the sky. The once high-hanging sun was, he did not know, when obscured by a layer of eerie blood-red clouds. This is a precursor to the large-scale gathering of monsters. There are still 30 minutes until the second wave of initial invasion begins. All lords, please make your final battle preparations. The system's crimson countdown hung above everyone's line of sight like a death warrant. Time's almost up. Su Chen's smile faded. System, deploy the basic crossbow tower blueprint. Su Chen stood at the center of the courtyard and crushed the scroll in his fist. Ending. Blueprint deployed successfully. Resource check passed. Deducting 200 units of timber, 100 units of stone, and 50 units of iron ore. Your Majesty, please select the construction site. Without hesitation, Su Chen pointed to the open patch along the left wall, just inside the main gate. Build it here. This location offered unobstructed sight lines, not only covering the area beyond the gate, but also enabling rapid reinforcement of the perimeter wall. The earth trembled faintly as azure light shimmered upward, and a 5-meter wooden tower rose from the ground in an instant. Atop the tower, a rapid-firing crossbow pivoted steadily toward the mist beyond the gate. Yet Su Chen knew it was still not enough. Su Chen opened his sovereign interface. Zhang Ming alone holding the gate is straining. He may falter if too many monsters break through. Even one slip could devastate the domain. Strike where the steel is sharpest. Ni's voice commanding and imperial resonated across the courtyard. By the authority of the Emperor, I expend celestial mandate points. I summon another imperial palace guard. Appear instantly to safeguard the throne. Imperial edict activated. Celestial mandate points consumed 30. Remaining celestial mandate points 20. Chua. From the barracks emerged another towering figure. Nearly 2 meters tall, clad head to toe in gleaming armor, gripping a massive broadsword. In the moment he materialized, he dropped to one knee with a thunderous crash, his voice booming like temple bells. Zhao Hu of the Imperial Palace Guard. Prostrating before his Imperial Majesty. 10,000 years. Rise and fall in line. Su Chen bellowed. High. Zhao Hu strode forward with decisive strides, taking position beside Zhang Ming, left and right of the cold palace gate, sealing it utterly. The 2 guards standing shoulder to shoulder exuded an imposing, unshakable weight, a fortress of flesh and steel. Your Majesty, this humble consort has prepared midday rations. Well-fed soldiers fight with greater strength and valor. At that moment, a soft, graceful voice floated from behind. Su Chen turned, and there stood Tian Jiang leading 4 simple-faced militiamen, each bearing wooden basins. Inside the basins steamed fragrant meat broth and steamed buns. crafted from the 100 units of premium meat looted earlier from a treasure chest masterfully transformed by Tian Jiang, a divine farmer and peerless cook, into a dish whose aroma stirred primal hunger. Excellent. Serve the rations to the troops. We thank your majesty's boundless grace. Zhang Meng, Zhao Hu, and the field squad fell upon the meal with hearty, unrestrained vigor. The hot broth warmed their bellies, their faces flushed vitality, surging morale soaring to its zenith. Su Chen accepted a delicately crafted bowl of broth from Tian Jiang, sipped, and found the flavor exquisitely rich and profound. Gazing upon Tian Jiang's gentle, virtuous countenance, a quiet satisfaction swelled within him. And to survive such a trial, yet thrive with imperial dignity, was truly unparalleled. Time slipped away second by silent second. As the last spoonful of broth vanished, the cold wind ceased abruptly. Regional Crimson Bulletin 1500 has arrived. Second wave of basic beast tide, commencing now. Tide scale minor. Warning: numerous level 1 monsters, and scattered level 2 and level 3 threats, will spawn beyond domain boundaries driven by fierce territorial aggression. All sovereigns must fight to the death. Roar. Kaka kaka. The system's chime had barely faded when guttural roars and shrill shrieks erupted from the mist beyond the domain. Dozens of crimson eyes ignited in the gloom. From the swirling fog surged a seething tide of monsters, mostly gaunt, wiry goblins and blood-eyed level 1 feral dogs. Drawn by the scent of living flesh, they charged headlong toward the cold palace domain. The newly erected crossbow tower whirred to life, automatically acquiring its first target, the lead goblin. Whip! Sharp cracks split the air. A thumb-thick wooden bolt launched forth, impaling the level 1 goblin to the earth with lethal precision. Timber 1, stone 1. Su Chen arched an eyebrow. Impressive power, yes, but resources remained scarce. Such expenditure could not be taken lightly. He deactivated the tower's firing sequence. So, we must rely on close combat after all. Standing firm in the courtyard, he raised his hand and commanded Zhang Meng. Zhao Hu, hold the gate. Absolutely no monster shall breach it. This servant obeys. Facing the tide of level 1 vermin, neither man flinched. Slash. Zhang Meng brought his blade down, cleaving a lunging feral dog cleanly in two. Zhao Hu stepped forward with thunderous strides, sweeping his greatsword sideways. 3 goblins crammed at the gate fell decapitated in one fluid arc. Their strength surpassed 35 points. Against level 1 foes, averaging mere 5 to 8, they fought like adults crushing toddlers. Even with overwhelming numbers, the narrow 3-foot-wide gate restricted entry. Only 2 or 3 monsters could force their way in at once. Far too few for these 2 gate guardians to even break a sweat. Behind the guards, 2 spear infantry stood, bathed in absolute security. Clad in emerald green armor brimming with confidence, they thrust their long spears through the gaps beside their senior comrades, each strike landing with lethal certainty. Every hit meant mortal wound, or certain death. In moments, the entire gateway was stained deep crimson. Ending. Your subordinate has slain a level 1 goblin. Sovereign receives 1 experience share. Ding. Your subordinate has slain a level 1 feral dog. Sovereign receives 1 experience share. The system's notifications chimed rhythmically within Su Chen's mind. Though the gains were meager, the tranquility was priceless. Su Chen casually dragged over a wooden stool, settling just behind the gate, sipping Tian Jiang's savory broth, while watching his experience bar inch upward, serene and unhurried. Meanwhile, the regional chat channel painted a starkly different scene. Help. A pack of level 1 wild boars smashed my wooden palisade. My farmers are dead. Someone save me. Form alliances. I built my domain in a mountain ravine. Now 15 goblins are hammering my gate nonstop. I can't hold out much longer. Hold fast. Even minor beast tides have finite numbers. If you survive, you ascend. Watching the channel's chaos, Su Chen shook his head. Ordinary players began under crushing odds. Were it not for his uniquely anomalous imperial decree, he would never enjoy such ease. Yet fate remained uncertain. After all, he had originally drawn a crimson decree only for the system to retroactively nullify it. The battle raged for over 10 minutes. Beyond the gate, monster corpses piled high. Green ichor soaked the soil, dark and viscous. Even Zhang Meng and Zhao Hu, whose stamina defied reason, began breathing heavily from relentless high-intensity combat. Then, 2 deafening, oppressive roars echoed from afar. The ground shuddered violently. From behind the monster horde burst forth 2 colossal wild boars, each the size of full-grown water buffalo, jaws bristling with jagged protruding tusks. Trailing them marched 3 iron-armored goblin sergeants, each wielding massive warhammers. Mutated tusk-born level 2 elite in thick hide, devastating charge impact. In heavy armored goblin sergeant level 3 elite and minor commander. Exceptional destructive power and resilience. In at last, the real prey has arrived. Su Chen's eyes gleamed, not with alarm, but with sharpened focus. He sat upright, pulse quickening. In these were walking celestial mandate points. Cock. And the goblin sergeants shrieked orders directing the tusked boars into a full-force charge. In like runaway siege engines, the two beasts hurtled toward the cold palace gate. Guard the sovereign, In Zhongming and Zhao Hu's expressions hardened. They sheathed their blades and braced shoulder to shoulder, meeting the impact heat-in. THOM, muffled bone-deep concussion reverberated. And even these hyper-optimized palace guards staggered half a step backward, exhaling sharply, shaken by the sheer force of two level 2 heavyweights throwing themselves into oblivion. Perfect opening. And outside the gate, the three goblin sergeants' eyes glinted with cunning. Seizing the guards' momentary imbalance, they swung their massive iron hammers overhead, launching them over the boar's back straight at the pair. Su Chen put down the soup bowl in his hand, his gaze icy. Are my soldiers something you ugly creatures can touch? Ballista, lock onto those three level 3 monsters and shoot them dead. The previously silent beginner ballista suddenly released a deadly bowstring sound. This time it wasn't a random spray of arrows, but a precise targeted kill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 piercing sounds rang out in succession. Would 3 stone 3. Puff, bang. The 3 goblins that had just leaped up with their hammers still in midair didn't even have time to scream. The thick crossbow bolts pierced through their proud iron armor, pinning them to the muddy ground behind. The tremendous force caused them to twitch a couple of times before they fell silent. 3 arrows, instant kill of 3 level 3 minor bosses. This is the terror of a rare blueprint. The boar lost its commander, realizing the frightening attack, felt a hint of fear, and turned to flee. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you treat this cold palace like a market? Su Chen sneered. Zhongming, Zhao Hu chopped them up. The 2 guards, regaining their senses, were filled with fury, stepping out of the door. With their swords raised, they swiftly struck. The 2 fleeing boars had their hind legs severed and were subsequently beheaded, blood splattering everywhere. The battle instantly calmed down. With the death of these high-level monsters, the remaining level 1 small monsters that had been lingering completely collapsed, howling as they burrowed back into the depths of the mist, fleeing in panic. Regional Crimson announcement: the second wave of small beast tide has ended. Congratulations to all surviving lords. You have earned the qualification to continue struggling for survival on this land. Su Chen ignored the sarcastic system announcement as his mind was busy with calculations. Ding. Your subordinates have killed 2 level 2 mutated boars too. Earned 20 national fortune points. Ding. The ballista has killed 3 level 3 heavy armor goblins. Earned 45 national. As it was a kill made by a territory defense facility, it is counted as a kill by the lord. You gain a large amount of experience points. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your experience points are full. Current monarch level upgraded to level 2, 10,200. A warm golden light rose from beneath his feet, enveloping Su Chen's entire body. He could clearly feel that his physique and strength had significantly increased. He was no longer that sub-healthy modern person who gasped for breath after just a few steps. But what excited him even more was the subsequent system prompt. Emperor Profession Privilege Unlock Reminder Monarch level reached level 2. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have successfully unlocked the exclusive core ability of the Emperor. Territory of the World, Issuing Edicts. Issuing edicts, surrender and theft, consume an unspecified amount of national fortune points. You can issue edicts to other player lords. If the other party accepts the edict, their territory will seamlessly merge into your national territory, becoming your vassal. Your Majesty can set the tax rate of vassal states up to 80. If the vassal lord rebels or attacks you, they will face heavenly punishment, with all attributes and troops decreasing by 30. This, Su Chen gasped after reading the skill introduction. This is what true imperial privilege looks like. Earlier he was worried that he couldn't chop trees or mine like ordinary lords, relying solely on the few people working under him. While efficient, it wouldn't be enough to build a vast empire in the long run. Now the system had directly granted him contractor permissions. As long as he recruited subordinates, he could sit back and collect a share. A maximum tax rate of 80, that is straight-up vampiric capitalism. Moreover, with heavenly punishment as a safety net, he had nothing to fear from subordinates rebelling. Your Majesty, just as Su Chen was immersed in the joy of his new skill, a militiaman who had just been sent to clean the battlefield rushed into the courtyard, panting and kneeling on one knee. Reporting to Your Majesty. I found a wisp of smoke 2 kilometers away on a small hillside. Looking at the architectural style, it doesn't seem like a wild monster's lair, but rather, it looks like a wooden cabin camp similar to those other arrivals. Oh. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, a playful smile creeping onto his lips. Just as he was dozing off, someone delivered a pillow. After the first and second waves of beast tides, those who survived at this time must have some resources and supply. Su Chen glanced at his attribute panel. The last wave of high-level monsters had contributed 65 national fortune points, plus the remaining 20 points from before. Now he had a total of 85 national fortune points. That is definitely a substantial sum. Zhao Hu, you and the others stay at home to clear the corpses and see if you can harvest some boar and dog meat. Su Chen adjusted his clothing, waving his hand. Zhang Meng, follow me out of the palace. I want to see which unfortunate soul is lucky enough to receive my first edict. Outside the cold palace, the end of the beast tide had caused the mist to dissipate significantly. Su Chen stepped over a sea of monster corpses as he walked toward the small hillside. This was his first true step outside his territory since arriving in this other world. Accompanied by Zhang Meng, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. Occasionally 1 or 2 stray level 1 monsters would dart out from the bushes. Before Su Chen could see what they were cleaved in half by Zhang Meng. It's nice to have a bodyguard with me. In less than 20 minutes, the 3 of them arrived at the foot of the hillside. Looking up, they saw a lonely level 2 wooden cabin standing on the hillside. Surrounding the cabin was a crooked wooden fence, most of which had been broken by wild monsters, with several level 1 wild boar and goblin corpses lying on the ground. The door of the cabin was half ajar, a flicker of firelight visible inside, and muffled sobs could be faintly heard. This tragic scene was 10 times more miserable than the cold palace when Su Chen first started. It seems like a pitiful creature that barely survived the beast tide. Su Chen felt no pity. In this cruel survival game, the law of the jungle ruled supreme. Go knock on the door. Su Chen ordered indifferently. Yes. Zhao Hu stepped forward, arriving at the dilapidated fence, and instead of knocking, he raised his heavily armored right leg. You are also descendants. The girl stared blankly at the 2 people before her, her eyes darting between Su Chen and Zhang Meng, her astonishment beyond measure. On the first day, when everyone was rolling in the mud and being chased by wild beasts like dogs, why did these 2 look like they were on an outing? The towering, muscular man had not a single scratch on him. Instead, blood from the monster dripped from his blade. It seems your brain hasn't been smashed by a wild boar yet. Su Chen stepped over the broken fence and casually walked into the makeshift camp. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the level 2 wooden house, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. To upgrade the wooden house to level 2 on the first day and survive the recent small-scale beast tide, this girl was definitely not just a pretty face. Her initial talent or profession must be quite decent. Lord Lin Xiao Xiao. Profession Imperial Spearman, Green, excellent. Level 3. Strength 92. Constitution 9. Agility 9. Status extremely fatigued, mildly hungry. Other detailed information is not visible, but can be viewed after the Imperial exploration technique is upgraded. Level 3A, Green. Profession. No wonder she has managed to hold on until now. Su Chen slightly nodded. What do you want to do? Lin Xiao Xiao instinctively took 2 steps back, her back pressed against the wooden house's wall. In this other world, sometimes peers can be more terrifying than monsters. She fixed her gaze tightly on the large knife in Zhang Meng's hand, afraid that he might strike her down for resources at any moment. Don't be nervous. If I wanted to kill you, that kick just now would have shattered not the door, but your head. Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking at her. I am here to offer you a way to live. A way to live? Lin Xiao Xiao was stunned, staring blankly at the self-proclaimed emperor youth. Look at your shabby camp. Su Chen pointed at the broken wooden fence and the blood-soaked ground. You managed to survive the second wave of small beast tide, but your defenses are completely crippled and your stamina has reached its limit. The next invasion, although we don't know when it will happen, the scale of the monsters will only grow larger and their levels higher. With that broken wooden spear in your hand, how do you expect to survive? Su Chen's words struck hard at Lin Xiao Xiao's heart. Yes, she had exhausted all her strength just to kill those 2 elite goblins that had rushed in. The summoned spearmen and defensive facilities were all gone. Can you save me? Lin Xiao Xiao clung to the last shred of hope, her eyes igniting with a glimmer of hope. There is no free lunch in this world. A cold smile crept across Su Chen's lips as he flipped his palm, revealing the Imperial Order. System. Issue a surrender decree to this lord. Ding. Target locked. Player Lord Lin Xiao Xiao. Please, Your Majesty, set the tax rate for the vassal state. 0, 80, 50. After thinking for a moment, Su Chen decided that 50% was a reasonable amount. Deducting national fortune value 20 points. Decree generating. Issued. A dazzling golden light shot up from the Imperial Order, which then transformed into an illusory golden scroll directly hovering before Lin Xiao Xiao. Meanwhile, a soul-shaking system prompt echoed in Lin Xiao Xiao's mind. Special regional warning. Player Lord Lin Xiao Xiao, please pay attention. You have received a surrender decree from the Emperor Profession Lord. The terms of surrender are as follows. 1. Upon accepting the decree, your territory will seamlessly merge into the Empire's territory, becoming its vassal territory. 2. All basic resources you obtain, daily gold, equipment, materials, food, etc., will be forcibly deducted by 50 as tribute automatically submitted to the sovereign's treasury. 3. The sovereign is obliged to provide necessary military assistance when the vassal lord suffers a fatal blow. 4. If you refuse to accept the decree, the sovereign has the right to immediately wage a legal war against you. If you betray after accepting the decree, you will face heavenly punishment, with all attributes and resource production in your territory permanently decreased by 30. Please make your choice within 30 seconds. Accept the decree, resist the decree. After reading the terms, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened, her voice rising. 50 tax rate. This is simply robbery. The wicked capitalist. She had worked hard to gather resources by chopping trees and mining, only for this guy to take away half with a mere word. Moreover, there was the constraint of heavenly punishment. This was even harsher than signing a contract of servitude. Robbery. I am merely offering an equitable exchange. Su Chen showed no shame, but rather stated confidently, 50 of resources in exchange for a life-saving token in this otherworldly battlefield. Does that seem expensive? You may choose to refuse. I will not force you. Su Chen said, slightly turning to the side. Zhang Meng beside him cooperatively stepped forward, the blood-dripping ring-headed knife, making a scraping sound on the ground. The power was unmistakably displayed at that moment, the heavy killing intent locking onto Lin Xiaoxiao. The implication was clear: you can refuse, but bear the consequences. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the fierce-looking muscular man before her, then glanced at the forest where monsters could leap out at any moment. She understood very well that she had no room to bargain. Either survive by sacrificing 50 of her hard-earned resources, or become monster dung tonight. Or become a soul beneath the blade right now. Countdown 5 seconds remaining. Think carefully. Su Chen's voice was like a death knell. I accept the decree. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes reddened, and in humiliation, she lowered her head and clicked agree on the empty panel. Ding. Player Lord Lin Xiaoxiao has accepted the decree. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Successfully recaptured the first vassal territory. You can now view the resource production and building status of this vassal territory at any time. Achieved hidden achievement, expanding territory 1. Special reward 35 national fortune points. As the system prompt ended, the golden decree transformed into 2 beams of light, each entering Su Chen and Lin Xiaoxiao's bodies. The contract was formally established. Su Chen immediately opened the newly unlocked territory map. Inside there indeed appeared a coordinate icon named Lin Xiaoxiao's camp. Upon opening it, the attributes were displayed clearly: vassal state, Lin Xiaoxiao's camp, territory level 2, wooden house, current inventory gold 50, wood 20, stones 5, wild boar meat 10. Today's tribute, due gold 25, wood 10, stones 2, wild boar meat 5. The system will automatically deduct and transfer this amount to your treasury at midnight every day. This is great. This is the true meaning of lying flat and collecting rent. Su Chen felt overjoyed. Although Lin Xiaoxiao was currently broke, as her level increased and production expanded, this 50 tax would definitely become a considerable passive income. The most crucial thing was that this feeling of unearned gains was truly addictive. Putting away the panel, Su Chen's gaze towards Lin Xiaoxiao softened slightly. Since she had become his worker, it was only right to offer a bit of kindness. Relentless exploitation would only sap the employee's motivation. She had plenty of wild boar meat for the time being, but the battle had already shattered her defenses. Zhang Meng, carry the bodies of those 2 wild boars over here. Su Chen instructed. Then he opened the trading interface of the vassal state and directly transferred 50 units of wood before taking out the last roll of white-level bandages, which emitted a faint glow, tossing them at Lin Xiaoxiao's feet. I saw your stock. That little bit of wood can't even repair a dog hole. Su Chen looked at the dazed Lin Xiaoxiao, his tone infused with the authority of a superior. This 50 wood is considered in advance on your employee benefits. Take this roll of bandages to heal your internal injuries. Repair your broken fence, and tomorrow continue to chop trees and hunt monsters. Remember, you are not only living for yourself now, you are also working for me, so don't die easily. With that, Su Chen ignored the girl, who was now caught in a mix of shock and gratitude. Return to the palace. With a wave of his hand, Su Chen strode into the mist, accompanied by Zhang Meng, who was carrying the wild boar corpses, heading back towards the cold palace. Only Lin Xiaoxiao remained alone, standing dazed in front of the broken wooden house, gazing at the additional wood on the virtual panel and the bandages on the ground, her expression complex. He actually gave me medical supplies. These things could be exchanged for hundreds of units of wood on the trading channel. Lin Xiaoxiao picked up the bandages from the ground and glanced at the wood meant for emergencies, her heart filled with mixed feelings. At this moment, she suddenly felt that being taxed at 50 seemed not entirely unacceptable. At least this overbearing emperor boss not only had immense martial prowess, but he was also truly generous with the employee benefits. With these wood and bandages, her life for tonight was completely secured. In the cold palace, when Su Chen returned with Zhang Ming, the sky had completely darkened. Inside the main gate, Zhao, who was leading the soldiers to clean up the monster corpses in the courtyard. Meanwhile, in the imperial kitchen, Tian Jiang had already lit a bright fire, and the aroma of meat wafted throughout the courtyard. Your Majesty has returned to the palace. Everyone immediately paused their work and respectfully bowed. Su Chen was in high spirits. Not only had he gained a substantial amount of national fortune today, but he had also acquired his first worker from a vassal state, a double harvest. He glanced at the resource account in the top right corner. Current national fortune 100 points, original balance 85 points, edict consumption 20 points, vassal state recovery, reward 35 points. Zhao, who have someone's skin, and Deb won these 2 wild boars and send the meat to the imperial kitchen. Su Chen directed his subordinates while striding towards the imperial kitchen, which was filled with the aroma of food. Inside the kitchen, the flames flickered. Tian Jiang was sweating profusely, and upon seeing Su Chen enter, she quickly served a bowl of meat soup. Your Majesty, the meat from these elite wild boars is much better than ordinary wild monsters, with less toxin as well. With my understanding of the pharmacology of crops, I barely removed most of the poison glands and impurities, but nearly a third of the meat was wasted. If this continues, I'm afraid. Su Chen took a sip of the meat soup. Although it was delicious, he could indeed sense a hint of faint fishiness. He frowned slightly. My dear consort is a divine farmer. Having you do the butchering and toxin removal is truly a waste of talent and resources. It seems that I need to find a specialized palace chef. As he took the time to eat, Su Chen summoned his Lord Panel, intending to carefully tally all of today. Lord Su Chen, profession Emperor, the only hidden one in the entire server, level 2, 50,200 national fortune, 100 points, gold coins 7550 from treasure chests, 25 from vassal state, tribute territory map, newly repaired cold palace, level 2 vassal state, Lin Xiaoxiao's campsite, level 2. Under my command, SS level spirit hero Tian Jiang, Imperial Guard 2. Dynasty Spearman 2, Dynasty Militia 4. Looking at this splendid panel, Su Chen was extremely satisfied. Not only were his troops strong, but he also had surplus food and gold coins, marking the beginning of a snow. Not long after, a Scarlet Global System announcement floated in the center of all surviving players' views. Global Blood announcement: the second wave of minor invasions has officially ended. Battle report statistics: in this wave of Beast Tide, the survival rate of Blue Star's descendants is only 75. The weak have turned to dust while the strong can dominate their fate. Next round warning: as the overall strength of the descendants begins to rise, the system will grant all a 7-day development ceasefire period. In 7 days, i.e., the 8th day at 1500, a medium-small regional mixed beast tide will erupt. At that time, monsters will tactically attack your territory, and there is a high probability of encountering blue boss-level monsters. All lords are advised to use these 3 days to crazily stockpile resources and build defenses. As soon as this announcement was made, the lords who had been rejoicing at their survival in the regional channel suddenly fell into a deathly silence. 7 days. It sounded like a breathing opportunity, but the phrases tactical and boss-level monsters hung like a sword over every lord's head. The second wave had already claimed over 2 billion lords. What about the third wave? A medium-sized beast tide. Su Chen put down his chopsticks, his gaze becoming profound. With this 7-day ceasefire period, the aggressiveness of wild monsters in the wilderness would be minimized. This was undoubtedly a golden opportunity for mass production and infrastructure development. He stood up and walked to the door of the imperial kitchen, sweeping his gaze over the cold palace, which had already expanded to the size of an acre. In the courtyard, Zhang Ming and Zhao, who were sitting by the training ground stone lock, polishing their large blades. The 6-member field team were sprawled out on a corner straw pile, resting. The air was thick with the strong smell of sweat and blood. Su Chen's brow furrowed at once. What is this disorder? Previously, the territory was too small, and everyone huddled together for warmth. But now that the cold palace had been upgraded to level 2, it was a proper feudal mansion. As the esteemed emperor accompanied by the delicate beauty Tian Jiang, how could a group of rough men reside in the inner palace? If this were to spread, where would his imperial dignity go? The inner palace must be an absolute forbidden zone. Su Chen immediately opened the territory construction panel and began to replan the territory layout. System. Activate the territory building relocation function. Move the new barracks along with the training ground completely outside the cold palace walls. Place it 50 meters to the left of the main gate. Utilize the existing wood and stone to construct 2 rows of basic residences, servants' quarters, to the right side of the cold palace gate. On the open space to the right of the main gate, 2 rows of spacious and sturdy wooden houses sprang up out of nowhere. This created a rudimentary shape of an outer city market composed of barracks and residences outside the cold palace's earthen walls. Not only did it serve to guard the cold palace, but it also completely separated the inside from the outside. Zhang Ming Zhao who take your men, and immediately move out of the cold palace to garrison the outer city. From now on within the high walls of the cold palace it shall be my exclusive inner court. Without my summons no external ministers or soldiers shall dare to step into the inner court, even a half step. Those who violate the order shall be executed. Su Chen spoke with a serious tone that brooked no argument. This subordinate obeys. Zhang Ming and the others immediately knelt on one knee. As loyal subjects they had no objections to the emperor's orders and felt it was only natural. The emperor's precious body and the inner court were not places where they common men could casually linger. Soon a group of strong men moved out of the courtyard and settled into the new dormitories outside. As the main gate slowly closed, the entire cold palace courtyard instantly became tranquil, leaving only Su Chen and Tianjiang. Although it became quiet, it also seemed a bit empty. Your Majesty, the soldiers have all moved out, so what about the cleaning, firewood chopping, and water fetching in this courtyard? Tianjiang stepped forward and said softly, I fear I might be overwhelmed doing it alone, which would delay serving your Majesty. Her talents lay entirely in farming and improving soil. If she spent all her time serving tea, washing clothes, and doing chores, it would be a waste of her abilities. My beloved concubine is meant to be cherished. How can I let you do such rough work every day? Su Chen smiled and said, since this is the inner court, how can there be no maidens to serve? He opened the exclusive management panel of the Cold Palace, which had unlocked the basic logistics personnel summoning function after being upgraded to level 2. Summon ordinary maid consumes 10 gold coins per person. Note only possesses the most basic intelligence, no combat ability, can handle simple daily tasks such as washing, cleaning, and serving tea, and will never leave the inner court for life. Gold coins are meant to be spent, they will return even after being squandered. Su Chen waved his hand and directly spent 40 gold coins, summoned 4 ordinary maids. Swish! For beams of white light flashed, and 4 young girls in blue palace attire looking delicate and well-behaved appeared in the courtyard and knelt before Su Chen. We humbly greet your Majesty and the Empress. Get up from now on, the cleanliness and miscellaneous tasks of the inner court will be managed by you. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. With these ordinary maids, the cold palace instantly gained a touch of prestige, finally resembling a proper imperial palace. But he knew it was still not enough. These maids could only handle low-skilled physical labor. Tianjiang's farmland needed tending, and the imperial kitchen also required assistance in preparing ingredients and handling the materials from the wild monsters. To turn the inner court into a self-sufficient core logistics base, he needed true skilled personnel. System opened the imperial decree interface. Su Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance as he summoned the imperial edict. By the name of the emperor, I will consume national fortune points. I hereby summon those with lifestyle profession characteristics. Advanced maid. Imperial decree law is being assessed. Meets the inner court summoning system. Unlocks the summoning authority for advanced maid special unit. Consumption 15 national fortune points person. Give me 2. Deducting national fortune points 30 points. Current remaining national fortune points 70 points. Accompanied by the roar of the imperial decree, 2 beams of colorful light, far more dazzling than ordinary, maids coalesced before the imperial kitchen. As the light dissipated, 2 exceptionally graceful and beautiful women walked out. The woman on the left wore a neat emerald green palace dress, her long fair hands revealing a hint of agility in her eyes. The woman on the right wore a light yellow gauze skirt, exuding a subtle fragrance of herbs and flowers. Both women graciously bowed. Advanced maid of cuisine, we humbly greet your Majesty. Advanced maid of agriculture, we humbly greet your Majesty. Su Chen immediately checked their attribute panels. Named Chunlan, advanced maid, professional traits, advanced culinary skills, agile processing green. When handling any meat and ingredients, it can enhance the nutritional value of the ingredients by 10 and perfectly remove impurities from monster meat. Named Shoujuan, advanced maid, professional traits, beginner spirit plant cultivation, pharmacology green. Can assist in managing farmland, increasing the growth speed of ordinary crops by 20, and is proficient in identifying various herbs and seeds. Su Chen looked at Chunlan's panel, and his eyes lit up. Perfectly removing impurities from monster meat. It means that while others are left worried over the poisonous corpses of monsters, he, Su Chen, can convert every monster's corpse into safe military rations and hard currency that can exchange for exorbitant resources in the marketplace. Great. Very good. Su Chen laughed heartily, pulling Tianjiang into his embrace. My beloved, starting tomorrow, all the maids in the inner court will be under your command. In these 7 days, I want the productivity of the cold palace's rear to double. Tianjiang looked at the orderly inner court, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. She nestled in Su Chen's arms, her voice charming. I will not fail your Majesty's expectations, and will manage this rear well. As night deepened outside the cold palace walls, Zhang Meng and Zhao, who were patrolling their territory. Inside the high walls of the cold palace, the red candles burned brightly. The truce period is a breathing space for ordinary lords to struggle for survival. But for Su Chen, it couldn't be more comfortable. In the morning, as the mist began to dissipate, the field team stationed in the outer city, arranged by Su Chen, set out early with their tools. Thanks to the system reducing the aggressive behavior of wild monsters, the field team's safety in the wilderness greatly increased. As long as they did not actively provoke the monster camps, they could almost walk through unhindered. Puff! At the edge of the misty forest, 2 light infantrymen worked in perfect harmony, effortlessly knocking down a wandering level 2 wild wolf with their long spears. Behind them, 4 farmers were furiously wielding axes and pickaxes against the trees and rocks. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away from the cold palace, within the territory of the vassal state, Lin Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, dragging her exhausted body to chop trees in the woods. Last night, the 50 units of wood and bandages that Su Chen had advanced saved her life. Now that she had repaired the fence, her mind was filled with the urgency to work and gather resources. After all, every stone she dug and every piece of wood she chopped had to be half forcibly handed over to that domineering emperor. This is nice. This is the morning a ruler should have. Inside the inner court of the cold palace, Su Chen lay on the newly polished rattan chair made by the advanced maiden, squinting his eyes to bask in the sun. Next to him, Chunlan was carefully peeling off the skin of a plate of washed wild fruits and feeding the crystal-clear flesh into Su Chen's mouth. Qiujuan was gently massaging his shoulders, her technique exceptionally professional. Meanwhile, in his mind, the system's notification sound rhythmically chimed every so often. Ding! Your external team has felled a pine tree, gaining 30 wood. The monarch gains 2 experience points. The vassal lord Lin Xiaoxiao has chopped down a birch tree, triggering the tribute mechanism. 5 wood has been automatically added to the national treasury. Your external team collaboratively killed a level 2 elite monster. Gained 10 national luck points. The monarch gains 5 experience points. Time flew swiftly in this leisurely AFK state. By afternoon, Su Chen's experience bar finally welcomed a qualitative change. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your experience points are now full. Current monarch level increased to level 30500. Su Chen suddenly sat up from the rattan chair, clearly feeling a surge of power coursing through his body. He casually threw a punch forward, and a faint sound of air explosion echoed. With a physique and strength of level 3, he had already surpassed any top-tier special forces or professional boxers on Earth. With his current physical condition, even without armor, he could withstand the attacks of ordinary level 1 monsters without a scratch. The surprise was far from over. Ding! Detected that Your Majesty has accumulated national luck points through subordinates hunting elite monsters and the tribute from vassal states. Current national luck points have broken the 100-point barrier for the first time. The initial bonus of 100 does not count. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have unlocked the exclusive growth equipment for emperors, the Royal Garb. The Royal Garb, level 1 unique growth. Trait 1, transform. I will seamlessly switch between the Dark Dragon Combat Garb Casual and the 9 Dragon Crown Dragon Robe. Trait 2, Imperial Majesty Dragon Robe form. When wearing the Dragon Robe, the morale of all subjects in the territory is permanently locked at 100. Loyalty greatly increased and inflicts mental pressure on hostile targets below his level, weakening their all attributes by 10. Trait 3, Imperial Defense Casual form. When wearing the combat garb, agility and strength are additionally increased by 20, immune to all bleeding, poisoning, and other negative states of the same level and below, and has a layer of true dragon shield that can block a fatal blow. Refreshes once daily. Looking at the magnificent attributes of the equipment before him, Su Chen's breath momentarily halted. System, equip me. Swish. A flash of light passed, and the modern casual outfit he originally wore transformed into ashes. In its place was a perfectly tailored pitch-black martial artist's outfit embroidered with a dragon pattern. A white jade python belt was tied around his waist, and on his feet were a pair of boots that seemed to tread on clouds. Standing there, he not only had a posture as straight as a sword, but also exuded an emperor's aura of overlooking the world, decisively ruthless. Chunlan and Shogawei, who were serving nearby, looked at Su Chen, whose temperament had undergone a dramatic change. Their pretty faces instantly flushed with embarrassment. Their eyes were filled with admiration and awe, and they both knelt on the ground. Your Majesty's might is everlasting. Su Chen clenched his fist, feeling the additional attributes from the casual form. A glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. While it is indeed comfortable to remain in the background as a strategist in a chaotic world, if I do not possess real skills, it is ultimately just empty talk. The Beast-Tide 7 days later will be a tough battle where even leader-level bosses will appear. I too should stretch my muscles and bones. Su Chen walked towards the inner court. In the outer city market, Zhang Meng and Zhao, who were standing guard boredly and upon seeing Su Chen in his imposing dark gold dragon combat garb, the two guards immediately knelt on one knee. Zhang Meng, Zhaohu, take your swords. Su Chen casually drew a steel longsword from the weapon rack in the barracks, performing a not-so-smooth sword flourish. Follow me out of the palace. Today I will personally lead the expedition. On the outskirts of the misty forest, Su Chen walked in the middle holding the longsword with Zhang Meng and Zhaohu shadowing him protectively on both sides. This was Su Chen's first time entering this jungle as a fighter. Rustle. The bushes ahead suddenly shook violently, and a slender leopard-like creature was crouched on a branch staring at them. Shadow Blade Leopard Normal Level 3 Combat Power Assessment, extremely fast claws like blades, adept at ambush and throat cutting. A level 3 monster, just right for me to practice on. Su Chen halted Zhang Meng and Zhao, who were about to draw their swords to kill it instantly. Step back, let me take the lead. No one is allowed to intervene without my command. Your Majesty's life is invaluable. This. Zhang Meng hesitated. Step back? This is an imperial decree. Yes. The two guards could only take a few steps back, but their hands remained tightly gripping the hilt of their swords, fully focused on the leopard, ready to support at any time. The Shadow Blade Leopard seemed to sense Su Chen's provocation, letting out a low growl, and suddenly exerted force with its hind legs. With a whoosh, it opened its gaping mouth, claws darting straight for Su Chen's throat. So fast. Su Chen was slightly startled. If this speed were present yesterday, he wouldn't have even been able to see it clearly. But now his attributes had multiplied compared to before. The leopard's movements, although fierce, had now revealed a trajectory to evade in Su Chen's eyes. Su Chen tightened his grip on the steel longsword, and using his formidable strength swept hard at the shadow in midair. It was all a matter of raw power. Clang! The longsword collided violently with the leopard's claws in midair, producing a dazzling shower of sparks. The immense recoil made Su Chen's hands slightly numb, but he only took half a step back. Meanwhile, the level 3 blade leopard, propelled by its momentum, was sent flipping through the air by Su Chen's powerful swing and crashed heavily into the trunk of a large tree. The blade leopard let out a cry of pain, clearly not expecting this seemingly pristine human to possess such incredible strength. With a successful strike, Su Chen's earlier tension vanished in an instant. He took the initiative to attack. Although he had not formally learned any sword techniques, he possessed agility and strength far surpassing that of a monster. The Shadow Blade Leopard, sensing danger, attempted to rely on its agility to sneak around and ambush. However, under the suppression of attributes, every lunge it made was narrowly but accurately blocked by Su Chen. After several exchanges, although Su Chen's clothes were slightly soiled, his gaze grew brighter, and his movements transformed from slightly stiff to increasingly crisp and nimble. Fighting is always the best catalyst for adapting to one's body. That's enough, let's finish this. As the blade leopard attempted to change direction once again upon landing, Su Chen keenly caught its flaw. Die! Su Chen suddenly stepped down, the longsword slicing through the air, directly stabbing towards the leopard's neck. Then it accurately pierced through the Shadow Blade Leopard's throat. Blood sprayed out, but was blocked by the invisible force of the royal garb, not a drop touching Su Chen. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have achieved your first kill as a monarch. Gained 30 experience points. Your Majesty is valiant. This humble soldier admires you. Zhang Meng and Zhao, who immediately knelt down on one knee. With this strength as a guarantee, plus my army of thousands. Su Chen's eyes shone with sharpness, the medium-sized beast tied. I await it with great anticipation. Su Chen drew out the long sword that pierced through the Shadow Blade Leopard. The recent close combat had given him a clear understanding of his current physical capabilities. With his level 3 attributes and equipment enhancements, even without any skills or martial arts foundation, he could easily crush these monsters of the same level, relying solely on his reaction speed and strength. Let's move forward and take a look. Su Chen did not stop, continuing deeper into the misty forest with his sword in hand. It was a rare opportunity to come out, so he naturally wanted to practice more. Zhang Meng and Zhao, who two royal guards, closely followed on either side, their eyes scanning the surroundings warily. After walking a short distance, they came upon a clearing where 3 mutated wild boars covered in hard bristles were rooting in the dirt. One of them was particularly enormous, its tusks even shimmering with a faint blue light. Mutated iron-armored pig, elite level 3. Just in time. Su Chen's eyes lit up as he took the initiative to approach with his sword drawn. The 3 wild boars sensed the presence of a human and immediately charged with bloodshot eyes. Su Chen's agility reached 15 points, allowing him to leap several meters in an instant. Swish! The 2 ordinary wild boars didn't even have time to scream before their necks were severed by his sharp blade. However, the elite pig reacted extremely quickly, abruptly stopping and violently swinging its head, its tusks aimed directly at Su Chen's lower back. Su Chen couldn't dodge in time, but at that moment a golden light shield suddenly appeared on the surface of his armor. The tusks collided with the shield, producing a loud sound. The shield absorbed all the impact. Yet Su Chen didn't even sway. Is this the true dragon shield? It certainly is tough. Su Chen felt reassured, seizing the opportunity, while the iron-armored pig was dazed from the recoil. He gripped the sword with both hands and struck down fiercely at its nape. Ding! You have personally slain a level 3 elite mutated iron-armored pig, gaining experience 50. You have slain 2 level 2 mutated wild boars, gaining experience 20. Current experience pool 100,500. Su Chen sheathed his long sword and scanned the surroundings. A gentle breeze blew by and the forest was eerily quiet. As it was currently a truce period, the system had significantly reduced the aggressive behavior and respawn frequency of wild monsters. Besides the few scattered monsters, just now, there wasn't even a ghostly shadow to be seen nearby. Forget it, there are too few monsters, it's not fun to grind like this. Su Chen shook his head, feeling a thin layer of sweat forming on his body, sticky and uncomfortable against his skin. As a modern person, after experiencing such intense exercise, he could only think about taking a nice hot shower. Return to the palace. The 3 officials swaggered back along the same path to the territory. As they pushed open the gates of the outer city market, the outdoor team had just returned. They were unloading the supplies they had on their shoulders, panting heavily. The ground was piled with scattered bundles of wood, rough stones, and a few slain wild dog carcasses. Blood flowed, emitting a foul stench. Su Chen frowned slightly at this scene. He summoned the system panel to check the current inventory of resources. Today Lin Xiaoxiao had submitted the tribute on time, and with this tireless outdoor team, the accumulation of resources was quite considerable. With 1350 stone, 820 iron, or 180 gold coins 115, while resources were plentiful, the chaotic environment was truly unsightly. As a player who had played countless survival construction games, he was well aware that such rough management would lead to significant problems. What left on the muddy ground would become moldy, and if the bloody meat wasn't stored in a designated area, it would quickly attract insects and bacteria. If logistics fell behind, the base would eventually face troubles. Su Chen opened the territory construction interface and quickly searched around. System, build me a primary warehouse next to the outer city barracks, and build a bathhouse on the empty space to the right of the inner courtyard. Command confirmed. Deducting wood 400 stone, 200 iron, or 50. As the command was issued, the building rose from the ground, and the others had long since become accustomed to it. Move all the materials and meat from outside into the warehouse, and organize them properly, and do not pile things on the ground anymore. Su Chen commanded the militia. Yes. He watched as the supplies were systematically placed in the warehouse, feeling a sense of relief similar to his compulsive need to clear all red dots in a game. Finally, he felt some relief. Just as he entered the courtyard, Xiao Ju approached, slightly bowing. Your Majesty, you have worked up a sweat. Yi and Chun Lan have prepared hot water for you in the newly built bathhouse. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. This was the kind of keen perception a high-ranking maid should have. He walked towards the royal bathhouse on the right and pushed the door open. Warm steam enveloped him. The bathhouse's interior was spacious with anti-slip stone slabs on the floor. A huge bathtub was placed in the center, already filled with hot water. Su Chen shed his armor and stepped into the tub. The warm water submerged him up to his chest, and he comfortably leaned against the smooth edge of the wooden tub. He inwardly praised this was the life an emperor should have. Your Majesty, let me help ease your fatigue. Chun Lan walked to the back of the tub, rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair wrists. She gently placed her hands on Su Chen's shoulders. Immediately Chun Lan's fingers began to apply pressure. Hiss! Su Chen felt extremely comfortable. Chun Lan actually activated her special ability. This skill, originally meant for processing meat and removing impurities, was now skillfully applied to massage. Her long, agile hands found the acupoints precisely. Push, knead, press, and apply pressure. Each time she exerted force, she gradually relieved the lactic acid and stiffness accumulated from exercise. Using culinary skills to massage me, this treatment is probably unique in the entire server, right? Su Chen closed his eyes, enjoying this luxurious imperial-level service. A light sound echoed as the bathhouse door was pushed open again. Su Chen opened his eyes, and through the steam, saw Tian Jiang walking in. She had already removed her palace gown, revealing a thin, translucent, white veil underneath. Her cheeks had turned rosy from the steam. Tian Jiang bit her red lip, appearing a bit shy and constrained. She walked to the edge of the tub, took off her embroidered shoes, and placed her delicate fair feet on the bluestone slab. Then she lifted her long, graceful leg and directly stepped into the bathtub. The water instantly soaked through the light veil on her body. It clung tightly to her alluring and voluptuous figure, perfectly showcasing her slender waist and ample bosom. Su Chen, full of youthful vigor, could hardly resist upon seeing this vivid scene. He reached out and wrapped his arms around her soft waist, pulling her slightly closer. "Ah, Tianjiang let out a delicate startled cry as she fell into Su Chen's embrace. Water splashed out of the tub. Tianjiang straddled Su Chen's legs, her hands pressing against his chest. Soft jade and warm fragrance enveloped him. "Your Majesty." Tianjiang's voice was soft and sweet, filled with anticipation. "I have come to serve you." In this intimate setting with mist swirling around them, the atmosphere turned extremely ambiguous. Su Chen said nothing, his palm resting on her smooth back, slowly moving downward. He lowered his head, gazing at her slightly parted red lips, and leaned in. Just as the distance between the two narrowed to a mere few centimeters, preparing for the next step of their exchange, the system notification popped up. System version 1.1 updated. Given that the invaders from Blue Star have passed the initial adaptation phase, a new survival module has been unlocked during the truce period. The regional leaderboard system is officially activated. The cross-border contact list system is officially activated. Su Chen's movement froze in midair. Damn! His face turned pale, and a flicker of irritation crossed his eyes. Tianjiang noticed Su Chen's change. She opened her eyes, looking somewhat at a loss. "Your Majesty. It's none of your concern." Su Chen took a deep breath, glancing at the stunningly beautiful Tianjiang in his arms, then cast a sidelong glance at the aggressive system announcement. While having a beauty in his arms was indeed tempting, in this unpredictable foreign realm, information and opportunity were the true lifelines. He suppressed his restless heart, released her, and patted her shoulder. "The water's gone cold. Put on your clothes, or you'll catch a chill." With that, he stood up with a splash from the water. He stepped out of the bathtub, took the towel from Shouju, wrapped it around his waist, and sat down on a nearby chair. He quickly opened the regional chat channel. At that moment, the previously quiet channel, due to the truce period, was completely ignited by this sudden system update. The speed of information refresh was incredibly fast. "Wow. The leaderboard is out. Everyone quickly take a look. It turns out there are a full 100,000 people in our region. The contact list is also available. The system actually synced the contacts from my phone. I just tried to contact my college classmate, and he's still alive. Damn it, people can really make you feel inferior. I finally gathered enough resources to build a stone wall, thinking I was pretty impressive, but the top guy on the leaderboard is outpacing me by 100 streets in prosperity. I begged the top 100 to take me in. I'm willing to submit all my resources as long as I can survive." Seeing the rapidly scrolling text, Su Chen's reason completely returned to clarity. This was not merely a farming game, it was no different from raising insects. The system released the leaderboard and contact list during the truce period, and the purpose was crystal clear: to incite competition and create anxiety. Once these 100,000 people realized the enormous gap between them, all kinds of extreme measures would quickly unfold: alliances, betrayals, plunder, and submission. Su Chen raised his hand. Regional leaderboard. His finger hovered in the air before finally tapping down. The leaderboard was divided into two sections. On the left was the territory prosperity ranking, and on the right was the comprehensive combat power ranking. Su Chen first looked at the prosperity column. Rank 1 Su Chen, prosperity 1580. Rank 2, Chen Sihai, prosperity 320. Rank 3, Xiao Tiangang, prosperity 298. Rank 4, unknown, prosperity 215. Rank 5, unknown, prosperity 189. The gap is so big. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He guessed he would be first, but he hadn't expected to have nearly 5 times the gap from the second place. Upon further reflection, it made sense. While ordinary lords were struggling to gather 100 pieces of wood, he had already built a royal kitchen, a barracks, a warehouse, and a bathhouse. While others lived in drafty wooden houses, he resided in a fully equipped courtyard. If there was no disparity in prosperity, that would be truly absurd. He then turned his attention to the combat power ranking. Rank 1, Su Chen, combat power assessment 1280. Rank 2, unknown, combat power assessment 690. Rank 3, Xiao Tiangang, combat power assessment 580. Rank 4, unknown, combat power assessment 521. Rank 5, Chen Sihai, combat power assessment 514. On the combat power ranking, there were 2 names marked as unknown. Su Chen frowned slightly, indicating that the other party had hidden their ID. The top 10 were likely to be those with purple or higher tokens. This is interesting. He closed the leaderboard and was about to check the contact list function when suddenly a system notification popped up. Regional announcement: leaderboard rules have been updated. Please read carefully. Rule 1. The leaderboard will be settled every Sunday night at 2400. Rule 2. During settlement, lords ranked in the top 1,000 for prosperity or combat power will receive rewards from the system. Rewards will be items suitable for their current level. Rule 3. Rewards include, but are not limited to, blueprints, troops, summoning orders, resources, items, etc. Rule 4. Lords ranked below 1,000 will not receive any rewards. Rule 5. If a lord can completely unify a region, all lords surrender or perish. The global cross-regional leaderboard will be unlocked, initiating the era of King's Conquest. As soon as the announcement was made, The entire regional channel fell silent for 3 seconds. Then it erupted. What the hell? Only the top 1,000 get rewards. Out of 100,000 people, only 1,000. Dad, Mom. The two familiar profile pictures were now gray. Su Chen's finger froze in midair, feeling as though his breath had stopped. He forced himself to suppress his emotions and clicked on Dad's profile. A cold system prompt popped up. This individual has been torn apart in the first wave of the beast tide. Their true spirit dissipated. He clicked on Mom's profile, receiving the same notification. Equally cold. Su Chen stared at the 2 lines of text for a long time. He did not cry, he simply sat quietly. The hand holding the imperial order began to tremble with force. In his mind, images floated up As a child, Dad rode a bicycle to take him to school. On rainy days, Mom held an umbrella waiting for him at the school gate. During the new year, the family sat around the table making dumplings. Those images were very vivid, so clear that he could remember every detail. Perhaps it was precisely because they were so clear that they felt particularly cruel at this moment. The first wave of beast tide. Su Chen murmured. This was when he hadn't fully grasped the situation yet. Su Chen closed his eyes, struggling to accept it. He clutched his chest as his breathing grew increasingly rapid. After an unknown amount of time, Tianjiang seemed to sense Su Chen's emotions. She gently walked to Su Chen's side, saying nothing but holding his hand. Tianjiang didn't know what had happened, but she could feel that Su Chen's emotions were very unstable at this moment. Ever since they arrived in this other world, she had sensed a regal aura about this man. At this moment, he seemed like a helpless child. After a long time, Su Chen raised his head, his eyes slightly red, yet his gaze had regained its determination. I'm fine. He patted the back of Tianjiang's hand, stood up, donned his martial attire, and walked to the gates of the cold palace. Tianjiang also dressed in her palace gown, following behind Su Chen. The outer city of the cold palace was brightly lit. Zhang Ming and Zhao, who were patrolling the territory with several gunmen. In the distance from the misty forest, occasional sounds of beast howls could be heard. This world is very cruel, but it won't stop its steps because of your sorrow. Dad, Mom. Su Chen gazed at the night sky shrouding the deep palace, his voice soft. Your son is now the emperor, living in a palace with soldiers at his command and people serving him. If you were still here, you could enjoy the blessings. But unfortunately, he did not finish his sentence, falling silent for a few seconds. Su Chen's gaze gradually became steady. I will survive. I will grow stronger. I will stand at the pinnacle of this world. Current time, day 3 in the other world, 7:00 a.m. Su Chen woke up. Tianjiang had already risen early, taking Chun Lan and Xiuju to the imperial kitchen to prepare breakfast. He sat up and stretched. The oppressive emotions from yesterday after a night of settling had transformed completely into motivation to grow stronger. System check, current status. Ruler Su Chen. Level 3, 100,500. Physique, 512 steel bones, a level 1 goblin's bone club, feels like a tickle. Strength 4123, swinging a sword against elite monsters feels like chopping vegetables. Agility 5123, faster than a shadow blade leopard. When running you can chase it to see an afterimage. Mentality 10, emperor class profession, baseline bonus. When pressure is exerted, low-level monsters are frightened. Equipment, imperial garment, red, level 1, trait 1, can transform at will. National fortune value, 101 points. Contributions from the nighttime subsidiary nation, killing monsters, 10 points. Gold coins, 155. Resources, wood, 1150, stone, 720, iron, or 180. Subsidiary nations, 1. Under your command, SSS, heroic spirit, 1. Imperial guards, 2. Dynasty gunmen, 2. Dynasty militia, 4. Senior palace maids, 2. Regular palace maids, 4. Evaluation, you have entered a non-human realm. Your physique and strength surpass any earthling. As the supreme ruler, you finally have the confidence to fight personally. Of course, you can still lie down and give orders, letting your subordinates work hard. Currently, there are very few lords in the server who can threaten you based on attributes. Regarding attribute enhancement, Su Chen had already understood a bit. The lords with a white token gain 1 to all 3 attributes besides mentality for each level they rise. Every additional quality level adds 1 point, and since he was dark gold level, which is after red, he should be at 6 points. Currently the resource reserves were quite ample, but it would not be enough for the medium beast tide in 7 days. He walked out of the bedroom, and in the courtyard Xiuju was directing 2 regular palace maids to clean up. Upon seeing Su Chen, they immediately knelt and greeted, "Good morning, your majesty." Rise. Su Chen walked towards the imperial kitchen, and before entering, he caught a rich aroma of meat porridge. Chun Lan was busy at the stove, and upon seeing Su Chen, she quickly served a bowl and handed it over. Your majesty, this is the wild boar meat porridge that the empress made early this morning with fresh wild vegetables from the courtyard added in. Where is Tianjiang? The empress went to the field, saying that while it is cool in the morning, she will plant the second batch of potatoes. Su Chen nodded, finishing the porridge in a few bites, and walked out of the imperial kitchen. Passing through the small door of the inner court, he arrived at Tianjiang's acre of land. From a distance, he saw Tianjiang squatting in the field, rolling up her sleeves and skirt, revealing her fair calves. Qiu was helping by passing seeds. 2 regular palace maids were carrying buckets of water to water the freshly planted seeds. Long live your majesty. Upon seeing Su Chen, they paused their tasks and bowed in greeting. You have worked hard, my dear consort. Su Chen stepped forward, looking at the first batch of potatoes that had already sprouted, somewhat surprised. They've grown this high in just 2 days, eh? Tianjiang wiped the sweat from her forehead, smiling. With my talents supporting them, we'll be able to harvest in just another day. Good. Su Chen was in high spirits. With this batch of potatoes, the territory could completely solve the food problem. There would be no need to rely on hunting and the buns provided by the system. Excess food could even be traded with other lords. By the way, my dear consort, keep an eye out these days to see if there are any crops that can grow medicinal herbs in this land. Medicinal herbs. Tianjiang was a bit surprised. In 7 days there will be a chief-level boss during the Beast Tide. Su Chen explained, at that time there will definitely be injuries, and just relying on bandages won't be enough, we need better healing medicines. I understand. Tianjiang nodded earnestly. I will pay more attention these days. If I can find medicinal herb seeds, I can try to cultivate them. With you around, I can rest assured. Su Chen patted her shoulder and turned to leave. In the outer city's marketplace, Zhang Meng and Zhao, who were practicing martial arts in the training ground. The sound of their blades clashing echoed far into the morning air. The outer patrol team stood nearby, their blood boiling with excitement. Your Majesty has arrived. A sharp-eyed militiaman spotted Su Chen and immediately knelt in respect. Everyone get up and carry on with what you were doing. Su Chen waved his hand and walked to the edge of the training field, watching Zhang Meng and Zhao Hu spar. Upon seeing Su Chen, the two immediately sheathed their swords and knelt on one knee, saying, "This subordinate pays respects to your Majesty. Continue fighting, I want to see your strength." Yes. The two got back up and resumed their stances. This time they fought with even more determination, each strike landing with force sparks flying. Su Chen observed for a while, nodding to himself. The strength of the Imperial Guard was indeed formidable. Both were at level 1, yet their combat prowess exceeded that of ordinary level 3 monsters. If they could reach level 2 or 3, how powerful would they become? By the way, system, how do troops level up? Su Chen opened the panel and found the submenu for troop management. Troop upgrade rules 1. Soldiers gain experience by defeating enemies and will automatically level up when their experience is full. 2. The maximum level of soldiers is tied to the monarch's level. For every 2 levels the monarch gains, soldiers can level up once. 3. White-higher troops can reach a maximum level of 5. Each higher quality increases the limit by 5 up to a maximum of 30 levels. 4. When soldiers level up, their base attributes will align with the quality improvements and their lord's attributes. Some elite troops may gain new skills. 5. After the lord reaches level 10, no experience will be allocated to troops. Su Chen frowned. These restrictions were quite significant. But then he thought about it, and it made sense. If soldiers could level up without limit and gain experience freely, then he, as the emperor or any other fortunate lord, could simply lounge around. This system's mechanism also forces all lords to not just hide in the rear. Alright, let's take it step by step. Su Chen closed the panel and turned towards the outer city's side, heading to the new barracks. The barracks were not large, but were fully functional. Inside was a spacious hall. In the center stood a sand table featuring a miniature map of the Cold Palace and its surroundings. Several flags embroidered with a fierce golden dragon hung on the walls. This was the dragon flag that Su Chen had Tianjiang temporarily, so serving as the banner for the Cold Palace territory. On the innermost wall of the hall there was a shimmering light screen displaying several lines of text. Su Chen approached the light screen and opened the barracks management interface. Basic barracks, level 1, current summonable troops, basic spearmen, cost 20 gold per unit. Equipped with iron-tipped wooden spears and basic leather armor. A melee basic unit that counters basic cavalry and has some resistance against low-level wild monsters. Basic archers cost 25 gold per unit. Equipped with simple short bows, 10 arrows, and cloth armor. A ranged basic unit that can provide range fire support, but has very weak melee capabilities. Basic cavalry cost 50 gold per unit. Equipped with iron lances, simple chainmail, and brown pack horses. A mobile unit suitable for charging and pursuit on plains, but limited by terrain, current summon limit 2. Note, when the barracks reach level 2, more troop types will be unlocked, and the summon limit will be increased. The prices are a bit steep. I currently have only 155 gold. Forget it'll summon a few to guard the place for now. Su Chen quickly calculated in his mind. The Cold Palace's current defensive setup included a circular earthen wall, a basic crossbow tower, and 2 Imperial Guards. However, he would take the Imperial Guards and the Spearmen with him to hunt monsters and gather resources. Only Tian Shijiang and a few palace maids would be left behind with zero combat capability. In case someone took the opportunity to sneak in and launch a surprise attack, while he was out relying solely on the crossbow tower, might not suffice. They'll summon 2 archers to stand on the crossbow tower for range suppression. Then summon 2 spearmen to guard the main gate. As for cavalry, they'll summon 1 for patrolling the outer city as a mobile force. With a determined mindset, Su Chen tapped on the light screen. Summon basic archers 2. Summon basic cavalry 1. Total gold consumed 140. Current remaining gold 15. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 beams of white light illuminated the hall of the barracks. As the light faded, 5 fully armed soldiers appeared before Su Chen. The archers were slim, dressed in cloth armor, with short bows slung over their backs and quivers at their waists. The spearmen were of average height, clad in simple leather armor, wielding thunderlong iron spears. The cavalry were sturdy, wearing simple chainmail, holding reins in their left hand and an iron spear in their right. Upon seeing Su Chen, the 5 immediately knelt on one knee and shouted in unison, "We pay respects to your majesty. Get up. You all must guard the cold palace well. If anything goes wrong, it will be on you." Yes. The newly summoned basic soldiers clasped their fists and rose, then took their positions according to Su Chen's instructions. Then Su Chen commanded the remaining crowd in the training ground, "Everyone gather. I will lead you to hunt monsters. The imperial guards and spearmen will take the lead while the militiamen will assist in carrying the spoils. If we encounter elite monsters, inform me immediately. I want to take them down myself." Yes. The crowd responded in unison, their morale soaring. Deep in the misty forest, Su Chen walked at the front, with a white steel long sword in hand, followed by Zhang Ming and Zhao Hu. Behind them were 2 spearmen and 4 militiamen. The group moved steadily through the forest. "Your Majesty, we have discovered traces of wild monsters ahead." Zhang Ming, who was scouting ahead, suddenly halted and whispered. Su Chen followed his gaze. Ahead lay a clearing where 5 level 3 Shadowblade Panthers were feasting on a freshly hunted deer. 5 level 3 ordinary monsters. Su Chen calculated, with his current strength coupled with Zhang Ming and Zhao Hu, they could easily take them down. Zhang Ming, Zhao Hu, each of you take on 2. They'll handle the remaining 1. The spearmen will support from behind, and the militiamen will stand by in place. Yes. Zhang Ming and Zhao Hu exchanged glances, immediately drawing their swords and flanking from either side. The 5 Shadowblade Panthers sensed danger and immediately bristled, letting out low growls. But before they could react, Zhang Ming had already struck down, directly toppling the nearest panther. Zhao Hu followed closely behind, sweeping his blade and severing another panther's hind leg. The remaining 3 Shadowblade Panthers scattered in a panic. Su Chen aimed at the nearest one, kicked off the ground, and charged forward. Die! His long sword sliced through the air, accurately piercing the back of the Shadowblade Panther's neck. "Your Majesty is formidable," the militiamen behind shouted in unison. Su Chen withdrew his sword, shaking off the blood. The 5 level 3 monsters were dispatched in under a minute. Experience points were awarded. Kill 5 level 3 Shadowblade Panthers. Total experience gained 42. Current experience 250,500. Continue forward. Su Chen did not linger and led the team deeper into the forest. "Your Majesty, there is a goblin camp ahead." Zhang Ming lowered his voice, pointing to a cleared area in front. Su Chen raised his eyes to look. In the clearing there were 7 or 8 rudimentary animal skin tents, and a dozen goblins were gathered around a bonfire, gnawing on unknown beast meat. In the center of the camp, a larger goblin was lying on a stone, dozing. Its skin was dark red, and it had an iron axe hanging from its waist. Goblin Lieutenant, Elite Level 4 combat evaluation strength far exceeds that of ordinary monsters of the same level. The iron axe has armor-piercing effects. It is recommended to dispatch a team of at least 3 to surround and annihilate it. A level 4 elite, not bad. Su Chen's eyes sparkled. He was currently level 3A, just 200 experience points away from leveling up. This elite monster was just right as a stepping stone. Zhang Ming, Zhao Hu, clear out the small monsters on the periphery, leave the big one to me. Yes. The 2 Imperial guards immediately drew their swords and rushed out. Roar! The goblins in the camp immediately erupted into chaos, howling and charging forward. However, against the Imperial guards with over 30 in all 3 dimensions, these level 1 and 2 small monsters were utterly insignificant. Zhang Ming swept his sword, and 3 goblins were instantly severed in 2. Zhao Hu followed closely, his large blade cleaving down again, toppling another 2. In just over 10 seconds, the dozens of small monsters were slaughtered. The red-skinned goblin lieutenant was startled awake, grabbed its iron axe, and let out an angry roar as it charged at Zhang Ming. "Your opponent is me." Su Chen dashed forward, blocking its path. The goblin lieutenant's crimson eyes fixed on Su Chen, drool dripping from the corners of its mouth. It swung the iron axe down. Su Chen did not take it, instead sidestepping. The iron axe smashed into the ground, sending shards of stone flying. He countered with a sword thrust toward the goblin's armpit. Thud! The sword tip pierced the flesh, green blood gushing out. The goblin cried out in pain, letting out an enraged roar as it swung its axe horizontally. Su Chen jumped back to evade, then charged forward again after landing. His agility surpassed that of this elite monster by several tiers, each of his attacks landing with precision and every dodge perfectly evading the axe blade. After just a few exchanges, the goblin was already marked with 7 or 8 deep sword wounds. Meanwhile, Su Chen hadn't even had his clothing touched. That's enough. Su Chen's gaze sharpened, and as the goblin swung its axe and swayed, he sprang forward. The long sword sliced through the air. It struck true at the throat. Gak! The goblin lieutenant's eyes widened, the iron axe slipping from its grasp. It clutched its bleeding throat, staggering 2 steps before crashing to the ground. Ding! You have personally slain the level 4 elite goblin lieutenant. Gained 20 national fortune points. Triggered the extraordinary kill assessment. Gained 150 experience points. Current experience is now full. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your monarch level has been raised to level 4. A warm current surged from within, and Su Chen could distinctly feel his strength and speed had increased yet again. I'm level 4 now. One more level up, and I can unlock a new imperial skill. Su Chen was in high spirits. However, before he could rejoice for long, a system notification suddenly popped up. Regional announcement: Lord Li Bawang has successfully slain the level 4 elite Bear King, rising to 10th place on the combat power ranking. Regional announcement: Lord Zhao Tiangang has successfully occupied an abandoned mine, prosperity 50. Su Chen frowned. These announcements had been constant since the leaderboard was unlocked. It seemed the system was deliberately stoking the fire, popping up messages about someone slaying elite monsters or occupying resource points every so often. It appeared to be broadcasting, but in reality, it was provoking everyone's nerves. Sure enough, the regional channel was already in an uproar. Damn it, Zhao Tiangang has grabbed another mine. Is he planning to become the local tyrant? Bawang kills the Bear King. Impressive. Speaking of which, why hasn't the top player Su Chen made a move? With a prosperity level 5 times ahead of the second place, he can just lie back and secure first place without needing to make a presence. True, but I still feel something is off. What's off? Think about it, there must be a lot of people with the same name as Billions, but what if this Su Chen in our district is the one I know? Silence fell over the channel for a few seconds. Then the messages began to flood in. Holy crap. I have a college classmate named Su Chen. I have a colleague named Su Chen, and he plays holographic games. I heard his ranking is pretty high. Wait, does this mean our district's top player might be someone we know? Can anyone who knows Su Chen please come out and confirm? Is the top player the one you know? Su Chen watched these messages, his expression gradually darkening. His biggest fear had indeed come true. The leaderboard had exposed his name. In his contacts, there were over 100 people who knew him. College classmates, company colleagues, gaming friends, and even a few distant relatives. All these people were now in this district. If someone publicly confirms he is the Su Chen who knows many people, then his identity would be utter. At that time, everyone would know that the top player was right beside them. Countless people would want to draw him in, and countless others would want him dead. No way. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning cold. Though I am strong now, I am not yet strong enough to ignore everyone. Before I unify this region, I absolutely cannot expose myself. He immediately called up the system panel and opened the decree interface. Current national fortune value 121 points. System, I want to write a decree. Please dictate or input the decree content, Your Majesty. Su Chen took a deep breath, quickly organizing his words in his mind. He couldn't just hide his name. Hiding the name would still allow others to guess. The problem must be solved fundamentally. He spoke in a deep voice. In the name of the Emperor, I announce the laws of heaven. First, immediately erase my ranking on the leaderboard from the public list completely. No lord will see any of my information, including the word unknown, when viewing the leaderboard. But my actual ranking and eligibility for rewards will remain unchanged. Second, lock down all subordinate lords who have attached to me, both those already attached and those who will attach in the future, prohibiting them from disclosing any of my identity information, territory coordinates, or true strength to anyone in any form. Anyone who violates this order will have the information transmitted automatically shielded by the power of heaven, and the violator will suffer a permanent 50 reduction in all attributes. Third, my name, if mentioned from any source other than my own mouth or my own writing and pointing to my true identity, its content will be automatically erased by the power of heaven and will not be viewable by any third party. Fourth, this decree takes effect immediately and is permanently valid. Ding. Decree law determination in progress. First item, ranking completely erased, but substantive rights retained. This is an emperor-level concealment privilege, consuming 50 national fortune points. Second item, subordinate lord information lockdown. Complies with the laws of heaven, consuming 50 national fortune points. Third item, name mention automatically erased. Complies with the causality shielding law, consuming 30 national fortune points. Fourth item, immediate effectiveness and permanent validity. Consumes 20 national fortune points. Total consumption 150 national fortune points. Warning, current national fortune value 121 points, insufficient to pay. Su Chen twitched at the corner of his eye. 150 points, just 29 points short. He glanced at the corpse of the red-skinned goblin on the ground, and then surveyed the surrounding forest. Zhang Meng Zhaohu. You have 1 incense stick's worth of time to find all the elite monsters in sight for me. No matter if they are level 3 or 4, bring as many as you can. Yes. The two guards, though unsure why His Majesty was suddenly so anxious, obeyed the military order without question and rushed into the forest. Su Chen also did not idle, drawing his sword and searching in another direction. He needed to gather 150 points of national luck value before his identity was completely exposed. 15 minutes later, Su Chen returned to the original spot, holding the head of a level 4 elite. Zhang Meng and Zhao Hu also returned, dragging 2 or 3 elite monster corpses each. Ding. You have killed a level 4 elite shadow wolf, gaining 20 national luck value. Ding. Your subordinate has killed a level 3 elite tusked boar, gaining 15 national luck value. Ding. Your subordinate has killed a level 4 elite venomous mist snake, gaining 20 national luck value. Current national luck value 176 points. Enough. Su Chen immediately reactivated the imperial decree, deducting 150 national luck value. Current remaining national luck value 26 points. The imperial decree has been recorded into the laws of heaven and earth, taking effect immediately. The imperial order trembled violently, and a vast golden light shot into the sky, merging deep into the laws of this realm. In the next second, the name Su Chen, along with all its data, completely vanished from the regional leaderboard. Almost at the same moment, the total number of people in the bottom of the leaderboard flickered. Current surviving lords in the region 71821. One less. From 71822, it changed to 71,821. Su Chen looked at the number, his brow slightly raised. Was the ranking erased, and the system automatically deducted 1 spot? He pondered for a moment and understood. The system had removed him from the public leaderboard. In order to maintain logical consistency, the total number naturally decreased by 1. This detail was not written in the decree, but the system had automatically filled it in. That's fine. This was even more perfect than he had imagined. One name disappearing left everyone uncertain about the cause. But with a name gone and the number reduced, there was only one explanation. Someone had died. Sure enough, a few minutes later, someone was the first to notice the anomaly in the regional channel. What the hell? What are you freaking out about now? Can you just say it all at once? The leaderboard. The Su Chen who was first in the prosperity chart and the battle power chart. He's gone. It's not showing as unknown, it's directly vanished from the list. What the hell? Is it for real? Let me check it out. The channel fell silent for about 10 seconds. Then the messages flooded out like a dam breaking. He's really gone. Su Chen can't be found on either leaderboard. Moreover, look at the total number of people in the region. 71,821. Wasn't it 71,822 before? I remember it being 71,823. Don't talk nonsense. I just checked, it was definitely 71,822, and now it's changed to 71,821. So, one less person, and the number 1 Su Chen just happens to disappear. Isn't that obvious? The only explanation is that he died. Wait a minute, what if he just hid his ranking? Hiding rank wouldn't reduce the total number of people, would it? Have you ever hidden your own? Wait, your avatar is lit. A few seconds passed. The lit avatar means you're still alive. Damn, I just cried for nothing. Wait, how come the channel said Su Chen is dead? If you are the top-ranking Su Chen, your avatar should be gray. So you really aren't the top-ranking one. Or are you? Stuck due to a system bug. Su Chen looked at the series of messages, raising an eyebrow slightly. Avatar. He indeed overlooked this detail. The contact list syncs to show the status of the lords. If alive, the avatar is lit. If dead, the avatar turns gray. Every lord knows this setting, and his avatar is still lit. Su Chen did not rush to reply to Li Hao, but first opened the messages from others. High school classmate Wang Lei, bro, the Su Chen on the leaderboard is gone. The total count is down by 1, and your avatar is still lit, so it can't be you, right? I was excited for a long time, thinking my classmate was the top one. What a waste of excitement. Game friend Night Rain Sound Troubles Big Shot. The channel says Su Chen is dead, but I see your avatar is still lit, huh? What's going on? Are you hiding your ranking, or is it just a coincidence of the same name? My brain is not enough, please explain. Several acquaintances also messaged with similar content. First they asked if he was the top one. Then they noticed his avatar was lit. Finally they concluded, the Su Chen who died is not him. He didn't need to explain. His avatar explained everything for him. In this world, dead people do not have lit avatars. This is a hard rule. No one can forge this. The final conclusion is that the Su Chen on the leaderboard is not the same person as him. Same name, same surname, different people. This logical chain does not require his guidance. Everyone can deduce it themselves. Moreover, because it's their own conclusion, they will firmly believe it. Su Chen opened the dialogue box with Li Hao and began typing. I was just cutting trees, didn't check the contact list. I saw the leaderboard thing, bro, my avatar is lit, do you think I look dead? Li Hao replied immediately, I know you're not dead. I just saw it. So the Su Chen on the leaderboard is real. Su Chen, of course not, that guy has a prosperity score of over 1500 and I haven't even built a wall yet. Have you seen a top one who can't even build a wall? Li Hao, true. I was thinking if you were the top one I would go and cling to you, looks like I thought too much. Su Chen, you can come cling if you want, I just happen to need someone to cut trees. Li Hao, get lost. Su Chen chuckled and replied to others one by one. To Wang Lei, it's not me, that top one is already gone, don't exploit the deceased. To Lu Yang, I'm still alive, that top one may have the same name, but it's unrelated to me, everyone has it tough, take care. To Night Rain Sound Troubles, don't call me big shot, call me a rookie. Have you seen a big shot being chased and bitten by 3 goblins? After replying to everyone, Su Chen opened his moments. Posted a new status, just came out of the woods, saw a bunch of people on the contact list asking if I'm dead, unified reply, alive, my avatar is proof. The Su Chen on the leaderboard has nothing to do with me, just a coincidence of the same name. Also, let's mourn that big shot, even though I don't know him, rising to the top in 3 days is indeed impressive, safe travels. The post was up for less than a minute before receiving dozens of likes. In the comments, various speculations were completely overturned. The lit avatar is solid evidence. You're not the top one. Damn, I thought I knew the top one, what a waste of excitement. I'm relieved you're not the top one, not saying you're weak. JPG, you upstairs are definitely saying he's weak. Haha, indeed a top one chased and bitten by 3 goblins, just thinking about it is funny. Su Chen finished scrolling through the comments and closed the contact list. From today onwards, no one would relate him to the top-ranking Su Chen. The Su Chen on the leaderboard is already dead. Your Majesty, ahead is the Cold Palace. Zhang Meng's voice interrupted Su Chen's thoughts. Several oil lamps had already been lit on the outer wall of the Cold Palace. Outside the gate, the 2 junior riflemen on guard saw Su Chen and his group immediately kneeling on one knee. Welcome back to the palace, Your Majesty. Su Chen nodded and stepped into the Cold Palace gate. In the courtyard, Chun Lan and Qiu Ju were directing several ordinary palace maids to move today's harvest of potatoes. Tian Jiang stood at the entrance of the imperial kitchen holding a bowl of steaming soup, and upon seeing Su Chen enter, her face broke into a smile. Your Majesty is back. I stewed bone soup just in time for you to drink it hot. Su Chen took the soup bowl and had a sip. The seasoning was just right and the meaty aroma was rich. My dear consort, skills are getting better. Tian Jiang blushed and lowered her head. Your Majesty is too kind. Su Chen drank a few more sips of soup, his gaze landing on the small mountain of potatoes in the yard. How much did we harvest? The first batch yielded over 300 pounds. We left seeds for the next batch, and the rest is enough to last for 10 days. Tian Jiang replied, the second batch will be ready for harvest the day after tomorrow, and the third batch was just planted today. With Qiu just helped, the growth speed is even faster than expected. With over 300 pounds of potatoes plus the preserved meat and buns in the storeroom, the food reserves in the Cold Palace are enough for everyone for a month. It has only been 4 days since they descended. Well done. Su Chen pinched Tian Jiang's cheek, then turned to Chun Lan. Go call Zhang Meng and Zhao Hu from the outer city to come in. We'll have dinner together in the courtyard. Let's celebrate. Yes, Your Majesty. Chun Lan nodded slightly and quickly walked out of the courtyard. As night deepened, a bonfire was set up in the Cold Palace courtyard. Chun Lan and Tian Jiang cooked together, stewing a large pot of meat soup with wild boar meat and potatoes, and roasting several tender wolf legs caught today until they were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Zhang Meng and Zhao Hu, along with their subordinates, sat around the bonfire eating meat heartily and laughing loudly. Several palace maids served soup and water nearby, occasionally giggling at the soldiers' coarse jokes. Su Chen sat on the central stone bench holding a wine bowl in one hand. The bowl contained fruit wine brewed from wild fruits by Qiu Ju with a low alcohol content, sweet and sour. With the other hand around Tian Jiang's slim waist, he took a sip of the wine and looked up at the night sky. 2 moons hung in the sky, one pale, the other dark red. Once wild monsters start to invade, the 2 moons will disappear. This is the norm in this world. Su Chen suddenly remembered that today's well water seemed not to have been drawn yet, so he walked to the well. As usual, he pulled up a bucket of water, and indeed at the bottom of the bucket was a cloth bag, obtained white, ordinary grade item, black white, flesh-colored stockings, 1-3 pairs. Effect. After wearing it, enhances the skin touch of the legs by 200 and emits a faint fragrance. During intimate interactions with a partner at night, it can slightly increase both parties' stamina, recovery speed, enhance combat power, and the visual effect is particularly pleasing. No combat attributes added purely for the emperor's pleasure. Su Chen held the 3 pairs of thin transparent stockings with a slight smile. This dry well really knows how to come through. He tucked the stockings into his sleeve and casually walked back to the inner court. As night fell, the red candles in the cold palace flickered. Tianjiang finished her bath, wearing a white, thin silk nightgown, her long hair still damp. Su Chen leaned against the headboard, playing with the 3 pairs of stockings. "My dear consort, come here." Tianjiang obediently walked over, and upon seeing the items in his hand, seemed to sense something unusual, her face turning slightly red. "Your Majesty, what is this?" "Good stuff." Su Chen took her hand and placed the flesh-colored stockings into her hand. "Try wearing them." Tianjiang bit her lip, her ears reddening from embarrassment, but she still obediently turned around and sat at the edge of the bed. She lifted the hem of her nightgown, revealing her fair and slender legs. The stockings were very thin, slowly rolling up from the toes, wrapping the delicate skin little by little. Su Chen leaned against the headboard, watching intently. This item is extremely popular on Blue Star. Even people with average leg shapes can attract men's gaze. Moreover, in this resource-scarce foreign world, paired with Tianjiang's straight and proportionate beautiful legs, it is simply deadly. "Your Majesty, it's on." Tianjiang turned around, not daring to look at him. In the candlelight, the flesh-colored stockings emitted a faint glow, outlining the curves of her legs even more enticingly. Su Chen reached out and touched them. The silky touch made his heart flutter. "The system does not deceive me." He pulled Tianjiang into his embrace and whispered something in her ear. Tianjiang's face instantly turned crimson, burying her head into his chest, her voice soft, like a mosquito. "Your Majesty." "The candle. The candle hasn't been extinguished yet." Su Chen waved his hand, extinguishing the candlelight. In the darkness, only a few soft breaths were heard, followed by the rustling of clothing and low gasps. Those 3 pairs of stockings probably wouldn't last through the night. In the early morning, within the cold palace's inner court, Su Chen opened his eyes, feeling refreshed. The 3 pairs of surprises fished out from the dry well last night were indeed of good quality, but even the best quality could not withstand the current state of his body. At this moment, they had already turned into several tattered strips of cloth, quietly lying in the corner of the bed. Tianjiang was still fast asleep, her stunning face adorned with a hint of weary blush. Even though she was an SS-grade heroic spirit, she was gradually unable to keep up with the now level 4 Su Chen in terms of pure physical stamina. Su Chen did not wake her, carefully getting out of bed and putting on his martial attire. As he pushed open the door, the cool air rushed in, invigorating his spirit. In the courtyard, Xiaoju was sweeping fallen leaves with 2 ordinary palace maids. Upon seeing Su Chen come out, they quickly put down their brooms and respectfully bowed, saying, "Your servant greets your Majesty." "No need for that." Su Chen waved his hand and walked straight towards the dry well in the corner of the ding. Triggered the cold palace exclusive building, Grievous Water Well. Acquired white ordinary grade building blueprint, beginner blacksmith workshop 1. Description: a basic processing building in the territory. It can refine rough iron ore into fine iron and forge basic long swords, arrowheads, farming tools, and iron nails. Building requires wood 100, stone 100, iron or 20. A blacksmith workshop. Just in time. Su Chen's eyes lit up. With the increase in his territory's military strength, especially with the existence of gold-devouring structures like the crossbow tower, his demand for iron ore and fine iron products was surging. Although the external team could mine a considerable amount of pig iron every day, without a processing workshop, those ores were just a heap of heavy stones. Su Chen immediately opened the territory construction panel and shattered the blueprint. System: build a beginner blacksmith workshop next to the new barracks in the outer city. Deducting the corresponding resources, the beginner blacksmith workshop has been successfully constructed. As the system prompt ended, a slight tremor came from the direction of the outer city. Su Chen opened the barracks management interface and dispatched 2 of the strongest dynasty militia. He temporarily changed their occupation to blacksmith apprentices, instructing them to immediately head to the outer city to start smelting iron. After arranging everything, Chun Lan approached with a delicate wooden tray. "Your Majesty, breakfast is ready. Today we have steamed potatoes with fresh wild boar meat, served with a rich soup made from last night's wolf bones." Su Chen sat by the stone table in the courtyard, leisurely enjoying this breakfast, which could be considered luxurious in this other world. The soft and glutinous potatoes mixed with the fat of the meat burst with flavor with every bite. Just as he finished the last sip of hot soup, a global announcement popped up above everyone's vision. Global announcement: the trading market during the truce period has officially opened. To prepare for the medium-sized regional beast tide in 3 days, the system has opened a channel for resource. Rule 1: lords can list their resources on the trading market and freely set exchange conditions, barter, or use gold for transactions. Rule 2: the trading market supports anonymous listings to protect the privacy of the lords. Rule 3: the system will forcibly deduct 5 of each transaction as a handling fee. If less than 1 unit will be deducted. Wishing all lords a pleasant trading experience. May you find what you need. The official guaranteed trading market is finally open. Su Chen put down his wooden chopsticks and immediately clicked on the new trade icon that appeared in the lower right corner. Before this, although there were people shouting for bartering in the regional channel daily, it all relied on private negotiations using the system's most basic gift function to complete transactions. This unbinding method of money first goods later had led to countless victims in recent days who had been scammed out of their life-sustaining resources and were cursing in despair. Now with the system's guaranteed trading market, not only does it support anonymity, but it also prevents scammers. However, the 5 handling fee also makes the system the biggest vampire. But in this precarious otherworld, trading safety is far more important than this little handling fee. Especially for Su Chen, what he lacked the least in his hands was something that ordinary people could not trade their lives for: food. Su Chen thought for a moment and brought up the current inventory panel. Would 1150 stone, 720 iron, or 180 gold, 155 special resources, fresh potatoes, 320 pounds, elite wild boar meat 40 units, ordinary dog wolf meat 50 units. With the SS grade divine farmer Tian Jiang, the growth cycle of potatoes has been compressed to 3 days. Over 300 pounds of potatoes. Even with the group of big-bellied soldiers in the outer city, they could eat for several days without restraint. Moreover, the second batch of potatoes had already been planted today. Su Chen opened the hall of the trading market, and various buying and selling information refreshed crazily like a waterfall. Selling wood 50, seeking any edible food 1, help him starving. Normal grade stone axe 1 in exchange for clean drinking water 500 milliliters, in a desert terrain, about to die of thirst, help. Selling blueprint for beginner leather boots, white in exchange for iron or 20 or grilled meat 5. Looking at these messages, Su Chen couldn't help but shake his head. This is the true portrayal of ordinary lords. The first 2 waves of beast tides had drained too much of their stamina, and although the truce period meant that wild monsters did not attack proactively, it did not mean that the wilds had turned into a leisurely garden. Ordinary people, even when chopping wood, had to guard against wild monsters and traps that might spring out at any moment. Food and water are always the hardest currency in survival games. Since everyone is so short on food, then I shan't be modest. Su Chen's lips curled into a capitalist's standard smile. He had no thought of being charitable. Under the cruel rule where only 1,000 could survive out of 10,000, exploiting others and strengthening oneself was the only truth. He opened the listing interface and split the resources in his warehouse. Seller anonymous, listed items: fresh potatoes, 1 pound package 50 required exchange. Each package requires iron or tin or gold 5, or wood 200 listed items. Elite wild boar meat, 1 unit package with a slight stamina recovery effect 10, required exchange. Each package requires a white grade or higher building equipment blueprint 1 or non-attribute special or 50. Su Chen set the prices extremely unreasonably. 1 pound of potatoes for 10 iron ores or 200 pieces of wood was practically robbery in the early stages. But he was confident that under the threats of death and hunger, those who were starving would have no room for negotiation. As soon as the goods were listed, the originally chaotic regional chat channel was instantly shaken. Oh my god, everyone look at the trading market. Someone has listed fresh vegetables and fine meat. Am I hallucinating? Fresh potatoes. In this other world where not a single living soul can be seen, where did they get fresh potatoes? And it's 50 pounds at once. Are you insane? 1 pound of potatoes for 200 pieces of wood. It took me a whole day to chop trees just to gather 300. Does this seller want money so badly that they've gone crazy? The poor guy upstairs, don't be sour if you don't buy. There are plenty of people who will. I just snatched a portion. What with the taste of raw potatoes is too sweet, I finally don't have to eat tree bark anymore. That wild boar meat is truly outrageous. It only requires a blueprint. Which godly expert is clearing out their stock? The channel was filled with curses and astonished voices. Many were angrily cursing this anonymous seller as a vampire, an evil capitalist profiting from national disaster. But the trading notification sound in Su Chen's back end kept ringing madly. Ding. Transaction successful. Deducting 5 handling fee. You have received iron or 48. Ding. Transaction successful. You have received gold 24. Ding. Transaction successful. You have received wood 190. Inside the trading hall, the potatoes and fine meat listed by Su Chen were rapidly diminishing at a visible rate. In just 5 minutes, 50 pounds of potatoes had been completely swept away. The fine meat had also sold out in seconds. Su Chen sat by a stone table sipping fruit wine while watching the continuous transaction notifications popping up in the background. His mood was sweeter than the wine. Let them curse, the more they do, the faster it sells. He crossed his legs, preparing to tally the profits from this wave of sales. As he opened the back end, a private message notification popped up. The trading hall had an anonymous messaging feature. If a buyer had special requests for a seller's goods, they could send a private quote message. Su Chen casually clicked it open. Anonymous buyer: boss, is there any elite wild boar meat left? I missed out earlier. Anonymous buyer: I don't have the blueprint, but I found a strange item while digging up a treasure chest in the wild. The system rated it as extremely rare, but I can't see its attributes. Anonymous buyer: I'll trade you this item for 5 portions of fine meat and 10 pounds of potatoes. How about it? My 3 farmers are about to starve to death. If they don't get food soon, they'll really be gone. A screenshot was attached below the message. Su Chen initially just glanced at it. Then his gaze became fixed. The screenshot showed a fragment. The edges were broken, with half a seal character inscribed on it. Su Chen couldn't recognize what the character was, but the Imperial Order within him recognized it. Buzz. The dark gold token in his storage space suddenly trembled violently. It even emitted a faint dragon's roar. Su Chen suddenly stood up, spilling the fruit wine all over the table without realizing it. This item. He stared at the fragment in the screenshot, his heartbeat quickening. From the beginning until now, the Imperial Order had never reacted this way. So this fragment was definitely not an ordinary item. Su Chen didn't rush to reply. If the other party sensed that this item was very important to Su Chen, it would not just be a matter of 5 portions of fine meat. Su Chen deliberated for a few seconds. If the other party sensed that this item was very important to Su Chen, it would not just be a matter of 5 portions of fine meat. Su Chen deliberated for a few seconds before he began typing. Anonymous seller: a broken piece of junk that can't even show its attributes, and you think it's a treasure just because the system rated it as extremely rare. Such trash is everywhere in this other world. Anonymous seller: 5 portions of fine meat plus 10 pounds of potatoes is impossible. They'll give you a maximum of 2 portions of fine meat. Take it or leave it. If you don't want to, go ask someone else if this junk has any buyers. After sending that, he directly closed the chat box. Then he began to silently count in his mind. When he reached 10, a private message popped back up. Anonymous buyer: wait. Boss, don't go. Anonymous buyer: 2 portions is really too little. My 3 soldiers can't hold out much longer. How about this? 3 portions of fine meat and 5 pounds of potatoes for this item. Previously, when he opened a bronze treasure chest, he had received a pile of resources and blueprints for crossbow towers. The rare fragment from this silver Previously, when he opened a bronze treasure chest, he had received a pile of resources and blueprints for crossbow towers. The rare fragment from this silver treasure chest was already invaluable beyond measure. Deal. Su Chen didn't bother to negotiate further. He directly listed the food on the trading panel and clicked confirm. Ding. Transaction successful. Fee deducted. You have obtained mysterious fragment unknown 1. The fragment was in hand. Su Chen immediately took it out from his storage space. Just as he secured the fragment, the Imperial Order within him floated out uncontrollably. Golden light surged. The fragment, enveloped in golden light, began to peel at its surface. Its color was identical to that of the Imperial Order. The fragment slowly approached the Imperial Order in midair, then fused, and was devoured by it. Ding. Detected Imperial Fragment. Fusion progress of the Imperial Order 1. The fragment slowly approached the Imperial Order in midair, then fused, and was devoured by it. Ding. Detected Imperial Fragment. Fusion progress of the Imperial Order 1. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Imperial Order has gained a portion of its origin. The Emperor's detection technique has upgraded to Heavenly Sun's Insight Technique Beginner. Su Chen immediately opened the skill description. Heavenly Sun's Insight Technique active, consumes 5 points of national fortune value, can detect the detailed attributes, troop configurations, and resource reserves of all lords and wild monsters within a radius of 5 kilometers. This effect ignores any white or green level detection blocking items. Note: for lords or wild monsters within your line of sight, detailed attributes can be viewed without consuming national fortune value. Additional effect: when locking onto a certain lord, you can perceive their level of awe or hostility towards you. Su Chen read the skill description from beginning to end twice. Good. Previously, his detection technique could only show a basic panel, and everything else would indicate an upgraded detection technique. Now, within a 5-kilometer range, the hidden cards of anyone are laid bare before his eyes. More importantly, the awe and hostility values. In the future, those who shout Your Majesty while thinking of stabbing him in the back would leave no room to hide. 3 portions of fine meat plus 5 pounds of potatoes for this skill. A blood profit. Su Chen was in high spirits as he returned the fused Imperial Order to his body. He was just about to head to the outer city to check on the blacksmith shop's progress when another system notification sounded. Warning. Your vassal state Lord Lin Xiao is under malicious attack from a third-party player lord. The damage level of the vassal country's defensive facilities has reached 40. Triggered Imperial Decree Clause. The sovereign is obligated to provide necessary military assistance when the vassal lord suffers a deadly strike. Will Your Majesty immediately activate the royal support skill? Consumes 10 points of national fortune value. Opens a temporary teleportation array to the vicinity of the vassal country. Within 100 meters, Su Chen's steps halted and his expression darkened. He pulled up the territorial map, and the light point representing Lin Xiaoxiao's camp was flashing red. Lin Xiaoxiao submitted 50 of her resources to him every day. In recent days, relying on the lumber and bandages he had advanced to her, Lin Xiao not only repaired the camp, but also stabilized her daily submissions of lumber and stones. Attacking my worker is equivalent to robbing my treasury. A glint of killing intent flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He had been worried about his newly leveled up to level 4 and had no place to test his powerful attributes. Now someone had come knocking for a beating. Su Chen shouted toward the direction of the outer city market. Zhongmeng, gather the troops. Junior cavalry follow. Leave the archers to guard the city. Assemble for me. At his command, the Imperial Guard spearmen and cavalry quickly assembled outside the Cold Palace gate. Even the few dynasty militia who had just finished their work silently picked up the iron picks in their hands. Those who remain keep an eye on the Cold Palace. Tianjiang, if anything changes, immediately take the palace maids into the inner court and hold the crossbow tower firmly. I obey, Your Majesty. Please be careful. Tianjiang stood at the door, her eyes filled with worry. Su Chen said no more and summoned the Imperial Order. System activate royal support. Deducting 10 points of national fortune value. Current remaining national fortune value 16 points. Temporary teleportation array being constructed. Construction complete. A beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Su Chen and his assembled expedition team. A golden beam of light descended from the heavens, piercing through the gray mist. Su Chen merely felt a flash of white light before a wave of slight dizziness washed over him. As his feet touched solid ground once more, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "This broken teleportation array has such a poor experience. It's like riding a roller coaster 10 times, completely wasting my 10 points of national fortune." He rubbed his temples as the light around him gradually dissipated. Two guards, Zhang Meng and Zhao, who stood. This was Su Chen's first time using the system's teleportation feature. He raised his head and surveyed his surroundings. It was a sparsely wooded area, and not far ahead was the camp of his vassal state Lin Xiaoxiao. At this moment, the small wooden house, which had just been repaired with the wood provided by Su Chen a few days prior, had multiple large holes smashed into the wooden fence outside. Lin Xiaoxiao was cornered against the wall of the wooden house by 3 male player lords, accompanied by a dozen junior troops armed with wooden bows and iron swords. Lin Xiaoxiao had been injured in the thigh, blood staining her pants red, yet she still clutched a long spear, attempting to resist. In front of her, a male lord was smugly pointing his iron sword at her. Lin Xiaoxiao, don't hold on any longer. The male lord sneered. We have all faced beast tides. Who doesn't know how difficult it is out there now? You managed to build such a good camp in this broken place. You must have had some lucky streak yesterday opening some treasure chest. Hurry up and hand over all the food, wood, and whatever blueprints and equipment you have hidden. If we are in a good mood, perhaps we will let you join our camp, and we can all survive together instead of you waiting here to die alone. As he spoke, his eyes roamed over Lin Xiaoxiao, his intentions clearly written on his face. You guys. Lin Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, trembling with anger. She had no treasure chests. Everything she possessed was exchanged for 50 of the tax revenue from that tyrant emperor. Just moments ago, these 3 men and their troops charged in, and the 2 soldiers she had summoned with great difficulty to protect her had already been beaten to death by the dozen or so enemies. You are asking for trouble. A tall and skinny lord spat on the ground, saying, Big brother, stop wasting time with her. She doesn't even have a soldier left under her. Just let the brothers go and capture her. We can search for resources ourselves. Go. At the command, the infantry immediately charged at Lin Xiaoxiao. She closed her eyes in despair. At that moment, a rule from the Imperial Edict contract suddenly came to her mind. The sect master is obligated to provide assistance when a vassal lord suffers a fatal blow. But deep down, she felt no assurance. In this survival game, where humans prey on each other, who would come from miles away to fight for a mere worker being bled dry every day? Outside, Su Chen observed everything clearly. Name, Wang Chong, occupation bandit, white, level 3, average stat 7. After reading the profiles of the 3 opponents, Su Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. 3 whiteboard players leading a dozen level 1 ordinary farmer soldiers dare to rob my high-yield quality workers. Zhang Meng Zhaohu. Su Chen stretched his neck and ordered, Go and clear the field for me. Your subordinate obeys. The 2 Imperial guards could no longer hold back. Su Chen glanced at the junior cavalryman and said, You go to, add some intensity to it. As the cavalryman pulled on the reins, the large brown pack horse let out a loud snort. The next second, the sound of hooves thundered. The heavy sound of hoofbeats was particularly piercing in the quiet woods. Wang Chong, who was about to charge in and bind her instinctively, turned to look back. Upon seeing this, his eyes nearly popped out. Emerging from the mist was a fully armed cavalryman holding a spear charging at them on a magnificent steed. Holy crap! Cavalry! Where did cavalry come from on the fourth day? Wang Chang's voice cracked and everyone was barely getting enough to eat, and the soldiers under him were armed with sticks and scraps of iron. How could he possibly summon a large horse? Are we even playing the same game? Quick! Block him! Wang Chang frantically commanded his infantry to stop the cavalry. But those junior infantry who were used to hunger were terrified upon seeing such a massive horse charging toward them. They were so frightened that some even dropped their weapons and turned to flee. Bang! The cavalryman did not slow down and crashed directly into two enemy infantrymen who were slow to react. The tremendous impact sent the two men flying, landing on the ground and groaning for a long time before they could get up. But that was not the end. Just as Wang Chang and his companions were stunned by the cavalry, Zhang Meng and Zhao, who had already charged into the camp. His Majesty has commanded, clear the field, Zhang Meng shouted loudly, slapping the back of his sword. Bang! An enemy infantryman was struck in the chest and flew backward, not knowing how many bones were broken. Zhao, who was even more straightforward and brutal, he didn't even draw his sword, kicking one over, as if he were kicking a ball, knocking the remaining infantrymen to the ground, cries of agony filling the air. The Imperial Guards dealing with these level 1 whiteboard soldiers were practically engaging in a dimensional struggle. Su Chen specifically instructed that this was not a life-and-death feud, and there was no need to start with decapitation, so Zhang Meng and Zhao, who held back, merely incapacitating their opponents. In less than a minute, the dozen soldiers Wang Chang brought had either fled or lay defeated. The entire army was wiped out. Wang Chang and the other two lords were so frightened their legs went weak. With a thud, he fell to the ground, unable to steady his iron sword. Lin Xiao leaned against the wooden house wall, utterly stunned. It wasn't until Su Chen, dressed in the majestic imperial attire, leisurely walked through the door that Lin Xiao snapped back to reality. Who are you? Wang Chang asked as he looked at Su Chen, who was strolling, in his voice trembling. Although Su Chen did not draw a weapon, the effect of imperial majesty emanated from his attire. Wang Chang felt an indescribable sense of oppression from the person before him, and the system panel directly displayed the prompt: mental pressure detected, all attributes decreased by 10. Su Chen stood before Wang Chang, looking down at him. Who am I? Su Chen smirked and pointed to Lin Xiao behind him. I am her boss. Boss? Wang Chang was taken aback. What kind of profession was that? Su Chen sighed. Do you know how much teleportation fees I spent to come here from several kilometers away? All the national fortune points I painstakingly earned by defeating monsters are all down the drain because you three decided to cause trouble. Su Chen felt increasingly disadvantaged. What do you want? The tall, skinny lord beside him swallowed hard, forcing a calm demeanor. Brother, today we admit defeat. We can't match your forces. Let's each go our separate ways, and from now on we won't interfere with each other. Is that all right? Go our separate ways. Su Chen looked at him like he was a fool. If this were a game I used to play, I would have wiped you out without leaving even your underwear behind. Stop talking nonsense, just pay up. Su Chen extended a hand, palm up, gesturing for money. Pay. Wang Chang and the others exchanged glances. They thought that when this big shot showed up, he would surely kill them all as a sacrifice to the heavens, especially since his subordinates looked like killing gods. To their surprise, this big shot actually asked for compensation. Did you not understand? Su Chen's face turned stern as he turned to Zhang Meng. Zhang Meng helped them remember. Here. Zhang Meng stepped forward, drawing a curved dagger from his waist, pressing the blade against Wang Chang's neck. The icy touch instantly jolted Wang Chang awake. He nearly urinated himself and quickly shouted, "We will pay. What does the big shot want? We will give it all. That's better. We are all civilized people, and fighting and killing is not good at all." Su Chen withdrew his hand contentedly and announced a series of numbers. 500 with 300 stone plus all the gold and food you have on you. Open the trade panel right now, immediately transfer it over. Upon hearing this, their faces turned as red as liver. The tall, skinny one immediately screamed, 500 wood. Big shot, we really don't have that much. We haven't even chopped that much in 3 days. Don't have it. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. If you don't have it, then pay with your lives. Zhang Meng, just kill those without money. No. He'll find a way. He'll gather it. Under the threat of death, the three men unleashed unprecedented potential. They frantically searched their area channels or friend lists for people to borrow resources, listing all their shabby blueprints for sale at low prices in the trading market. Su Chen stood by, leisurely watching them gather money. 10 minutes later, Su Chen's system backend received 3 trade notifications. He counted, although the wood and stone were insufficient, they gathered a considerable amount in addition to dozens of gold coins and a few pieces of withered roasted meat. Though a bit poor, he managed to recoup the cost of 10 points of national luck. All right, since your attitude is decent, I'll let you go this time. Su Chen waved his hand. take your defeated soldiers on the ground, and hurry up and leave. If I see you wandering near my territory again, it won't be something that mere compensation can resolve. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you for sparing our lives, big shot. Well, leave immediately. Wang Chong and the others felt as if a great mercy had been bestowed upon them, scrambling to help the moaning infantry on the ground before darting into the fog and disappearing. Watching their retreating figures, Su Chen curled his lip. Killing them would have been easy, but after all, he was not a sadistic murderer. Killing monsters was fine. There was no psychological burden. He preferred to treat these low-level players as mobile resource bags that could be harvested at any time. Killing would leave only a corpse, but keeping them alive allowed for gradual exploitation. After dealing with these three unfortunate souls, Su Chen turned around and walked up to Lin Xiaoxiao. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him with the eyes of a monster. She had initially thought this emperor, who forcibly took her as a vassal, was a cold-hearted tyrant who killed without blinking. However, after he appeared, not only did he not start a massacre, but he also earnestly extorted money, resembling a shrewd merchant. What are you staring at? Never seen such a handsome boss before. Su Chen felt a bit uneasy under her gaze and casually pulled out a roll of gauze from his storage space and tossed it to her. Quickly bandage the wound on your leg. You need to work tomorrow. Don't expect to take a leave just because you're injured. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly caught the gauze, and her eyes inexplicably turned red. Boss, Your Majesty, thank you for coming to save me. Her voice choked a bit. She hadn't cried when surrounded by the three men demanding to kill and rob her, but now seeing the gauze he tossed, she felt unable to hold back. Boss, Your Majesty, thank you for coming to save me. Her voice choked a bit. She hadn't cried when surrounded by the three men demanding to kill. If you die, where will I find a quality employee who delivers half the resources on time every day? He paused and added, moreover, since I paid a hefty transportation fee to save you today, as a penalty and interest, the tribute for the next 3 days will increase from 50 to 60, and after 3 days it will return to normal. Any objections? Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a smile. A 60 tax rate would surely make others curse, but she felt inexplicably reassured. In this unpredictable, cannibalistic otherworld, having such a big shot, who although demanding money would truly come to rescue her in critical moments, was something she never dared to dream of. No objections, boss. Lin Xiaoxiao sniffed and nodded obediently. Then hurry up and get to work fixing the house. Su Chen waved his hand, turning around to call Zhang Ming and the others to head back home. Suddenly he caught a glimpse of something that seemed to have fallen where Wang Chong and the others had fled. It must have fallen out of their pockets during their panic. Su Chen walked over and bent down to pick it up. It was a parchment scroll emitting a faint blue glow. Blue rare blueprint primary resource detector description can be placed within the territory, automatically scanning for unowned resource points, such as Orvain's treasure chests, high-level monster nests, within a 10-kilometer radius every day, providing approximate coordinates. Su Chen's eyes brightened as he looked at the blueprint in his hand. Goodness, these three poor souls actually dropped such a premium item. Earlier I used the imperial chi observation technique to look around and didn't examine their backpacks closely. They probably just obtained this from some treasure chest and hadn't had time to warm it up before it scared them away. It seems that this rescue not only didn't cost me anything, but also brought in a huge profit. Su Chen happily stuffed the blueprint into his storage space, feeling very satisfied with this operation. All right, back to the palace. He swaggered back to the location of the teleportation array, and Zhang Ming and the others immediately followed. With a flash of golden light, Su Chen and his group vanished from the spot. Returning from Lin Xiaoxiao's territory, Su Chen landed steadily in the main courtyard of the cold palace. Home is the most comfortable place. Su Chen stretched widely and casually patted the dark black imperial robe he wore. Zhang Ming and Zhao, who stood guard behind him, still carrying a lingering scent of blood. Zhang Ming, take the batch of supplies we just confiscated to the warehouse. Su Chen instructed Zhao, who you've worked hard to. Take the brothers to the imperial kitchen for an extra meal today. Each person gets 2 more potatoes, enough to satisfy. Thank you, Your Majesty. The two responded in unison. Su Chen waved his hand, urging them to take a rest while he sat down on a lounge chair in the courtyard. The sun was nearing the horizon. Chun Lan, with keen perception, brought over a bowl of freshly made snow pear soup. Your Majesty, this is specially warmed for you by the Empress, as she said you need to soothe your throat after your efforts outside. Chun Lan spoke softly. Su Chen took the bowl, sipped, and found it pleasantly sweet and sour, refreshing as it went down his throat. Not bad. Where's Tianjiang? The Empress is still in the back courtyard. She said she just harvested the first batch of potatoes today and needs to turn the soil quickly to plant another crop before the next wave of beast tide. Su Chen felt warmth in his heart. Look at this, she is truly my wise consort. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but she also works diligently. After finishing the snow pear soup, Su Chen remembered the important matter and took out the blueprints he had just received from his storage space. Although Wang Chang's trio is useless, what they uncovered is truly valuable. Su Chen opened the blueprints and a line of attributes appeared. Basic resource detector, blue rare construction requirements, wood 500, stone 300, fine iron 50, gold coins 100. Effect: when placed in the territory, it can automatically scan resource points within a 10-kilometer radius daily, including mineral veins, treasure chests, special plants, and wild monster nests. The scanning results will sync in real time to the Lord's map. This is a full map radar. This otherworldly forest seemed endless. Relying solely on Zhang Meng and the others to stumble upon resources was far too inefficient. With this device, it would be easy to spot where iron mines and treasures were located at a glance. Although the construction materials were quite expensive, especially the 50 units of fine iron. Fine iron needs to be forged at the blacksmith shop, it takes 2 units of iron or to create 1 unit of fine iron. Other lords might be heartbroken over this, but Su Chen had just collected protection fees and was quite wealthy. System: construct the resource detector. Location: let's place it on the watchtower next to the new recruits camp in the outer city. Command confirmed. Deducting wood 500, stone 300, fine iron 50, gold coins 100. With a whir of gears turning and a flash of blue light, a peculiar building appeared atop the watchtower at the corner of the outer city wall. It looked like a giant compass with a lightly glowing gem at its center. Su Chen immediately opened the map, which originally only had 2 bright spots for the Cold Palace and Lin Xiaoxiao's camp, underwent a dramatic transformation. The foggy area within a 10-kilometer radius centered around the Cold Palace was forcibly dispelled. Beep. Scanning complete. Suddenly dozens of icons appeared densely on the map. Small iron ore vein unclaimed 2 kilometers from the territory. Mature evening primrose colony, excellent medicinal material 1. 5 kilometers from the territory. Mutated poisonous bee nest, danger level 3-4. 8 kilometers from the territory. Bronze treasure chest, excellent 5. 2 kilometers from the territory, guarded by a 5th-level elite shadow leopard. Silver treasure chest, rare 8. 6 kilometers from the territory, guarded by a 6th-level boss. Whoa, there's even a silver treasure chest. Su Chen was somewhat tempted. He had previously obtained quite a bit from a bronze treasure chest, so if he could get his hands on that silver one, that would be a huge boost. However, upon seeing the 6th-level boss, he calmed down again. There's no rush, take it slow. First, let's eat the available meat. As Su Chen planned tomorrow's hunting and gathering routes, he habitually opened the regional chat channel. He wanted to see what the other lords were discussing since he had disappeared from the leaderboard. As soon as he entered, he was amused by the flood of messages. Brothers, I've burned 3 incense sticks for Lord Su Chen, wishing he finds peace from the beast tied in heaven. Alas, heaven is jealous of talent. The first god to surpass 1,000 in prosperity is gone just like that. Let this be a warning to everyone. Don't just focus on upgrading buildings, as survival is paramount. Lord Chen Sihai has spoken. He plans to establish the Sihai Alliance. Anyone who surrenders 30 of their resource output will receive his protection. Limited slots, first come first served. 30. That's outrageous. Upon seeing this, Su Chen chuckled. These folks truly regarded him, especially that Chen Sihai. Is he already eager to recruit followers? 30, and you dare call it an alliance? I start collecting rent at 50, okay? Su Chen privately scoffed. He shook his head and closed the channel. Then he opened the private chat with Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao was busy tending to her wounds and was startled when she received the message. Su Chen, how's the wound treatment? Don't play dead. Have your people check the coordinates, a 152. 264. In the morning, there's a small stone mine there. Take it. Lin Xiaoxiao, boss. No, your majesty. You're still awake. The wound has been bandaged, and the hemostatic bandage is very effective. I'll take people there first thing tomorrow. Su Chen, good. Don't let anyone steal it. Also, if you encounter someone like Wang Chang again, don't engage directly. Prioritize your safety, then send me a signal. My teleportation costs a lot. Keep a record of this on your debt bill. Lin Xiaoxiao. Understood. The vile exploitative class. Su Chen closed the chat box, feeling quite pleased. Having Lin Xiaoxiao under his command was the best strategic move he had made. This worker not only provides tributes, but also serves as his eyes and ears outside. The night grew deep. In the back courtyard of the Cold Palace, Tian Zhang finally returned, covered in the scent of earth. She saw Su Chen sitting in the courtyard, hurriedly washed her face, and changed into a clean outfit before coming out. Your Majesty, we harvested over 300 pounds of the first batch of potatoes today. After reserving some for seeds, I plan to make some mashed potatoes to improve the soldiers' meals in the outer city, and the rest will be stored in the warehouse. Tian Zhang said softly, sitting beside Su Chen and massaging his shoulders. Su Chen took her hand, noticing that her originally fair and delicate hands had become a bit rough from working in the fields these past few days. You've worked hard, my dear consort. Su Chen gently rubbed her shoulders, feeling a twinge of pain for her. It is no trouble for me to share your burdens, your Majesty, Tian Zhang replied, shyly lowering her head. Su Chen looked at Tianjiang, who was gentle as water under the moonlight, then glanced at the neatly stacked supplies in the courtyard and the newly erected watchtower radar. This feeling of becoming stronger was far more real than playing any holographic game. My dear consort, the moonlight is lovely tonight. Su Chen chuckled and swept Tianjiang up in his arms, striding into the bedroom as she let out a soft gasp. On the 7th day of the otherworldly battlefield at 8:00 a.m., only one day remained until the terrifying medium-sized beast tide. During these past few days, the lords of the entire otherworldly battlefield have been madly chopping trees, mining, and upgrading defenses. For Su Chen, these days have been a period of explosive development for his territory. With the resource detector, a divine artifact, Su Chen's daily schedule was fully packed. The field team, led by Zhang Meng and Zhao, who followed the map to strike precisely where directed. Within a 10-kilometer radius, they scoured for unclaimed iron mines, elite monster nests, and even wooden and bronze treasure chests scattered in corners. They swept through everything like locusts. Su Chen stretched lazily, sitting up from the soft beast skin bed. Tianjiang had long been waiting beside him, helping him don the imperial attire. In these past few days, Tianjiang's farmland had doubled in size, with potatoes filling the newly built 3 large warehouses. Under Su Chen's guidance, she even planted a batch of blood coagulation grass using seeds exchanged from the trading post, which could slowly heal injuries. Your Majesty, this is the freshly made meat porridge by Chunlan. Please drink it while it's hot, Tianjiang said, holding a tray with a gentle expression. Su Chen smiled as he pinched her cheek, lifted the meat porridge, took a sip, and casually opened the system's trading panel. Just as he expected. In these past few days, as most lords gradually adapted to the rhythm of the otherworld, many awakened talents related to gathering, farming, or hunting. Food was no longer the absolute scarce resource it had been in the first 3 days. The era of exorbitant profits from trading dozens of wood for a pound of meat was over, and food prices had plummeted, indicating a trend of oversupply. The leeks are harvested, it's time to stop. Su Chen did not feel regret. As a seasoned player of modern games, he knew that the real profit came from the monopoly of resources in the early stages. Thanks to the insane prices of food sold a few days ago, he had already accumulated a fortune and completed the primitive capital accumulation of his territory. Now he looked down on the meager profits in the trading post. Su Chen closed the trading panel and with a thought summoned his lord panel. After these days of intense clearing the experience points from his soldiers, slaying monsters along with his own occasional leveling up by defeating elite monsters, his level finally reached a qualitative leap. Lord Su Chen, class Emperor, the only hidden class in the entire server. Level 5, 120, 2000. Constitution 29. Your current physical condition means that even if hit by a speeding dump truck, it would be the truck that gets smashed. Strength 2868. Your strength goes beyond mere description. Every strike has the power of 1,000 pounds. Agility 2965. Your speed has surpassed that of a level 6 elite shadow leopard, still as a maiden swift as thunder. Spirit 105. Level bonus. The majesty of the Emperor grows ever more intense. Low-level monsters do not even have the courage to stare at you. Special unique skills. Imperial Edict. Emperor's Chi observation technique. Newly understood skill. Emperor's sword technique. Passive active. As an emperor, your swordsmanship has reached a realm of perfection. Passive enhancement of all sword-type weapons, damage by 30. When activated, it consumes 5 spirit points, which can recover to unleash an Imperial sword chi that inflicts real damage and armor-piercing effects with a range of 10 meters. Equipment. Imperial attire. Red level 1 trait 1, can transform at will. Cold Edge sword. Blue level 1 strength 8. Agility 5, steel break, deals a lethal slash or thrust to the target in front. This attack forcibly ignores the target's constitution, dealing at least 30 damage. Looking at this magnificent panel, Su Chen smacked his lips in satisfaction. Level 5, this was a watershed. Ordinary players reaching level 5 maxed out their attributes at just over 10 points. With the super high growth from the dark gold token and the boost from the Imperial attire, he was practically a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. The newly understood Emperor's sword technique made up for his lack of ranged explosive capabilities. The Cold Edge sword was equipment obtained from treasure chests collected over these days, perfectly replacing his previous blank long sword. With strength secured, the next step is to recruit more soldiers. Su Chen opened the resource warehouse's statistics panel, looking at the long string of numbers with confidence. Current territory resource statistics. Wood 4,500 units. Stone 2,800 units. Iron ore, pure iron 85060 units. Food 1,500 pounds of potatoes, 300 units of various meats. Gold coins 820 coins. National fortune value 156 points. Having cleared the elite monsters within a 10-kilometer radius, his national fortune value had finally accumulated to more than 150 points. Most of those 820 gold coins were earned by selling potatoes and surplus whiteboard equipment. Tomorrow is the medium-sized beast tide, and since the system has warned of a leader-level BOSS, we must not be careless. Su Chen stood up and strode out of the inner court, arriving at the new recruit training ground in the outer city. At this moment, the outer city's basic blacksmith shop was clanging away amidst black smoke, with several militiamen who had transitioned to blacksmith apprentices working day and night to forge sharp iron arrows and repair armor. System activate the Imperial Edict for recruitment. Su Chen held the Imperial Decree, consumed 90 national fortune points to recruit 3 Imperial Guards again. Imperial Edict activated. Deducting 90 national fortune points. Current remaining 66 points. A loud boom. The magic array of the new recruit training camp lit up, and 3 towering figures clad in heavy fish-scale armor stepped out from the light. Like Zhang Meng and Zhao Hu, they stood nearly 2 meters tall, exuding an astonishing aura of ferocity. Imperial Guard Wang Long. Mahan, Zhang Biao. We kneel before your majesty. Long live the emperor. The 3 knelt in unison on one knee, their voices thunderous. With Zhang Meng and Zhao Hu, a total of 5 guards with terrifying attributes were assembled. This force at the current stage of the otherworldly battlefield could easily overpower any player territory. At ease. Su Chen waved his hand, looking at the overly excited Zhang Meng. Zhang Meng, heed my command. Your servant is here. From today onwards, I promote you to the commander of the guards. These 4 will be under your command. The 5 of you will be the sharpest blade in my hand. Zhang Meng's eyes turned red, and he bowed deeply. I swear to serve your majesty to the death. Wherever the blade points, I will not hesitate to die. Su Chen nodded, his gaze shifting back to the recruitment panel of the new recruit training camp. Recruit 1 novice cavalry, 10 novice spearmen, 10 novice archers. Deducting 500 gold coins. Remaining gold coins 320 coins. A series of white lights flashed, instantly filling more than half of the training ground with 21 soldiers. With the previous garrison included, Su Chen's regular forces had now reached 2 junior cavalry, 12 junior spearmen, and 12 junior archers. Archers go to the blacksmith to collect fine iron arrowheads, each equipped with a full quiver of arrows. 2 junior cavalry dismount. Su Chen was about to give the order, but upon looking closely at the snorting pack horses beneath the cavalry, he couldn't help but grimace. Forget it, good horses deserve good saddles. My Imperial Guards are all fierce generals capable of taking on 10 opponents each. Riding such pack horses is somewhat beneath their dignity. Su Chen shook his head. Since he intended to create heavy armored assault cavalry, he needed to do it right, and could not compromise on the mounts. He summoned the Imperial Order. Although he felt a twinge of pain in his heart for the national fortune points he had painstakingly accumulated, he decisively issued the command system. Consume national fortune points to summon 6 elite warhorses for me. Ding. Consumed 30 national fortune points, 5 points per horse, successfully summoned elite warhorses 6. Current remaining national fortune points, 36. The array glowed brightly again, and 6 divine warhorses appeared out of thin air. They had long limbs, bulging muscles, and heavy breaths, clearly possessing immense explosive power and impact. Zhang Meng. Take the brothers to choose the horses. Equip them with the latest gear crafted by the blacksmith. Yes, thank you for the horses, your majesty. Zhang Meng and the others' eyes lit up as they excitedly mounted the magnificent warhorses. The imposing horses, paired with the burly men clad in dark iron armor, created an overwhelming sense of pressure akin to a tide of steel. As for the 4 ordinary pack horses assigned from the new recruits camp, Su Chen did not waste them either, waving his hand decisively. These 4 pack horses will be alternated for the remaining spearmen to use for transportation and carrying logistical supplies. Those 2 cavalry will form a light cavalry team responsible for reconnaissance on the periphery. Very good. Su Chen looked at the team he had re-equipped with satisfaction. The training over the past few days had inflated his strength to an extreme. Ordinary elite monsters not only provided little experience, but also offered insufficient national fortune points to even fill gaps. He opened the map and focused on the coordinates glowing with silver light. It was a silver treasure chest detected by the resource scanner a few days ago, guarded by a level 6 boss. Su Chen had been holding back from approaching it for days, waiting to reach level 5. Now the time had come. Zhang Meng, bring the Imperial Guards. Su Chen mounted the most magnificent steed left for him, pulling on the reins. The target is straight ahead, 6 kilometers. Today I shall take you to confront that boss. Zhang Meng, you 5 lower your heavy armor visors. This time we will not engage with the small monsters on the way, we will advance at full speed directly towards the silver treasure chest. Understood. The 5 Imperial guards simultaneously lowered their dark iron visors, revealing only their eyes filled with murderous intent. "Let's go. Giddy up." Su Chen squeezed the horse's belly, and the warhorse let out a long neigh as it charged into the thick fog. The 5 Imperial guards followed closely, the 6 horses racing ahead, their rhythmic hoof beats reverberating through the silent forest. This is the advantage of pure cavalry. The explosive power and endurance of the elite warhorses combined with the formidable physique of the Imperial guards allowed them to charge through the path already opened in the forest. Occasionally they encountered a few oblivious level 2 and 3 monsters trying to pounce, but before they could get close they were either knocked away by the galloping warhorses or sliced in half by the Imperial guards' casual strikes. Along the way, Su Chen even caught a distant glimpse of a player lord who had rebuilt a camp. Fortunately, the destruction of this camp did not signify death. One could still abandon it. That poor fellow was being chased by 2 level 3 mutated wild boars rolling on the ground with 3 farmers holding wooden sticks while crying for help in the regional channel. When he heard the sound of hooves and raised his head to see 6 heavily armored cavalry racing through the mist, he was so shocked that he stood there dumbfounded, forgetting to run. Dazed, he muttered to himself, "What the hell? Are these NPCs coming down to hunt bandits?" Su Chen didn't even spare him a glance as he swept past the edge of his camp like the wind. Half an hour later, the sound of hooves gradually slowed. Su Chen pulled on the reins and stopped at the entrance of a lowlying valley. System prompt: you have arrived at the target coordinate area. The valley was filled with a foul smell, with trees around it almost uprooted by immense force, and the ground was littered with large claw marks and scattered bones. At the deepest part of the valley, a naturally formed stone platform quietly held a treasure chest radiating dazzling silver light. Found it, Su Chen's gaze immediately fixated on it. However, at the same time his eyes were also locked onto the shadow beside the treasure chest, resembling a small hill. It was a giant bear larger than a modern elephant. Its fur was a dark gray, and thick natural rocky armor grew on its back and joints. At this moment, it was lying next to the treasure chest, snoring. Each breath created a wave of air. Su Chen concentrated and cast the observation technique on the giant bear. In his view, a series of detailed data instantly appeared. Name: Ironclad Giant Bear, Boss level 6, Attribute Assessment, Extremely Dangerous. It possesses terrifying physical defense, and the rocky armor on its back can immunize against most low-level physical and magical damage. Skills: War Tread causes intense earthquakes around, resulting in stunning frenzied bite. Status: Asleep. According to the rules, the average 3-dimensional attributes of a common level 1 monster are 5. However, due to being a beast, this is not balanced. Most have either strong power or quick agility. Thus, an ordinary person, as long as they are not afraid of death or pain, can battle a common level 1 monster, which is not unbeatable. Elite monsters possess twice the attributes of regular monsters of the same level, and boss monsters have double the attributes of elite monsters. The ironclad giant bear before him had the following attributes: Strength 60, Constitution 80, Agility 20, a level 6 boss monster, yet a pure meat tank clad in full armor. If an ordinary player team encountered such a tough-skinned and meaty boss, they would probably take an hour to break through its defenses and ultimately be turned into mush by a single slap of its paw. However, Su Chen was not worried at all. He gripped the cold blade hanging at his waist. This blue rare weapon, obtained from a bronze treasure chest, came with the skill Steel Breaker, which was practically tailor-made for cracking the skull of such heavy-armored bosses. Zhang Ming Zhao Hu. U5 prepare. Su Chen swung down from his horse and tied the reins to a withered tree. In this ravine, littered with jagged boulders, cavalry charges were impractical. Horses would only panic. Foot combat was the safest, most reliable approach. The 5 Imperial guards, dismounted in unison, drew their ring-pommel swords and formed a crescent battle formation. Your Majesty, this beast's hide is thick. Let us advance first and test its strength. Zhang Ming whispered his request. Granted. Remember, do not meet its palm heathen. Use your agility to circle behind and strike its joints. Create an opening for me. Su Chen unsheathed his frost-edged sword. Kill. Zhang Ming signaled quietly. The 5 elite Imperial guards erupted forward with terrifying speed, surging toward the slumbering ironclad grizzly. The ironclad grizzly surged upright onto its hind legs, its colossal frame blotting out the sky, its furious eye. The ironclad grizzly surged upright onto its hind legs, its colossal frame blotting out the sky, its furious eyes locking onto the 5 tiny figures racing toward it. Clang, clang, clang. Zhang Ming and Zhao Hu struck first, 2 heavy downward slashes landing simultaneously on the bear's leg and flank. Sparks exploded in all directions. Yet these blows, powerful enough to cleave a level 3 elite monster in two. only shattered a few outer stone plates on the grizzly's hide, leaving no more than a faint shallow scar upon its ashen fur. Tough shell. Zhang Ming frowned, retreating swiftly, propelled backward by the recoil. And the grizzly was now fully enraged, not only disturbed from its slumber, but dared to be harassed by such insignificant creatures. It swung one massive paw, a deafening gale roaring in its wake, as it slammed viciously toward a nearby guard. And boom! The guard barely raised his blade in time to block. Though his exceptional constitution absorbed the blow, he still staggered backward 6 or 7 paces, his chi churning violently within. Truly extraordinary constitution. And standing 10 meters away, Su Chen watched the melee, not with tension, but with exhilarated delight. This was the true essence of boss combat in a game. What thrill was there in instantly obliterating weaklings? And though the grizzly possessed staggering defense and raw power, its immense size rendered its turns agonizingly slow, a fatal weakness. The 5 Imperial guards mastered the art of coordinated assault. They pressed no greedy strikes, offered no reckless resistance, instead clinging like tenacious leeches, inflicting countless minor wounds that stung, but did not wound deeply, successfully holding the beast's enmity fast. Roar, and infuriated beyond endurance by these mosquito-like jabs, the grizzly raised both arms high, then slammed them down upon the earth with cataclysmic force. And skill war stomp. Crockum. No visible shockwave erupted from its center, pulverizing surrounding boulders into dust. And the 5 guards, caught utterly off guard, froze mid-motion, momentarily locked in rigid paralysis. Now, no flash of sharp light flared in Su Chen's eyes. The guards were paralyzed, and any skill carried its inevitable recovery lag. And he had waited precisely for this instant. Su Chen exploded forward at full speed, crossing 10 meters in a single breath, materializing instantly at the grizzly's massive flank. Imperial sword, art and steel severing strike. And at that moment, Su Chen's inner power surged to its zenith, the frost-edged sword blazing with blinding radiance. Gripping the blade with both hands, he aimed precisely for the grizzly's weakest point, the exposed ribs, and delivered a devastating upward slash. The steel severing strikes forced 30 damage bonus, amplified further by the Imperial sword art, unleashed terrifying potency. Even with a constitution exceeding 80, and even beneath its seemingly impregnable stone carapace, the grizzly's hide parted before Su Chen's blade. And the sapphire-edged sword sliced through thick hide, without resistance, plunging deep into sinew and flesh. Ewoof! And the ironclad grizzly emitted its first cry of agony since the battle began. A half-meter-long bone-deep gash split open along its ribcage. Frenzied, the grizzly writhed, swinging its massive paws wildly at Su Chen, desperate to crush the insect who had dealt it mortal harm. You wish to strike me? Try again in your next life. And having landed his blow, Su Chen wasted no time. He planted a powerful kick against the grizzly's belly. Launching himself into a flawless backflip, he landed lightly, well outside the beast's reach. Knee's movements flowed like water, so swift the grizzly failed even to react. You wish to strike me? Try again in your next life. And having landed his blow, Su Chen wasted no time. Recovering from stun, the 5 Imperial guards beheld the gushing wound, and their morale soared. Kill. And 5 great blades descended in unison, hacking relentlessly at the exposed wound. And the already grievously wounded grizzly could not endure such torment. The gash tore wider, deeper with every cut. Its vitality bled away with terrifying speed. Its attacks grew sluggish, its agility far inferior to theirs. The guards absorbed only scattered blows, each deflected cleanly, suffering virtually no injury. And 3 minutes later, the grizzly's life force had fully ebbed. It twitched feebly. Its mountainous body crashed to the ground with a thunderous BOM, raising a cloud of dust that blotted out the sun. Ending. You have personally inflicted critical damage and jointly slain level 6 boss Ironclad Grizzly. End first kill of a level 6 boss. Awarded massive experience 800. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Gained mandated off heaven points 120. And your subordinates, the Imperial Guards Zhang Ming and 4 others, have received full experience allocation, reaching maximum accumulation. Upon reaching level 6, they will automatically ascend to level 3. And exhilarating. In this, that is true teamwork. The main damage dealer breaches defenses, the warriors deliver the final blow, flawless. Su Chen executed an elegant flourish with his sword, sheathing the frost edge, unsullied by even a single drop of blood. 920 mandated off heaven points secured. This boss was nothing short of a walking treasury. Moreover, all 5 Imperial Guards had ascended to level 2, their attributes soaring once more. The upcoming medium-scale beast tide was now utterly secure. Yet none of this compared to what now held Su Chen's rapt attention, the treasure chest upon the stone dais, glowing with irresistible allure. Na silver chest. This was to date the highest tier chest known across the entire realm. And the last time one appeared, its ignorant opener retrieved only a fragment, ultimately benefiting Su Chen instead. Since then, no player had ever reported opening a silver chest in any public channel. In Zhongming, guard the perimeter. Any soul who dares step within half a stride of this valley shall be cut down immediately. Su Chen rubbed his palms together, suppressing his mounting excitement as he strode purposefully toward the dais. In time to open the blind box. Grant me something truly formidable. He reached out and gently pressed his fingers upon the silver chest's exquisitely crafted clasp. In click, its lid lifted slowly, flooding the entire valley with radiant silvery light. Su Chen leaned in with an eager expression. As a seasoned player, he understood all too well the joy of opening chests after defeating bosses and overcoming challenges. It was like winning the jackpot in a scratch-off lottery. Dopamine surged through him. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully opened a level 5 silver treasure chest. You have received 500 gold coins. You have received high-level resource package containing 1,000 wood, 1,000 stones, and 200 fine iron. You have received special blueprint for a blue rare level territory structure. Heroes Platform 1, you have received 5 intermediate energy recovery potions, 5 basic antidotes. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction as he read the system prompts displayed before him. Not bad, although it didn't drop anything like that fragment. This batch of resources will certainly alleviate my immediate. With 500 gold coins and a high-level resource package, he had refilled his treasury that he had previously emptied in the barracks, even overflowing a bit. Then Su Chen clicked to view the detailed information of the blueprint. Heroes Platform Blue Building Type, Special Military Formation Facility for Territories Construction Requirements, 500 stones, 200 wood, 50 fine iron. Attributes: the Lord can officially appoint 1 unit of troops under his command as an hero who can lead any troop unit. Commander mechanism: once appointed, the soldier will transform into an hero possessing an independent hero panel with quality ranging from grade to SS grade. Due to the tier limitation of the initial Blue Heroes platform, the highest quality that can be appointed is Grade Hero. Enhancement effect: the maximum level cap for Grade Heroes is unlocked to level 30. Simultaneously, the growth of their 3-dimensional attributes with each level up will be directly doubled. For example, if a blue troop increases 3 points of 3-dimensional attributes per level of Grade Hero, will gain 6 points. While this is a great find, Su Chen's eyes lit up, realizing that the strategic value of this item far surpassed that of any single artifact. Though the Emperor class could summon the Imperial Guard as his forces grew, he couldn't possibly micromanage every soldier like a squad leader in every battle, could he? With this hero's platform, he could truly cultivate generals capable of standing on their own. Moreover, with the doubling of attribute growth, it meant that as long as he leveled them up, they would become formidable weapons. Feeling satisfied, Su Chen stowed the blueprint and potions into his storage space and turned to the massive bear carcass on the ground. Zhongming, gather the brothers and break this big guy down. Even though we can't loot from regular monsters, the corpse of a boss monster is full of treasures. Not a piece of meat or hide should be wasted. Understood. The Imperial Guards quickly picked up their knives and began working around the giant bear. You have received boss level tough rock hide blue 5. Take it to the blacksmith. It can definitely be used to craft premium armor. You have received giant bear meat blue 100 units. After removing impurities and toxins, consuming it can enhance physical attributes. You have received giant bear gallbladder blue 1, a special material with a rich medicinal fragrance. Zhongming wiped the sweat from his brow just as he was about to put down his knife. Su Chen stepped forward and kicked the giant bear's massive head. Wait, we're not done yet. As a modern veteran gamer who had played countless online games, Su Chen's knowledge of monster hunting was quite extensive. How could a boss-level monster only drop some fur and meat? Zhongming pry open its ribcage and dig around the heart or near the head to see if there's anything glowing. Zhongming absolutely obeyed Su Chen's command, and without hesitation, he swung his knife to break open the giant bear's tough ribcage, using both hands to rummage through the bloody cavity. Before long, Zhongming stood up covered in blood, holding a fist-sized crystal that radiated a blue glow. Your Majesty, there really is something. Su Chen took the crystal. Basic magic core blue description: a crystallized force probability condensed from monsters of boss level or above, containing violent energy, a core material for constructing high-level buildings or powering special magic formations. As expected, high-level monsters have good loot. Su Chen was pleased to store the magic core in his space. Although it was not immediately useful, it would definitely come in handy later. At that moment, the system timely popped up a golden notification: district-wide announcement confirmed. You have been detected as the first lord in this district. 100 people to solo lead a team to kill the boss-level boss. The system will soon make a district-wide scrolling announcement to showcase your unparalleled valor. Would you like to hide your real name, Lord? Note: if you do not hide it, you will receive an additional reputation reward. Su Chen paused in his motion of getting on the horse and raised an eyebrow. District-wide announcement. With a first kill achievement. He shook his head. In a peaceful era game, getting the first kill of a boss would be something to flaunt with players eager to have their names displayed for all to see. However, this was a battlefield of survival in another world where envy could quickly turn to jealousy. He had previously spent a whopping 150 points of national luck value just to wipe his name off the leaderboard, making everyone believe that the top player Su Chen was already dead. Now if he exposed his name again for a bit of reputation, wouldn't that be akin to pulling down his pants to fart in needless action? The taller the tree, the more it is blown by the wind. It is wise to quietly amass wealth. Su Chen decisively made his choice. Hide name. Option confirmed. District-wide bloody announcement will soon be broadcast. In the next moment, not only Su Chen, but also the remaining 70,000 plus surviving lords in this district saw 3 lines of huge blood-red bold text pop up in the center of their screens. District-wide bloody announcement. Congratulations to Anonymous Lord for successfully defeating the level 6 boss boss, Abyss Ironclad Giant Bear, in an unmatched manner. Achieved the first kill in the district. District-wide bloody announcement. Congratulations to Anonymous Lord. District-wide bloody announcement. Congratulations to Anonymous Lord. The continuous 3 times scrolling messages caused an explosion in the district channel with lines of chat flashing by. Wow. Am I blind? Level 6. Boss level boss. Who the hell is playing this game? I took 5 militia out today and ran into a level 3 elite wild boar, and I was the only one to escape. And this person soloed a level 6 boss? Abyss Ironclad Giant Bear. Just the name makes my legs weak. Who is this divine being? Could it be our current number 1 boss, Chen Sihai? Yes. It must be Boss Chun. Who else could have such strength besides him? In the channel, a few lackeys of the Four Seas Alliance immediately jumped out, starting to stir up the frenzy. Ha, it must be our boss. Boss Chen is mighty. Even a level 6 leader can be killed. Tomorrow's beast tide is nothing in front of the Four Seas Alliance. Brothers still hesitating, hurry up and contribute resources to join the alliance. With such a big shot backing us, what is a mere medium beast tide? Meanwhile, far away in a level 3 wooden camp dozens of kilometers away. Currently, the so-called number 1 Chen Sihai was staring at the bloody announcement in the sky, cold sweat suddenly pouring down his forehead. He was holding a cup, the water inside trembling. Who the hell did this? Chen Sihai felt a wave of panic. He knew his own situation. He could rank number 1 now solely because he awakened a purple talent of domination that allowed him to recruit twice as many low-level soldiers. Currently, all he had were a bunch of level 1 whiteboard spear soldiers, relying on sheer numbers to barely accumulate combat power. Let alone a level 6 leader boss. Even a level 4 elite monster would cost him countless lives. However, looking at the channel filled with frenzied flattery, he was reluctant to give up such a prime opportunity to win people's hearts. Thus, Chen Sihai chose to mute his microphone, neither confirming nor denying, allowing others to wow. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao was sitting by the campfire watching the bloody announcement float by in the sky. She glanced at the channel filled with people madly praising Chen Sihai and couldn't help but roll her eyes dramatically. That Chen Sihai, the heartless merchant who only knows how to deceive novice players for resources, thinks he can kill a level 6 leader. What a pretentious wolf. Lin Xiaoxiao knew all too well. She had personally witnessed her boss' strength earlier that day. The heavy armor cavalry, like a divine being descended from the heavens, the terrifying brute who could split a person and their sword in half with a single strike, and that one dressed in a black dragon robe, whose true strength she had never seen. In this district, if there truly was someone capable of single-handedly challenging a level 6 leader boss aside from her money-hungry boss, there was definitely no one else. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoxiao opened her contacts, found the chat box she had noted as the evil vampire, and sent a private message. Affiliated Nation Lin Xiaoxiao boss. I hope it's not rude to gossip, but that anonymous celestial being making waves in the district announcement, it wouldn't be you, would it? Peking. JPG. At this time, Su Chen was leisurely riding back on his horse. Hearing the private message notification, he opened it and couldn't help but smile. This worker's mind is quite sharp. Su Chen held the reins with one hand and casually replied, Master Anonymous, less gossip, more work. If you can't even handle a medium beast tide tomorrow and die, what will you use to repay what I give you? Seeing this familiar tone, Lin Xiaoxiao was not only not angry, but instead almost jumped up in excitement. He didn't deny it. If the boss didn't deny it, then it was 100 him. Oh my god, the leg that single-handedly killed the level 6 leader boss is now right over her head. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly felt that being stripped of 60 of her resources was an immense bargain. If those outside who gave 80 of their supplies to Chen Sihai knew the truth, they would probably regret it to their core. Affiliated Nation Lin Xiaoxiao, don't worry boss. These days I've been grinding monsters like crazy, gathering people to chop trees, and I've already upgraded the fence twice. Not only that, But I've also reached level 5, recruited over 10 green intermediate gunmen. Even if I have to bite with my teeth tomorrow, I will never let the wild monsters tear apart your long-term income. Working for you is my lifelong honor. Looking at the flattery Lin Xiaoxiao sent, Su Chen chuckled and shook his head. Though he was a profit-oriented boss, he also understood that to make the horse run, one must feed the horse grass. This little girl had just been frightened earlier today, and now she was striving to show her loyalty. It was time to provide some employee benefits. Su Chen casually opened the trading interface, sliced 2 pieces from the giant bear meat he had just obtained, and directly traded them to her, using his master privileges. Master Anonymous grants you high-grade giant bear meat blue 2 units. Master Anonymous, take it and stew it. This meat has attribute bonuses. How you handle it is your business. Live well tomorrow and don't embarrass me. In the wooden house, Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the 2 extra units of meat in her hand, her eyes instantly reddening. Blue quality meat. Right now, even a piece of ordinary level 1 wild boar meat could be sold for a sky-high price, let alone this high-grade product that could also enhance attributes. If she sold this, it would easily exchange for hundreds of pieces of wood and iron ore. As for processing, she could simply spend a little money at the trading hall to find a lord capable of removing impurities and toxins. Boss. Actually, aside from being a bit harsh with words and having a black heart, he's really quite good. Long live the boss. Tomorrow I will definitely chop more trees to repay the boss. Lin Xiaoxiao clenched her fist, filled with fighting spirit, like she had just received a shot of adrenaline. The journey was uneventful. When Su Chen returned to the cold palace with the imperial guards, the sky was gradually darkening. Outside the cold palace, the city market was brightly lit, bustling with activity. Soldiers in the new barracks were training vigorously in the drill ground. The batch of infantry and archers that had retreated earlier were now carrying bundles of wood and stone into the newly built warehouse. The early survival camp was already operating at a rapid pace, far from its original state. The emperor has returned to the palace. The gunmen stationed at the entrance saw Su Chen and his party returning with their spoils and immediately knelt on one knee in welcome. Su Chen smiled and nodded, dismounted, and let Zhang Meng and the others unload the spoils into the warehouse, while he quickly walked into the inner court. In the inner courtyard, Tianjiang was organizing the freshly harvested blood coagulation grass with Chunlan and Xiuju. Seeing Su Chen return safely, Tianjiang's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed, and a smile blossomed on her stunning face, making the flowers pale in comparison. Your Majesty, you're finally back. Are you hurt? Tianjiang rushed forward, carefully examining Su Chen. What injury could I sustain? That big dumb bear didn't even touch the hem of my clothes. Su Chen chuckled as he ruffled her hair, casually taking out the blue giant bear gallbladder. Here, see if this is something you can use. Tianjiang's eyes lit up as she took the bear gallbladder. Such rich vitality. Your Majesty, this is a good thing. Combined with the blood coagulation grass I just hastened, I am confident I can brew a batch of intermediate healing elixirs. Even severe injuries can be stabilized quickly. Good. Then I will leave this matter to you. We need to prepare for a tough battle tomorrow. Medical logistics must keep up. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, feeling relieved to have a logistics officer at home who could farm and concoct medicine. The ground trembled slightly. A towering stone platform more than 2 meters high rapidly took shape, its surface engraved with military formations flanked by imposing dragon flags. Su Chen ascended the stone steps, walking up to the command platform. Standing atop the high platform, he overlooked the entire outer city market, watching the soldiers below, who gazed up at him in awe. Su Chen cleared his throat. All troops assemble. With a clamor, all soldiers in the outer city, including apprentices from the blacksmith shop, put down their tasks and gathered at the command platform with remarkable speed. Silence enveloped the area, so quiet that a falling needle could be heard. Zhang Meng stepped forward to receive your title. Su Chen fixed his gaze on the burly man standing in front. Zhang Meng's body shook, and he stepped out of the ranks, kneeling heavily. This lowly one is here. Su Chen opened the panel on the command platform, directly granting the sole title to Zhang Meng. Since I descended into this realm, you Zhang Meng have fought bravely against the enemy, showing unwavering loyalty. Su Chen's voice echoed in the night sky. Today I officially appoint you as the commander of the Imperial Guard. Commanding the Imperial Guard under your leadership. A brilliant blue light erupted from the command platform, enveloping Zhang Meng completely. Under the baptism of this light, Zhang Meng's already imposing figure grew even taller, reaching nearly 2 meters, his dark iron armor shimmering with a blue glow as a wave of pressure erupted from within him. Ding! Title grant successful. Zhang Meng has transformed into a hero rank B rare. Zhang Meng has received the title Commander of the Imperial Guard. The maximum level cap has been unlocked to level 30. Attribute reshaping completed. Zhang Meng is currently level 2, and due to the grade heroic bonus, each level gain doubles his attribute growth. Base growth 3, doubled to 6. Gained exclusive passive skill commander's aura. As long as Zhang Meng survives on the battlefield, all allied troops within his command Imperial Guard will receive a 10 boost in all attributes with morale locked at a high state. Zhang Meng lifted his head vigorously, feeling the explosive power within him, his eyes turning red. In this world, what could be more exhilarating for a warrior than receiving the recognition of a monarch and the gift of rebirth? Thank you for your grace. This lowly one will ensure the safety of your majesty against all invading enemies. Zhang Meng roared loudly, his voice echoing through the mountains and forests. Long live the emperor! Long live! Long live! The dozens of soldiers below were also stirred by Zhang Meng's aura, their blood boiling as they shouted in unison. After arranging everything, the night had completely fallen. Su Chen had Chunlan set up a large iron pot in the open space of the outer city, cutting the giant bear meat brought back today into large chunks. Together with potatoes and various wild vegetables, they simmered a pot of fragrant meat soup. The soldiers gathered around the bonfire, devouring meat and drinking the soup, their morale soaring to the utmost. Su Chen, holding a bowl of meat, leaned back in his chair, leisurely opening the regional chat channel. At this moment, the atmosphere in the channel was quite oppressive, contrasting sharply with the lively barbecue party on Su Chen's side. Brothers, there are less than 20 hours left until the medium-sized beast tide. I'm so anxious. The system said there will be a leader-level boss leading the charge and will use tactics. The wooden wall I just built today seems so unreliable to me. Boss Chen Sihai, we have submitted the supplies. Can your main forces come to support us tomorrow? The Sihai Alliance is recruiting the last 100 spots. As long as you hand over 80 of the resources from your territory, the Alliance will protect you. If you want to survive, act quickly. Watching these people willing to give away 80 of their hard-earned resources to someone like Chen Sihai, Su Chen smiled and shook his head. This isn't a beast tide at all. Su Chen took a bite of the tender bear meat and glanced at the well-prepared strong army outside, his eyes filled with anticipation. This is clearly a delivery of experience and national fortune for me. Time flowed. The 8th day of the otherworldly battlefield has arrived. The morning mist was denser than usual, and the pale moon in the sky had not yet fully disappeared. Another dark red moon had already risen early in the sky, seemingly foreshadowing an imminent storm. In the regional chat channel, panic had reached its peak, with everyone offering their final prayers. Meanwhile, outside the cold palace in the outer city, Su Chen was fully dressed with the cold edge armor-piercing sword at his waist, striding up to the command platform. Below, 29 fully armed soldiers stood in formation. Zhang Meng rode atop his horse, wielding the upgraded blue-quality ring-headed blade, which glinted with a blue cold light in the morning sun. Su Chen looked down at this army, absolutely loyal to him, with a calm smile. Warriors, you have eaten and drunk enough. It's time to stretch your muscles. Su Chen drew his sword, pointing it towards the sky. Prepare for battle. At 8 in the morning. There were still a full 7 hours before the medium-sized regional beast tide at 3 in the afternoon. Su Chen stood on the command platform, looking at the high-spirited army below, nodding with satisfaction. Rest in place to conserve energy. Zhang Meng arranged for the archers to rotate guard near the crossbow tower and the caltrip stakes. This lowly one obeys. Zhang Meng accepted the order and immediately led the soldiers to methodically set up the defense line. Su Chen descended from the command platform and glanced at the sky. Waiting idly wasn't a plan. As a seasoned player, he knew the golden rule of converting all resources into combat power before battle. Money sitting in the warehouse was merely a pile of numbers, only what was spent counted as strength. He opened the resource panel of his territory, preparing for one last major inventory before the battle. Current resources of the territory would 4,800 stone, 3,200 iron, or 850 refined iron output from blacksmith shop, 320 food, high-grade giant bear, meat, 290, some consumed potatoes, 1,500 pounds, various ordinary meats, 300 gold coins, 1120 special materials, primary magic core. One looking at this splendid bill, Su Chen felt delighted. The resource pack from yesterday's silver treasure chest had made him overnight rich. Now his wealth was probably unique in the entire otherworld. Since there are so many resources, I might as well upgrade the territory core. His territory core was the Cold Palace, currently at level 2. Although the name sounded humble, it was indeed a special building exclusive to emperors. If he could upgrade it to level 3 before the beast tide arrived, he might unlock higher level walls or grant his soldiers additional comprehensive buffs. With that thought, Su Chen quickly walked to the main entrance of the Cold Palace and opened the building upgrade panel. Territory core Cold Palace, level 2, resources required to upgrade to level 3. With 2,000 stone, 1,500 refined iron, 300 gold coins, 500. Conditions met. Do you wish to upgrade? If this upgrade condition were presented to another lord, they would probably despair and spit blood at just a glance. So many materials, especially the refined iron, would require their farmers to work without eating or drinking for 10 days or half a month. But for Su Chen now, it was merely a trivial matter. Upgrade. Su Chen waved his hand and decisively pressed the confirmation button. Ding. Resources have been deducted. The core building of the territory begins to upgrade. As the system prompt sounded, the entire cold palace was enveloped in a thick layer of golden light. It was as if a thick construction curtain had been draped over it. Su Chen rubbed his hands together in anticipation, ready to welcome the splendid transformation of his level 3 territory. However, the next second, when he saw the countdown progress bar jumping above the light shield, he froze in place. Remaining upgrade time 23 hours of 59 minutes 58 seconds. What the hell? Su Chen instinctively cursed, staring at the countdown that continued to tick down second by second. 24 hours. Is the system messing with me? Su Chen was completely dumbfounded. He hurriedly opened a regional chat channel. At this moment, many people in the channel were discussing the territory upgrade, as everyone wanted to stack their defenses to the maximum before 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Brothers, I've exhausted my savings and finally upgraded my level 1 dilapidated house to level 2. Haha, it only took half an hour. Half an hour. I just spent a fortune buying some stones from the trading post and upgraded my level 2 wooden house to a level 3 reinforced wooden house. It took 2 hours. Now my walls are a foot thick and can definitely withstand a medium beast tide. Impressive. You've upgraded to level 3. I'm still a few hundred wood short, and it's driving me crazy. It takes an hour and a half to upgrade, and if I don't gather it soon, I won't make it in time for the beast tide. Looking at the channel filled with comments about half an hour and 1 or 2 hours, Su Chen felt a surge of frustration rising in his chest. Others took 2 hours at most to upgrade from level 2 to level 3. Why does he have to wait a whole day? Damn, I underestimated this. Su Chen was on the verge of tears. He should have realized this sooner. Other lords had a wooden house. How large could that possibly be? A few pieces of wood put together was all it took. But what about his? It's called the Cold Palace. Although it has cold in the name, it's an ancient palace structure, with inner courts, outer yards, high walls, and tiled eaves. How could the upgrade time for such a grand building compare to that of a dilapidated wooden house that occupies just a few dozen square meters? This is awkward. Su Chen looked at the building wrapped in the golden light shield and rubbed his temples in frustration. Warning: the core of the territory is in the upgrading state, and all camp buff effects will be temporarily disabled. Warning: during the upgrade process, the core building will emit a massive spiritual energy fluctuation, which will attract surrounding wild monsters with deadly allure, easily causing monster rampages. Aggression value will significantly increase. With the system's additional warning, Su Chen sighed deeply. He initially thought of leveling up to gain some buff effects for fighting monsters, but now the buffs were gone. Instead, he ended up with a taunt debuff. If the Beast Tide army at 3 o'clock in the afternoon caught wind of this, they would surely ignore the other lords and rush towards him like mad dogs. Your Majesty, what has happened? Zhang Meng, noticing Su Chen's strange expression, immediately ran over with his sword drawn, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Tianjiang also came out from the makeshift camp in the backyard, holding freshly boiled herbs and looking at him with concern. Because the cold palace was locked by the light shield, she couldn't even enter the inner court's bedroom. It's nothing. I'm just playing a grand game of chess. Su Chen coughed twice, forcing himself to retain his dignity. He couldn't admit in front of his subordinates that he hadn't looked at the upgrade time and had randomly given orders. That would greatly diminish his image as a wise and martial emperor. I purposely upgraded the territory at this moment to emit energy fluctuations, attracting all the beasts within a 10-mile radius. Those small monsters are scattered everywhere, and it's too time-consuming to hunt them down one by one. What I want is to catch them all in one net. Zhang Meng gasped, his eyes suddenly filled with fervent admiration. Your Majesty is truly a remarkable person. The art of war states, lure the enemy deep and annihilate them. So His Majesty had it all planned out. It was I who was foolish. Zhang Meng knelt on one knee, deeply impressed. Tianjiang also gazed at Su Chen with starry eyes, clearly enamored. He truly is the man she admires. This composure in the face of great danger is simply too charming. Watching the two who had been successfully deceived, Su Chen secretly wiped his sweat. Pretending was one thing, but he still had to clean up the mess himself. Fortunately, Su Chen was not easily frightened. He turned around, looking at his well-armed army. 5 heavily armored elite cavalry, among them Zhang Meng, who was a class hero with a commanding aura. 12 fully armed gunmen, 12 archers, and 2 cavalrymen patrolling the perimeter. There was also a beginner crossbow tower on the defense line that could output massive firepower once the arrow box was set up. Even if the aggro was maxed out without the territory buff, this lineup could still crush a medium beast tide, as if exterminating a swarm of ants. Su Chen quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, playing games means occasionally encountering small surprises. If everything went smoothly, it would be too boring. Zhang Meng, take orders. I am at your service. Change the defense formation. Shift all the stakes and defensive fortifications towards the main gate of the outer city of the Cold Palace. Archers establish a crossfire net relying on the crossbow tower. Gunmen line up behind the stakes, and the elite guards will follow me as a mobile force ready to charge at any moment. Yes, with Su Chen's clear orders, the entire camp began to operate at high speed once again. Although the Cold Palace was upgrading, the new barracks blacksmith shop and the outer cities market could still be used normally. Su Chen had the blacksmith shop expedite the production of a batch of iron caltrops and scattered them 50 meters around the camp. Time passed by second. The chatter in the channel grew quieter, replaced by an oppressive atmosphere. Almost all the lords had retreated into their wooden houses, tightly gripping makeshift wooden sticks or iron swords, trembling as they listened to the growing wind outside. At 2:50 in the afternoon, the dark red moon in the sky had already turned a blood-red hue. Deep in the misty forest, the once quiet birds suddenly took to the skies in flocks, screeching. Roar! A series of beast roars echoed from the mist in all directions, shaking the leaves of the towering trees. Su Chen mounted his warhorse, positioned at the front of the formation. The cold, edge-breaking sword was in his hand. Damned if I underestimated this, but since it's here, let's get some national luck points. Su Chen squinted, staring at the rolling mist ahead. The earth trembled. The countdown for the medium regional beast tide has begun. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The pallid full moon vanished completely from the sky, replaced by a blood moon, vast as a platter dripping with crimson. Crimson Regional Alert 1500 has arrived. A medium-scale hybrid beast tide has officially erupted. Warning: this tide will feature beast hordes possessing tactical awareness, and blue-tier boss entities are highly likely to appear. All lords must fight to the death. As the system's voice echoed within every mind, the mist-shrouded forest, previously still and heavy with impending storm, began to boil. Woo! Roar! Hundreds of bestial roars erupted from all directions, shaking the earth and sending withered leaves cascading from the surrounding trees. On the horizon beyond Cold Palace's outer walls, black miasma churned violently. Hundreds of beasts gathered there, poised to tear flesh from bone. Excellent. Su Chen's eyes held no trace of fear, only a blazing, unquenchable warfire. System: activate the Emperor's Chi Perception Art. 5 points of national fortune deducted. Emperor's Chi Perception Art basic tier activated. In an instant, Su Chen's world transformed. Gray mist dissolved into transparency. Within a 5-kilometer radius, every living being manifested as a distinct luminous point, vividly projected onto his retinas. Dense, relentless, overwhelming. Countless crimson points, symbols of hostility, surged like a crimson tide from every corner of the forest, converging ferociously upon Cold Palace. And amidst that seething ocean of scarlet, Su Chen clearly discerned several colossal azure-hallowed auras, unique signatures of boss-tier entities. And not just 3 boss-tier entities, plus over a dozen elite beasts, and hundreds, perhaps thousands of rank-and-file tide beasts. Su Chen let out a cold, mirthless laugh. To any ordinary lord, such a sight would have shattered courage and left him trembling in terror. Yet to Su Chen, those countless red points were nothing but walking experience and national fortune. My warriors. He raised his frost-edged sword, its tip piercing the churning mist ahead. His voice boomed like thunder. The enemy has arrived. Though I am emperor today, I shall carve open the first gash of blood for you. Zhang Meng. At your command. Zhang Meng roared in reply. Lead the imperial guards and light cavalry. Follow me into the charge. Let these beasts learn once and for all who is the true sovereign of this land. Hail! Where the blade points we march, even unto death. Su Chen clamped his thighs against his steed's flanks. The blood-sweat warhorse reared and screamed, a black lightning bolt surging past the cheval de frise line. Behind him, 5 fully armored imperial guards and 2 junior light cavalrymen brandishing long lances followed without hesitation. 8 riders, sharp as a dagger, plunged straight into the beast tide, a black cloud pressing down upon the city walls. Had any other lord witnessed this scene on the regional channel, their jaws would have dropped in disbelief. Others, faced with the tide, cowered behind wooden palisades or stone ramparts, sealing every crack with mud, trembling as they prayed the beasts would pass them by unnoticed. Yet this emperor abandoned his fortifications entirely, choosing instead the most brutal direct countercharge. Such audacity was the exclusive privilege and unshakable confidence of the emperor class. Distance collapsed at terrifying speed. 100 meters, 50-20. Leading the vanguard were level 2 mutated mad wolves, eyes burning crimson, bodies as massive as calves. Jaws agape, they lunged to rend rider and mount alike. Dare to die. Su Chen's gaze turned glacial, his inner power erupting in an instant. His level stood at 5, augmented by an obsidian-grade imperial token and the emperor's ceremonial robe, granting him attributes far beyond mortal limits. Emperor's imperial sword art activated. Spirit 5. Spiritual energy surged through Su Chen. Frost-edge sword blazed with sapphire light. Riding the momentum of his charging steed, he delivered a devastating horizontal slash into the dense wolf. A 10-meter-long imperial sword aura howled forth, inflicting true damage and armor-piercing force, slicing through the tide like autumn wind through fallen leaves. SSSHHHK, SSSHHHK, SSSHHHK. Blood sprayed in torrents. Limbs and torsos flew in all directions. The foremost dozen mad wolves didn't even have time to shriek, their bodies cleaved cleanly in two by that terrifying blade aura. Scarlet blood instantly dyed vast swathes of earth. His Majesty's valor knows no equal. Kill. Zhang Meng's tiger-like eyes flared crimson at the sight. A brilliant azure halo erupted from his body, the unique passive skill command aura enveloping the other 4 Imperial guards, boosting all their attributes by 10% and locking morale into a state of pure frenzy. Empowered by the warhorse's impact, the Imperial guards became relentless meat grinders. Crunch. One guard swung his blade downward, splitting a level 3 elite boar-tusked boar cleanly in half, head and shoulders severed in a single stroke. The sheer force hurled the boar's massive carcass backward, crushing a wave of beasts behind it. The 2 junior light cavalrymen fought with fearless resolve, lances darting like venomous dragons, precisely impaling one small goblin after another. 8 riders carved through the beast tide's vanguard, rampaging unstoppable, forcing a crimson path straight through the black mass. Mangled remains littered the ground. The stench of iron-thick blood hung thick in the air, and Su Chen's overwhelming spiritual aura, the imperial weight of heaven's mandate, induced a fleeting moment of dread and hesitation even among those feral, mindless beasts. Exhilarating. Su Chen wiped warm beast blood from his cheek, every cell in his body singing with savage joy. This visceral, unfiltered slaughter, flesh meeting steel blade biting deep, was more electrifying than any holographic game could ever replicate. Yet he remained utterly lucid, unclouded by bloodlust. A medium-scale beast tide numbered in the hundreds, perhaps thousands. Should they become encircled, even Su Chen and his elite guards would be worn down, exhausted to death. Striking hard, then vanishing. That was the essence of true strategy. Their vanguard's spirit is broken. All troops, retreat with me. Fall back to the Cheval de Frise line. Su Chen wrenched the reins. His blood-sweat warhorse pivoted sharply in place. Zhang Meng and the others instantly tightened formation, shielding Su Chen's flanks, never overreaching, withdrawing, while fighting step by step. They withdrew like wind sweeping away clouds, breaking free from close-quarters carnage and galloping toward the outer city. Ruewayer. Humiliated and enraged, the Bastier entities lurking behind the tide unleashed furious roars. They drove the beast horde forward with renewed fury, swarming relentlessly toward the outer city. Into position. Su Chen led the charge, leaping his steed behind the Cheval de Frise, then wheeling about, sword raised high to meet the onrushing tide. Archers, loose arrows. 12 junior archers stationed atop the outer wall and newly built watchtowers released their drawn bows in perfect unison. With Su Chen's command, the resonating sound of bowstrings vibrating filled the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A torrential rain of iron arrows poured down. Empowered by the blacksmith shop, these arrowheads possessed formidable penetrating power, instantly turning the first wave of low-level monsters into pincushions, howling as they fell before the formation. Zing, zing, zing. Meanwhile, the primary crossbow tower positioned at the flanks of the battlefield began to unleash its fury. The thick crossbow bolts required no manual operation, automatically locking onto the large elite monsters, each shot erupting in a massive bloom of blood. Spearmen, hold the line. 12 junior spearmen tightly braced against the sharpened defensive stakes, their long spears thrusting forth like a forest. The monsters that barely managed to break through the rain of arrows had no time to crash against the defenses before the sharp spearheads mercilessly pierced their bodies. The defense line stood firm as Mount Tai. Su Chen sat astride his warhorse, observing the battlefield before him like a grinding millstone, while system notifications constantly flashed in his mind. Ding. Your subordinate has slain a level 2 mad wolf. The Lord receives an experience share of 2. Your subordinate has slain a level 3 elite tusked boar, gaining 15 national fortune points. The Lord receives an experience share of 5. As a lord with imperial privileges, he only needed to issue commands for 10 of the experience gained by his subordinates from monster kills to flow automatically into him. This sense of enjoying the fruits of others' labor was unmatched by any profession. Meanwhile, at a campsite 2 kilometers away from the cold palace, Lin Xiaoxiao tightly gripped the long spear in her hand, her face pale, as she hid behind the newly reinforced wooden fence. In preparation for this medium-sized beast tide, she had nearly exhausted all her accumulated resources over the past few days, even painfully submitting half of her daily earnings from chopping trees and mining to Su Chen as a 50 tribute, yet she still gritted her teeth and recruited a considerable number of spearmen. The system notification stated that the sect leader has an obligation to provide necessary military assistance when subordinate lords face dire threats. Lin Xiaoxiao swallowed hard, constantly reassuring herself. She looked up at the blood moon in the sky, her body trembling slightly from the tension. They're coming. With a rustle at the edge of the mist, dozens of monsters charged out. Lin Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, preparing to face the most brutal of battles. However, 10 minutes passed. Lin Xiaoxiao and her dozen spearmen stared wide-eyed at the fence. What charged forward were merely a group of gaunt level 1 goblins and a few sightless level 2 wild dogs. The highest tier among them was merely a wounded level 3 elite flower leopard. Before it could leap over the fence, it was pierced into a sieve by 10 long spears. Where's the promised boss level creature? Where's the tactical awareness? Where's the medium mixed beast tide? This is even less than the small beast tide from a couple of days ago. Lin Xiaoxiao stood there in bewilderment, feeling an emptiness, as if she had punched a cloud. She instinctively looked toward the direction of the cold palace. Although she wasn't sure where Su Chen's campsite was, she could see a massive black vortex formed by the dense miasma and the resentment of the monsters in the sky above that area. Faintly, she could even hear the rumbling of the earth and the chilling roars of beasts. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly realized that all the nearby monsters must have flocked to that battlefield. Thus they were all ignoring her vibrant campsite. What on earth is my boss doing over there that defies the heavens? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the level 1 goblins outside her fence who were still foolishly scratching at the wood, suddenly feeling tears welling in her eyes. At this moment of despair, when others suffered heavy casualties just to fend off a single elite monster, her boss, that seemingly ruthless and exploitative lord, actually bore the brunt of all the hellish difficulty surrounding them alone. No wonder he takes half my taxes. This protection fee is truly worth it. Lin Xiaoxiao was moved to tears, stabbing a goblin attempting to climb over the fence with her spear, silently praying, "Boss, you must not die. If you die, where will I find such a good thigh to cling to?" Meanwhile, outside the cold palace, in the face of the numerous monster corpses piled before the defensive stakes, Su Chen's brow gradually fell. No matter how many low-level monsters died, it only consumed the stamina of the defense line. The real threat lay in those massive creatures hiding behind the beast tide, waiting to strike. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps echoed like distant thunder from the depths of the mist, causing the ground to tremble rhythmically. Su Chen's gaze sharpened, his grip tightening around the frost blade. The main entities are finally showing themselves. Two massive shadows emerged from the misty forest's edge, slowly entering Su Chen's line of sight. Su Chen, sitting atop his steed, felt his eyes sharpen instantly. System: Imperial Prognostication Technique. Deducting 5 national fortune points. Imperial Prognostication Technique beginner activated. In an instant, the detailed data of the two massive shadows, along with a smaller figure, was laid bare. Name: Rampaging Black Armored Giant Ape. Boss level 6. Attribute: Assessment: Extremely Dangerous. A strength mutation type. Boss clad in natural black stone armor, possessing terrifying power, capable of tearing apart heavy city walls with its arms. Name: Bloodthirsty Earthwalking Dragon. Boss level 6. Attribute: Assessment: Extremely Dangerous. With astonishing physique and defensive capabilities, the scales covering its body can nullify most ranged physical damage, and it can spew forth a highly corrosive acid. Name: Plague Goblin Shaman. Boss level 6. Attribute: Assessment: Extremely Dangerous. A rare magic type boss, physically weak, but mastering wicked voodoo spells capable of granting berserk buffs to the Beast Tide army and unleashing widespread poison mist. A heavily armored warrior for main offense, a tough tank, and a mage hiding in the back to buff. Su Chen glanced at the configuration of these 3 boss monsters, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This configuration is indeed invincible. According to the rules of the otherworldly battlefield, the base attributes of boss-level creatures are double that of elite monsters of the same level. This meant that some core attributes of these 3 monsters had undoubtedly surpassed 60 or even higher. No wonder the system specifically emphasized in the announcement that this beast tide possessed tactical awareness. For any ordinary lord, facing even one of them along with hundreds of thousands of thrice as many lesser monsters would result in immediate devastation. But Su Chen was not at all flustered. All he felt was anticipation for the experience points and national fortune points. Others fear boss monsters because they cannot defeat them. Roar. The raging black-armored giant ape let out a thunderous roar, while the goblin shaman behind raised its skull-embedded staff high. Circles of green light instantly expanded, enveloping the beast tide ahead. The various wild monsters, already in a state of frenzy, swelled in size and charged madly towards the barbed wire defense line outside the cold palace. Zhang Ming, at your service. Lead the Imperial Guard and hold that bloodthirsty land dragon at bay. We cannot let it spew acid to destroy our barbed wire stakes and crossbow towers. Su Chen calmly issued orders. Pikemen and archers, do not concern yourselves with the leader. Focus all your efforts on clearing those elite monsters and ordinary beasts that are charging in. Light cavalry, use your speed advantage to flank from the side and look for an opportunity to disrupt that goblin shaman. As for that black-armored giant ape, Su Chen took a deep breath and squeezed his legs tightly against the horse's belly. I will personally confront it. The beast tide finally crashed violently against the defense line. The first to suffer were the low-level monsters charging at the front. They stepped into the iron caltrop array hastily crafted by the blacksmith, and the iron spikes pierced through them. The intense pain caused the frontline monsters to collapse in droves, and those behind them, unable to stop, trampled over them, creating utter chaos. Fire! All the archers taking cover behind the towers and walls unleashed their firepower without hesitation. The primary crossbow tower operated like a reaper, each shot able to deliver a fatal blow to a large level 3 or level 4 elite monster. Continuous targeted sniping provided a steady stream of experience points for Su Chen. Bang! The bloodthirsty land dragon charged forward like a heavy tank, ignoring the caltrops and arrows scattered on the ground, and smashed through the outermost row of barbed wire stakes. It opened its mouth wide, green acid swirling deep within its throat. At that moment, Zhang Ming arrived with the Imperial Guard. Beast, do not be so arrogant. The 5 members of the Imperial Guard struck in unison, delivering powerful blows to the dragon's jaw. The immense force abruptly interrupted its acid-spitting action, causing the acid to veer off course and splash onto the distant ground. It corroded the ground into a large pit. Well done. Su Chen glanced appreciatively at Zhang Ming, then returned his focus intent on the giant ape that had charged right in front of him. The ape stood nearly 5 meters tall, resembling a moving mountain. Its bloodshot eyes had locked onto Su Chen, clearly sensing the lethal threat he posed. With a powerful push from its legs, the giant ape sprang high into the air like Mount Tai crashing down. It swung its fist the size of a water tank down towards Su Chen. The terrifying fist wind even caused the air around Su Chen to produce a sonic boom. Su Chen had no intention of foolishly accepting this punch. His agility far surpassed that of the giant beast before him. At this moment, he was as nimble as a shadow. Swish! Su Chen sharply slapped the horse's rear, signaling it to turn away and avoid unnecessary disaster. At the same time, he leapt from the horse, lightly stepping on its back, and evaded the giant ape's deadly strike. Boom! The giant ape's fist smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit several meters in diameter, with debris flying everywhere. The warhorse was dazed by the shockwave, but remained unscathed. After regaining its bearings, it glanced back at Su Chen and began circling around, ready to assist at any moment. Imperial sword technique. Su Chen landed steadily while unleashing his skill. Utilizing the momentum of his fall, he aimed at the giant ape's arm and swung his sword down. Steel break. The passive skill of the frost blade was instantly activated. It forcibly ignored the target's constitution, dealing at least 30 true damage to Su Chen. Crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed. The giant ape's black stone armor was directly cleaved apart under the dual enhancement of the frost blade and the imperial sword technique. Without exception, it was sliced cleanly in half. The blade sliced through flesh and bone, severing the muscles and tendons within the giant ape's forearm. The giant ape let out a howl of agony, staggering backward for several steps. Its injured arm hung limply at its side, blood staining half of its body. What does high defense matter? In the face of true damage, it must still suffer. After successfully landing a blow, Su Chen advanced again, wielding the frost blade, which transformed into streaks of lethal blue light, continuously adding new wounds to the giant ape. Meanwhile, in Lin Xiaoxiao's camp, she was sitting idly on the high stone wall, swinging her legs. After 2 upgrades, her wooden fence had been upgraded to a stone wall. In her hand, Lin Xiaoxiao held a half-cooked, golden-brown piece of blue-quality giant bear meat, eating it with great enjoyment. Outside the camp, the wave of monsters known as the medium mixed beast tide had come to an end. A dozen scrawny goblin corpses, along with 2 wild dogs and an elite flower leopard, were all that Lin Xiaoxiao faced in her beast tide. The 10 green-quality junior pikemen under her command hadn't even broken a sweat before the battle was over. Ah, how lonely it is to be invincible. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed and opened the regional chat channel. At that moment, the channel was like a hell on earth. This is not something a human can fight. A level 4 elite 2-headed wolf has come outside my territory, and my wooden wall was torn apart like paper. All my troops are dead. A boss monster. I actually spawned a level 5 boss monster here. Chen Si, I am willing to give you all my resources. Stop calling for Chen Si. The Sihai Alliance's camp was just flattened by 2 boss monsters leading the charge. Chen Sihai abandoned the territory and ran away with a few confidants. It's over. All over. This is nothing but a massacre with no way to survive. Seeing the screen filled with desperate wails, Lin Xiaoxiao's heart raced uncontrollably. She turned her head to look in the direction of the cold palace. In the sky there the blood moon's light was nearly obscured by the soaring magical effects and the deafening roars. She now understood clearly that all the wild monsters had gathered outside that man's territory. Other lords are praying to survive today. Lin Xiaoxiao took a bite of meat, her expression complex and shocked. And my boss is actually treating the beast tide as an Aleocaniate buffet. Other lords are praying to survive today. Lin Xiaoxiao took a bite of meat, her expression complex and shocked. And my boss is actually treating the beast tide. To be able to eat roasted meat and watch the show in this life and death calamity, she would willingly give up 80. Outside the cold palace the battle had entered a fever pitch. The raging black-armored giant ape finally could not withstand Su Chen's relentless assault. Its body was covered in deep sword wounds, especially in the areas where the bone armor did not fully cover its legs and arms. It had been utterly shattered by the true damage from the frostblade. Die? Su Chen seized the moment, executing a sliding dodge to evade the desperate lunge of the giant ape before its demise. Simultaneously, he flicked his sword Han Feng upward, accurately piercing the giant ape's exposed throat. The long sword pierced through, emerging from the giant ape's skull. Su Chen sprang up, retrieving Han Feng. The massive body of the giant ape instantly stiffened, the vitality in its eyes rapidly fading as it crashed to the ground. Ding! You have personally slain the level 6 boss, Furious Black Armored Giant Ape. Experience gained 800. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have obtained 120 national luck points. The first one. Su Chen shook off the blood from the blade, his chest heaving violently. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic battlefield. The sound of the giant ape's death struck the remaining 2 boss-level beasts like a heavy hammer. Even the frenzied wild beasts, having lost their sanity, instinctively fell to shiver at the moment the same level overlord fell. The first one has been dealt with, Zhang Ming. I shall assist you. Su Chen did not pause, charging straight towards the bloodthirsty, earth-walking dragon rampaging at the front lines. The first one has been dealt with, Zhang Ming. I shall assist you. Su Chen did not pause, charging straight towards the bloodthirsty, earth-walking dragon rampaging at the front lines. Yet the 5 imperial guards led by Zhang Ming were like 5 nails pinning it down in front of the caltrip barricade. Transformed into a hero, Zhang Ming now displayed his dominance on the battlefield. Every swing of the upgraded ring-headed blade in his hand sparked fire, shattering a piece of dragon scale, causing the earth-walking dragon to roar in pain, yet it could not step beyond the line. At the same time, he commanded the remaining guards to defend and counterattack without leaving any gaps. The earth-walking dragon seemed to sense Su Chen, the one who had slain the giant ape, approaching, and let out an anxious roar. It violently swung its thick tail like a steel whip, forcing 2 guards back, then raised its neck high with a ghastly green light igniting in its throat once more. It intended to spray acid in a last-ditch effort to break through the defenses. Still want to spit? Swallow it back. Su Chen snorted coldly, having clearly observed its movement trajectory. He leaped up, directly landing on the broad back of the earth-walking dragon. Imperial Sword Technique. In the final skill activation, Su Chen gripped his sword with both hands, aiming for the exposed reverse scale on the earth-walking dragon's neck and thrust down fiercely. Pucci. The Imperial Sword energy deeply pierced the earth-walking dragon's throat. The high-intensity acid that had just surged to its throat was forcefully blocked back. The earth-walking dragon's eyes bulged instantly, the acid exploding in its own throat. It let out a painful wail, its body violently rolling and struggling, trying to throw Su Chen off its back. Su Chen withdrew his sword, using the momentum to roll in midair and land steadily. Zhang Ming, break its legs. At your command. Zhang Ming and the 5 guards understood the plan, seizing the opportunity while the earth-walking dragon was writhing in pain. Together they aimed their strikes at its vulnerable ankles. Under the heavy blows, the massive body of the earth-walking dragon could no longer move. Its vitality rapidly faded under the dual assault of internal corrosion and external trauma. Ding! You have severely injured and assisted your subordinates in slaying the level 6 boss, bloodthirsty earth-walking dragon. Cross-level kill determination successful. Experience points shared 500. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have obtained 120 national luck points. The second one. Su Chen shook his aching wrist, his gaze piercing. He locked onto the plague goblin shaman at the rear of the battlefield. This spellcasting boss was now completely panicking. It originally thought that with its violent aura and poisonous mist, along with 2 meat shield bosses in front, it could easily push through the human camp, which radiated with immense allure. But its pathetic brain could not comprehend why in just a few minutes the 2 same-level overlords had turned into a pile of mush. Gilly Jillu. The goblin shaman screeched, waving its staff and commanding dozens of surviving elite monsters to block in front of it. Meanwhile, it itself turned to flee into the mist. Charge, leave none alive. Su Chen mounted the battle-ready steed, shaking the reins and charging out. 2 junior light cavalry had already flanked around from the side, completely sealing the shaman's retreat. Thinking of running now? Too late. Su Chen watched the shaman being pushed back by the cavalry and spurred his horse onward. Die for me. Su Chen slashed out as he galloped. The strike sliced through the shaman's head as easily as cutting tofu. It felt completely unimpeded. After all, the physique of this spellcasting boss was rather average. The tumor-ridden head soared into the sky, green, poisonous blood splattering everywhere. Ding. You have personally slain the level 6 boss, Plague Goblin Shaman. Cross-level kill, determination successful. Experience gained 800. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have obtained 120 national luck points. With the fall of the 3 boss-level beasts, the remaining wild monsters, having lost the empowering aura final, they let out fearful howls, scattering in all directions, quickly disappearing into the depths of the mist. Regional Crimson announcement: this medium-sized mixed beast tide has completely concluded. Congratulations to all surviving lords. You have proven your worth to continue stepping on this land with blood and steel. The outdoor mist will return to normal state, and the monster spawn rate will resume to standard. The system's announcement echoed through the realm, declaring the end of this brutal slaughter. Who? Su Chen exhaled a long sigh, gazing at the mountain of monster corpses piled around his taut. Nerves finally relaxed. At this moment, the system notifications in his mind were flashing wildly, heralding an unprecedented bountiful harvest. The experience points from the bosses and various experience shares he had slain far exceeded the current level's required cap. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your experience points are full. Current monarch level has risen to level 6, 15603000. Your subordinate Imperial Guard Commander Zhang Meng class hero has leveled up to level 3. The remaining 4 Imperial Guards have also leveled up to level 3. Your gunmen archers cavalry all have leveled up. The golden glow of upgrading flashed continuously outside the cold palace, marking a qualitative leap in the strength of the entire army after this battle. System check: current national luck points. Current national luck points, 586. Looking at this number, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh heartily. The 3 boss-level beasts directly contributed 360 national luck points. Along with the dozens of elite monsters he had slain, his national luck reserves surged instantly. With nearly 600 national luck points, I can summon an invincible iron army composed entirely of Imperial Guards at any time. Su Chen dismounted and instructed his soldiers to begin cleaning the battlefield. Unlike other lords, Su Chen's monster kills absolutely do not yield any blueprints, equipment, or gold coins. This is a restriction imposed by the system on the Emperor class. Since he possessed the privilege of tax collection and commands being law, he must forfeit the conventional resource acquisition methods through monster drops. Yet in Su Chen's eyes, this mountain of corpses was also a tremendous fortune. Zhang Meng, let Chunlan and Shoujo bring people out and dismember all the bodies of the leader monsters and elite monsters and bring the cores to me. Send the fur to the blacksmith shop, leave the bones and poison sacks for Tianjiang to make medicine, and store all the pure meat in the warehouse. After arranging everything, Su Chen found a chair to rest. He comfortably leaned back in the chair and opened the regional chat channel. He was curious how many people were left in this large area after experiencing this medium-sized beast tide. As his gaze swept over the population statistics in the upper right corner of the channel, Su Chen's pupils slightly contracted. Current surviving lords in the area 3100 to 100,000. A direct decrease of 40,000 people. Although Su Chen had been mentally prepared, seeing this number still filled him with despair. 40,000 lives had permanently vanished from this land in just 1 hour. However, when he looked at the public screen of the chat channel, the atmosphere was not the wailing he had imagined. On the contrary, the channel was filled with a fervor of survival and a celebration of sudden wealth. I survived. I actually survived. Brothers, this wave of beast tide was simply a delivery. I relied on traps and archers to grind down a level 4 elite wild boar, and it dropped a green intermediate barracks blueprint. And 50 gold coins. That's nothing. We 5 banded together and used the terrain to take down a level 5 leader monster. Guess what? It dropped a blue rare weapon and 3 blueprints. We struck it rich. Awesome. Although 2 different types of soldiers died, I leveled up to level 5 and got a full set of green armor. Now I feel like I can take on 10 of my previous self. Damn, he's really gone. His name is no longer on the combat power leaderboard or the prosperity leaderboard. What do you mean? Did he die? Impossible. What was his ranking on the combat power leaderboard? I remember he seemed to be in the top 5 and his combat power was around 580 or something. Right around 600. His prosperity was also considerable. I have a screenshot. Let me check the prosperity leaderboard. It's really gone. So what's the situation now? There are 2 unknowns on the leaderboard, and the combat power doesn't match, nor does the prosperity. Is it possible he went anonymous? Didn't the system update allow names to be hidden? Hidden my ass. The new rules for the leaderboard can only hide names. The rankings remain just displayed as unknown. But look at the current leaderboard. The combat power of the 2 unknowns does not match Zhao Tiangang's previous combat power. So he's dead. Such a large lord just vanished. Su Chen looked at these chat records, raising his eyebrows slightly. The system was certainly cruel, but it definitely hadn't cut off everyone's path to survival. This medium-sized beast tide was a catastrophe for those lords who were unprepared and lacked courage. But for those who dared to fight and utilize the terrain, it was a watershed moment that set them apart from others. What Su Chen didn't expect was that Zhao Tiangong, a consistent top 5 contender on both leaderboards, also high risks come with high rewards. Although these ordinary lords do not possess the emperor-class profession like I do, they can still gain equipment and blueprints from killing monsters. Especially elite monsters and leader monsters, the drop rate is extremely high. After this wave, the 30,000 survivors will undoubtedly see a surge of nouveau riche and high combat power emerging. At this moment, someone in the channel raised a question. Hey, wait a minute, didn't the system announcement say there would likely be a blue leader level boss? How come in my area, I haven't even seen a shadow of a level 6 monster? The highest I've seen is just a few level 5 elite monsters. I'm confused as well. I thought I was done for, but all that came charging in were low-level monsters. I managed to hold my ground, even with my eyes closed. Looking at these doubts, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. While others were fighting monsters for equipment, he was fighting for national fortune. Everyone took what they needed. Those 3 level 6 leader monsters should have been spread across different lord territories as examiners. But they all gathered here for a meeting. However, he didn't feel at a loss at all. After all, these 3 leader monsters provided him with 360 points of national fortune. Along with a massive amount of experience, the value far exceeded that of everyone else. However, after this wave, the situation in the entire region is likely to be reshuffled. Su Chen closed the chat channel. The 7-day ceasefire period was over, and those lords who had become wealthy during the beast tide would surely expand their power rapidly. And alliances like Qin Sihai's, which relied on sucking blood to survive, would soon face challenges from the new rich with high-level troops and equipment. Let them fight it out first. Su Chen stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes. Once they've gathered enough gold coins, blueprints, and equipment, my scythe will be ready to swing. In this region, taxes are ultimately necessary. After consecutively defeating 3 leader-level bosses and exhausting his energy from releasing skills. Even though Su Chen's physique had reached a superhuman level, he felt a deep fatigue at this moment. He no longer paid attention to the subsequent trivial matters, handing the tasks of cleaning the battlefield and patrolling over to Zhongmeng. He found a spacious recliner covered with soft leather in the inner courtyard and fell into a deep sleep. On the 9th day of the otherworld battlefield, 8 a.m., the sky was already bright, and a continuous rumbling sound of the earth shaking woke Su Chen from his deep sleep. He opened his eyes and saw the golden shield that had enveloped the entire cold palace for a whole day. At this moment, it was transforming into countless golden light shards dissipating into the morning air. Ding! Your territory core cold palace has successfully upgraded to level 3. Hearing this crisp system prompt, the last trace of sleepiness vanished instantly, and he was fully awake. I waited an entire day. It's finally upgraded. Let me see what surprises this level 3 cold palace can. Su Chen stood up from the recliner and looked around. The courtyard, which originally had a slight petite atmosphere, had undergone a complete transformation under Su Chen's gaze. The ground trembled slightly, and the black iron, ore, and brown stone materials were drawn by the invisible force of the heavenly Dao melting and stacking themselves. The soil wall, which was originally only 3 feet thick, was now completely covered by a thick layer of black stone, instantly rising to nearly 5 meters. The wall was adorned with sharp anti-climb iron spikes and neat shooting embrasures resembling an indestructible small black stone fortress. Within the high walls, the size of the cold palace expanded by more than double. The main hall became more spacious and bright, supported by 4 sturdy redwood pillars underneath. Although it was still many miles away from a true Golden Lawn palace, it already exhibited the dignity of a feudal lord's residence. The previously simple side halls had been automatically divided by the system into distinct functions. Territory area expanded 3 acres exclusive to the inner court, not including the outer city. Unlocked core passive solid walls and barren lands. All defensive buildings in the territory increased durability by 30, and soldiers recover stamina 20 faster within the territory. Unlocked auxiliary building. Inner court armory can store and care for weapons exclusive to the monarch and the royal guard, slightly enhancing weapon sharpness and attributes. Unlocked auxiliary building. Treasure vault. Beginner can automatically collect and tally various resource accounts of the territory and vassal states, increasing the territory's storage limit by 5. Su Chen stepped onto the newly laid smooth azure stone slab floor, and the solid heavy feeling made him involuntarily exhale a sigh of relief. The cold palace is still a palace. He walked to the black stone wall and reached out to touch its cold surface. The defensive power of the level 3 cold palace was far superior to the previous soil walls that could be shattered by leader monsters. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The territory has undergone a great change, and the might of heaven is vast. Zhang Ming along with 4 royal guards strode into the inner court and knelt down on one knee in unison. Having been baptized by the blood of yesterday's beast tied their black iron armor was stained with indelible dark red bloodstains. Yet their aura was even more condensed and fierce, adding significantly to their killing intent. Rise. Su Chen waved his hand in satisfaction, but his gaze was suddenly drawn to a line of red countdown numbers flickering in the upper right corner of his view. Time remaining until next week's leaderboard settlement 1595532. Note the tearing marks on this fragment are old, and the other 2 should also be scattered, possibly appearing in subsequent well salvages or last night marked the first weekend since the leaderboard opened. It was also the moment when the system announcement excited all lords with the weekly leaderboard reward. However, because Su Chen had experienced intense battles yesterday, his mental energy was severely depleted, and he slept soundly, completely missing the midnight celebration across the region. First, Su Chen walked towards the newly renovated main hall. At the front of the main hall stood an expansive throne covered with soft bear fur. Su Chen sat down steadily and casually opened the system channel's history. As expected, the chat channel at midnight last night was nothing short of a grand human drama. Countless messages about the weekly leaderboard rewards flooded in, totaling over 100,000. Brother, I just donated all my last resort resources and built 2 arrow towers overnight. My prosperity finally surged into the top 900 at 2359. I hope the system's basic reward is generous. I'm ranked 998, no one can compete with me. Even if it's just a green troop order, I can hunt more monsters in the wild tomorrow. Hey, look at Chen Sihai. Although his territory was flattened once, he managed to stabilize his combat power in the top 3 by buying people's hearts everywhere. The top spot is a ruthless character named Huangfu Wushuang, and his prosperity is holding firm. I wonder how terrifying the rewards for the number 1 will be. It's a pity that Su Chen fell too early, otherwise this reward would definitely have been his. Su Chen looked at the barrage from last night and let out a meaningful chuckle. Most people who frequently play games know that the weekly leaderboard rewards are usually resource packages or some basic tokens. Through weekly accumulation, top players gradually create an insurmountable gap with ordinary players like a snowball effect. This is also why Su Chen must use a decree to erase his name while firmly retaining the qualification for rewards. In the future, he will be sure to receive the basic guarantee without weekly settlements, and he will be the first on both lists. Tian Jiang entered holding a cup of freshly warmed fruit wine and several exquisite meat snacks, setting them gently on the table and quietly standing aside. Su Chen opened the system backend's log to check the records that popped up automatically at midnight last night. Ding! The weekly leaderboard has officially closed. Settlement complete. Verifying the distribution list. Your anonymous status has been confirmed as first place in the regional prosperity leaderboard. Your anonymous status has been confirmed as first place in the regional overall combat power leaderboard. System notification: you have achieved the double first place accomplishment, and the reward has triggered a crit. It will be distributed as high-level blind boxes at the highest specifications. Detected that the Lord is in deep sleep. To demonstrate Imperial Majesty, the rewards have been automatically sealed in the main hall, waiting for Your Majesty to personally open them. After reading the log, Su Chen looked up and indeed saw 4 energy spheres radiating rich purple gold light gently hovering beneath the beams in the main hall. Last night, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Countless slender white and green light beams fell towards the territories of those ranked in the lower hundreds. In the top 100 and top 10 camps, prominent blue light beams descended. Meanwhile, only within this cold palace's main hall was the most prestigious gift of the entire region nurtured. Su Chen straightened his body. With a slight mental shift, the 4 purple gold energy spheres slowly floated down to his palm and shattered one by one. Weekly settlement reward for double first place has been issued. Reward 1, national luck value 300 points. Exclusive replacement reward for the Emperor profession. As you cannot obtain the regular high-level recruitment scrolls, the system will convert this into your most core hard currency. Reward 2, purple epic building blueprint. Imperial Guard Camp 1, exclusive to the Emperor profession, requires national luck value to summon. Reward 3, Lord exclusive breakthrough materials. Celestial Meteor Iron 2. This item is extremely rare and is a core material essential for forging exclusive artifacts for lords and upgrading the Emperor's royal attire. Reward for Overlord Resource Package, including gold 1,000 with 3,000 stone, 2,000 iron, or 500. Looking at these rewards, Su Chen couldn't help but smile wider. This is the most reasonable snowballing method. 300 points of national luck value is an immeasurable fortune. You must know that yesterday he fought hard to kill 3 boss monsters during the Beast Tide and only earned 360 points. This week's leaderboard settlement directly gifted him 300 points, not only making him instantly wealthy, but also giving him absolute confidence for the upcoming army expansion. As for the purple Imperial guards, it made him incredibly curious. The blue elite guards are already so powerful, what about the purple ones? He immediately clicked on the blueprint to view the detailed attributes. Imperial Guard Camp, purple building type, special secret troop, building construction requirements, wood 5,000 stone, 3,000 fine, iron 1,000 magic core 1 gold 2,000. Attributes: after construction it can unlock the Emperor Profession's exclusive troop, Imperial Guards. This troop ignores conventional terrain obstacles and excels in assassination, stealth, and intelligence gathering. They are the strongest eyes and ears for the Lord to control territories and monitor vassal states and opposing forces. Good things are definitely good things, but this construction cost is simply robbery. Looking at the exaggerated construction requirements, Su Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. If it were someone else, even if they drew this purple blueprint, they would probably have to set it aside as waste paper for a month or two. Because in the entire region at this stage, it's impossible for anyone to gather such a vast amount of resources. But Su Chen is different. He has his team of outdoor workers working in shifts. Yesterday, he obtained 3 magic cores totaling 4. Coupled with the Overlord Resource Package gifted from this week's leaderboard settlement, it can be said that this purple blueprint is currently something only Su Chen can monetize. As long as he accumulates resources for another day or two, he can forcefully build this Shadow Guard camp. Su Chen carefully stored the blueprint and meteor iron in the newly established treasure pavilion. Then, while eating breakfast, he browsed through the chat records of the lords receiving rewards at midnight last night. At this moment, the channel was playing out a drama of the joys and sorrows of humanity not being understood by each other. A small lord said, "Woo, I'm ranked 950, and the system only gave me a white treasure chest, which opened to 200 wood and 2 packs of bandages. This is too stingy." A mid-tier lord replied, "Be grateful, I'm ranked 100th and received a green fine spear blueprint and 200 gold. Today my troops can finally upgrade to iron weapons." Just then, several messages boasting extravagantly stood out sharply in the history records. Huang Fu Wushuang said, "Thank you everyone. The reward for being first on the combat power leaderboard is indeed generous. A blue advanced cavalry camp blueprint plus 500 gold and a mid-tier resource package. Starting today, my territory will officially enter the era of iron cavalry." Chen Sihai exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. Although my prosperity has dropped, I'm second in combat power, and the system rewarded me with a blue defensive formation scroll. This is much better than walls. Brothers of the Sihai Alliance, rest assured, follow me, and you will eat well." Watching these two reveling in the channel, enjoying the praise as the false number 1 and false number 2, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is how leaderboards work. The difference between first and second place seems to be just 1 rank, but in the system's calculations, the quality of the rewards often presents a class-like leap. You all just attract firepower on the surface. Su Chen turned off the chat channel and lazily stretched his body. He did not need to show off on the public screen, nor did he need to prove anything to anyone. In this foreign realm, hiding one's trump card in the shadows and crushing everything with absolute strength is the true path of survival for an emperor. After the Beast Tide ended, he slept through the night. This sleep was sufficient, although his mental energy had not fully replenished. It was no longer an issue. Outside, dawn was breaking and several archers were changing shifts atop the cold palace's black stone walls, their footsteps steady and orderly. With a thought, Su Chen summoned his ruler panel. Ruler Su Chen. Occupation Emperor. Level 6, 15603000. Physique, 35 strength, 34 agility, 35. These 3 attributes represent his basic physical qualities as an emperor after all equipment bonuses were stripped away. On the first day of his arrival, his initial attributes were 5 points in physique, 4 points in strength, and 5 points in agility. After reaching level 5, the dark gold token provided a growth of 6 points in each attribute per level, steadily accumulating. An ordinary whiteboard lord reaching level 6 would barely have over 10 points in a single attribute. Spirit 15 initial 10 level bonus at level 5. Practical attributes after equipment bonuses: casual form. Strength 34-6, 20 bonus 8 cold blade 48. Agility 35-5, 20 bonus 5 cold blade 45. Physique 35 true dragon shield. National fortune value 886 points. Gold 2,120 coins. Current skills in A. Current equipment in A. Su Chen closed the panel and walked out of the main hall. In the inner courtyard of the cold palace, Tianjiang was already up. She was squatting at the entrance of the imperial kitchen, sorting through several large baskets of giant bear meat brought back from the battlefield yesterday with Chunlan. The meat chunks were neatly stacked and categorized by parts. Xiaoju was leading two ordinary maidens watering the coagulated blood grass in the newly cultivated medicinal field in the backyard. The first batch of coagulated blood grass planted a few days ago had already sprouted tender red tips, and in a few days they could be harvested for medicine. Has His Majesty awakened? Tianjiang looked up and smiled gently at him. The breakfast is warm on the stove. I will serve it to you. No rush. Su Chen waved his hand, squatted beside her, and picked up a piece of prime meat to inspect. Chunlan's culinary talent was indeed remarkable. The meat from these leader-level beasts had been processed by her with impurities and toxins completely removed. The texture was clear and the color vibrant, selling it would fetch a good price. Leave half of this prime meat for storage and hang the rest in a ventilated place to dry, turning it into jerky for convenience. Su Chen placed the meat back in the basket and instructed, from now on, when the external duty team goes on long trips, each person should take 2 pieces of jerky as rations so they don't need to return just to eat. This will be noted. Tianjiang nodded. Su Chen took another look around the courtyard. In the inner palace armory, there were currently no better quality pieces of equipment. Everything was basic, barely adequate. The doors of the treasure pavilion were wide open, neatly displaying the inventory bills from the past few days. As the territory expanded, so did the miscellaneous tasks, but thankfully everything was orderly. Su Chen felt a bit emotional, wishing he had a civil servant skilled in internal affairs at this moment, but regrettably he would have to wait until level 10. Shaking his head, he stopped dwelling on it and headed towards the outer city market. The outer city market of the Cold Palace was now completely different from a few days ago, when it was just 2 rows of wooden houses and a training ground. The black stone walls enclosed the territory tightly, with shooting platforms built at intervals along the top. Inside the walls on the left side were the new soldier barracks and the command platform. On the right side was a row of neatly arranged civilian houses and warehouses. Directly opposite was the primary blacksmith shop, continuously working and emitting black smoke. Below the command platform, Zhang Meng stood at the front, leading by example, each strike accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Su Chen watched from below for a while, nodding in satisfaction. In the fierce battle 2 days ago, although the gains were substantial, the soldiers below were not invincible. 5 members of the Royal Guard had braved the front lines, enduring the relentless assaults of 3 leader-level monsters, each sustaining injuries. They each bore wounds of varying severity. Fortunately, they had managed to fish out some bandages from the dry well these past few days, and Tianjiang had brewed the first batch of mid-level healing powder using the giant bear gallbladder combined with coagulated blood grass. This powder was effective for both internal and external use, allowing them to recover about 70 to 80% of their injuries in just 2 days. Although there were still some scabs that had not healed, they could wield their swords without issue. The situation was not as favorable for the other troops. 5 spearmen had fallen, and the rest were all injured. The only ones unscathed were the archers standing in the back row who had not been targeted. Chunlan and Xiaoju, along with several maidens, had been busy from yesterday evening until midnight, bringing out all the usable medicines from the inventory. Currently, most of these injured soldiers had already recovered from their high fevers and could stand and move with the support of their spears. After another day or 2 of rest, they would be able to rejoin their ranks. Su Chen's gaze swept across the soldiers below. Looking at those wrapped in bandages, yet still standing tall, he did not say any sentimental words, merely nodding slightly. Soldiers who had seen blood had a different gleam in their eyes compared to those who had not. After enduring this hard battle, these originally low-level troops, merely statistics on a panel, finally exhibited the spirit befitting seasoned veterans of the battlefield. Su Chen stepped up to the command platform, standing at the edge more than 2 meters high, his gaze directed towards the assembled soldiers below. Zhang Meng, at your service. Zhang Meng stepped out of the ranks and knelt on one knee. From today onwards, you 5 no longer need to accompany the external duty team outside the city. You will guard the Cold Palace with Zhao Huang, Long Mahan, and Zhang Biao. Daily patrols, wall defense, and training exercises will all be arranged by you. If there are any disturbances, you do not need to seek my permission. You can take action first and report afterwards. Su Chen's tone was calm, yet the weight of his words was significant. Zhang Meng raised his head, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes, then he bowed deeply. I accept the decree. Having him remain to guard the Cold Palace meant that Su Chen was placing the safety of the entire territory on the shoulders of the Royal Guard. This was both a trust and a test. For someone like Zhang Meng, who was unafraid of hardship and fatigue, the greatest fear was that the ruler would not take him seriously. Su Chen was well aware that the beast tide had passed. Although the wild monsters outside were no longer as frenzied, their levels had generally increased. Previously, the external duty team had 6 members, 2 spearmen, and 4 militia. In the current wild environment, it was only a matter of time before trouble occurred. He pulled out the imperial decree and began to plan the new external duty team composition. A standard external duty team required one high-powered soldier to serve as the captain. The Royal Guard was the best choice. Below the captain, 3 spearmen would be assigned for protection, while 5 militia would be responsible for cutting wood, mining, and transportation. 9 individuals balanced in offense and defense with clear divisions of labor could handle 3 to 5 level 3 or level 4 elite monsters directly. When facing elite monsters above level 5, they might not win, but could certainly flee. Once this composition was established, Su Chen realized that his current military strength was insufficient to fill it. He turned and revealed the imperial decree: recruit 3 members from the Royal Guard. Deducting 90 points from national fortune, 30 points person. Current remaining national fortune, 796 points. 3 Royal Guards stood at attention below. Royal Guards Han Tieju Lu Haizi and Sherming, greet your majesty. Long live the emperor. 3. Su Chen nodded, allowing the 3 to rise and join the ranks. With the issue of the imperial guards resolved, the next concern was the gap in the pikemen and militia. Basic barracks, level 1, intermediate barracks, level 2, upgrade requirements would 500 stone, 300 gold, 200. Do you want to upgrade? This level of consumption was nothing for the current cold palace. Su Chen confirmed the upgrade. Deducting the corresponding materials, current gold balance, 1620 coins. The walls of the barracks expanded outward by several feet, and the wooden beams above automatically reinforced themselves. Intermediate barracks, level 2, upgrade completed. New troop types unlocked: intermediate pikeman green, intermediate archer green, intermediate cavalry green. Summoning limit increased. Current maximum number of soldiers that can be stationed and trained simultaneously increased to 60. Cavalry maximum increased to 10. Currently, all troop types in the barracks can be directly upgraded to intermediate for gold. Su Chen glanced at the newly unlocked summoning list. Intermediate pikemen green, quality cost 30 gold each. Their attributes are double that of basic pikemen, and their equipment has also been upgraded to green. The other 2 types are similar, but vary in price. However, the gold in hand must be reserved for building the Jinui camp and cannot be used for now. Su Chen focused his mind on the Imperial Edict interface. The standard infantry for ordinary lords is farmers with basic attributes, only capable of doing some heavy, but his dynasty militia was different. This batch of troops inherently possessed the working class trait, their efficiency in chopping trees and mining far surpassing that of farmers with base attributes rivaling those of basic pikemen, providing both combat power and productivity. Imperial summons for dynasty militia, 5 points each. Su Chen planned to equip 3 field teams. Each team would consist of 5 militia totaling 15. Adding 5 apprentices to the blacksmith shop, making a total of 20. The previous 4 veteran militia would still be incorporated into the field teams, so he actually needed to summon 16 new ones. Plus 9 dynasty pikemen. Consumption of national luck value 180 points. Militia 16, pikemen 9. Current remaining national luck value 616 points. The imperial edict shimmered with golden light, and 25 beams of light fell onto the command platform. They all knelt in unison. Commoners, pay their respects to your majesty. Long live our emperor. Su Chen wasted no time and instructed Zhang Meng to assign the individuals according to the roster. The dynasty militia and pikemen were assigned to the 3 field teams led by Han Tieju Lu Haizi and Sherming. The 5 additional militia were sent directly to report to the blacksmith shop. The gap there was the largest. The construction requirement for the Jinui camp was 1,000 refined iron, which was an overwhelming amount. It took 2 units of pig iron to produce 1 unit of refined iron. The cold palace's warehouse had piled up hundreds of pig iron, but the blacksmith shop only had 4 furnaces and 4 masters producing a maximum of 20 blocks of refined iron a day. At this rate, gathering 1,000 refined iron would take nearly 2 months. Su Chen could not afford to wait. He stuffed 5 new apprentices into the shop with the 4 furnaces operating in 2 shifts, the masters mentoring the new apprentices working day and night. Even if the output couldn't double, an increase of 60 to 70% was still a significant boost. On the command platform, Su Chen retracted the imperial edict back into himself. The 3 field teams had lined up at the city gate, 3 members of the black-armored imperial guards leading the way with pikemen carrying their pikes and militia-bearing tools. This formation appeared much more organized than the previous gathering team. Han Tieju Lu Haizi and Sherming stood straight awaiting orders. Su Chen said no more and reported the coordinates from the resource detectors swept yesterday, clearly defining 3 routes with a single command go. The 3 teams exited the outer city gate, vanishing into the mist in 3 directions. On the high walls of the cold palace, Zhang Meng stood with his arms crossed at the parapet, watching the 3 small teams depart. Beside him, Zhao Hu asked in a low voice, "Commander, should we just stand by here while the 3 newcomers lead the team?" Zhang Meng shot him a sideways glance. "Do you want to go out and chop trees?" Zhao Hu shrank his neck. Not really. In that case, just stand still. Zhang Meng turned his gaze away, his tone serious. The emperor entrusted us with the old nest, which means he trusts us 5. If anything goes wrong, I'll be the first to deal with you. Zhao Hu fell silent, gripping the hilt of his ring-head knife tightly. The area around the command platform fell quiet. Su Chen leaned back against a stone pillar and opened the resource panel. Wood 4,300 stone, 3,400 iron or 1,350 refined iron, 50 gold, 1620 national luck value, 616 magic energy core, 4 pieces. Su Chen's gaze lingered on the line for refined iron for quite some time. Only 200 more wood is needed, which can be replenished at any time. The other materials are more than sufficient. Only refined iron is in severe shortage. He had considered using national luck value to issue an imperial edict, but he found out that 1 refined iron equals 1 national luck value. Using it for summoning was far too extravagant. Even if it takes longer, Su Chen was not anxious. The Jinui camp is an epic grade building, and the system set its starting point high. At this stage, apart from him, Su Chen, no one else in the entire region could possibly gather this amount of resources to invest in a building. Others couldn't even gather the materials for blueprints, let alone those for purple ones. Meanwhile, the 3 newly formed field teams were ready, and the blacksmith shop had increased its manpower. As long as the refined iron arrives, this Jinui camp can rise from the ground. By the dry well, Su Chen reached out to press on the well rim, and the system panel automatically popped up. In recent days, he had been so busy that he barely touched the ground, and aside from fetching water daily, he had almost forgotten that this well could also be upgraded. Haunted Well Special Building Current Level 1 Current Effect. The first time water is drawn daily, it will randomly salvage 1 white quality item. 1 materials required to upgrade to Level 2. Stone 200, refined iron 50, gold 100 expected unlock daily salvage, count 1, small probability of producing green quality items. Su Chen glanced through the materials list, and his eyelid twitched slightly. Again, it's refined iron. This well is also joining the fray. However, with the upgrade, there would be an extra chance to salvage every day, and it could produce green items, making it a worthwhile investment in the long run. He noted this down in his mind, and decided to wait until refined iron was not in such short supply before coming back to upgrade. For now, at least, today's first draw should not go to waste. After drawing the water, Su Chen reached into the bottom of the bucket and pulled out a cloth pouch inside, which lay a torn blueprint. Acquired green, excellent grade blueprint fragment, watchtower warning horn, 13th effect. After collecting 3 fragments, a complete blueprint can be synthesized, allowing the installation of a warning horn at the top of the watchtower. The horn sound can cover a 3-kilometer area outside the territory. Whenever any troop type encounters danger in the wild, sounding the personal horn will send a warning signal to the watchtower, pinpointing the direction. Note the tearing marks on this fragment are old, and the other 2 should also be scattered, possibly appearing in subsequent well salvages or other treasure chests. In the following 3 days, the days in the cold palace appeared calm on the surface, yet operations accelerated beyond previous levels. The blacksmith shop never extinguished its fire, and the 5 new apprentices adapted faster than anticipated. The daily output of fine iron increased from 20 pieces to 35, with the stock in the warehouse steadily climbing. However, Su Chen did not intend to rely solely on the blacksmith shop to accumulate resources. That very night, he reorganized everything. The wood and stones already overflowed the requirements of the Imperial Guard, with several warehouses packed full, and the field teams continued to bring back more. Food also exceeded the consumption of the territory, and Tianjiang was already worried about where to store the newly harvested potatoes. Keeping these items would occupy inventory space, making it perfect to trade for fine iron. He opened the trading hall, not immediately posting a purchase order, but first scanning the market. The fine iron section of the trading hall was quite desolate, with only a few sparse items available, totaling just a few dozen pieces in circulation. There was no unified pricing standard. Some offered 10 pieces for a pile of food, while others asked for 5 pieces in exchange for several bundles of wood. Additionally, some mixed fine iron with regular iron or for sale at identical prices. Su Chen flipped through a few pages and quickly understood. At this stage, most lords had never even seen blueprints. To them, fine iron was merely a heavier lump of iron which they neither knew how to use nor could utilize. Only a very few lords who had obtained blueprints above blue would recognize the term fine iron in their manufacturing needs, but this group was too small to influence the overall market prices. Su Chen did not place an order directly. He switched between several anonymous identities and purchased goods in batches at the trading hall. For the first transaction, he acquired 500 pounds of potatoes and 200 units of fine meat, posting a trade for fine iron at a ratio of 5-to-1, targeting those scattered sellers who urgently needed food. For the second transaction, he offered surplus wood and stones in exchange, setting the ratio at 10-to-1, aimed at lords who were upgrading their camps and lacked basic building materials. The third transaction was more straightforward. He used gold to purchase fine iron at a rate of 10 gold pieces per piece, which was considered high at this stage, appealing to lords urgently needing gold to summon troops. Once the 3 transactions were posted, he left it be. The trading hall would automatically match and complete the deals. The next morning, he woke up to find several new transaction records in the back end. The exchange of potatoes for fine iron was the most popular. The amount posted was cleared overnight, with some people even asking in private messages if he had more potatoes and meat available. The exchange of wood for fine iron was slightly slower, yet a few deals were still made. However, the transaction for gold purchases only completed 2 deals, indicating that there were not many people holding fine iron. Su Chen did not increase the number of orders. He understood that he could not release too many goods at once, otherwise the market would react, and the price of fine iron would no longer be this figure. He only released a fixed number of food and building materials each day, keeping a low profile while steadily acquiring goods. After 3 days, he managed to collect most of the fine iron available in the trading hall, though combined with the output from the blacksmith shop, the stock of fine iron in the warehouse jumped to 380 units. The gap was narrowing, and the speed was more than doubled compared to relying solely on the blacksmith shop. As for the dry well, he checked it every morning. On the first day, he retrieved a bottle of basic antidote. On the second day, a small bundle of hemp rope, and on the third day, a few hard-shelled seeds. Tianzhong identified them after a while, saying they were a type of spice plant, which he casually planted in the corner of the medicinal field. After 3 days, he only found small items lacking the unexpected treasures like stockings from before, but the shelves of the medicinal rack gradually filled up. The bandages and healing powders consumed during the beast tide were replenished by Tianzhong and Chun Lan over these few days, with freshly made coagulants filling more than a dozen ceramic jars neatly stacked in the inner palace's armory. Su Chen specifically went to check the inner palace armory. This side hall was not large, with 2 rows of wooden racks against the wall holding spare whiteboard weapons and several bundles of arrowheads. The guards' halberds, usually in use, were also hung here for maintenance. The faint blue sheen on the blades had brightened a bit since they were first placed. Su Chen hung his Hanfeng sword up for a day's trial, took it down, and swung it a couple of times, noticing a slight enhancement in power, estimating it would take about 10 days to increase by 1 point. Moreover, the maximum enhancement was capped at just 1 point, which was still decent. The 3 field teams had become familiar with their routes over these 3 days, returning home early and late daily, with collection volumes stabilizing significantly. Ming encountered a level 4 elite wild boar in the woods, surrounded it with gunmen, and after a slash, Su Chen received 40 points of national luck value and a share of experience. Lin Xiaoxiao's tribute arrived punctually every dawn, not in large amounts, but consistently. Sometimes there were a few extra ores, and other times a few extra units of meat. In her private message, she mentioned she had visited several nearby camps with 2 lords willing to trade with her, while more were shutting their doors tightly and avoiding contact. Su Chen advised her not to rush the negotiations and to maintain contact instead. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner. There were no explosive advancements, but also no surprises. In this uncertain world, stability itself was the best rhythm. On the evening of the 3rd day, as usual, Su Chen opened the regional channel to take a look before dinner. The topics in the channel were much the same as usual: selling materials, collecting materials, boasting about what monsters they had slain, with nothing particularly noteworthy. Just as he was about to close it, a message at the very bottom suddenly caught his eye. Guess what I saw while scouting north today? About 10 kilometers away, I saw a vast black stone city wall. It's not just a low stone wall, it's a real city wall, several meters high by estimation, with crenellation sentry posts, and quite a few archers observing. Immediately after, several messages followed questioning, "You're making this up. I haven't even upgraded my stone wall to level 3, who can build a city wall?" The person then posted a string of coordinates. "If I'm lying, may I die on the spot." I didn't dare get too close to that coordinate, I just took a glance from a distance. The sense of awe still left me with weak legs. I don't know which big shot's territory this is, it's just too outrageous, like an NPC city. The replies below exploded. Some speculated it was a hidden NPC neutral faction, while others guessed it was a big shot from the leaderboards. Some even wondered if it was the one who had anonymously killed the boss leader before. Su Chen set down his chopsticks, staring at the coordinates for several seconds. The coordinates were precise, right outside the main gate of the Cold Palace. He quietly closed the channel. The Cold Palace had stood here for so long, it was only a matter of time before it was discovered. Previously, the beast tide had minimized human activity in the surrounding areas. Now that the ceasefire was over, the surviving lords began to explore outward, and inevitably some would encounter the black stone city wall that had abruptly emerged from the mist. The lord who had been shouting in the public chat not only described the appearance of the Cold Palace's outer city, but also boldly posted the coordinates. A few who followed the trend even started planning to team up to come and probe the reality of it. Teaming up Today Tianjiang was in the courtyard sorting through the freshly harvested herbs. Noticing that Su Chen's expression was amiss, she set down her work and softly inquired, "Your Majesty." Su Chen commanded Sen Chunlan to the outer city to summon Zhang Meng and Zhao Hu to prepare horses for my departure. "I will go right away." Tianjiang turned and exited the courtyard. In less than half a tea's brewing time, 3 warhorses were ready outside the gates of the outer city marketplace. Zhang Meng and the others saw Su Chen approaching and immediately bowed respectfully, to which Su Chen slightly nodded. The 3 mounted the warhorses in unison. "Your Majesty, where to?" Zhang Meng asked in a deep voice. "To the south, let's see what we can find. Someone has exposed our coordinates, accompany me to collect some royalties." The 3 rode away like the wind. A few kilometers south of the Cold Palace, there was a small cleared area. In the clearing stood 4 simple wooden tents surrounded by sharpened wooden stakes, hastily forming a makeshift fence. At the center of the camp, a bonfire blazed with 4 male lords sitting around it excitedly discussing. It appeared to be a temporary encampment. Their territory panels hung above, the lowest being a level 2 wooden house, and the highest barely a level 3 reinforced wooden house. Each led a few junior troops totaling less than 20 people, with a hodgepodge of weapons mixing wooden spears and iron swords. The leader among them was named Lu Sand, the one who had posted the coordinates in the channel. "Third brother." A nearby lord, somewhat fearful, remarked, "Could this be a territory belonging to some big shot? If we expose our coordinates like this, what if they come looking for us? What are you afraid of? Are you stupid? If it were truly a big shot's territory, wouldn't there be any word of it in the channel? I suspect it's some hidden ruins generated by the system. There must be good things inside. Let's first scout the location, and when night falls, we'll sneak over while others are unaware and grab the treasures. But there are clearly archers on the walls. So what if there are archers? We're not going to fight." Lu San said nonchalantly. "We'll sneak around from the side and find a gap to climb over the wall. I've seen many outdoor structures. The system won't block all entrances. There must be loopholes." Just as he finished speaking, the sound of hoofbeats suddenly echoed from the darkness outside the camp. At first the sound was faint and distant, but within a few breaths the hoofbeats grew closer. Lu San's smile froze on his face. "What is that sound?" The 4 lords stood up in unison while their junior troops nervously grabbed their weapons, staring intently into the dark distance. The sound of hoofbeats stopped. In the darkness, the silhouettes of 3 armored warhorses slowly emerged. The 4 lords clearly saw that on the foremost horse sat a young man clad in luxurious black attire. He wore a long sword at his waist, his expression indifferent as he looked down at them from a height. Behind him stood 2 muscular men in heavy armor, their faces concealed by iron masks, hands resting on their sword hilts, exuding a chilling aura. Lu San's legs had begun to tremble. His few junior infantry were even worse off, merely feeling the oppressive pressure. On their panels, prompts indicating a drop in attributes appeared simultaneously, and a few frightened ones dropped their weapons, retreating several steps. "Who are you?" Lu San forced himself to ask. Su Chen dismounted, his movements calm, as though he were taking a stroll in his own yard. He walked over to the bonfire and looked at Lu San. "Was it you who posted the coordinates?" Lu San opened his mouth about to reply when the lord beside him called out, "First, third brother, he is the master of Haishi City. Look at the equipment he is wearing. It is definitely not ordinary." This statement shattered Lu San's last shred of hope. However, he thought to himself that at least there were 4 of them, totaling nearly 20 soldiers, while the opponent had only 3. Even with superior equipment, could 3 defeat 20? "Brothers, grab your weapons." Lu San gritted his teeth and drew his long sword. "They are only 3. If we take down the one in black, that equipment is mine, and the rest you can share. A rich reward will surely produce brave men." Hearing this, the few previously trembling junior infantry steeled themselves and raised their weapons. Su Chen glanced at Zhang Meng. Zhang Meng understood, dismounted, and took 2 steps forward. He didn't even draw his sword. He swung his ring-handled knife, with one hand aiming at the 2 junior infantry, charging in front, striking them left and right. With 2 muffled thuds, the 2 figures flew backward, crashing into the tent, not even making a sound, as they fell unconscious. But it wasn't over. Zhang Meng swung again, the scabbard sweeping across, knocking down the 3 infantry attempting to flank from the side. In less than 3 seconds, 5 infantry lay sprawled. The remaining soldiers no longer dared to advance. One by one, they dropped their weapons and turned to flee, disappearing completely into the woods in the blink of an eye. Lu San's weapon clanged to the ground. He finally realized that he hadn't kicked a metal plate, but rather a mount. "Big shot. No, big brother. 2 was wrong. Ooh, I was truly wrong." Lu San fell to his knees with a thud, and the others quickly followed suit, trembling like aspen leaves. Su Chen approached Lu San, smiling as he looked at him. "Is my city wall beautiful?" Lu San's face turned pale, his lips trembling as he struggled to speak. Su Chen drew the Hanfeng sword, its blade shimmering a deeper blue in the firelight. "One of you 4 must die," Su Chen said calmly. "Who dies you decide among yourselves." The lord beside Lu San immediately pointed at Lu San. It was him. He posted the coordinates. It has nothing to do with us. Big shot, we just came to see you. We didn't do anything. The lord beside Lu San immediately pointed at Lu San. It was him. He posted the coordinates. It has nothing to do with us. Big shot, we just came to see you. We didn't do it. Su Chen did not give them time to continue their dog-eat-dog antics. With a flash of the Han foam, sort of blue light flickered. A fine line appeared around Lu San's neck, and he stiffened for a moment before collapsing limply. There was no blood spraying, nor any cries of struggle. Just a sword strike that was exceedingly swift. Ding. You have killed player Lord Lu San, level 3, white target is deceased, and you have gained 30 national luck points. The remaining 3 trembled in fear. I will not kill you. Su Chen sheathed his sword, a hint of a smile on his face. If I kill you, who will work for me? He brandished the imperial edict. System, issue a collective surrender decree to these 3 lords. Tax rate 80. Collective decree generating. Issued. Deducting 20 national luck points. If any one of them refuses, the surrender will fail and the national luck points will not be refunded. 3 golden scrolls floated before the 3. A system notification echoed in their minds. The territory has been merged into the Emperor's domain, with 80% of daily resources forcibly submitted, and betrayal resulting in a permanent 30% decrease in all attributes. I accept the decree. If the big boss spares me, I will be your dog from now on. The 3 hesitated for a moment, having witnessed Lu San's fate. Who would dare to oppose? They immediately nodded in agreement. Ding. Surrender successful. Current number of vassal states 3. Gained 60 points of national. Su Chen put away the imperial decree and turned to approach the war horse. Starting tomorrow, move your territories within 3 kilometers of me. After saying this, he mounted his horse with Zhang Meng and Zhao Hu following closely behind. The 3 riders vanished silently into the night like shadows. After a while, Wang Dazhuang finally climbed back up from the ground, staring at the newly appeared vassal state label on his panel, wanting to cry, but having no tears. Brother Dazhuang. Li Ergu asked shakily, What should we do now? Wang Dazhuang slapped himself hard, wanting to cry. What else can we do? Moved. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something and quickly opened the regional chat channel. He needed to warn others to stay away from this cursed place. But just as he opened the channel and typed a line of text, a strange scene unfolded. The line he typed appeared clearly on his screen, but the moment it was sent, everyone in the channel saw nothing but a string of meaningless gibberish. Wang Dazhuang was stunned. He didn't believe in evil and typed another line to send. User Wang Dazhuang. Still gibberish. He quickly switched to private chat and sent messages to several lords he had teamed up with before. The result was the same. Anything related to that man came out as gibberish. Voice messages were even stranger. They recorded perfectly, but turned into a pile of jarring static when sent, making it impossible to hear a single word. Wang Dazhuang slumped to the ground, a chill creeping down his back. Meanwhile, someone in the regional chat channel had already noticed the string of gibberish. What the hell? What was that just now? Why did someone send gibberish? I saw it too. 2 strings of gibberish popped up and disappeared immediately. I took a screenshot. Look, is this a game? Bug. Can a game even have gibberish? Wait, that ID that sent gibberish, Wang Dazhuang. That name sounds familiar. Wasn't he hanging out with Lu San? Where is Lu San? Wasn't he just bragging about discovering Haishi City? Why is he silent now? Lu San's avatar is grayed out. Lu San is dead. The person who was just talking disappeared in just a few minutes. Could that gibberish be Lu San's distress signal before he died? Blocked by the system. Don't scare me. This is too strange. Haishi City. I noted that coordinate down. Is there any brave warrior willing to investigate? If you want to go ahead. I haven't lived enough. Lu San is dead, and I still want to live a few more days. I'm not going either. It's too scary. This is a gibberish warning. The system has already masked it. What does that mean? It means that place is not to be touched. Su Chen, riding on his horse, observed the ongoing discussions in the channel. He couldn't help but chuckle that these people might be too timid to come and investigate. But there would always be fools who loved adventure and didn't believe in evil who would come over. Soon 3 days passed. Since the incident involving Wang Dazhuang, the 3 vassal lords Su Chen acquired were surprisingly useful. Su Chen kept them busy. After returning to the palace that night 3 days ago, he instructed them to relocate their camps within 3 kilometers of the cold palace, spreading out while maintaining visual contact with each other. The territories of the 3 were not large to begin with. Although moving was a hassle, it was a small price to pay compared to losing their lives. Wang Dazhuang was the most proactive. Before dawn the next day, he led a few of his remaining soldiers to move the camp directly facing the misty forest south of the cold palace. The other 2 followed suit, surrounding the cold palace. This arrangement proved to be extremely effective. As Su Chen had anticipated, there were indeed fools who did not believe in evil coming to check things out, thinking they were lucky enough to reap some benefits. On the first day, 2 groups came, a total of 8 lords. Wang Dazhuang saw the figures from afar and immediately sent a message to Su Chen. Su Chen took Zhang Meng and Zhao Hu out of the city. The two groups didn't even see the walls of the cold palace before being blocked on the way. Unfortunately, the system indicated that the number of vassal lords had reached the limit of 10. Only after reaching level 10 could he continue to recruit. Thus, he directly eliminated 2 white lords. In the following 2 days, every time a group arrived, Su Chen would lead people to kill them. Through the means of recruiting and eliminating lords, Su Chen gained a substantial amount of national fortune. As for those fearless lords, their remaining soldiers who surrendered were directly converted into Su Chen's troops. Now within a 5-kilometer radius of the Cold Palace, along with Lin Xiaoxiao's territory, 10 scattered vassal territories had already been established. These 10 lords had managed to survive the third wave of beast tides, and each had some resources under their command. Most camps were at level 3, the walls had been repaired at least twice, and some even built arrow towers. In terms of troops, there were at least a dozen intermediate spear and bowmen, and as many as 20 or 30 mixed units. But that was all there was to it. Although they had benefited from the beast tide, these gains had largely been consumed during the post-war reconstruction and replenishing of lost troops. The warehouses barely had enough wood and stone for daily maintenance. Having saved up about 100 gold coins was considered wealthy. As for advanced goods like fine iron and magic cores, they had never seen any. In plain terms, they had barely escaped the poverty line, but were far from being comfortable. Because of this, Su Chen's relief package, 20 pounds of potatoes, 5 pieces of fine meat, and several rolls of bandages, had an even greater impact than Su Chen had anticipated. It wasn't that they had never seen food and bandages, but they had never seen such generosity. 20 pounds of potatoes could be exchanged for 2 complete sets of green-quality iron armor at the trading post. The rare giant bear's fine meat with its slight physical enhancement effect was high-end goods that ordinary lords couldn't buy even with gold. As for the bandages, the most needed medical supplies at this stage were in short supply at all camps, who would complain about having too many life-saving items. Su Chen could afford to give these because they truly meant little to him. But to those lords who were used to living frugally, this show of generosity was more convincing than the 80% tax rate decree. Following such a big boss, what did a higher tax rate matter? At least he was genuinely providing something. Thus a peculiar ecosystem formed around the Cold Palace. 10 small territories surrounded the central Cold Palace like sentinels, each serving as a lookout for Su Chen. Any living person approaching from the mist would be discovered at the earliest opportunity. Some perceptive ones, upon seeing this arrangement from a distance, turned around and left. Those who insisted on coming over without exception became Su Chen's national fortune. In the regional channel, the legend of the Haishi city gibberish became increasingly mysterious. Some said it was a hidden boss lair spawned by the system, others said it was a secret base of a certain large guild, and some claimed that area was a forbidden zone with no entry or exit. The more bizarre the rumors spread, the fewer people dared to come. In the evening, after the last batch of exploratory lords was dealt with, Su Chen counted the extra income from the past 3 days in the treasure pavilion. The shelves of the treasure pavilion held several new items. Su Chen picked up a few, examined them briefly, and returned them. Among them were several blank blueprints, basic fences, and simple wooden doors, all mundane and repetitive. 5 or 6 green-tier pieces of equipment, unremarkable in attributes, fell far short of the gear worn by imperial guards. However, a few packets of unidentified seeds had been claimed by Tianjiang, who said they might yield medicinal herbs upon trial cultivation. Basic resource inflows remained steady: 10 tributes per cycle plus daily yields of over 2,000 units of timber, roughly 1,000 units of stone, more than 600 units of iron, ore, and over 300 gold coins. The total was substantial, but distributed among each vassal lord it amounted to merely 200 or 300 units apiece. Most of their camps still clung to level 3 wooden huts with limited daily output. After 80% was levied, what remained barely sufficed for maintaining their territories and sustaining their troops. Su Chen gazed upon the bountiful tributes with no intention of lowering taxes. This revenue stream far outpaced expeditions dispatched to gather resources in the field. So long as these lords remained alive and delivered goods to his warehouse each day, that was enough. As for how they survived, that was entirely their own concern. He turned and left the treasure pavilion, walking down the corridor to the armory. There in the equipment tab, the celestial sovereign's robe shimmered with a deep burnished gold light. This exclusive artifact, born from the imperial sovereign decree, currently stood at level 1. The 2 fragments of extraterrestrial meteoric iron obtained during the weekly leaderboard settlement still lingered in memory. The system had previously mentioned its purpose: forging exclusive divine artifacts, or upgrading the celestial sovereign's robe. Su Chen opened the robe's upgrade interface. The screen displayed the upgrade requirements. Celestial Sovereign's robe upgrade condition, level 1, level 5. Required materials: extraterrestrial meteoric iron 1, fine fabric 5. Note: upon upgrading from level 1 to level 5, the robe unlocks new traits for its casual attire form and new passive effects for its dragon robe form. The exact attributes will be revealed post-upgrade. Those two meteoric iron fragments remain sealed deep within the treasure pavilion's innermost vaults. An exceedingly rare item across the entire realm, likely unavailable to anyone else at this stage, except him. The problem lay with fine fabric. During his days scrolling through the trading hall, not a single listing had appeared. He had even personally scoured every vassal territory illuminated by his celestial sovereign chi divination art. None of them possessed fabric. It seemed that at this stage fabric was deliberately excluded from all drop tables. Whether slaying monsters or opening treasure chests, lords only obtained materials essential to their current development, timber, stone, and so forth. Fabric belonged to the livelihood category, either produced domestically after unlocking specialized textile architecture, or acquired solely through extraordinary means. Su Chen did not rush to decide. He retrieved the meteoric iron and stored it in his system space, then exited the armory. In the courtyard, Tianjiang sat beneath a lamplight sorting seeds. She looked up and smiled as he emerged. "Your Majesty, I have tested those seeds. 2 have already sprouted." Su Chen nodded and seated himself beside her on the stone bench. "Tianjiang, there is something I wish to ask you." "Your Majesty, please speak." Tianjiang set aside the seeds and straightened her posture. "Does this world possess fabric?" She paused, then realized his meaning. "Your Majesty refers to weaving. In the imperial harem, there were palace maids specially assigned to textile work. But since descending into this realm, I have indeed seen neither mulberry hemp nor cotton seeds, nor any looms." "Does your Majesty mean fabric does not exist here?" "It appears not, yet." Su Chen shook his head faintly. He exchanged a few more words with Tianjiang, confirming one crucial point. Not only were fabrics absent from drop tables, they were also entirely absent from the wild, known naturally occurring plant fibers suitable for weaving existed anywhere. All terrestrial textile raw materials had vanished from this world. That meant fine fabric could only be acquired through a single method: manifestation via mandate of heaven points. Su Chen had already reached his decision. Manifest fine fabric, 5 units. Consuming 25 mandate of heaven points. Current balance, 2120 points, 960 gained from recruiting lords and defeating enemies. In the next instant, 5 bolts of fine cloth materialized upon the table before him. Without delay, Su Chen withdrew the meteoric iron and reopened the upgrade interface. Celestial Sovereign's Robe, Level 1, Level 5. Requirements met. Proceed with upgrade. Confirm. The armory suddenly blazed with brilliant light. A pillar of dark gold radiance surged upward from Su Chen's body, piercing through the roof and vanishing high into the night sky. That luminous column soared above the mist, lingering without fading. Nearby vassal territories shuddered, their lanterns flickering violently. Witnesses stared frozen in awe until the column dissolved, then hurriedly typed into the channel. A golden beam just shot up from Blackstone City, like a system effect, but not white, dark gold. Others quickly replied, "Blackstone City again. What's going on there lately?" "I don't know, and I'm certainly not." Once the golden light faded, Su Chen glanced down at himself. In its casual attire form, the Celestial Sovereign's robe appeared unchanged, still identical to its prior state. He then reviewed its stat panel. Celestial Sovereign's Robe, Level 5, Red Growth Type. 30 Strength and Agility, 10 Constitution. Enhanced Sovereign's Body Barrier Immunity to all control effects of equal or lower rank, 30 Mitigation against hard control effects from higher rank adversaries. True Dragon Shield activations per day increased from 1 to 2. Su Chen's face lit with elation. Other enhancements were commendable, but immunity to control effects was exceptionally rare. Here occupational talents varied wildly, bizarre, unpredictable, and abundant. Some lords wielded potent crowd control skills: stuns, binds, fears, slows. Once afflicted, one became little more than a living target. Immunity at equal rank and mitigation against superior ranks meant in Su Chen's estimation that no peer-level sovereign could rival him in control resistance, at least not at this stage. As the golden light fully dissipated, Su Chen stepped out of the armory, savoring the surge of power flowing through the upgraded Celestial Sovereign's robe. At that moment, a system notification resonated in his mind. Through round-the-clock forging at the blacksmith's forge and strategic acquisitions from the trading hall, your refined iron stockpile has surpassed the 1,000 unit threshold. Su Chen paused mid-step and smiled. At last, it was complete. For 3 days, the blacksmith's forge had consistently produced over 40 units of refined iron daily. The remainder came chiefly from the trading hall. He had placed staggered orders daily, rotating across all resource types, patiently harvesting scattered inventory in steady increments until the full 1,000 units were assembled. He opened his resource panel to verify current reserves. Timber 8650, stone 7150, iron, or 2350, refined iron 1050. Gold coins 2520 mandate of heaven points 2120 arcane energy cores 4. Every material now exceeded construction requirements. Not a single unit was lacking. Su Chen made his way to the northeast corner of the outer city bazaar. A vacant lot he had reserved days earlier adjacent to the recruit camp, flat, open, and spacious enough for a major structure. Surrounding residences and warehouses had been deliberately expanded to avoid encroaching upon this plot, awaiting this very day. System confirmed construction brocade guard barracks. Command confirmed. Deducting timber 500 stone 300 refined iron 100 arcane energy core 1 gold coins 2000. Remaining timber 3650 stone 4150 iron or 2350 refined iron 50 gold coins 1520 arcane energy cores 3. Brocade guard barracks epic purple construction initiated. Estimated completion 8 hours. Within minutes a vast austere architectural complex began taking shape. Brocade guard barracks. In 8 hours the first epic tier troop in this territory would march forth from its gates. Su Chen stood motionless, hands clasped behind his back, eyes fixed upon the unfinished black gate. Upon its lintel 4 characters gleamed in burnished gold. Brocade guard barracks. Su Chen paused before the grand gate of the embroidered uniform guard barracks. 8 hours of construction had elapsed, and the compound now stood before him in its full completed form. Unlike standard military camps or fortified garrisons, the embroidered uniform guard barracks resembled a stern, imposing yamen. Its layout was compact. A 3-story pavilion formed the central structure, flanked on either side by rows of auxiliary chambers. The ground floor housed the assembly hall. The second floor served as the archival repository. On the third floor, doors and windows remained tightly shut, each bearing the engraved characters Commandant. Su Chen inspected each chamber one by one, growing increasingly satisfied. Each auxiliary room featured an independent weapon rack and a private resting alcove accommodating up to 5 guards. Behind the main pavilion lay a modest training ground bordered by wooden dummies and archery targets. In one corner stood a freestanding forge, dedicated exclusively to crafting and repairing the embroidered uniform guards' standardized equipment. The entire compound could accommodate 50 embroidered uniform guards simultaneously for garrisoning and training. Su Chen seated himself in the assembly hall on the first floor and activated the building interface. Embroidered uniform guard barracks purple epic tier in level 1 in currently recruitable troops. Embroidered uniform guard purple epic tier 60 national fortune per unit. Current cap 5 units in special troop. Embroidered uniform guard Tiku purple epic tier cavalry 80 national fortune per unit. Current cap 2 units in advancement requirement. Full training system and additional troop types unlocked upon appointment of a commandant and building traits and I. Shadow operative embroidered uniform guards experience drastically reduced detectability when operating at night or within shadows. 2. Intelligence network embroidered uniform guards may be deployed to subordinate territories or wilderness outposts, automatically gathering intelligence daily, including Lord affiliations, resource distributions, and anomalous activity alerts within a 1-kilometer radius. 3. Imperial prison locked, unlocked only after commandant appointment. Enables detention and interrogation of captives with a chance to extract hidden intelligence or compel surrender. Su Chen's gaze lingered on the first 2 traits. The former meant he would no longer need to personally lead patrols across the map. The embroidered uniform guards, once deployed, would provide real-time surveillance over dozens of miles, tracking every neighboring lord's movements. The latter was even more valuable. Captives were no longer limited to execution or release. Extracting actionable intelligence through interrogation could at times prove far more consequential than killing outright. Yet both capabilities hinged upon the appointment of a commandant. Su Chen tapped the interface prompt, and a line of golden script appeared. First-time recruitment of an embroidered uniform guard commandant requires 500 national fortune points. Upon recruitment, the commandant will manifest directly as an A-rank epic hero with loyalty permanently locked at absolute fealty. In current national fortune 2120 points. Requirement fulfilled. 500. Su Chen fell silent for several seconds, astonished. This was no trivial sum. 500 national fortune points equaled the total yield from every elite monster he had slain thus far. Yet even a rank hero like Zhang Ming was likely unmatched across the entire region. An A rank surpassed rank by an entire tier, boasting higher growth coefficients and a broader suite of exclusive skills. Though stunned by the steep cost, Su Chen clenched his teeth and declared recruit the embroidered uniform guard commandant. In 500 national fortune points deducted. Remaining balance 1620 points. In recruitment initiated. At the center of the assembly hall, a blinding violet light erupted from the floor. Within its radiance, a figure coalesced. He stood tall and resolute, clad in the distinctive flying fish robe, his waist cinched with a phoenix belt, and a slender Su Chen saber hung at his side. He appeared to be in his early 30s, pale-skinned, clean-shaven, his brow sharp with unyielding acuity. As the violet light faded, he dropped to one knee, his voice low and edged with steel. Shen Lian, Commandant of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, pays homage to your majesty. Shen Lian, A-rank epic hero in title, Commandant of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, level 1 in attribute, growth 8 per level, standard Embroidered Uniform Guard, 4 in spirit, 10 possesses autonomous judgment, encounter surveillance, awareness, and exclusive equipment. Frostmoon, Su Chen, saber purple, evolving, strength 12, agility 8. Skill Veil Shatter forcibly dispels target stealth state and inflicts 30 bonus damage. Exclusive skills: an eye. 4 wings dispatch, deploy embroidered uniform guards to any designated coordinates to continuously gather intelligence, the depth and accuracy of information increasing over time. 2. Chamber interrogation dramatically increases success rate during personal interrogations with a chance to induce defection. And 3. Falconhound passive, all subordinate embroidered uniform guards gain 15 to all attributes, 20 movement speed, and 50 night vision. Absolute Fielton Su Chen scanned the lengthy skill descriptions on the interface and gave a slow, deliberate nod. It was worth it. 500 national fortune points bought not merely an A-rank hero, but the indispensable core that activated the entire embroidered uniform guard system. Without Shen Lian, the barracks would remain an empty shell. With him, the intelligence network, the imperial prison, covert assassinations, and surveillance, all would awaken and function as one. Rise. Su Chen gestured lightly. Shen Lian rose, hands resting naturally at his sides, meeting Su Chen's gaze with calm composure before bowing his head ever so slightly in deference. Shen Lian, in your majesty commands. In the embroidered uniform guard barracks is henceforth under your command. 5 guards and 2 Tiku cavalry are currently stationed here. I shall fill the remaining posts promptly. Your first assignment: ascertain the identities and positions of every lord within a 20-li radius. Within 3 days, I require a comprehensive map of regional power distribution. Your majesties will shall be done, Shen Lian replied with a slight bow. By the 3rd day, a detailed dossier shall rest upon your desk. He then withdrew with formal grace. Watching Shen Lian's retreating figure vanish toward the auxiliary chambers, Su Chen leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply. With such a man managing intelligence, he would no longer need to ride out of the city every few days to patrol in person. Just as he prepared to return to the inner palace, a long-absent system announcement flashed before him. Global notice: dimensional progress threshold breached. Due to a lord's successful construction of an epic tier structure, the interdimensional battlefield ecosystem has undergone the following adjustments. A cascade of dense update notes followed. Su Chen read them thoroughly, from top to bottom. The mining system expanded to include copper, silver, gold, and obsidian deposits. The workshop architecture chain opened. The blacksmith shop became universally accessible to all lords requiring no blueprint. Subsequently, coppersmith shops, silversmith shops, goldforge workshops, and stone processing yards were added. Equipment durability mechanics were implemented. Blue tier and above gear now required periodic maintenance. The trading post introduced a strategic materials tax on refined metals, and anonymous listing fees rose from 5 to 8%. Most critically, the architectural upgrade system underwent comprehensive revision. Levels 1 and 2 retained their original recipes, but level 3 upgrades now mandated refined metals. 4 blue tier and higher blueprint structures, refined iron, became mandatory even at level 1. Subsequent upgrades demanded refined copper and refined silver, while red tier structures required refined gold. After reading it all, Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly. This update bore moderate impact, not negligible yet not catastrophic, for ordinary lords. Upgrading a basic camp to a level 3 timber lodge previously required only wood and stone. The new mandatory addition of refined iron would stall only those destitute lords who hadn't even built a blacksmith shop. For lords possessing skilled artisans and mineral resources, it merely entailed waiting a few extra days. The true blow fell upon high-tier blueprints. Previously, acquiring a blue-tier blueprint allowed swift construction, within days, if wood, stone, and iron or sufficed. Now it's different. The precision-processed iron, copper, and silver behind the blue buildings cannot be lacking in any way. If one is missing, I must either buy it at a high price from the trading post, or slowly mine and smelt it myself. Su Chen was not particularly worried. The Jinui camp had already been completed, and no matter how the materials were modified, the system could not dismantle the buildings that had already been constructed. As for the subsequent upgrades requiring refined copper and silver, that is a matter for the future. What he was more concerned about was the phrase mentioned in the announcement. This existing lord refers to himself. The system took his progress as a node to update the global rules, which meant that every step he took ahead would amplify into the game rules of the entire world. He built an epic building, and the entire server would need to follow along with the new material system. Once he reached level 10 as a lord, it would likely trigger another version update. After the announcement was made, the regional chat channel erupted. However, the reason was entirely different from what Su Chen had anticipated. He initially thought these people would discuss the difficulty of obtaining refined iron, copper, and silver, researching how to upgrade the blacksmith shop. Instead, after flipping through more than 10 pages of chat records, only a few people mentioned the materials. Everyone's attention was drawn to the 5 words, epic building. What the hell? Someone created a purple building. It's only been a few days and I haven't even seen a blue blueprint. Epic level. Just hearing that name indicates it's not ordinary. Which big shot is this powerful? Could it be someone on the leaderboard? Chen Sihai? Or Huangfu Wushuang? Haven't they been competing for the top spot? I guess it's Huangfu Wushuang. He posted a purple blueprint before, maybe it's that one. Chen Sihai could be a possibility too. He has many people under him and can gather resources. Chen Sihai did not speak in the channel. His silence was interpreted by everyone as tacit acknowledgement, and for a moment the members of the Sihai alliance began spreading rumors. They claimed that their leader had secretly built the epic building long ago, but kept a low profile. Su Chen flipped through the chat expressionlessly, sneering inwardly. Chen Sihai has an epic building. How could he build it when he couldn't even gather refined iron? What truly caught his attention was the message sent by Huangfu Wushuang. Huangfu Wushuang directly shared the screenshot displayed a blueprint of a purple quality building named Song Lei Crossbow Tower, with several lines of attributes densely written in the property section. Huangfu Wushuang specifically highlighted the materials required with a red circle: construction requirements, with 2,000 stone, 1,500 refined iron, 300 refined copper, 100 refined silver, 50. Then he added a line below. The blueprint has been available for a long time, the materials were just updated. Refined iron is still manageable, but refined copper and silver, where am I supposed to get those? The system is forcing me to keep this purple blueprint as scrap paper. This statement instantly ignited a new round of discussion. Congratulations to the great Huangfu for acquiring an epic level scrap paper. I don't even know where the newly released mines are, let alone smelting. This blueprint is useless in the short term. What about the great Chen Sihai? Didn't you also build an epic building? Share it with us so everyone can see. Chen Sihai remained silent. The subsequent conversations were all meaningless. Su Chen, witnessing this, closed the chat channel and pondered. All buildings relying on blueprints were unconventional structures as mentioned in the system prompts. Conversely, conventional ones were the auxiliary buildings unlocked by upgrading the territory wooden house. Thus, Huangfu Wushuang's unconventional epic blueprint had added the requirements for copper and silver after the system update. The number was indeed considerable at this stage, but it wasn't entirely impossible to gather. Silver mines could be mined in the wild, and the silver smithy only required the main building to be upgraded to level 4 for unlocking. So he would eventually be able to construct it. But what about his own Jinui camp? Su Chen reopened the building panel for the Jinui camp, scrolling down to the upgrade requirements section. Current level 1 requirements to upgrade to level 2. With 5,000 stone, 3,000 refined iron, 1,000 refined copper, 500 refined silver, 200 gold coins, 3,000. He stared at it for a while and came to a realization. No, both are epic buildings, so logically the material requirements should be on the same level. However, the Jinui camp started requiring refined iron from level 1, and upgrading to level 2 required additional materials, with the gold coin requirement being excessive. This was 10 times the requirements of Huangfu Wushuang's blueprint. It was 10 times more than a regular epic building, and the only explanation was that this was exclusive to the emperor with upgrade conditions consistent with the Cold Palace. So they think my profession is too strong and are suppressing me everywhere. Although Su Chen was indignant, he could also understand. Initially, the upgrade conditions for the Cold Palace were several times that of others, and naturally other special buildings would be the same. This rule was likely set according to his Jinui camp. His building was the template, and others were merely executing downgraded versions. Su Chen mentally reviewed these two numbers. There were indeed several copper mine resources detected on the map, scanned by the detector, with the nearest one not far away, which he could send an external team to mine tomorrow. Building a copper smithy required upgrading the Cold Palace to level 3, which was already satisfied, leaving only materials and construction time. The silver mine would be troublesome. The scanning range of the detector was 10 kilometers, and so far no silver mine markers had been found. This meant that either the silver mines were refreshing in a further location, or the system had not officially opened the refresh for silver mines. Regardless of which situation it was, he couldn't gather 200 refined silver in the short term. Su Chen did not dwell on this matter for long. He stood up and called Zhang Ming to muster troops in the outer city. The Jinui camp still had 5 vacancies for Jinui and 2 for Ti waiting for him to fill. Consume 460 national fortune to summon Jinui 5, T2, remaining national fortune value 1180. For a moment Su Chen felt a bit of pain, as constructing the Jinui had already consumed half of the national fortune value. It's fine, out with the old, in with the new. he constantly reassured himself. Jinui Camp. Shen Lian was already standing at the camp entrance waiting for him, holding an empty booklet that he didn't know when he had obtained. Your Majesty, Shen Lian slightly bowed. The Jinui have assembled, and now your people can start to deploy. The first batch will be sent to the affiliated territory, placing one in each camp. Record and report the movements, inventory, and troop changes of the affiliated lord daily. I have already sent a few gunners to scout the way. Shen Lian opened the first page of the booklet where several names and coordinates were already written. Tonight T will proceed first, followed by Jinui tomorrow. Su Chen looked at him appreciatively. This person worked efficiently and didn't need others to teach him, which was excellent. In the training ground, 5 Jinui and 2 T had already lined up. The equipment of the Jinui was inherited from Shen Lian, wearing dark combat attire with narrow long knives at their waists. However, the fabric of the flying fish clothing was slightly simpler than that of the commander, and the patterns on the scabbard were also more straightforward. The T were organized as cavalry riding slightly shorter but leaner horses than the Imperial Guard. Their hooves were wrapped in soft leather, making almost no sound when they ran. Zhang Ming stood on the high wall gazing at the Jinui camp, unsure of what he was thinking. Zhao Hu approached, following his gaze, muttering, "Commander, those in black clothes look quite eerie. They walk without making a sound. That's also His Majesty's blade. Just a blade that kills without bloodshed." Zhang Ming stood on the wall observing for quite a while. With a spirit level of 10 and exceptional hearing, he noticed that after the gates of the Jinui camp closed, the footsteps inside also vanished. The group didn't take the proper path when entering or exiting. Although it seemed they passed through the courtyard, they disappeared around a corner. Zhao Hu beside him mumbled with half a potato cake in his mouth, "Commander, will our Imperial Guards be deprived of our jobs in the future?" Zhang Ming glanced at him. "Are you afraid?" "Not really afraid." Zhao Hu swallowed the cake. "It's just that they dress too finely. We patrol the city every day, and now there's no beast hide anymore. If His Majesty prefers those hidden daggers, what will happen to us rough fellows?" Zhang Ming pondered for a moment, not continuing that line of conversation. After a while he said, "His Majesty just wants capable people. If you don't want to be outdone, add 2 more rounds to tomorrow's training." Zhao Hu was stunned. "Commander, I was just speaking casually." "Then it'll be 3 rounds. Below the city walls, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle at these few lines. The Imperial Guards and the Jinui differ. One is an open blade, and the other is a hidden hook. Neither can afford to lose the other. In this world, although he was ahead in every step, relying solely on open strength would not lead to longevity. Especially now small factions have begun to take shape in the regional channels. Territory annexation, resource blockades, and coordinate trading all occurred in places he was unaware of. If he became a public enemy, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't stop so many from uniting. Su Chen did not intend to be a saint. What he needed to do was to clean out the surrounding area. That night, Shen Lian's first report was delivered to the Imperial Study. Although it was called an Imperial Study, it was actually a room tidied up by Tianjiang within the inner court. Shen Lian presented a booklet with both hands. "Your Majesty, all 10 subordinate territories have been assigned personnel, and the cavalry has moved along the north-south routes, marking 3 copper mines, 2 beast nests, and 1 abandoned stone tower along the way." Su Chen opened the booklet. The first page was a list of subordinate lords: Wang Dazhuang, Li Ergu, and the names of 10 lords in total. Each had detailed notes recorded next to their names. Wang Dazhuang's section had the most extensive notes. Wang Dazhuang, level 3 lord, timid, strong execution, adept at maintaining order within small teams. Current forces: 12 farmers, 15 riflemen, 8 white-green, 10 archers, 5 white-green. Stock wood 240, a stone 170, gold coins 26. No signs of private storage. Su Chen glanced over, nodding slightly. Wang Dazhuang might be timid, but his timidity had its value. Most ordinary lords who survived to this point had their own methods of survival. Wang Dazhuang's survival method was quite simple. The one with the biggest fist speaks the loudest. Su Chen did not dislike such people. He continued, turning the pages. When he reached one person, he paused to examine it. Chen Dao, level 3 lord, forces 33. Stockwood 50, stone 30, gold coins 10. Actual concealment: gold coins 117, iron, or 122 pieces of green leather armor. Additionally, there were private chat records with the external lord He Lao Chi, which involved the patrol routes around Blackstone City. Su Chen frowned upon seeing this. He never expected that under such pressure from the Imperial Edict, there would still be lords daring to touch his brow. However, he had not revolted openly, but had exploited a loophole. The annual tribute dictated by the Imperial Edict was based on the inventory of the lord's warehouse, and anything in the warehouse would be automatically deducted. But evidently this Chen Dao had not deposited his goods into the warehouse. Shen Lian stood before Su Chen, saying little. "Where is the person?" Su Chen asked. "The Jinui are monitoring him, and no disturbance has been caused." "Who is He Lao Chi?" Shen Lian replied. 8 miles to the south, a level 4 lord with a stone wall outside the camp and about 50 soldiers. He has gathered 4 small lords ostensibly to help each other, but in reality, they collect protection fees per head. Nearby players refer to them as the Stone Axe Society. Su Chen silently nodded. This configuration among ordinary players was already outstanding. After the third wave of the beast tide, many people's forces were severely diminished. To amass such a troop was either pure luck or ruthless ambition. How much information did Chen Dao give? He couldn't disclose the location of the Cold Palace, as information concerning Your Majesty and the core of Blackstone City would be filtered by the system. However, he circumvented the keywords and mentioned the distribution of subordinate territories, the intervals of patrols, and the coordinates of the copper mines to the south. Su Chen flipped back to the page about copper mines. The nearest copper mine was located southeast of the Cold Palace. The mine was not large, with medium reserves. If mining goes smoothly, it could yield about 300 units of copper per day. For Su Chen, this was the first piece of the puzzle for upgrading the Jinui camp to level 2. For ordinary lords, it was also a lifeline. After the version update, copper would increase in price, which was something even a fool could predict. Whoever occupied the mine first would gain more influence. It was not surprising that Lao Chi had his eyes on this mine. What was strange was Chen Dao. Under the pressure of an 80% tax rate, feeling uncomfortable was only natural. Su Chen had never expected all the subordinate lords to be grateful. The issue lay in the fact that they took his settlement package, lived within his protective circle, and even attracted outsiders to their doorstep. Such individuals could not be left alive, but direct killing would not yield enough benefits. The limit for subordinate lords had already been reached. Killing one would free up a slot, but afterward, how would the other 9 react? They would likely feel fear, but only fear would not suffice. They needed to understand that while working for Su Chen, despite paying 80% of the annual tribute, they would not starve nor die during a beast tide. They would likely feel fear, but only fear would not suffice. They needed to understand that while working for Su Chen, despite paying 80% of the annual tribute, they would not starve nor die during a beast. But there are no prisoners. Then there will be. Su Chen chuckled lightly, then stood up to take the cold blade, sword resting on the table. Shun Lian slightly inclined his body. I will handle it. No, I need to go personally. Some rules are best witnessed by everyone when they are established. A quarter of an hour later, at Chen Dao's territory south of the Cold Palace. Several riflemen leaned against the wall, dozing off, while an archer on the watchtower dozed with his bow in hand. Chen Dao was crouching behind a warehouse, digging in the dirt. The pit wasn't deep, and inside was buried a wooden box. He dragged the box out and opened the lid, causing the golden glimmer of coins to hasten his breath. 80%, every day, 80%. He cursed softly. I worked so hard to save a bit of treasure, only to offer it all as tribute. Why should I? Beside him, a rifleman asked, Lord, are we really going to betray that one? Chen Dao shot him a glare. What do you know? Even if Blackstone City is powerful, it's just one person. Every day with I really thinking he's an emperor with edicts and tributes. Bah. On Lao Chi's side, there are 5 lords, and he himself has over 50 soldiers. Once they seize the copper mine, we will only get the soup. But that one kills without blinking. He doesn't kill us because we are useful. Chen Dao stuffed the gold coins into a cloth bag. Once Lao Chi breaks in, who knows who will be useful then? As soon as he finished speaking, a voice emerged from the shadows behind the warehouse. Well said. Instantly, Chen Dao was frightened, causing the gold coins in his hand to scatter all over the ground. He trembled as he turned around, seeing 2 Jinui standing under the tree, dressed in dark clothes with long blades, half of their faces hidden in the shadows. Chen Dao stepped back in terror. When did you arrive? But no one answered him. At this moment, the sound of hooves echoed from outside the camp. Su Chen entered with Zhang Meng and Zhao Hu. Shun Lian followed closely behind, holding the booklet. The soldiers in the camp were also startled awake by the synchronized sound of hooves, each grabbing their weapons. Zhang Meng stepped forward, planting his blade into the ground. Everyone stand still. The soldiers exchanged glances, fear evident in their eyes. They had witnessed the terror of the imperial guards. Thus no one dared to move. Chen Xiaobai's face turned pale, and he quickly knelt down, crying out, Your Majesty, I was wrong. I acted out of momentary confusion and never intended to betray you. Su Chen approached the wooden box and picked up a gold coin. The reported amount is 0, but the actual total is 117. That 0 of yours is rather hefty. Zhao Hu seized the moment to make a joke. Your Majesty, this is called false bulk. The soldiers standing across from Chen Xiaobai nearly burst into laughter, but managed to stifle it. Chen Xiaobai repeatedly bowed his head. Your Majesty, I will reveal everything. Everything. That Lao Chi is my cousin's friend's younger cousin. He forced me to speak, and I dared not refuse. Su Chen looked towards Shun Lian. Even though Shun Lian was a hero, his talent and information network were indeed vast. As long as Su Chen permitted, he could privately intercept and view the private messages of Su Chen's affiliated lords. Shun Lian understood, then opened the ledger saying, according to the private chat records, it was Chun Xiaobai who initiated contact with He Laoqi, offering 300 gold coins and a 20% share of the copper mine's profits. Your Majesty, please listen to me. Chun Xiaobai was taken aback and instinctively wanted to explain, but Shun Lian's words were precise and unyielding. He couldn't even concoct an excuse, ultimately slumping to the ground in defeat. Su Chen observed and said, "You took me for a fool, I bear you no grudge. You lords with white and green tokens have grown accustomed to hardship. You see a little something and want to hide it, a very common flaw." As he spoke, Su Chen slightly shook his head, his tone turning grim. "But you should not lure wolves into your home." Chun Xiaobai crawled over on his knees. "Your Majesty, spare me this once. As long as I am alive, I can pay taxes mine and stand guard." Zhang Ming stepped forward and stomped his foot onto Chun Xiaobai's head. Su Chen called out, "Shun Lian, take him back to the prison." Chun Xiaobai, still eating dirt, heard this and stopped struggling, mumbling, "You're not going to kill me." Su Chen replied, "Don't be anxious, you still have value." Shun Lian waved his hand, and 2 members of the Imperial Guard stepped forward, restraining his arms. Chun Xiaobai seemed to remember something, looking at Shun Lian in a panic. "Wait, the prison? The Imperial Guards? Are you from the Imperial Guards?" The name of the Imperial Guards was well known in his past life, and the prison was notorious, known by all. "No, I don't want to go to the prison. Spare me. Spare me, Your Majesty, I was wrong." Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Chun Xiaobai panicked and struggled desperately, but the strength of the Imperial Guards was beyond his capacity to resist. As the cries grew fainter, the soldiers of Chun Xiaobai's territory trembled in fear. Su Chen looked at the soldiers sternly and said, "Chun Xiaobai has contacted external enemies. His lordship qualification is retained, and the territory will be temporarily managed by the Imperial Guards. If you want to live, continue your duties as usual. Starting tomorrow, the tax rate remains unchanged and food will be distributed as usual. Anyone who dares to run will be treated as a defector." A mid-level soldier boldly asked, "Your Majesty, then are we still considered as soldiers? From now on you are considered mine first." Su Chen looked at him in surprise, not expecting anyone to dare speak. The soldier, upon hearing this, was excited. The long spear in his hand nearly fell to the ground, and he hurriedly knelt down and bowed. "I am willing to serve Your Majesty. Oh, long live the Emperor." The other soldiers quickly followed suit, kneeling in unison. "We are willing to serve Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor." Zhao Hu watched the scene and murmured, "These people are quick to switch sides." Zhang Ming sneered, "It's not shameful to save your life, and following Your Majesty means being well-fed and clothed. Following these useless lords living on the edge, barely surviving. These soldiers know the score better than anyone." As Chun Xiaobai was led away, he shouted and cried the entire way, while the Imperial Guards did not gag him, moving at a leisurely pace, as if intentionally allowing his cries to carry far. In the distance, the lights of several affiliated territories began to illuminate. Figures poured out from their respective camps, looking in this direction. Wang Dazhuang arrived the fastest. He had not even fully dressed, wearing half a piece of leather armor over his clothes with one shoe put on incorrectly. "Big boss. Your Majesty, what happened? Is someone ambushing us? I, Wang Dazhuang, am the first to come to protect you." Su Chen looked at the shoes on his feet. "You should first protect your own feet." Wang Dazhuang looked down at his feet, awkwardly hiding them in the grass. Shun Lian saw that enough people had arrived and briefly recounted Chun Xiaobai's situation. The surrounding lords listened, each harboring their own thoughts, remaining silent. They had initially thought that serving this emperor merely meant the system would manage the treasury automatically, taking 80%, and they could live however they liked with the remainder. However, tonight's methods displayed by the Imperial Guards made them break into cold sweats. Wang Dazhuang swallowed hard. He was not particularly brave, but he was quick-witted. Suddenly he pounded his chest and said loudly, "Your Majesty, I have a suggestion. From now on, each camp should keep a ledger, checking it twice daily for inventory, troop strength, and casualties, all meticulously recorded. If anyone underreports, they will be penalized with 3 days' worth of rations." Liurga nearby grew anxious and tugged at his sleeve. "Big Zhuang, 3 days. That's too harsh." "What do you know?" Wang Dazhuang turned back and glared at him, squeezing his eyes. "This is the opportunity the Emperor has given us to rectify our mistakes." Su Chen glanced at him and secretly nodded. This person seemed timid, but he was not dull-witted. The Imperial Guards could investigate, but they could only track a few people, and information interception was limited to within 1 kilometer. It was impossible to make it leak-proof. If these affiliated lords had thoughts of hiding something, relying solely on Shun Lian to keep watch would eventually lead to oversight. Wang Dazhuang's suggestion, though it appeared self-punitive, actually handed the initiative back to Su Chen. With the ledger established, the Imperial Guards would only need to verify whether the accounts matched without needing to sift through everything. "The ledger can be established." Su Chen continued along his line of thought. Starting tomorrow, each affiliated territory must report information by 5 o'clock in the evening. The Imperial Guards will be responsible for verification of discrepancies within 10% will not be pursued, but those exceeding 10% will be treated as private hoarding. The lords hastily agreed. Su Chen added, the copper mine to the south will begin mining tomorrow. Each affiliated territory will provide 5 laborers with 2 soldiers to escort them. I will send the Imperial Guards and the Imperial Guards to oversee the operation. The output will be accounted for according to the tax rate, and the remaining 20% will be shared among you. Upon hearing this, they all began to feel tempted. While 80% tax was painful for everyone, they thought about it. In this world, lords without backing could hardly preserve their lives out there. Every day they cursed each other brutally over a few hundred units of timber in the channels. Today you steal a tree from me, tomorrow I rob you of a rock. Living was no different from that of mutated wild dogs. Now that the version had just updated, the copper mine was the new currency of this land. Being alive and able to share in the wealth, even if it was only 2%, was already a life others could only dream of. Su Chen's gaze swept over the faces of the crowd. If you want to eat with me, then hold on to your rice bowl firmly. If anyone dares to smash the cooking pot, I have no qualms about replacing them with another batch. Everyone answered in unison, not daring to lift their heads. Once the affiliated lords dispersed, Shen Lian silently approached Su Chen and whispered, Your Majesty, there may be action from He Lao Chi's side tomorrow. That's even better. Another batch of national fortune points will be credited in. The Zhaoyu is located underground in the main building of the Jinui camp, with the entrance hidden behind a secret door at the back of the conference hall. Shen Lian pushed open the secret door, and the torches on both sides of the stone steps lit up automatically. At the end was a spacious dark room. In the center stood an iron table, and along the walls were several rows of torture racks covered with various iron hooks, branding irons, and whips. Chen Xiaobai was dragged down the stairs by 2 Jinui, his legs already too weak to walk. Upon entering, he was pressed onto a chair by the table, his hands shackled with iron rings, unable to move. Chen Xiaobai's face was already devoid of color, trembling as he surveyed his surroundings. Chen Xiaobai, Shen Lian called, his voice deep, is the place you agreed to meet, He Lao Chi, the stone mine next to your territory? Chen Xiaobai dared not look directly at Shen Lian, nodding desperately. Yes, yes, yes. It's right there. The people from the Stone Axe Society will arrive tomorrow night, and I will lead them. They will take action then. Shen Lian drew a slender iron pick from the torture rack beside him and asked, Do you know how many soldiers He Lao Chi has in total? Is it true that he has 50, or does he have more hidden away? Chen Xiaobai looked at the iron pick, his hair standing on end. He actually has more than 60 soldiers. The main force consists of intermediate pikemen along with more than 10 archers. Each of the 5 lords under him probably has around 20 or 30 soldiers, but I don't know the specifics. He confessed everything without daring to hide anything. Shen Lian nodded. Now send a private message to He Lao Chi. Chen Xiaobai was taken aback. Send what? Tell him that he can act early tomorrow morning. Only a small external team is responsible for mining at the copper mine, and you will meet him at the outskirts of the mine. You will take him there, and he can seize the copper mine. You will also inform him of the specific location of the mine. Shen Lian paced around Chen Xiaobai, his voice calm as water, devoid of any fluctuation. This invisible pressure constantly intimidated Chen Xiaobai. He looked at the various tools on the torture rack, his heart filled with utmost dread. Chen Xiaobai stammered, I sent this. If he really comes, you won't let him go, will you? Shen Lian smiled lightly, not answering, but pointed the iron pick at Chen Xiaobai. I will do it. I hope Master Shen can spare my life. Oh, I will cooperate. Chen Xiaobai hurriedly opened the private chat interface and displayed it before his eyes. In this way, Shen Lian, standing beside, could see all the information. Chen Xiaobai typed out Shen Lian's words verbatim and added the coordinates of the mine. After hesitating for a moment, he added at the end, the information is accurate, and the opportunity is rare. After sending it, He Lao Chi quickly replied, Received. I will set off at 7 tomorrow. Don't let me down. Shen Lian nodded slightly and saved the screenshot of that message. As a hero, he also had his own system panel, which aside from the unique functions of a lord was not much different. After handling everything, Shen casually called to the 2 Jinui. Lock him up 2 meals a day, but don't let him die. Wait until He Lao Chi is caught and interrogate him together. The Jinui complied, dragging Chen Xiaobai from the chair and walking towards the deeper cells in the dark room. Only then did Chen Xiaobai realize that he would not be tortured for the time being. Instead, he felt a sense of relief, muttering, Thank you, Master Shen. Thank you, Your Majesty. Most of the lights in the market outside the cold palace had gone out, with only the fire basins on the high walls still flickering. In the military camp's drill ground, several rotating pikemen were taking over their posts. In the conference hall, Su Chen was sitting behind the desk. A self-made simple map was spread out before him, marking the distribution of forces within a radius of several dozen miles. The location of his own subordinate territory was circled, and a red cross was drawn 8 miles to the south, marking the camp of the Stone Axe Society. Shen Lian pushed the door open and tossed Chen Xiaobai's private message record onto the desk. He Lao Chi has taken the bait and is expected to arrive in the copper mine area at 8 o'clock. Su Chen glanced at it and asked, "How is the interrogation in the Xiaoyu going?" Chen Xiaobai has divulged all the troop distribution of the Stone Axe Society. They have about 200 soldiers. Shen Lian paused. Additionally, he Lao Chi himself is a level 6 Green Lord with the talent Commander, which increases the upgrade speed of his soldiers by 50. Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly after hearing this. This talent is considered quite fortunate among ordinary lords. He had seen quite a few people with this talent on the leaderboard, and its practicality was decent. 200 people. Su Chen frowned. In a heat-and fight we are not afraid, but if these people flee into the forest when the situation turns against them. If 1 or 2 manage to escape and spread the coordinates of the Cold Palace, it would be troublesome. Does your Majesty mean to close the door and catch the dog? Of course we close the door to catch the dog. Su Chen stood up, walked to the map, and pointed to the location of the copper mine. This is where he Lao Chi wants to go. The external team will continue to mine here as bait. You need to figure out all the routes he Lao Chi will take to the copper mine. The area around the copper mine is all forested, and only 3 paths can accommodate troops. These 3 paths must be completely blocked. However, we do not have enough soldiers to surround them entirely. Shen Lian lowered his head to look at the map, contemplating. I have already instructed the cavalry to investigate thoroughly. The marsh is to the north of the copper mine, and troops cannot cross it. The forests on the southeast side are all in valleys, and the narrowest valley to the south can be blocked with just 20 men. The east side is more open, but cavalry can maneuver from the flanks and still lock it down. As for the main road to the west, I recommend using the Imperial Guard and pikemen to block the entrance. That's right, he probably won't bring too many people. We should confront him heat and let him spread his forces, and when his entire team is inside the mine, you can take the Jinui to eliminate the sentinels he is stationed outside. The cavalry will circle around and take out those he leaves at the copper mine exit. Even if he Lao Chi realizes he is being ambushed, he can only burrow into the valleys to the south or east. No matter where he burrows, it will be a dead end. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. There's no need to rush the arrangements. Send someone to notify all lords to come to the Cold Palace for a meeting before 5 o'clock. Day 13 of the Otherworld battlefield arrival. Before 5 o'clock, the conference hall outside the palace was already filled with people. These lords arrived earlier than expected. Wang Dazhuang was the first to arrive, changed into clean clothes, and stood at the entrance of the conference hall, rubbing his hands and exhaling. He saw Su Chen enter, bent slightly, and greeted, "Good morning, Your Majesty." Lin Xiaoxiao was the last to arrive. She came from the furthest distance, setting out before dawn, running with a few personal guards. When she entered, her forehead was still glistening with sweat. She greeted Su Chen and naturally stood to one side. Su Chen sat at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the crowd. Some people looked down, unable to meet his eyes, while others were sweating in their palms, rubbing them on their clothes. Only Wang Dazhuang stood straight, wearing an expression ready to pledge his loyalty. "The reason I called you here today is for just one thing." Su Chen got straight to the point without any preamble. To the south there is an organization called the Stone Axe Society, led by a level 5 lord named He Laochi, with 5 subordinate lords and over 200 soldiers altogether. This person has colluded with Chen Xiaobai, intending to seize my copper mine. He has already set the time for tomorrow's operation. He thinks that only my external team is at the copper mine. Since he dares to come, he won't be able to leave. The discussion in the council hall immediately fell into a murmur. Several lords exchanged glances, all showing a look of hesitation. They had heard of He Laochi to some extent, as he had some reputation among players. To them, over 200 soldiers were a formidable force, one they couldn't afford to provoke. Su Chen waited for the discussion to dwindle before speaking. "I counted, and you all have at least 300 soldiers combined, more than enough to wipe him out. Now I just need each of you to send 10. Is that enough?" Wang Dazhuang was the first to react, stepping forward confidently. "Enough. Your Majesty, I will send 15. I just recruited a few intermediate soldiers yesterday, perfect for the task." Beside him, Li Ergu tugged at him, whispering, "Dazhuang, with your resources, sending 10 is already tough, let alone 15. Wang Dazhuang shot him a glare. "With your Majesty's benevolence, what's wrong with sending a few more? After the battle, well, divide the spoils. How could we get shortchanged?" Su Chen waved his hand to stop their argument. 10 will suffice. It's not about quantity. The extras can keep for guarding their homes." The other lords exchanged glances, gradually agreeing. One cautiously asked, "Your Majesty, will we be the ones leading the charge?" Su Chen shot him a glance. "The vanguard will be the Imperial Guards. You just need to hold the perimeter, seal off the roads, and finish off any stragglers." With this, the hesitation on everyone's faces visibly lessened. No need to lead the charge, just focus on encircling and blocking the roads there was indeed nothing to fear. Lin Xiaoxiao, Su Chen called her name. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately stood up straight. Your Majesty, I will send 10. No, I will send 20. My riflemen are all of green quality and have seen battle. Your soldiers won't gather in the cold palace. Go directly from your camp to set an ambush in the southern ravine. Su Chen pointed to her ambush point on the map. While others seal off 2 roads, you will block this ravine. If He Laochi attempts to break through from your side, not a single one can escape. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded firmly. She was different from the other subordinate lords, as she had been under Su Chen from the start and only needed to pay 50% of her taxes. Since the beast tied 3 days ago, she had been living quite well with the food provided by Su Chen. In contrast, the 50% tax barely bought back that much food. Which lord could be so generous? Only by following this majesty could one live in peace. Once the arrangements were completed, the lords took their positions and departed the council hall to muster their troops. Su Chen rolled up the map and handed it to Shun Lian. The imperial guards would strike heat in, the brocade guards would clear the sentries, while the TG and cavalry would flank and seal the roads, blocking all retreat paths with the perimeter soldiers. He Laochi thought he was taking advantage of an opportunity, unaware that he had already fallen into a trap. He Laochi adjusted his scale armor with a dark mass of soldiers behind him. 60 men lined up crookedly in the morning mist, giving off quite an imposing aura. He indeed had more than 200 soldiers, but with an insider he didn't need to deploy that many, otherwise it would attract too much attention. 60 or so men lined up crookedly in the morning mist, still managing to present an imposing sight. Everyone better get energized. Don't walk like you haven't eaten. He turned back to scold, then quietly said to a subordinate lord beside him, although Chen Xiaobai is cowardly, he handles this matter decisively. There's only a small team by the copper mine, and with over 60 of us we can easily crush them. Once we take the mine, we sell it ourselves. In less than half a month we will all be equipped with blue gear. The subordinate licked his lips. What about Blackstone City? No matter how tough Blackstone City is, can they teleport over to bite my backside? With over 60 of us, once we finish mining the copper well, withdraw immediately. By the time they react, we'll be long gone. He puffed out his chest and waved his hand forward. Everyone marched forward at a run. At the command, the troop began to move. He Laochi rode on a horse he had acquired from the trading post, his mind racing with thoughts of glory. He planned to seize the copper mine, first trading it for a batch of blue gear to bolster the Stone Axe Society's resources. Then he would take advantage of the copper's scarcity to heavily exploit the casual lords. In less than 2 weeks, He Laochi would be able to break into the top 10 of the regional power rankings. The outline of the copper mine gradually became visible. He Laochi saw figures moving at the mouth of the mine from a distance. 5 or 6 militiamen wielding pickaxes were mining, with only 2 riflemen standing by. They lazily rested their long guns on their shoulders, chatting. By the mine entrance were several baskets filled with freshly dug copper ore. A smile suddenly spread across He Laochi's face. Brothers, charge. First take down those riflemen, and the mine will be ours. His 60-odd soldiers surged forward, bowmen spreading out on the slopes to fire arrows, while riflemen charged towards the mine entrance. The 2 dynasty riflemen looked back, and without a word dove into the mine. He Laochi laughed heartily. Run. You can escape from the monk, but not the temple. Surround them. Before his laughter faded, the ground suddenly trembled. The sound of hooves pounding the earth was rhythmic and synchronized. The first to burst forth on the mining road was Zhang Meng's warhorse. The horse was clad in scale armor, and Zhang Meng wielded a ring-headed saber, still wearing a mask that revealed only his pair of murderous eyes. Behind him, Zhao Huang Long Mahan and Zhang Biao of the Imperial Guards lined up. 5 heavily armored cavalry charged through the Stone Axe Society's loose formation. Bang! 3 or 4 intermediate riflemen were knocked several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. The surrounding small soldiers instantly fell into disarray. The bowmen stood up on the slopes wanting to shoot, but the Imperial Guards were completely covered in scale armor. Arrows fired at them only sparked a few sparks, leaving no marks at all, and some didn't even hit. He Laochi's pupils constricted, desperately pulling on the reins to drag his inferior horse back. Steady. Hold your ground. They're only 5. Before he finished speaking, several shadows silently emerged from the darkness at the mine entrance. The brocade guards. Shen Lian walked at the front, his left hand resting on the hilt of his embroidered spring knife, while his right hand grabbed the neck of a Stone Axe Society sentry, tossing the already unconscious soldier aside. The brocade guards surged out from the shadows on both sides, not seen running. But with just a few quick steps, their shadows flashed past. They reached behind the enemy in the chaos, and several knife lights flashed, causing several people to fall. Report. Behind us. There are people behind us. A captain from the Stone Axe Society rolled and crawled to He Laochi's horse, panicking. The brothers guarding the exit have been ambushed. Their attack was too swift. Our people didn't even have time to shout. He Laochi's face instantly darkened. He had lost battles before during the medium-sized beast tide. He had escaped from the jaws of a level 5 boss with the Stone Axe Society, relying solely on his decisiveness to retreat at the first sign of trouble. But this time was different. In front were the heavily armored cavalry that had shattered his formation. To the flanks were the stealthy black-clad assassins, and his retreat had been silently cut off. He realized he had clearly been set up by Qin Xiaobai. Shen Lian gazed at the battlefield, his eyes calm as water. The Imperial Guards had already shattered the charging formation of the Stone Axe Society into disarray. Zhang Meng led the charge, wielding his circular knife, striking left and right, and no one could withstand a single blow. The mid-level spearmen before him were as fragile as paper, their long spears snapped in two with a casual counterattack. Zhang Meng simultaneously toppled them to the ground along with their armor. Zhao Hu and Wang Long protected his flanks as the three riders formed a formation, trampling over the enemy ranks, hooves pounding on fallen soldiers, the air filled with their cries of anguish. The archers of the Stone Axe Society on the hill continued to shoot arrows, but could not break through the defense, their eyes already filled with fear and hesitation. At this moment, their archery captain, sensing the dire situation, shouted loudly to rally morale, "Do not be afraid, shoot the horses first. Without the horses, the soldiers under the Lord will be easily crushed." Just as his voice fell, a shadow swept past from the side. In an instant, the embroidered spring knife pierced into his neck, withdrawing swiftly, the blade untouched by blood. The archery captain could not even let out a groan, clutching his neck as he collapsed to the ground. The Jinyui had made their move. The Jinyui that Shen Lian brought darted across the battlefield. They did not move in straight lines or engage in direct confrontations. Instead, they maneuvered close to the earth embankments and mine carts, circling to the enemy's flank. One knife at a time, they took down the scattered archers. With a clean and swift motion, the blade cut throats without any unnecessary actions. He Lao Chi, riding on a shabby horse, began to panic at the sight. The 60 soldiers he had brought had lost nearly half in just a few breaths. The remaining ones were besieged from both sides by the Imperial Guards, and the Jinyui, the formation completely collapsing. Some people discarded their weapons and fled into the forest. Some knelt on the ground with their hands raised in surrender, while others were so frightened they could not move. "Steady! Stay steady! Hold your ground!" He Lao Chi's voice turned high-pitched as he shouted while attempting to turn and flee. Yet that shabby horse was startled by the chaos of battle spinning around and refusing to listen. His subordinate beside him fared worse, struck across the face by a Jinyui with a sheath, sending him flying off the horse. Another lord of the Stone Axe Society, seeing the situation go awry, abandoned his weapon and ran towards the southern mountain hollow. He ran extremely fast, disappearing into the bushes within a few breaths, believing he could escape. Then from behind the bushes, a row of spearmen stood up in unison. Lin Xiaoxiao stood at the center of the spearmen's ranks, her long spear pointing at that lord. The 20 green-clad spearmen under her command firmly blocked the exit of the mountain hollow. The lord of the Stone Axe Society instinctively turned back to look. Behind him was the battlefield being crushed by the Imperial Guards, and in front was a wall of spears. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground with a thud. "I surrender! I surrender!" Lin Xiaoxiao ignored him and ordered 2 spearmen to step forward, dragging him out of the mountain mouth to tie him up. She looked towards the mine, noticing that the cries of battle had already dwindled in that short time. In the center of the mine, Zhang Meng struck down the last remaining resisting spearmen of the Stone Axe Society, sending both man and spear flying. He then reined in his warhorse and surveyed the surroundings. In his line of sight, there was no longer a single standing enemy. He Lao Chi was still on horseback, but no longer attempted to flee. Around him, soldiers either lay dead or surrendered. He was left all alone. Su Chen slowly rode down from the heights of the mine. He Lao Chi looked at him in shock, noticing Su Chen's extraordinary attire and demeanor, as well as the way the crowd parted to give him space. This indicated that this person was indeed the master of Haishi City. Yet he never expected him to be so young. Su Chen rode forward, chuckling lightly. "More than 60 people thought they could seize my copper mine. Such wishful thinking." Upon hearing this, He Lao Chi's expression changed, filled with regret. Before He Lao Chi could respond, Su Chen continued, speaking to the soldiers behind him. "From this day forward, there will no longer be a Stone Axe Society within a radius of dozens of miles. My resources will be mined by my subjects. Whoever dares to reach for them will have their hands chopped off." This declaration announced the demise of the Stone Axe Society. Wang Dazhuang led a dozen soldiers rushing in first, followed closely by other lords' forces surging from all directions. Each subordinate lord brought only a few soldiers, but with each lord contributing 10, their total force had already surpassed all those brought by He Lao Chi. There were soldiers in every mountain hollow. No matter how many troops He Lao Chi had, there was no way to escape. Shen Lian led the Jinyui in counting the captives, with more than 20 surrendered soldiers bound and lined up at the mouth of the mine, while the bodies of those who could not surrender were dragged to the side. Zhang Ming dismounted, grabbing He Lao Chi by the collar and yanking him off the horse. He Lao Chi crashed to the ground with a thud, his head striking a rock, instantly bleeding, profusely wincing in pain. Su Chen approached He Lao Chi, looking down at him. He Lao Chi raised his head, his face smeared with dirt and blood, genuine fear evident in his eyes. Did you send the news through Qin Xiaobai? I admit defeat. Haishi City truly lives up to its name. There is no such thing as Haishi City. That is merely my palace, the future Forbidden City. Su Chen dismounted, squatting down to meet his gaze. It's mine, do you understand? He Lao Chi was momentarily stunned. Mine. This person was too immersed in his role, wasn't he? But to save his life he could only nod vigorously. Understood. I understand. Big shot, I surrender. The Stone Axe Society's camp still had over 100 soldiers and 3 lords. As long as you spare my life, I can take you there. Sorry, too late. Su Chen said apologetically, but the cold blade was already drawn. The sword light flashed. He Lao Chi's expression froze on his face. A red line appeared on his neck, and then his whole body fell backward stiff. Ding. You have slain player Lord He Lao Chi, level 5, green target, is dead, gaining 75 points of national fortune. The other 2 lords kneeling on the ground finally reacted. One of them quickly cried out, big shot, don't kill me. I'm still useful. I know the defense in the camp. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Ming had already slammed the circular knife across his head. His body flew off at an angle, his head crushed in, and when he landed, he was already silent. Ding. Your subordinate has slain. Gaining 60 points of national fortune. The last lord had completely collapsed. He desperately kowtowed, his forehead striking the ground until it bled, still shouting for mercy. Su Chen glanced at Shun Lian. Shun Lian stepped forward, the embroidered spring knife still sheathed, but with one hand, he gripped the man's neck tightly. Ding. Your subordinate has slain. Gaining 30 points of national fortune. Seeing this scene, the soldiers of the Stone Axe Society turned pale. Seeing that his authority was established, Su Chen slowly said, I have said whoever dares to reach for them, I will chop off their hands. The slots are limited. I do not keep useless people. You surrendered soldiers will be incorporated into the various subordinate territories to do hard labor, mining and chopping wood, distributing grain according to work done. If anyone wants to run, they can do so now. The surrendered soldiers exchanged glances, kneeling down in unison, bowing deeply. Their lord had just died before their eyes. How could they dare to flee? In this world, killing captives is the norm, and surviving is the exception. Being able to mine copper for food is already a great blessing. At this moment, Shin Lian opened the ledger, recounting the intelligence gathered from the reconnaissance of the Jinui last night. The Stone Axe Society's lair has 3 lords and over 100 soldiers. He Lao Chi was dead, but their details had already been uncovered by the Jinui. There were 2 arrow towers, the main gate heavily defended, while the back relied on a mere level 2 fence. The remaining 3 were all brought in by He Lao Chi to fill the ranks. 1 managed logistics, another led soldiers, and the last handled external communication. The 3 were harmonious in appearance, but at odds in heart. He Lao Chi could barely keep them in check while he was present. Su Chen mounted his horse and commanded, then let's take down their lair before they realize He Lao Chi is dead. Send the orders down. Wang Dazhuang stayed behind to guard the captives and tally the spoils. The other lords should gather their forces and set off with me immediately. The Jinui will lead the way and the imperial guards will clear the path. The Stone Axe Society's lair must be eradicated today. Lin Xiaoxiao. Here. Lin Xiaoxiao stood at attention immediately. Your soldiers will take the South Mountain Hollow, directly bypass the rear fence, and block their escape. Not a single living soul is to be spared. Understood. The various forces quickly mobilized. The subordinate lords returned to their respective teams to muster troops. The ambush just now had not consumed much energy, and the soldiers were in high spirits. Su Chen rode ahead towards the Stone Axe Society's camp. Behind him, all the forces converged into a At the mine entrance, Wang Dazhuang stood before the pile of captives, watching the army head off in the distance, murmuring to himself, so many living people. And just like that, they are to be exterminated. He glanced down at the 3 bodies on the ground that had not yet grown cold, feeling a bit of fear. Fortunately, I surrendered early. The camp of the Stone Axe Society is situated against the back slope, surrounded by the hillside. The outer stone wall stands over 2 meters high. The first level is a wooden fence, the second level is a wooden wall, and the third level consists of a low stone wall only 1 meter tall. This should be a 4th level stone wall. The foundation of the Stone Axe Society is quite decent. At this moment, 3 lords left behind in the camp are arguing beneath the arrow tower. According to the intelligence from the Jinui, the 3 are named Zhao and Xin Biao and Sun Haizi. Zhaoan is a thin, middle-aged man accustomed to logistics, and when he speaks there's a hint of cleverness in his tone. He took over 60 people out, and not a single one has returned. He didn't even reply to private messages. Something's not right. Let's send more people up the arrow tower to observe, and then send someone out to investigate. Qian Biao, a burly man, relied on shouting, There are only a few people over at the copper mine. With so many from Old He, they must have trampled them to death. I think they got addicted to mining and wanted to haul back a few more baskets before returning. Then what about the private messages? Why isn't he replying? The signal's bad. This isn't the first time the chat has lagged. Sun Haizi leaned against the arrow tower post, arms crossed silent. He was responsible for external communications and was most sensitive to news. Now nearly 2 hours have passed since the agreed time. He has an ominous premonition and promptly opens the chat window only to see that Old He Chi's profile picture has dimmed. The result is self-evident. Sun Haizi's expression changed drastically, and just as he was about to speak, a hurried sound of hoofbeats came from outside the camp. Look, Old He has returned. Qian Biao grinned and walked towards the camp gate. Zhang Ming and 10 riders charged ahead, and at his command they accelerated, immediately raising a cloud of dust. Enemy. Just as Qian Biao was about to shout attack, Zhang Ming had already leaped over the wooden stake at the camp gate. A blade slashed down from the air, and Qian Biao hurriedly raised his axe to block the clash, sending sparks flying. Qian Biao was shaken, his palm torn, and his axe flew from his grip as Zhang Ming's force continued to push him back, causing him to spit blood. Imperial Guards. It's the Imperial Guards from Haishi City. Sun Haizi finally reacted, not having time to think. He turned and ran. He remembered Old He Chi mentioning that Chen Xiaobai had said the Imperial Guards were at least of the green tier, capable of overwhelming their peers in attributes. Facing them, Hedon is courting death. Behind the territory lies a forest where he could escape. He was agile enough to dart past the territory boundary in 10 seconds and reach the back slope. Sun Haizi repeatedly called for the guards at the gate to open the back door. At the moment the door was opened, he saw a line of gunmen already standing outside, lined up in formation. Lin Xiaoxiao stood at the center of the line. This road is blocked. Sun Haizi's heart sank, but he still mustered the energy to draw his waist knife and prepare to charge. Lin Xiaoxiao casually waved her hand, and the spears thrust out in unison, piercing Sun Haizi along with his knife, killing him instantly. Meanwhile, the archers atop the 2 arrow towers on the south wall had long been neutralized by the Jinui. Otherwise, the archers would have alerted them when Zhang Ming and the others charged in. Seeing the situation was dire, Zhao squatted down, cradling his head, and gave up resistance. He watched as Qian Biao was knocked to the ground by Zhang Ming's blade, and saw Sun Haizi turned into a porcupine. The soldiers in the camp were already surrounded by the enemy forces pouring in from all sides. I surrender. I surrender. I'm in charge of logistics. I've never killed anyone. Zhao trembled as he spoke without raising his head. Zhang Ming approached him, his blade hovering above his head, glancing back at Su Chen, who was calmly riding into the camp. Su Chen asked, "You are in charge of logistics?" Zhao nodded vigorously. Yes. I remember all the accounts in the warehouse. I know how much Old He Chi has and how much goods he has hidden. Take me to the warehouse. Zhao shakily stood up and led Su Chen towards the central wooden house of the camp. Upon opening the door, Su Chen's eyes lit up slightly. The reserves accumulated by the Stone Axe Society are indeed substantial. Timber was stacked against 2 walls, amounting to at least 4,000 to 5,000 units. Stones were piled in a corner, estimated to be over 2,000. There were also nearly 200 pieces of refined iron. At the back, a few pieces of equipment were displayed: 2 pieces of green leather armor, a blue quality longbow, and a pair of blue leather boots that enhanced agility. There was also a stack of blueprints, which Zhao hurriedly pulled out and presented with both hands. Su Chen took them and flipped through them. 3 green building blueprints: watchtower, stable, and reinforced wooden wall. These were all standard items. Only the bottom blueprint emitted a faint blue light. Blue rare blueprint: scout cavalry camp building type cavalry reconnaissance structure. Construction requirements: timber 800, stones 500, refined iron 200, gold coins 500. Attributes: unlocks the exclusive cavalry unit scout cavalry after construction, with speed far exceeding regular cavalry, reconnaissance range 50, capable of independently performing patrol and warning tasks in the wild. Su Chen stored this blueprint separately into his storage space, while the remaining supplies were handed over to Shun Lian for registration. The battle outside had already concluded. The more than 100 soldiers left behind by the Stone Axe Society suffered fewer than 30 casualties, while the rest surrendered. Qian Biao was bound tightly and thrown in the center of the dirt field, a piece of rag stuffed in his mouth, still mumbling curses. The body of Sun Haizi was moved to the side. The allied lords began to busy themselves in the camp with their respective teams. Prisoners were being bound in batches, and the seized weapons and armor piled up like a small mountain, while the supplies in the warehouse were being carried out basket by basket. From the initiation of the charge to the complete end of the battle, it took less than a quarter of an hour. Su Chen stepped out of the wooden house, standing in the center of the dirt field and surveying the surroundings. This territory is backed by mountains and faces south, making it concealed and easy to defend, but difficult to attack. Old He Chi's choice of this place as a stronghold shows some insight. Shunlian, at your service. From today onwards, the Stone Axe Society camp will be changed to the Copper Mine Outpost with 2 Imperial Guards, 2 Jinui, and 30 rotating soldiers from the Allied Lords stationed here. The supplies in the warehouse do not need to be moved, they will directly serve as a frontline supply point. After copper is mined, it will be stored here and regularly transported back to the Cold Palace by the TG. Shunlian nodded quickly, noting it down in his ledger. Su Chen walked up to Qian Biao, glanced down at him. Qian Biao was mumbling sounds, his face full of defiance. Su Chen drew his sword and pressed it against his throat. I only kill those who are useless. You survived Zhang Meng's blade, so you have some skill left. I will spare your life and incorporate you into the copper mine labor team. After 100 days of service, I will return your freedom. Qian Biao's mumbling stopped. He stared blankly at Su Chen as the fierceness in his eyes gradually dimmed, finally nodding. Zhang Meng stepped forward, lifting him from the ground and leading him to the prisoner line. Zhao and hunched over stood by and cautiously asked, Big boss, what can I do? You will continue to manage logistics. Su Chen glanced at him. You are familiar with the accounts of the Stone Axe Society, and you will be responsible for the supplies entering and leaving the outpost. Shunlian's people will audit your accounts. If there is a discrepancy, you will lose a finger. Zhaoan was so frightened, he trembled, repeatedly assuring that he would not embezzle. Return to the palace. Su Chen said no more, mounted his horse, and waved his hand with a loud shout. This time out, he took old He-Chi's life, dismantled the Stone Axe Society's stronghold, and the resources captured were sufficient to replenish most of the inventory used in building the Jinui camp. Plus, he obtained a blue cavalry building blueprint. Calculating the time, tonight is the day of the weekly leaderboard settlement. Deep night in the Cold Palace. Su Chen reclined upon the master seat draped with thick bear hide, cradling a bowl of meat soup freshly prepared by Tianjiang. 5 hours had passed since his return from the Stone Axe Guild's lair. The captives had been dispersed among subordinate territories' labor brigades. The seized supplies were steadily transported into the Cold Palace's warehouses. The Scout Light Cavalry Corps had already been entrusted to Shunlian, who would begin selecting a site for construction at dawn tomorrow. 2 Imperial Guards and 2 Brocade Uniform Guards had taken station at the Copper Mine Forward Outpost. Tianjiang knelt beside him, gently kneading his shoulders. In the Imperial kitchen, Chunlan and Choju cleared away the dinnerware. Occasional insect chirps drifted across the courtyard. Su Chen opened his system interface to tally today's spoils. Current Monarch level 6, 2600-3000. National fortune value 1420. In today's battle, the Imperial Guards and Brocade Uniform Guards jointly eliminated no fewer than 30 soldiers under He Laochi, along with 3 Lord-level commanders themselves. Though experience distribution was capped at 10%, it still filled nearly half his progress bar. Only 400 points remained before level 7. At his current monster clearing efficiency, 2 or 3 more engagements would suffice for breakthrough. As for national fortune value, He Laochi and his cohort contributed significantly. Combined with elite-tier enemy soldiers slain mid-battle, the total gain amounted to over 200 points. The nearly 500 points previously spent recruiting Brocade Uniform Guards and Imperial Riders had thus been recovered by half. Regarding supplies, the Stone Axe Guild's reserves proved far richer than anticipated. 480 units of timber, 280 units of stone, 180 units of iron, or 180 ingots of refined iron, and 50 units of refined copper. Added to the Cold Palace's existing stockpiles, timber now approached the Ninethasandinate threshold once more, while refined iron exceeded 200 ingots. These resources were sufficient not only to establish the Scout Light Cavalry Corps, but also to spare surplus for upgrading other facilities within the Cold Palace. In equipment, 2 blue-tier items were bestowed directly upon Zhang Meng and Lin Xiaoxiao. The bow went to Lin Xiaoxiao. Her archer captain urgently needed a reliable long-range weapon. The boots were granted to Zhang Meng, commander of the Imperial Guards. An extra measure of speed on the battlefield could mean the difference between life and death. As for the 3 green-tier schematics, Su Chen instructed Shunlian to distribute them among the 3 subordinate lords who had performed most outstandingly that day. Wang Dazhuang received 1. The remaining 2 were awarded to the other 2 lords who had secured the highest kill counts during the roadblock engagement. His Majesty seems in high spirits today. Tianjiang's delicate hands paused upon his shoulders, pressing lightly. Having dismantled the Stone Axe Guild and replenished the national treasury, of course he is pleased. Su Chen finished the last sip of soup and set the bowl upon the table, then drew Tianjiang's hand into his own. My beloved consort, what did you accomplish at home today? I harvested a batch of coagulant bloodgrass and sowed a fresh crop. Choju discovered a shrub in the rear courtyard bearing small berries. We transplanted it beside the medicinal herb field. It should bear fruit within days. Tianjiang lowered her head with a soft laugh. This morning I drew water from the dry well. Today's parcel contained a packet of seeds. The system identified them as sugar beet seeds. I shall plant them tomorrow. Su Chen nodded. With Tianjiang managing logistics, the Cold Palace's rear operations rested securely in capable hands. As they conversed, a familiar system chime resonated within Su Chen's mind. Weekly rankings finalized. Finalization complete. Verifying recipient list. Su Chen sat up slightly straighter. It had arrived. Last week's ranking settlement had brought him immense delight. What marvels might this week? Your anonymous status has been confirmed. Regional prosperity ranking. First place. Your anonymous status has been confirmed. Regional comprehensive combat power ranking. First place. You have retained the dual top rank achievement. Critical multiplier stacking activated. Rewards dispensed. 4 high-tier mystery boxes. Automatically sealed in midair beneath the main hall's central beam, awaiting His Majesty's personal opening. Beneath the main hall's central beam, 4 violet golden orbs slowly materialized. Identical in presentation to last week's, yet their luminescence appeared markedly deeper. Su Chen rose and approached the orbs, placing his palm upon the first. Dual Leader Weekly Settlement Reward. Consecutive Victory. Critical Reward 1, 500 National Fortune Value. Monarch Class Exclusive Replacement Reward. Consecutive Achievement triggers additional 50 bonus. Reward 2 Purple Epic Tier Building Schematic. Bema Righteous Cavalry Barracks 1 Emperor Class Exclusive Cavalry Structure. Reward 3 Celestial Meteoric Iron 2 Rare Forging Material. Cumulative count now stands at 3. Reward 4 Hegemon Resource Pack. Gold 200, Timber 500, Stone 400, Refined Iron 500, Refined Copper 200. After reviewing all 4 rewards, Su Chen breathed aloud, exhilarating. He stored all rewards within the treasure vault and returned to the master seat. Tianjiang, seeing him reseated, murmured softly, "Your Majesty, perhaps it is time to rest." "Not yet." Su Chen opened the regional channel, curious to observe others' reactions to the weekly settlement. Messages scrolled even faster than last week. Last week's rewards had delighted many high-tier lords, igniting fierce competition this round. Screens overflowed with screenshots of newly acquired rewards. Made it into the top 500. Got a green tier building schematic plus 300 gold. Ranked 200 on the combat power list. A blue tier weapon schematic and 500 gold. Blissful. But this week's competition is absurdly fierce. Last week I ranked 150. I nearly dropped out of the top 200 this time. Because He Laochi is dead. He Laochi. The He Laochi of the Stone Axe Guild. Wasn't he a level 5 lord commanding over 200 troops? Yes, that very one. This morning someone passing the Stone Axe Guild's camp noticed its banner had changed. Not the Stone Axe Guild's emblem, but a black standard emblazoned with a golden dragon. Black and gold dragon. Blackstone City. He Laochi's avatar has gone offline. Not just him, but the guild's 2 other principal lords have likewise vanished. What? Blackstone City annihilated the Stone Axe Guild. A force of over 200 troops, wiped out in an instant. Just who is Blackstone City? Their origins remain unclear, but one thing is certain: never approach that region again. Lucent fell, He Laochi fell. Whoever goes there next will surely perish. Su Chen observed these exchanges, his expression serene. The legend of the glitch curse continued to spread, and He Laochi's demise had further shrouded Blackstone City in dread. For the immediate future, no reckless faction would dare test its strength. Yet Huangfu Wushuang and Qin Sihai would not idly watch Blackstone City grow unchecked. Indeed, scrolling further, Su Chen spotted a message from Huangfu Wushuang: "Congratulations on securing first place again this week. I yield graciously. Yet I harbor one curiosity: how did the Stone Axe Guild, 200 strong, vanish so utterly? To the esteemed Lord of Blackstone City, pray reveal yourself. I have recently completed the Azure Thunder Crossbow Tower. Should His Lordship of Blackstone City happen upon this message, I cordially invite him to a friendly duel. Combat only, no fatalities, and I vow never to exploit advantage." Though couched in courtesy, the message brimmed with veiled intimidation and probing inquiry. Huangfu Wushuang considered himself the undisputed dual leader. Blackstone City's absence from the top rank implied inferiority. The Azure Thunder Crossbow Tower was a purple tire structure. His public display signaled unambiguous strength and fearlessness before any rival. Yet his added caveat, combat only, no fatalities, preserved diplomatic flexibility. Huangfu Wushuang possessed far greater acumen than Qin Sihai, whose dominance relied solely on vampiric recruitment and who fled instantly when confronted with true power. Huangfu Wushuang, by contrast, built strength methodically, amassing resources, honing combat prowess, and calibrating his probes with precision, never committing irrevocably. Such a man was a genuine adversary. Yet the time was not yet ripe. Su Chen closed the channel, just as the crimson announcement dreaded by every lord flashed before their eyes. System alert. A crimson announcement echoed throughout the server. It has been detected that the overall lord level in the current dimension has reached the standard. The third round of medium-sized mixed beast tide is about to enter the strengthening phase. The following are the detailed rules for this beast tide update. Please read carefully. Rule 1. From the moment this announcement is issued, all ordinary wild monsters below level 5 will cease to spawn in the wilderness. Low-level monster clusters will gradually retreat into the depths of the fog, while the activity level of high-level monsters will significantly increase. Rule 2. The scale of the third round of medium-sized beast tide will be increased by 100 compared to before. The total number of monsters will double, and the proportion of elite monsters will rise from 10 to 20. Rule 3. The number of boss-level monsters will increase from the original likely to spawn 1 to guaranteed to spawn 2. Moreover, the boss levels will randomly fluctuate between levels 6 and 8. The two bosses will spawn randomly around different lords' territories and will all launch an attack simultaneously 3 days later. Rule 4. After this beast tide ends, lords who do not reach level 5 will have their territory core forcibly downgraded by the system. Those who fail to meet the standard twice in a row will be directly obliterated. Countdown 72000. May all lords survive. Upon seeing this announcement, Su Chen's brow furrowed. He realized a problem he had overlooked. Shunlian, Su Chen called out. At your service. Shunlian stepped out of the shadows outside the hall, evidently having seen the announcement and waiting outside. Go mark the coordinates of Wang Dazhuang, Lin Xiaoxiao, and all subordinate lords on the map. Shunlian did not ask further, quickly walking to the table, unfolding the power distribution map he had drawn himself, and swiftly marking 10 small circles on it. 10 subordinate territories plus the cold palace itself, forming 11 light points scattered around a fan-shaped area within several kilometers centered on the cold palace. Su Chen stood up and moved to examine the map. During the last medium-sized beast tide, why was the scale so large? Why did all 3 boss monsters come here to me? He seemed to be asking Shunlian, yet also talking to himself. Shunlian slightly raised his head. Because your majesty was upgrading the cold palace at that time, the spiritual energy fluctuations from the territory core attracted the beast tide within a radius of 10 miles. Additionally, your majesty's territory was far more prosperous than those of other lords, causing the system to designate the cold palace as the regional core target. Thus the main force of the beast tide surged here. What about the other lords? What happened on Lin Xiaoxiao's side? Shunlian flipped through the booklet, which contained intelligence records collected by the Imperial Guard. According to Lin Xiaoxiao's report afterward, she only encountered sparse low-level wild monsters, the strongest being a level 3 elite flower leopard. That makes sense. The problem lies here. Su Chen's voice grew heavier. Last time it was because the cold palace was upgrading, so the beast tide within 10 miles was drawn entirely to me. Lin Xiaoxiao and the surrounding lords were essentially feasting on my leftovers. But what about this time? Su Chen pointed to Wang Dazhuang's territory, saying the cold palace is currently at level 3 and won't upgrade in the short term. Without spiritual energy fluctuations to attract hatred, how will the beast tide allocate its targets? Shunlian's expression changed as he understood Su Chen's implication. The system will distribute the beast tide evenly based on each territory's prosperity level, military strength, and other factors. Shunlian replied softly, in other words, it means that my 10 subordinate territories will each independently bear a round of beast tide. Su Chen took over the conversation, his voice turning cold. 11 territories, 11 waves of beast tide. He took a deep breath, his palm gripping the table edge with a creaking sound. Ordinary lords have only 1 territory to bear 1 round of beast tide. What about me? I have to bear 11. The main hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Tianjiang stood aside, holding an empty bowl. Though she didn't quite understand what Su Chen and Shunlian were discussing, she could sense that the atmosphere was off. Her Majesty rarely displayed such a serious expression. Su Chen sat back in the main seat, rubbing his temples, and began to calculate rapidly. During the last beast tide, the cold palace single-handedly withstood 3 boss monsters, dozens of elite monsters, and hundreds of ordinary monsters, relying on the formidable combat power of the Imperial Guard and the long-range suppression of the crossbow towers. Most importantly, all resources were concentrated at one point back then. But now the subordinate territories are scattered around, and each territory needs to deploy troops for defense. If he spreads his limited military strength across 11 territories, each one will have very few people, and not to mention fending off the bosses, he likely won't be able to stop even a slightly larger number of elite monsters. If he concentrates his military strength to defend the cold palace, and lets the subordinate territories fend for themselves, those lords would be walking dead. Furthermore, after the beast tide ends, lords who do not reach level 5 will have their territory cores forcibly downgraded. Wang Dazhuang and the others are generally only at level 3 or 4, and if downgraded it would essentially render them useless. Your Majesty, Shunlian suddenly spoke, I have a plan, but I'm not sure if it's appropriate to mention it. Speak. Shen Lian walked to the map, pointing successively at the coordinates of those subordinate territories. The system has left all lords with a way to survive. It is not stated in the rules, but I have reviewed the previous system regulations. Lords can voluntarily give up their territory cores. Su Chen's eyes brightened. After giving up the territory, the lord's territory panel will disappear, and the territory core will transform into a resource pack that can be merged into another lord's territory. The lord who gives up their territory will not die, but will lose their independent lord status and become a vassal of another lord with all resource outputs allocated by the receiving party. Su Chen listened and contemplated this rule. It meant that the target of the beast tide could be reduced. If one lord gives up their territory and merges the core into the cold palace, then their original location would no longer be locked by the beast tide. Because the beast tide comes for the territory core, not for the people. If the people leave and the core is gone, the beast tide will not spawn there. Are you suggesting that they give up their territory and merge the core into the cold palace? Su Chen asked. Shen Lian's voice was calm. Your Majesty can choose to retain those high-yield territories with strong lords, such as Lin Xiaoxiao, whose camp is located on a vital road, and her military quality is also the highest worth keeping. As for those positioned territories where the lords themselves are weaker, they can be advised to give up and migrate to the Cold Palace's periphery. Their resources and military strength will merge into the Cold Palace system under your Majesty's unified allocation. In this way, the number of beast tide spawn points will be reduced from 11 to a number your Majesty deems appropriate. Su Chen did not respond immediately. He leaned back against the bearskin chair, closing his eyes to think. This proposal strategically posed no issues. Concentrating military strength, shrinking defenses, and reducing beast tide targets using the strongest cold palace as the core to withstand the assault. I have one more thing to say, but am not sure if it's appropriate. Shen Lian spoke again. Speak. Among these 10 lords, except for Lin Xiaoxiao, who barely approaches level 5, none of the other 9 can reach level 5 within 3 days. After the beast tide, even if they survive, their territory will be downgraded, production will decrease, and military strength will diminish. In the next round of beast tide, they will undoubtedly face death. Rather than waiting for that time to die, it's better to actively give up now and merge into the cold palace. At least it will save our lives. Su Chen opened his eyes and looked at Shen Lian. He is indeed the commander of the Jinyui, thinking much further ahead than he does. Who do you think we should suggest to Liurgu? His territory is located in a low-lying area, easy to attack, but hard to defend, and he himself is only at level 3, with merely 20 soldiers, making him the weakest link. Zhao Dachui, his territory is open with no defenses, and most of the soldiers under him are of low rank, rendering them largely useless. Zhou Laosi, although his territory has support the back of the mountain, is a monster respawn area. This time, with the beast tide doubling in scale, he is likely to be attacked from both sides. Without hesitation, Shen Lian clearly had already contemplated this issue in his mind. He quickly pointed out several names, all of whom were the weakest and in the worst positions among the subordinate lords. Lin Xiaoxiao, Wang Dazhuang, and several others. Their positions are acceptable, and their military strength is barely decent. If His Majesty provides additional resources and military support, they should be able to withstand this round. Su Chen listened without nodding or shaking his head. In 3 days, there will be 11 waves of beasts. Consolidating the defense line, reducing targets, and concentrating military strength is the optimal solution. Shen Lian. After finishing his thoughts, Su Chen said, at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, notify all subordinate lords to come to the Cold Palace for a meeting. Not one can be absent. I obey. Shen Lian bowed and withdrew. Su Chen turned back to the main hall and sat back on the bed. Tianjiang had already returned at some point with a bowl of strengthening potion, placing it beside him, quietly kneeling and sitting without asking any questions. Su Chen picked up the bowl and drank it in one gulp, setting it down and leaning back in the chair, closing his eyes. In his mind, he had some impressions of the 4 people Shen Lian mentioned. Li Ergu, Zhao Dachui, Zhou Laosi. Who was the last one? Oh, there's also Sun Taizhu in the south, whose territory is by the river, threatened by both floods and beast tides. Should I add one more? If 5 territories give up and merge into the Cold Palace, the target of the beast tide will decrease from 11 to 6. Although the defense pressure of the Cold Palace will increase dramatically, concentrating all military strength at one point will be more efficient than spreading defenses. However, the more people give up, the more residents need to be accommodated on the outskirts of the Cold Palace, leading to issues with food and housing. Although Tianjiang's potato yield is high, it cannot feed hundreds of mouths. Su Chen shook his head and pushed the door into the room. Tianjiang had already laid out the quilt, sitting on the bedside waiting for him. Su Chen walked over, lay down beside her, and wrapped his arm around her waist. Your Majesty, are you still thinking about the beast tide? Tianjiang asked softly. I do not understand warfare, but I know that every decision your Majesty makes is to ensure everyone survives. You are right, my love. He waved his hand to extinguish the candlelight. Closing his eyes, Su Chen's last thought flickered in his mind. What expression will those four lords have when they hear the words "give up territory tomorrow"? Forget it, we will talk about it. The next morning at exactly 5 o'clock, the conference hall outside the cold palace was brightly lit. All 10 subordinate lords had arrived, even more punctual than the last meeting. Wang Dazhuang sat in the front row, his back straight, but his hands were nervously rubbing his knees. That was his habitual motion when he was anxious. Lin Xiaoxiao sat beside him, her face calm, but her eyes concealed a hint of unease. No one could sleep soundly after last night's announcement. Su Chen sat at the main seat with Shun Lian standing beside him holding that book he never parted with. Everyone is here, Shun Lian said softly. You all saw last night's announcement, Su Chen said. Everyone nodded, no one spoke. I thought about it last. He stood up and walked to the map. In the last beast tide, I withstood 3 boss-level leaders. Why was I able to hold on? Because all resources and military strength were concentrated at one point. But this time is different. You 10 people, 10 territories plus the cold palace make 11 targets. The beast tide will distribute monsters evenly based on the prosperity and level of each territory. That means each of you will independently endure a wave of beast tide. Low murmurs filled the conference hall. Some people's faces were already turning pale. I am clear about my military strength. With this amount of military force, if concentrated in the cold palace, I can withstand the charge of 5 or 6 boss-level leaders without issue. But if I have to support you all... Su Chen paused, scanning everyone's expressions before finally saying, I cannot withstand even one. This statement was like a bucket of ice water poured over everyone's heads. Su Chen stated frankly, rather than being defeated one by one, it is better to consolidate the defense line, reduce targets, and concentrate all military strength. Su Chen stated frankly, rather than being defeated one by one, it is better to consolidate the defense line, reduce targets, and concentrate all military strength to firmly defend the cold palace. The murmurs in the conference hall suddenly grew louder. Your Majesty, are you asking us to give up our territories? Li Ergu stood up, his chair tipping backward, his voice trembling with fear. Su Chen looked at him without speaking. Li Ergu's expression changed. He was not a fool. He understood the implications of Su Chen's words. Giving up territory. He knew better than anyone what those 3 words meant. Giving up the core of the territory, becoming a vassal lord. In this alien world, losing territory equates to losing the qualification to be human. Your Majesty, Zhao Dachui stepped forward, his voice loud, but clearly lacking confidence. Although my territory is open, I have already fortified 2 stone walls, and I still have over 30 soldiers. I can defend it. Defend it. Su Chen retorted, out of the more than 30 soldiers under you, how many are of intermediate rank? How many have reached level 5? Zhao Dachui opened his mouth, but could not speak. Most of his soldiers were of low rank, with only 7 or 8 at intermediate rank and none at level 5. How many elite monsters did you withstand in the last beast tide? Su Chen asked again. I am not here to negotiate with you. To be honest, collecting 80% of your taxes is no different from you losing your territory. Su Chen's voice suddenly turned cold. I give you 2 choices. He extended 2 fingers. First, actively give up your territories, merging the core into the cold palace. You and your military units will all be relocated to the outskirts of the cold palace, where I will arrange everything. Second, Su Chen's gaze swept over Li Ergu, Zhao Dachui, Zhou Laosi, Sun Tieju, and the other lords who wore expressions of hesitation. You carry your territories yourselves. If you can hold them, I congratulate you. If you cannot, and the beast tide washes away your lands, you will perish, and I shall then gather the remnants of your forces and resources. The outcome is the same, except, if you die, I can save some rations. With these words, no one else spoke, and the council hall fell into silence. At this moment, even Wang Dazhuang dared not utter a word. He keenly sensed that Su Chen was indifferent to their lives or deaths. If it was advantageous, he would protect them. If not, he would discard them. Lin Xiaoxiao lowered her head and remained silent. She also knew that Su Chen spoke the truth. In this world, those with a soft heart did not survive long. Su Chen did not urge them, instead returning to the main seat. Time passed second by second. It was unclear how long it took. Li Ergu was the first to speak. Your Majesty, I give up. Upon uttering those 3 words, tears streamed down his face. He was only 24 this year. Before his arrival, he was a fresh graduate with a degree in civil engineering. He had thought he could establish a city in this other world and live gloriously as its lord. But reality told him he could not even defend a territory of his own. Zhao Dachui closed his eyes. I also give up. He was much calmer than Li Ergu, clearly having accepted his fate. As if following suit, Zhou Laosi and Sun Taiju also agreed one after another. Su Chen did not offer words of consolation, but merely nodded lightly before looking at Shun Lian. Shun Lian, note this down. Their 4 territories will be merged into the cold palace from today, and the core resources will be unified for collection, with personnel and supplies relocated today. Understood, Your Majesty. Shun Lian recorded swiftly. Su Chen then turned to the other 6, including Lin Xiaoxiao and Wang Dazhuang. You 6 may retain your territories. In the next 3 days the tribute is cancelled. Prepare well to face the beast tide. After the beast tide, if you can withstand it, the tax rate will be set at 30. But I must make this clear. If there are breaches in your defenses during the beast tide, I will not send troops to reinforce. If you can hold. If not, retreat to the Cold Palace. Take as many troops and resources as you can carry when you withdraw. I only need people and resources. Lands can be reclaimed, but if people die, there will be nothing left. Lin Xiaoxiao stood up and bowed to Su Chen. Your Majesty, do not worry. Wang Dazhuang also stood up, patting his chest in assurance. Your Majesty, I, Wang Dazhuang, will strive to hold on. The other lords also expressed their resolve, their tones significantly firmer than before. The meeting adjourned. Li Ergu and the other 3 were taken by Shun Lian to the Jinui camp for information registration and relocation arrangements. The other 6 lords returned to muster their forces for battle. Su Chen sat alone in the empty council hall, noticing that 4 light points were absent from the map before him. 7 targets. Almost half were gone. System checked the current national fortune value and resources. Ruler Su Chen level 6, 26003000. National fortune value in 1920 points, gold coins 1220, wood 14650, stone 11150, iron or 5350, copper or 350, fine iron 800. Fine copper 200, including weekly rankings, rewards, special materials, 3 magic energy cores, 3 celestial iron blocks. Due to the high prosperity of the Cold Palace, it is highly likely that the 7 beast tides will prioritize it as a target. Thus the resources before him appeared plentiful, yet they might still prove insufficient for the coming battle. Shun Lian entered from outside the booklet, already filled with several new pages. I am here. When can we recover the core resources of Li Ergu and the other 4 territories? The earliest will be by this evening. Once the core is recovered, it will automatically be converted into a resource package containing 80% of all accumulated supplies and building materials from that territory. The system will deduct 20% as a handling fee. What is the estimated total of the resources from the 4 territories? Shun Lian flipped a page in the booklet which already contained estimates, approximately 6,000, wood 4,000 stone, about 200 fine iron, around 1,000 gold coins. In terms of military strength, the combined forces of the 4 amount to about 70, mostly at the junior level, with a small number at the intermediate level. Su Chen frowned. It was less than anticipated. However, it was not unexpected. These 4 were the weakest, and managing to amass these resources was already quite difficult. All military strength will be merged into the Cold Palace and stationed at the outer city markets. Supplies will be stored in the warehouse, with fine iron and fine copper stored separately. Understood, Your Majesty. Su Chen stood up and walked to the entrance of the council hall, observing the array of soldiers in the outer city's training grounds practicing their morning drills. With 110 direct soldiers combined with the 70 from the 4 merged territories, the total military strength would reach around 180. Adding in over 200 from 6 affiliated territories, the total military strength approached 400. The pressure remained significant, but it was much improved compared to when there were 11 targets. Shun Lian, I remember there was a blueprint for the White Horse Cavalry camp in the weekly ranking rewards. Shun Lian paused momentarily before flipping open the booklet. Yes, it is a purple epic level cavalry building exclusive to the Emperor's profession. What kind of unit is the White Horse Cavalry? Shun Lian dared to ask for once. Su Chen did not answer directly, but opened the attributes of that blueprint. White Horse Cavalry Camp, purple epic building type, Emperor exclusive elite cavalry building, construction requirements, wood 3,000 stone, 2,000 fine iron, 500 fine copper, 200 gold coins, 1,500 attributes. Upon construction, it unlocks the Emperor exclusive cavalry unit, White Horse Cavalry. White Horse Cavalry purple epic unit 4, to all 3-dimensional growth, per level, specialized in mounted archery and high-speed mobility. White Horse Cavalry characteristics 1. Unmatched mounted archery, can maintain precise shooting while moving at high speeds. 2. White feather arrow formation, when more than 10 form a formation, their volley damage doubles, and has a chance to trigger a piercing effect hitting 2 enemies with 1 arrow. 3. Horse charge union, in a charge state, the first melee attack carries a knockback effect capable of disrupting enemy formations. Note: White Horse Cavalry requires white horses as mounts, with each white horse costing 10 national fortune points for separate summoning. Su Chen smiled slightly after reading the attributes. This was exactly what he wanted. The Imperial Guards would hold the front lines steadfastly like a mountain. The White Horse Cavalry would flank and strike decisively. Shun Lian, issue orders to ensure that all resources from Li Ergu and the others are collected today. Tomorrow morning, I want to build the White Horse Cavalry camp and recruit a large number of soldiers. Understood, Your Majesty. Su Chen turned and walked back into the inner court. Tianjiang had prepared breakfast: a bowl of steaming meat porridge, a plate of pickled wild vegetables, and 2 golden brown potato pancakes. Your Majesty, did you not sleep well last night? Tianjiang looked at his dark circles with concern. It's fine. Su Chen sat down and took a sip of the porridge. Tianjiang knelt beside him, picking up a piece of potato pancake for him. Your Majesty, I found another package while drawing water from the dry well today. After finishing breakfast, Su Chen did not rest and went directly to the blacksmith shop in the outer city. The blacksmith shop was bustling with activity, with 5 apprentices working under several masters, the sound of metal striking metal ringing throughout. Su Chen found the person in charge of the blacksmith shop, an ex-militiaman named Lao Taitu, who had become a blacksmith. In his 40s, he had a broad face and was quite skilled. Lao Taitu, from now on, the blacksmith shop will cease the production of all civilian tools and focus entirely on crafting arrowheads and spearheads. All fine iron is to be used for making armor-piercing arrowheads, while ordinary iron ore is to be used for spearheads and regular arrows. Make as many as you can within 3 days. Lao Taitu wiped the sweat from his brow and asked in a deep voice, Your Majesty, how many do you need? The more the better. Each archer will be equipped with 200 arrows, each spearman with 2 spare spearheads, and all cavalry's long spears will be replaced with fine iron spearheads. Lao Taitu counted on his fingers for a while, then nodded. In 3 days we can produce them. Good, once they're done, each person will be rewarded with 10 jin of potatoes and 2 jin of jerky. Lao Taitu's eyes lit up, and he turned to shout, Did you all hear that? Work harder. If we don't finish in 3 days, he'll cut your rations. The clanging sounds in the blacksmith shop grew intense. Su Chen left the blacksmith shop and went to the barracks. In the barracks, the newly recruited 28 spearmen and 28 archers were training. Including the existing ones, there were now 40 mid-level spearmen and 40 mid-level archers directly under the cold palace. Su Chen called over the captains of the spearmen and archers to assign defensive tasks during the Beast Tide. Day 14 of the Otherworld battlefield, 8:00 am, Su Chen barely slept through the night. Before dawn, he climbed out of bed, donned the imperial robe, and went to the treasure pavilion. All 4 territories cores belonging to Li Ergu and his companions had been confiscated last night. Shun Lian organized the resource package into a list and sent it to his desk overnight. Summary of the confiscated 4 territorial cores with 6250 units stone, 4120 units iron, or 1080 units fine iron, 210 units gold coins, 1110 various low-level troops, a total of 68 already assigned to outer city defense system. Construct the White Horse Cavalry Camp. Su Chen stood on an empty plot in the outer city and activated the purple blueprint. Command confirmed. Deducting wood 3000 stone, 2000 fine iron, 500 refined copper, 200 gold coins, 1500. Current remaining wood 17900 stone, 13270 iron, or 6430 copper, or 350 fine iron, 510 refined copper, 0 gold coins, 830. National luck value 1420, 510 points deducted for summoning the Imperial Guards and the Brocade Guards, 3 magic cores and 3 meteorite iron pieces. Construction of the White Horse Cavalry Camp Purple Epic has begun. Expected time 8 hours. At the moment of deduction, a phantom of the building began to take shape. Su Chen stood in front of the still under construction camp gate, watching as the building gradually took shape, contemplating the upcoming troop deployments. Once the time was up, he could summon the first batch of White Horse Cavalry. Su Chen opened the summoning interface for the White Horse Cavalry. White Horse Cavalry Purple Epic unit summoning cost 80 national luck points per unit, excluding mounts. Mount White Horse summoning 10 national luck points per horse. Note: the White Horse Cavalry must be equipped with the exclusive Mount White Horse to fully utilize its characteristics. If riding a regular warhorse, attributes will decrease by 30. Su Chen's eye twitched. Summoning the Imperial Guards only costs 30 national luck points. The Brocade Guards cost 60, while the White Horse Cavalry directly costs 80, not including the mounts. With mounts, 1 White Horse Cavalry requires 90 national luck points. The national luck points he currently held could summon more than 20 riders. There's a reason for everything expensive, Su Chen comforted himself. The Imperial Guards are green units, the Brocade Guards are purple units, and the White Horse Cavalry is also a purple unit. However, the Brocade Guards are focused on intelligence and assassination, lacking the direct combat ability of the White Horse Cavalry. The White Horse Cavalry is purely a combat-oriented purple cavalry, with attributes likely on par with the Imperial Guards, or even stronger in some aspects. He turned away from the construction site and went to the outer city barracks. In the barracks, 40 spearmen and 40 archers were completing their final training. Su Chen assigned them all to the city wall defense lineup. The spearmen were divided into 4 teams, each with 10 men responsible for defending the east, southwest, and north walls. The archers were also divided into 4 teams, each with 10 men positioned on the city wall parapets for long-range suppression. The remaining 10 mid-level cavalry and 2 brocade guards would act as a mobile force waiting in the city to support any breaches. The Imperial Guards have now expanded to 15 members serving as the core assault force commanded by Zhang Ming, specifically targeting the boss monsters. The Brocade Guards have also expanded to 10 members excluding Shun Lian and the cavalry led personally by Shun Lian responsible for intelligence gathering and boss positioning. When Shun Lian is absent, Bai Lu takes over. Once the deployments were complete, Su Chen went to the inner court. Tianjiang was busy in the medicinal field, while Qiuju squatted beside her identifying a bunch of freshly picked herbs. Your Majesty, Tianjiang said upon seeing Su Chen standing up and brushing off the dirt from her skirt. My beloved consort during the beast-tied Yu Chun Lan Qiuju and those palace maids should all retreat to the underground of the Cold Palace main hall. I will leave a team of brocade guards there to protect you. Tianjiang nodded. I understand, Your Majesty. She took out a small cloth bag from her sleeve and handed it to Su Chen. Your Majesty, this is the blood recovery pill I made with giant bear gall and coagulated blood grass, a total of 12 pills. Taking one during serious injuries can quickly stop bleeding and restore stamina. Su Chen accepted the bag and opened it to take a look. Inside were brown pills. Blood recovery pill, blue effect upon consumption, recover 30 of health within 30 seconds and eliminate mild bleeding and poisoning effects. Cooldown time 5 minutes. Good stuff. Su Chen's eyes brightened as he stored it in the system space. Tianjiang took out a small porcelain bottle. This is the detox powder, only 5 servings. Last time during the beast tide, those poisonous fog monsters caused Your Majesty's men considerable suffering. This can detoxify most poisons. Su Chen took the porcelain bottle and also stored it in the space. My beloved consort, you have truly helped me. Tianjiang's face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head. I only know these things not as good as General Zhang and the others in battle. Who says they are not as good? Su Chen reached out and pinched her cheek. Without the food and herbs you cultivate, half of my soldiers would have starved or fallen ill by now. Tianjiang's face turned even redder, but she couldn't hide the smile at the corners of her mouth. After having lunch in the inner court, Su Chen went to the outer city. The White Horse Cavalry camp was still under construction, but the main structure was nearly complete. Su Chen stood in front of the camp gate watching the busy system phantoms at the construction site, suddenly struck by a thought. The White Horse Cavalry are cavalry with unparalleled mounted archery and high mobility. If they coordinate with the Imperial Guards to withstand attacks, he and the White Horse Cavalry could maneuver around and whittle down the boss health with mounted archery, then charge in for the kill. Just imagining that scene was exhilarating. Su Chen resolved to summon them as soon as the camp was completed. Time ticked by. At 3 p.m. the White Horse Cavalry camp was officially completed. Su Chen stood in front of the new building, his eyes sparkling with excitement. System summoned 10 White Horse Cavalry units and 10 white horses. In the open space in front of the barracks, 10 dazzling purple lights flared up. Amidst the glow, 10 snow-white horses of impressive stature appeared out of thin air, their hooves striking the ground as their manes fluttered in the wind. Each horse bore a rider clad in silver-white light armor with a long bow at their waist and quivers and spears hanging beside their saddles. Their armor was considerably lighter than the heavy armor of the Imperial Guards, yet exquisitely crafted, each piece gleaming with a silvery sheen. They dismounted and knelt on one knee, their movements synchronized as if they were one. White Horse Cavalry, we pay our respects to Your Majesty. White Horse Cavalry Purple Epic Unit. Level 101000. Growth 6 per level, on par with the Imperial Guards. Strength 304 initial equipment bonus. Agility 356 initial equipment bonus. Constitution 253 initial equipment bonus. Equipment white feather bow purple. Range 30, a rate of fire 50, with the skill armor piercing arrow ignores 30 of the target's defense. Exclusive mount white horse special. Movement speed 50, a stamina 100, stability and shooting while moving at high speed. Traits unmatched equestrian archery, white feather arrow formation cavalry charge. After reading, a smile could hardly be concealed on Su Chen's face. The agility bonus was even higher than that of the Imperial Guards, which was the core attribute of the cavalry unit. While their strength was not as high as that of the Imperial Guards, paired with the range and rate of fire bonuses of the white feather bow, their long-range damage output would be explosive. Unfortunately, unlike the Imperial Guards, the White Horse Cavalry had not summoned a commanding hero upon their first call. Otherwise, it was highly likely that the man with the silver spear would have appeared. Everyone rise. Su Chen raised his hand. Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming rushed over from a distance, his eyes widening at the sight of the silver-armored cavalry. Your Majesty, this is. The White Horse Cavalry will be under your command from today onwards. During the beast tide, the Imperial Guards will hold the line against the BOSS, while the White Horse Cavalry will maneuver for ranged attacks. You will coordinate with each other. Zhang Ming looked at the combined forces of heavy and light cavalry under his command, grinning. Black armor with silver armor, a perfect match. Su Chen then summoned Shen Lian and also divided the command of the White Horse Cavalry with him. The Imperial Guards were responsible for intelligence, while the White Horse Cavalry, being the most mobile, required the Imperial Guards to provide target coordinates. Shen Lian glanced at the panel of the White Horse Cavalry, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Your Majesty, these 5 individuals have agility attributes higher than the Imperial Guards. Thus I have entrusted them to you for coordination. After the boss refreshes, you will promptly locate it, and the White Horse Cavalry will arrive in time, followed by the Imperial Guards. Understood. Su Chen stood on the command platform, overlooking the dense formation of soldiers below. 15 black-armored Imperial Guards, 10 silver-armored White Horse Cavalry, 13 Imperial Guards, 40 spearmen, 40 archers, 10 cavalry, 2 scout cavalry, and 68 low-level units merged from the territories. Total force 198. With the addition of personnel from 6 affiliated territories, the total force approached 500. The overall situation was stable. Su Chen surveyed all the soldiers and said, in 2 days the beast tide will arrive. I won't preach to you, I'll just tell you 3 things. First, follow me, and there will be meat to eat. Second, hold the line, and everyone will be rewarded. Third, Su Chen drew his cold blade, pointing it directly at the sky. Anyone who dares to take a step back will face military punishment. The first 10 to slay enemies will receive rewards from me by consuming national fortune value. Below, the soldiers shouted in unison, "Long live your Majesty! Long live! Long live!" Su Chen sheathed his sword and turned to leave the command platform. Behind him, Zhang Meng began assigning defense tasks. The 15 Imperial Guards were divided into 3 groups of 5 stationed at 3 sides of the Cold Palace's city walls. The 10 White Horse Cavalry served as a mobile force standing by in the training ground. The Imperial Guards had already deployed in advance, with Shen Lian leading 5 Imperial Guards to rush to the 6 affiliated territories overnight, personally inspecting every weak point of the defense lines. Tianjiang stood at the entrance of the inner court, watching Su Chen's receding figure from afar. Chunlan quietly asked behind her, "Your Highness, the Emperor hasn't slept much these past 2 days. Should we persuade him to take a break?" Tianjiang shook her head. "It's futile to persuade him," she softly said. "Once he has arranged everything, he will naturally return." Indeed, Su Chen had not slept. Over the next 2 days, he practically lived in the meeting hall of the outer city. Shen Lian's Imperial Guards sent back intelligence every 2 hours. Su Chen reviewed each report item by item, issuing orders accordingly. Supplies flowed continuously from the Cold Palace's warehouse: timber, stone, fine iron, arrowheads, blood-staunching bandages, and recovery pills, precisely allocated according to each territory's needs. Lin Xiaoxiao supplied 500 timber and 100 fine iron arrowheads. Wang Dazhuang provided an additional 10 pieces of whiteboard leather armor. The other 4 lords also received their urgently needed supplies. At the same time, Su Chen drew 14 individuals from the Imperial Guards, assigning them to the 6 affiliated territories. Each territory received 2 Imperial Guards aimed at dealing with the boss-level enemies. Before departing, Su Chen called them to the command platform and simply said 2 sentences. "Your mission is to help them hold the line, not to die for them. If you cannot win, retreat to the Cold Palace without worrying about the fate of the affiliated lords. My Imperial Guards cannot afford to lose even one." The 14 Imperial Guards knelt on one knee, responding in unison. Zhang Meng stayed in the Cold Palace, guarding the main gate with the last Imperial Guard. He watched his brothers accept their orders and stood in silence on the city wall for a long time. Zhao Hu patted his shoulder as he left. "Don't worry, Commander, if I can't win, I'll run." Zhang Meng shot him a glare. "Run fast, don't let the monsters catch up to you." Zhao Hu turned back with a smile, mounted his horse, and disappeared into the morning mist alongside another Imperial Guard assigned to Lin Xiaoxiao's territory. Thus 2 days of preparation time passed. No surprises, no setbacks. Only the incessant sound of hammers ringing in the blacksmith shop, day and night, soldiers practicing repeatedly, and the ever-ticking countdown on every lord's panel. 72000, 48000, 24000. On the 17th day of the otherworldly battlefield at 1500, the pale moon in the sky faded away, replaced by a massive blood-red moon. Crimson announcement: 1500 has arrived. The third wave of medium-sized mixed beast tide strengthening phase has officially erupted. Scale of this beast tide: medium. Warning: this beast tide is guaranteed to refresh 2 leader-level BOSSs, with boss levels randomly fluctuating between 6 and 8. The mist line was expanding. It was slowly closing in. Shen Lian stood beside him, reporting, "Your Majesty, the Jinyui has reported that the main force of the beast tide..." The mist line was expanding. It was slowly closing in. Shen Lian stood beside him, reporting, "Your Majesty, the Jinyui has reported that the main force of the beast tide has split into 2 groups. One group is heading towards the Cold Palace, the other has dispersed into 6 affiliated territories." What about the numbers? Su Chen inquired. At least half are coming towards the cold palace. Although Shun Lian's voice remained steady, his grip on the knife tightened a bit. 8 leader bosses are moving towards the cold palace, while 6 others are each heading to the affiliated territories. Su Chen nodded exactly as he had anticipated. The prosperity of the cold palace was too high. The system had defaulted the heaviest burden here when distributing the beast tide. 4 waves of beast tides surged towards the city. Meanwhile, the other 6 affiliated territories received only 1 leader boss each, along with a corresponding proportion of the beast tide. 2 imperial guards can hold 1 BOSS, is that enough? Su Chen asked. Shun Lian pondered briefly. The attributes of the imperial guards far exceed those of elite monsters of the same level. With 2 cooperating, they can easily hold off a level 6 or 7 leader boss. But to kill it will require time. We don't need them to kill it just to hold their ground. Su Chen turned around to face the soldiers lined up on the city wall. The spearmen were arranged on the inner side of the city wall, their spear tips directed outward, standing like a forest. The archers stood at the battlements, arrows already nocked. 10 white horse cavalrymen stood ready in the training grounds, clad in silver armor, bows in hand. Zhang Ming, along with the last imperial guard, stood at the main gate, his broadsword horizontally across his front. Inside the inner court, Tian Jiang had already led Chun Lan Xiuju and the palace maids into the underground of the main hall. The Jinyue Bai Lu stood guard at the entrance with 2 Jinyue, their blades drawn. Su Chen unsheathed the frost blade, its blade shimmering blue in the reflection of the blood moon. They're coming. The mist line in the distance finally surged to the foot of the city wall. The first to charge out was a pack of wolves. Over 100 5th-level mutated mad wolves with crimson eyes surged like a flood towards the city wall. Loose arrows. With Su Chen's command, 40 archers released their arrows simultaneously. The arrows poured down. The armor-piercing bolts forged from fine iron easily tore through their fur at high speed. The first few wolves in the lead were instantly shot into porcupines, falling with wails into pools of blood. Yet the wolves behind continued to charge over their fallen comrades. They felt no fear. The frenzy bestowed upon them by the beast tide had suppressed their instinctive fear. Second round. Fire. Another wave of arrows. However, the number of wolves was too great. The 2 rounds of fire had only eliminated less than a third, and the remaining had already reached the foot of the city wall. Spearmen, prepare for combat. The 40 spearmen inside the city wall raised their long spears in unison, thrusting them out through the gaps between the battlements. The long spears pierced through splattering blood. 1 mad wolf after another was flipped, skewered, and nailed to the ground. But the wall was too long, and the number of spearmen was insufficient. There would always be a few gaps breached by the wolves. A particularly large mad wolf leaped over the battlement, landing on the inner side of the city wall. It opened its massive mouth and lunged at a spearman's throat. Then a silver-white figure descended from the sky. The white horse cavalry. The snow-white warhorse burst forth from the training grounds, leaping over the height of the city wall. He steadied his long spear, using the momentum of the charge to pierce through the giant wolf's skull in one thrust. Without pausing, the white horse cavalry turned and charged towards another gap. 10 white horse cavalrymen galloped along the city wall. Wherever there was a gap, they appeared there. Their unique ability to ride and shoot was fully displayed at that moment. Even on the narrow city wall, the white horses moved as if on flat ground, arrows shot from their backs, hitting their targets every time. Su Chen did not intervene for the time being. He was waiting for the true protagonist to appear. The tremors on the ground grew more intense. In the mist, 8 massive black shadows slowly emerged. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, activating the Imperial Insight technique instantly. Name: Lava Giant, leader level BOSS, level 7. Name: Frost Wyvern, leader level BOSS, level 7. Name: Thunder War Tiger, leader level BOSS, level 8. Levels range from 6 to 8. That overwhelming sense of oppression bore down on Su Chen. He unconsciously tightened his grip on the frostblade. Zhang Ming, at your service. The Imperial Guards will exit the city with me confronting the enemy Heathen. The White Horse Cavalry will maneuver from the flank, first clearing the small monsters, then focusing fire on the boss. White Horse Cavalry understood. Su Chen mounted his warhorse, his long sword pointing forward. Follow me, kill. The city gates swung open. 15 warhorses charged out. Zhang Ming led the charge directly, cleaving a 7th-level elite monster in half. Su Chen followed closely behind, activating the Imperial Sword technique to its fullest, the Royal Sword energy, sweeping out, clearing out ordinary monsters within 10 meters instantly. Behind them, 10 White Horse Cavalrymen spread out in a fan shape, their arrows pouring down like a storm, each arrow accurately striking a vital point of a monster. At the same time, the boss let out a thunderous roar. Meanwhile, in Lin Xiaoxiao's territory outside the city wall, a 6th-level leader BOSS comparable in size to a house was madly slamming against the stone gate. It was a rock giant tortoise, its shell as tough as steel, ordinary arrows merely sparking off its surface. Lin Xiaoxiao stood atop the city wall, her palms drenched in sweat. The archers under her command had already shot through 2 quivers, but the damage inflicted on this giant tortoise was negligible. Damn it! She gritted her teeth, preparing to order the spearmen to exit the city for close combat. Don't move. A deep voice came from behind her. Zhao, along with another imperial guard who was currently mounted on a warhorse, his sword held horizontally in front. His Majesty said that the imperial guards are responsible for holding the boss. You all should defend the city wall and clear the small monsters, Zhao, who said solemnly. Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Can you two handle it? Zhao did not answer. He squeezed his horse's belly, and the warhorse let out a long neigh, charging out towards the city gate. The other imperial guard followed closely. The 2 riders charged straight towards the rock giant tortoise. The giant tortoise sensed the threat, its massive head turning towards the 2, opening its mouth wide, as a yellow energy began to coalesce within. Seeing this, Zhao did not slow down. At the moment the giant tortoise was about to spit out earth bullets, he maneuvered his warhorse to the side, skirting past the giant tortoise. His long knife struck the giant tortoise's exposed long neck. Clang! The sound of the impact was deafening. A gash was opened in the tortoise's scales, and it let out an angry roar, violently swinging its head towards Zhao. But the other imperial guard had already seized this opportunity to approach from the other side, stabbing a knife into the wound on the giant tortoise's neck. The blade sunk in, causing the giant tortoise to writhe in pain, retracting its head back into its shell. The 2 imperial guards did not pursue, retreating back to the city gate. Zhao wiped the blood splatter from his face and turned to shout at Lin Xiaoxiao on the city wall. Did you see that? This creature is afraid of pain. You archers should aim for its neck, while the spearmen guard the city gate. Don't let the small monsters rush in. Lin Xiaoxiao came back to her senses, nodding heavily. Archers, focus fire on the neck. Spearmen, line up at the city gate. Though her soldiers were tense, having those 2 black-armored imperial guards in front gave them a considerable boost of confidence. The arrows poured down again, this time aimed at the tortoise's neck, which was the only exposed part after retracting into its shell. Although most arrows were deflected by its scales, a few managed to accurately penetrate the wound opened by Zhao. Wang Dazwang's territory. 2 of his guards are engaged in a fierce battle with a level 6 toxic mist lizard. This boss is far more troublesome than the rock giant turtle. Its toxic mist has an extensive coverage, anyone touched by it will suffer continuous damage. The 2 guards dare not approach and can only move around the perimeter, occasionally slashing at its tail with their blades to attract its attention. Wang Dazhuang crouches behind the city wall, watching the expanding green toxic mist, his legs trembling. Big brother Dazhuang. Should we retreat? Li Erga squats beside him and asks. Retreat? Hell no. Wang Dazhuang gritted his teeth. The emperor said if we can't win we should retreat to the cold palace. But we haven't lost yet, have we? Haven't lost yet. That toxic mist is almost reaching the city wall. Then let's move back a bit. Wang Dazhuang yanked Li Erga back a few steps and glanced at the 2 guards on the battlefield. They are completely corroded by the toxic mist, with corrosive white smoke rising from their armor, yet not one of them takes a step back. Damn it! Wang Dazhuang cursed, grabbed a bow nearby, nocked an arrow, and aimed for the belly of the toxic mist lizard. That was the only spot on it not covered by toxic mist. Brother, shoot. Aim for its belly. Upon seeing their lord take action, the archers under his command also raised their bows. Dozens of arrows flew toward the belly of the toxic mist lizard. The hit rate was low, but a few still landed. The toxic mist lizard let out a shrill cry, and the spread of the toxic mist clearly slowed. The 2 guards seized the opportunity, charging in on horseback, one from the left and one from the right, striking fiercely into the lizard's side. Green blood gushed out, and the lizard's struggles grew weaker. Wang Dazhuang exhaled in relief, leaning against the city wall, panting heavily. We survived. Cold Palace. The battle has lasted a full hour. 8 bosses have already fallen, 6 of them. Su Chen personally slayed the level 8 Thunder Battle Tiger. Zhang Meng led the guards to surround and kill the lava giant, and the white horse Yizong used mounted archery to take down the frost wyvern. The others were shot down by the crossbow towers and archers. But the remaining 2 are not easy opponents. One is a level 7 shadow leopard, incredibly fast, leaving deep claw marks on the guard's armor, with the other is a level 8 rock titan, twice the size of Lin Xiaoxiao's giant turtle. Each punch it strikes into the ground triggers an earthquake, shaking the city wall. Su Chen's stamina has already been depleted by over half. He has used the imperial sword technique several times, and his mental energy is nearly exhausted. The durability of the cold-edged sword is also about to run out. White horse Yizong, focus fire on the shadow leopard. Su Chen gritted his teeth and ordered. The white horse Yizong simultaneously turned their horses, unleashing a barrage of arrows at the black beast. No matter how fast the shadow leopard is, it can't evade their concentrated fire. Several armor-piercing arrows accurately struck its hind legs, drastically reducing its speed. Zhang Ming. Now's the time. Zhang Ming roared, the blue light on his circular blade shining brightly as he delivered a heavy chop to the shadow leopard's waist. The blade cleaved through flesh, severing the spine. The beast's eyes lost their light as it collapsed with a thud. Only one remains. Rock Titan. Su Chen took a deep breath and dismounted. The warhorse was exhausted, foaming at the mouth, and could no longer be ridden. Holding the cold-edged sword, he walked step by step toward the massive creature. Your Majesty, Zhang Ming exclaimed urgently, let me handle this. Step back. This is the last one, who I will do it myself. He walked up to the Rock Titan and looked up at this moving mountain. The Rock Titan looked down at him, raising its enormous fist high. Then it struck down. Su Chen sidestepped, pushed off the ground with a sudden leap, and launched himself onto the cold-edged sword, pierced into the crevice of the rock, using the sword's blade for support as Su Chen climbed up the Titan. The Titan wildly swung its arms, trying to shake off this tiny human. But Su Chen's agility was too high, and at every moment he was about to lose his grip, he found a new foothold. Within a few breaths, he had climbed to the top of the Titan's head. Imperial sword technique. The last bit of energy, the final sword chi. The cold-edged sword pierced into the Titan's eye socket, penetrating its skull. The massive body of the Rock Titan suddenly stiffened and then collapsed with a crash. Su Chen jumped down from the Titan's head. The cold-edged sword was embedded in the ground, supporting his swaying body. All 8 bosses have been slain. On the city wall, the white horse Yizong dismounted and knelt on one knee. At the city gate, Zhang Ming led the guards in a line to kneel in reverence. In the distance, the cries of battle from the 6 subordinate territories gradually subsided. Su Chen looked up at the blood moon in the sky, which was slowly fading away. Area announcement: the 3rd round of medium-sized mixed beast tide strengthening stage has concluded. Congratulations to all surviving lords. Statistics of this round of beast tide combat will be announced shortly. All lords are advised to check back. Su Chen breathed heavily, withdrawing the cold-edged sword, leaning on its hilt and standing still. Zhang Ming rushed over, wanting to support him. Su Chen waved his hand. Count the casualties. After speaking, he turned and walked toward the inner court. In the inner court, Tianjiang was already standing at the door with a bowl of medicinal soup, her eyes slightly red. Su Chen walked up to her, took the bowl, and drank it all. Your Majesty, are you injured? Tianjiang's voice trembled a little. No. Su Chen returned the bowl to her and reached out to ruffle her hair. I said those beasts couldn't even touch my clothes. Tianjiang smiled through her tears, holding Su Chen's hand and leading him into the inner court. I have boiled hot water for you, Your Majesty. You should wash up first. You're covered in blood. Su Chen nodded, took a few steps, and suddenly stopped. Tianjiang, I am here. Tell someone to inform Xin Lian that the post-battle counting is finished and to deliver it to my desk. I will look at it when I wake up. I will remember that. Su Chen entered the bathing room, shed the blood-stained imperial garments, and immersed himself in the warm water. In his mind, the system notification sound continued to ring. It was the sound of experience and national fortune points being credited. But he was too exhausted to care. It wouldn't decrease anyway. The warm water restored some strength to his drained body, but the mental fatigue couldn't be resolved just by taking a bath. He changed into clean inner garments, didn't bother to dry his hair, and walked back to the main hall, still wet. Tianjiang was already waiting there. In the main hall, a few oil lamps were burning, and a bowl of steaming rice, a gift from Tianjiang, and a plate of beast meat were placed on the table. Upon seeing Su Chen enter, she hurriedly stood up and took a dry cloth to dry his hair. Your Majesty, eat something before sleeping. After the battle, Su Chen was already extremely hungry. He devoured the food. After finishing, he leaned back against the chair, his eyes beginning to droop. Your Majesty, Tianjiang said softly. You should go to bed. Su Chen, too lazy to move, shook his head. Right here, call me if something comes up. Tianjiang didn't persuade him further. She fetched a thin blanket and covered him up. Countdown: next beast tide unknown. Su Chen had slept for a full 10 hours. When he woke up, the sky was already bright. Su Chen opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling for a few seconds as his consciousness gradually returned. He sat up, feeling a soreness in his shoulders. It was likely a normal response after intense combat. With his current physique, he would recover on his own within half a day. The Emperor has awakened. Tianjiang's voice came from outside the hall, and he walked in slowly. What time is it? Su Chen took the bowl and drank it in one go. It's 10:30. Minister Shun has been waiting in the outer city all morning, saying he would report once the Emperor awoke. Su Chen nodded and stood up to stretch his limbs. The soreness throughout his body had significantly diminished. He donned the imperial robe, washed up briefly, and headed towards the outer city. In the conference hall of the outer city, Xin Lian had been waiting for over 2 hours. He sat to the side with a detailed list of post-battle statistics laid out on the table. Zhang Ming stood at the entrance of the conference hall, arms crossed, and eyes half closed, as if dozing off. But his ears were perked up upon hearing Su Chen's footsteps. He immediately opened his eyes and knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty." "Rise." Su Chen waved his hand and walked into the conference hall, taking a seat at the main position. Shen Lian stood up, slightly bowing, and then presented the list with both hands. "Your Majesty, this is the post-battle statistics from this round of Beast Wave. Please have a look." Su Chen accepted it and first asked, "How is the situation in the vassal territories?" Shen Lian opened the booklet and reported item by item. All 6 vassal territories were defended. Lin Xiaoxiao's territory suffered the least damage. 3 of her gunmen were killed and 7 were injured, while 2 of the Imperial Guard sustained minor injuries, but were not serious. On Wang Dazwang's side, the losses were greater. He lost 11 men and 15 were injured, but the core of the territory remained intact. 1 Imperial Guard was lightly injured while another was moderately injured and has already been sent back for treatment. The remaining 4 territories suffered moderate damage with troop losses between 30 to 50%. However, they all withstood the beast wave and all 6 leader bosses were killed. Su Chen nodded, signaling him to continue. Regarding the Cold Palace, the battle damage statistics are as follows. Gunmen casualties. Slightly. Imperial Guards. When it came to the Imperial Guards, Shen Lian paused slightly. 1 Imperial Guard was killed. Su Chen's brows furrowed. Who? Lu Haizi. During the 3rd wave of boss charges, Lu Haizi was struck by the tail of an 8th-level Thunder Tiger, slamming him and his armor against the city wall. By the time Commander Zhang arrived, he was already. Shen Lian's words trailed off. The conference hall fell silent for a moment. Su Chen remembered this person. He was an Imperial Guard from the 2nd batch of conscription, leading an external operations team. He was not one for many words, standing straight during every formation. Give him a grand burial, erect a monument outside the Cold Palace, and engrave his name. All soldiers who died in battle shall be treated equally. Su Chen sighed lightly. As you command. Shen Lian bowed his head. Su Chen then flipped through the stack of statistical papers, beginning to examine them page by page. Statistics of the battle achievements from this round of Beast Wave regarding the Cold Palace leader-level boss kills. 8. Su Chen personally killed 3. The Imperial Guard surrounded and killed 2. The White Horse Brotherhood killed 1, and the Crossbow Tower plus Archers focused fire to kill 2. Elite monsters killed 47. Regular monsters killed approximately over 600. Exact count difficult estimated based on arrow consumption. Vassal territory boss kills 6. Each territory killed their own. See Vassal Battle Report for details. Slightly. Now his level had jumped directly from level 6 to level 9. A 3-level leap. For an ordinary lord, this was simply a fantasy. They would earn only a few dozen points of experience for killing an elite monster of the same level, requiring hundreds to thousands of points to level up, with each level being a hurdle. Yet the experience he gained from this battle was enough for an ordinary lord to grind monsters for several months. This was the privilege of the emperor profession, enjoying benefits while lying down to level up. There's one more thing. Shen Lian spoke up at the right moment. Speak. The Jinui discovered a location while patrolling in the wild this morning about 15 kilometers from the Cold Palace. He paused before continuing. There is a camp there much larger than the Stone Axe Society, with a flag standing in the center embroidered with Huangfu. Su Chen straightened his posture. Huangfu Wushuang, the man who had always claimed to be number 1 on both lists in the channel, had finally been encountered. What is the situation around the camp? Su Chen asked. Shen Lian replied. The camp is built against the mountains with outer stone walls at least 5 meters high, which should be level 4, and at least 4 arrow towers set on the walls. The number of soldiers inside the camp. The Jinui did not dare to get too close, and could only estimate from a distance approximately between 300 to 400. 300 to 400. Su Chen frowned slightly. This number was almost double that of his current direct troop count of 198. Even adding the troops from the 6 vassal territories, they would barely match. Moreover, Huangfu Wushuang's troops were unlikely to be of low quality. Additionally, the Jinui discovered several construction foundations around the camp. From the scale, they didn't look like ordinary buildings. Suspected to be another epic building, Shen Lian said solemnly. A glint of intrigue flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Things were becoming increasingly interesting. No wonder Huangfu Wushuang dared to openly challenge in the channel. It turned out he had more than just one Songlei crossbow tower in hand. Continue monitoring. Do not alert the enemy. I want to ascertain his hidden cards first. Understood. Shen Lian bowed. Su Chen stood at the entrance of the conference hall, watching the soldiers cleaning up the battlefield in the outer city, his gaze heavy. Huangfu Wushuang. This name would now be added to his list from today onward. Not those easily extinguishable Lu San or He Lao Qi, but a true opponent that required serious attention. Yet at the same time a question arose in his mind. 20 kilometers. That distance was too close. He remembered very clearly that at the beginning of his arrival, although the system did not explicitly state it, the distance between each lord's territory was at least several dozen or even hundreds of kilometers. The people he had subdued, such as Lin Xiaoxiao and Wang Dezhuang, were at least 2 to 3 kilometers away. That was the result of him actively recruiting them and allowing them to migrate. Yet Huangfu Wushuang he had never actively approached. But now his camp was not far from the Cold Palace. What did this mean? Shenlian, Su Chen spoke up. I am here. I ask you, how many surviving lords are there in this major district now? After the third round of the beast wave, there are approximately 9,800 surviving lords in this area. Su Chen squinted slightly. 10 out of 1. Don't you think that the distance between us and Huangfu Wushuang is too close? Shenlian was taken aback for a moment, his expression changing slightly. Does your majesty mean the system is compressing the map? Su Chen turned around and walked back into the conference hall, looking at the power distribution map on the wall. Look, initially Lin Xiaoxiao's camp was 2 kilometers away and I actively sought them out. He Lao Chi from the Stone Axe Society was 8 kilometers away, who I also took the initiative to strike. But now, Huangfu Wushuang, I have never approached him actively, and this distance seems to have shortened unknowingly. Otherwise, the external operations teams and lords under my command would have encountered Huangfu Wushuang's men long ago. Shenlian's brow furrowed tighter and tighter, then he realized. I understand, as the number of lords in the region drastically decreases, the system will compress the map range to accelerate competition and the unification process, gradually gathering survivors into relatively concentrated areas. Otherwise, with 100,000 people dispersed across a vast land, even if only a few thousand remained, how could they unify the entire area in a timely manner? Su Chen nodded. 15 kilometers cavalry at full speed will arrive in less than half an hour. This distance has already entered each other's threat range. Shenlian fell silent for a moment and said softly, Your Majesty, I suggest we strengthen the surveillance on Huangfu Wushuang's camp. Since the system is compressing the map, it is not just Huangfu Wushuang. You other high-ranking lords are probably drawing closer to us as well. You're right. Have the Jinyui expand the search radius, mark all lord camps within a 50-kilometer radius. I want to know who else in this region is worthy of being an opponent. Understood. Shenlian bowed and withdrew. The system compressing the map presented more opportunities for Su Chen. The lords scattered across various areas were also condensed into relatively concentrated zones. This meant he no longer needed to trek long distances to conquer. The prey would come to him. Raising Guha. A cold smile crept across Su Chen's lips. Let's see who is the last Gu to survive. He turned and walked out of the conference hall, heading toward the inner palace. In the next 3 days, he had 2 tasks to accomplish. First, upgrade the Imperial Guards, the White Horse Chivalry, and the Jinyui all to level 4. Second, uncover all of Huangfu Wushuang's hidden cards. Then, remove this thorn. Shenlian bowed and withdrew. A slight smile appeared on Su Chen's lips and a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. I just upgraded to level 9. Oh, and the Imperial Guards and White Horse Chivalry can immediately reach level 4. Once all my troops are upgraded, will your 300 to 400 men still be enough to contend? He returned to the inner palace and summoned Zhang Meng. Moments later, Zhang Meng strode into the inner palace and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, rise. Su Chen gestured for him to stand and asked, what is the current status of the Imperial Guard? Zhang Meng stood up and clasped his fists, saying, replying to your Majesty, 1 has fallen, 3 are lightly injured, and the remaining 4 are unharmed. The lightly injured have already received treatment from Chunlan and will not delay tomorrow's training. As for Lu Hai's funeral, I have tasked Shenlian with it. A grand burial and a monument will be erected. Zhang Meng paused for a moment and nodded solemnly. Thank you, your Majesty. The Imperial Guards are currently level 3. Oh, and I have reached level 9, which means your level cap is now level 4. Complete your experience today and upgrade everyone to level 4. I want all of you to reach level 4 within 3 days. Zhang Meng's eyes brightened as he clasped his fists and replied, your humble servant will obey. Also, Su Chen added, the Jinyui have discovered several elite monster nests in the wild. You can take your men to clear them, which will also be good for leveling up. Understood. Zhang Meng accepted the order and left. Su Chen sat down in the main seat. He did not rush to deal with the trivial post-war matters, but opened his Lord panel to begin checking the data after the system's precise calculations. Lord Su Chen, occupation Emperor, the only hidden dark gold level in the entire server, level 9, 2400-8000. Physique 5 dark gold growth 6 level 8 53 strength 4 dark gold growth 6 level 8 52 agility 5 dark gold growth 6 level 8 53 spirit 10 level 8 bonus 18 national fortune value 3152 points bonus from defeating wild monsters gold 3830 donations from subordinate lords defeating monsters current skills Imperial Decree Edict territory of the world issuing Imperial Decree Imperial. Divination Technique Beginner Imperial Sword Technique Current Equipment Imperial Garb Level 5 Red Cold Edge Sword Blue Level 1. The current attributes have already exceeded 50 points. These are still the naked attributes. If we include the 30 bonus from the Imperial Garb's regular form and the bonus from the Cold Edge Sword, his combat strength attributes will reach Strength 76, Agility 74, Physique 58. These values have already surpassed those level 7 and 8 boss monsters he encountered during the Beast Tide. This means that from now on Su Chen himself is a humanoid boss. However, Su Chen glanced at the attributes of the Cold Edge Sword. This blue weapon, which was a divine tool when he was at level 1, now at level 9, its attribute bonuses seemed somewhat insufficient. He noted the need for a better weapon, closed the panel, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes to rest. In the next 3 days his focus would not be on expansion, but on consolidation. He would maximize the levels of his current troops, ramp up the production capacity of the blacksmith shop, and spread the intelligence network of the Jinui over a 50-kilometer radius. Then he would consider how to deal with Huangfu Wushuang. 3 days later, the training ground outside the Cold Palace was filled with soldiers. Zhang Meng stood at the forefront, his armor gleaming blue, while the Imperial Guards behind him exuded a calm and steady aura. The silver armor of the White Horse Chivalry dazzled under the sunlight, with 10 knights mounted bows and hand arrows on the strings poised to strike. The Jinui were concealed in the shadows at the edge of the training field. Unless one looked closely, it was nearly impossible to detect their presence. Su Chen stood on the command platform and spoke loudly. Zhang Meng, report. Zhang Meng stepped forward, his voice booming. There are 14 Imperial Guards, all at level 4. The average attribute of the 3 dimensions has exceeded 40 points. The captain of the White Horse Chivalry followed closely. There are 10 White Horse Chivalry members, all at level 4. The hit rate for mounted archery has increased to 90%. Shun Lian emerged from the shadows and spoke plainly. There are 15 Jinui, all at level 4, and all Lord camps within a 50-kilometer radius have been marked. Su Chen nodded and took the Wuchang book handed to him by Shun Lian. Opening the first page, it was Huangfu Wushuang. Huangfu Wushuang's camp, detailed information, location 15 kilometers north of the Cold Palace, built against the mountains, surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides. Land level 4, suspected to be in the process of upgrading, estimated troop strength about 400, including approximately 200 intermediate pikemen, about 100 intermediate archers, about 50 light cavalry, and another 50 elite troops, quality unknown. Special buildings: Tsang Lei Ballista Tower Purple 1-0, and another epic building unknown. Lord level 8, according to the Jinui's long-distance observation, he possesses at least 3 pieces of blue-grade equipment. Subordinate lords at least 8, distributed within a 5-kilometer radius around the camp. Su Chen finished reading and closed the book. This was indeed the strongest opponent encountered so far. But he glanced at his own troop strength. 14 Imperial Guards level 4, 10 White Horse Chivalry level 4, 15 Jinui level 4, 35 Dynasty Pikemen level 34, 38 Archers level 34, 10 Cavalry level 3, plus over 200 men from 6 subordinate territories. The total troop strength had already exceeded 400. Moreover, the quality was not inferior to Huangfu Wushuang's. Your Majesty, Shun Lian whispered, I suggest we strike first. Su Chen did not respond immediately. He turned and walked down from the command platform. Just as he was about to speak, a private message prompt suddenly popped up from the system panel. He casually clicked it open, and his gaze swept over the sender's name, causing him to freeze. Zhao Tiangang's Su Chen's eyes filled with astonishment. Oh, wasn't this person dead? The private message contained only one sentence. Su Chen, I know you are not dead. The number 1 on the leaderboard, that Su Chen is you. Don't be quick to deny it. I want to talk to you. If you're interested, add me as a friend. Zhao Tiangang. He certainly remembered this name. In the early days after the leaderboard was activated, this person consistently held the 3rd place in the combat power rankings and was among the top 5 in the prosperity rankings, recognized as one of the early strong players. Later, some discussions in the channel suggested that he had died crushed by a wild boss that destroyed his camp, and not even a body was found. Everyone believed he had become nourishment for another world. But now this person had sent him a private message. Moreover, he knew his name. Su Chen checked his private message settings, refusing messages from strangers. Yet Zhao Tiangang's message still came through. Interesting. Su Chen added him as a friend and approved the request immediately. Su Chen, how did you bypass the block? The other party replied instantly. Zhao Tiangang, a special item, boundary breaking sound transmission talisman, a one-time consumable that allows sending a text message to any designated lord, ignoring all blocks. I got it from a silver treasure chest. There's just one. Zhao Tiangang, I had noted your name on the leaderboard before. I tried it out. If you were dead, the system would display target has died, but the message went through indicating you are still alive. Zhao Tiangong, so the Su Chen who held the top position before is not dead. Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. This person's reasoning was quite meticulous. When the leaderboard was still active, the names of the top 10 were public. Zhao Tiangang had noted his name and tested it with the item simple yet effective. Su Chen, how are you so sure that this Su Chen is me? There are many people with the same name. Zhao Tiangang, haha, I verified it. There are quite a few people named Su Chen in the channel, but most have gray avatars. The only one with a lit avatar is you, and yours has been lit since day one. Su Chen, so. Zhao Tiangang, so now I'm even more certain. Su Chen fell silent for a moment. This Zhao Tiangang was more troublesome than he had anticipated. Su Chen, what do you want? Zhao Tiangang, cooperation. Su Chen, be clear. Zhao Tiangang, do you know about golden treasure chests? Su Chen's expression paused slightly. Golden treasure chests. He had only heard of them. Previously, the system indicated that the highest treasure chest level was silver. He had opened quite a few treasure chests, all brought back by the field teams, mostly wooden and bronze. Silver ones were rare, yet even so the gains were still substantial. As for golden treasure chests, he had never seen one. Su Chen, have you discovered a golden treasure chest? Zhao Tiangang, the coordinates are about 15 kilometers to the southeast of my camp, but there's a level 10 epic boss guarding it. Epic boss. Su Chen's pupils contracted slightly. He had encountered normal monsters, elite monsters, and boss-level monsters. Epic level 1 rank higher than the boss. According to the system's settings, the initial average attributes of an epic boss are 50, with a growth of 4. A level 10 epic boss would have attributes of at least around 100 points. That was a level he had never dealt with before. Zhao Tiangang, I can't take it on alone. I've observed that boss's attributes remotely, its strength is at least 100, and its constitution exceeds 100. With one slap, it can shatter a level 4 stone wall. I have over 200 men under me, sending them up would just be delivering food. Su Chen, so you want me to fight it with you? Zhao Tiangang, not just you and me. The treasure chest is located just north of the midpoint between us, less than 10 kilometers from Huangfu Wushuang's territory. Huangfu also knows that coordinate. He sent people to scout it before losing over 30 soldiers and hasn't dared to move since. Zhao Tiangang, but he's been keeping an eye on it. If we take action, he will definitely come to snatch it. Su Chen leaned back in his chair, narrowing his eyes. A golden treasure chest, a level 10 epic BOSS, and a watchful Huangfu Wushuang. This situation was much more complex than he had anticipated. Su Chen, what do you want to do? Zhao Tiangang, first we join forces to kill the BOSS, open the treasure chest, and split the loot in half. If Huangfu Wushuang dares to come, we'll take him out too. Su Chen, why do you want me? Why not someone else? Zhao Tiangang, first you are the only lord I know who has strength, yet does not rely on Huangfu. Second, you have concealed your identity, indicating you prefer not to be ostentatious. You are of a similar kind to me. Su Chen did not answer immediately. A level 10 epic boss with attributes over 100 facing it, he and his guards and cavalry combined wouldn't stand a chance. However, adding Zhao Tianggang's more than 200 men and combining them with his high single target damage output might not leave them without a chance. Furthermore, the temptation of the golden treasure chest was too great. The last silver treasure chest had given him a command platform and abundant resources, as well as fragments of the Emperor's order. What might a golden treasure chest yield? Epic equipment, mythical blueprints, or something even rarer. As for Huangfu Wushuang, remembering him, Su Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. If this person dares to come, it would be perfect to deal with him at the same time. He did not regard Huangfu as a threat. With his guards and cavalry, a single charge could inflict significant losses on him. Su Chen, let's meet to discuss. You set the time and place. Zhao Tiangang agreed. Tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock, there's an abandoned copper mine 2 kilometers southeast of the treasure chest coordinates. I will send you the coordinates. You only bring one person, and I will do the same. How about that? Su Chen, sounds good. The other party sent a coordinate. Su Chen turned off the private message, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes in deep thought. Shen Lian, I am here. The commander of the Jinui stepped out from the shadows outside the hall. Does the Jinui have any intelligence on Zhao Tiangang? Let me check. Shen Lian flipped through a booklet, brows slightly furrowed. Reporting to your majesty, this name does appear on the Jinui's list, but the records indicate that this person is deceased, so the Jinui did not monitor him closely. He is not dead. Su Chen opened his eyes. Tomorrow afternoon I will meet him, make the arrangements. Shen Lian was momentarily stunned, then nodded. Understood. How many people should I bring? No need. Su Chen stood up and walked to the window. He said to bring only one person, so I will bring one as well. I want to see what this dead man is really hiding. Also instruct the Jinui to intensify reconnaissance efforts on that coordinate. A golden treasure chest, a level 10 epic BOSS, and Huangfu Wushuang is also watching. I want to know all the information about that boss. Golden treasure chest. A hint of surprise flashed in Shen Lian's eyes, then he nodded. I will take care of it immediately. After Shen Lian left, Su Chen stood alone by the window watching the soldiers training in the outer city drill grounds. A level 10 epic boss. This was the strongest challenge he had faced since arriving in this other world. But high risks mean high rewards. He was determined to secure the golden treasure chest. As for Zhao Tiangang's proposal of splitting it in half, Su Chen's lips curled into a meaningful smile. When the time comes how to divide, it will be beyond his control. The next afternoon, dark clouds loomed over the horizon. Su Chen did not wear the eye-catching imperial robes, but instead donned a set of green armor. Walking in the wilderness, he appeared no different from an ordinary lord. Shun Lian closely followed behind. The two rode on pack horses leisurely, making their way toward the designated coordinates. An hour later, an abandoned mine came into view. Beside the empty copper mine entrance stood a watchtower. At this moment, two figures were already waiting in front of the mine. Su Chen reined in the reins quietly, observing from a distance. The man on the left was about 30 years old, clad in rare leather armor with a long sword hanging at his waist. He had an unremarkable appearance, but his eyes were sharp, revealing a sense of experience. The man on the right was a giant, a whole head taller than his companion, carrying a nearly human-sized iron bow on his shoulder. Su Chen dismounted, tossed the reins to Shun Lian, and stepped forward alone, his gaze piercing. "Are you Zhao Tiangang?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Emperor's Qi observation technique activate. Lord Zhao Tiangang, level 8, profession Night Watcher, purple attributes, Constitution 338, Strength 326, Agility 335, Spirit 10, exclusive skill in A. Current status healthy, respect for the Emperor 45100, limited trust, not fully convinced, hostility value 1210, no obvious hostility, mainly cooperative, name Tainyo, profession elite archer, captain, level 5, unit quality blue, rare, others in A. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was as clear as a mirror. Just looking at Zhao Tianggang's profile, he was undoubtedly among the top tier of ordinary players at this stage. Even against Huangfu Wushuang on the god ranking, he would likely not fall short. However, when facing Su Chen, it still wasn't enough. As for the giant named Tainyo, with a base strength of 35 points combined with the skills of that iron bow, he was already comparable to a hero on the battlefield. Interesting. Su Chen mused, at least from the paper strength, this Zhao Tiangang indeed qualified to be his. Seeing Su Chen approach, Zhao Tiangang proactively extended his right hand. "It's me, you are Su Chen." Su Chen reached out to shake hands, pretending not to know, and glanced at the giant. "Who is this?" "My fierce General Tainyo." Zhao Tiangang did not reveal too much detail, but his tone could not hide his reliance. "Don't worry, he knows the rules only brings his ears, and never his mouth." Su Chen nodded slightly, giving a glance back. Shun Lian understood, and quietly led the two horses back several dozen meters. "Let's go up and talk." Zhao Tiangang nodded his chin. The two ascended to the top of the tower, one after the other. Su Chen got straight to the point. "Speak, what are the specific cooperation terms?" Zhao Tiangang wasted no time, took out a piece of parchment, and spread it on the wooden board. It was a hand-drawn topographic map. "Here is the lair of the boss." Zhao Tiangang pointed to a red cross on the map, a closed valley surrounded by cliffs on all sides with only one passage. "What we are facing is a level 10 epic boss, the lava three-headed serpent. This beast is the size of a small mountain, and the most troublesome part is its 3 heads, each capable of spitting different attribute attacks." Su Chen's gaze lingered on the map, casually pointing out fire, poison, ice. "Exactly." Zhao Tianggang's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise as he nodded in acknowledgement. "The left head spits fire, the right head sprays poison, and the middle head can unleash frost." This monster was covered in scales, and ordinary blue quality swords and knives barely penetrated its defenses. Its only weak point was at the neck 7 inches down. "Have you tested it?" "I sent over a dozen archers to probe, and it took several lives to gather this information." Zhao Tianggang's voice grew low. "Its movement speed is not fast, but its attack range is extremely wide. Fire and poison cover a fan-shaped area, while the frost breath is a straight-line penetration with a maximum range of about 50 meters. "How will the troops be distributed?" Su Chen asked. "I will send 220 people, including 80 archers, 100 spearmen, and 40 light cavalry." After revealing his cards, Zhao Tiangang looked at Su Chen with piercing eyes. "What about your side?" Su Chen did not answer, but retorted, "I want to know. How much do you actually know about me?" Zhao Tiangang fell silent for 2 seconds, and candidly replied, "I know you were once number 1 on the leaderboard. Although you are not on the list now, I am also unclear how you have developed in the past half-month. But since I dared to come find you, I assume that the former number 1 is definitely not that simple." Su Chen smiled non-committally. "I will send 150 people. Additionally, I have a few special elite units that can be used to directly restrain the boss." Zhao Tiangang gave him a deep look, wisely refraining from pursuing further. "Is this number of troops enough?" Su Chen asked. Zhao Tiangang pondered for a moment and nodded. "It definitely won't be enough for a direct confrontation, but with all my forces combined, we can still overwhelm it with numbers." Zhao Tiangang pondered for a moment and nodded. It definitely won't be enough for a direct confrontation, but with all my forces combined, leave the restraining position to me. Su Chen did not hesitate. That serpent has 3 heads, I can guarantee holding down 2 of them for you. Zhao Tiangang looked up and questioned, are you certain? That is a level 10 epic boss. A single breath could eliminate any unit below level 4. Su Chen did not elaborate, merely replied calmly, you will know when the time comes. Seeing Su Chen's composed demeanor, Zhao Tiangang eventually nodded firmly. What about Huangfu Wushuang? You previously mentioned he has been eyeing this treasure chest. Once we make a move, he will definitely intervene. Therefore, we need to exploit the timing. Zhao Tiangang pointed to a location on the map. First kill the BOSS, open the treasure chest, and then complete the transfer before Huangfu arrives. If there isn't enough time to retreat, we will ambush him here. The sides of this valley entrance are steep slopes, a typical one Emin holds the pass against in 1000. And as long as we block here, no matter how many men he has, he cannot charge in. Su Chen stared at the narrow pass, nodding inwardly. Zhao Tiangang had indeed done his homework. How will we divide the spoils in the treasure chest? We split it 50-50, including the materials dropped by the boss. That works, Su Chen nodded, but then added, however, there is a prerequisite. Whoever delivers the killing blow has priority in choosing. Zhao Tiangang was taken aback and furrowed his brow deeply. You are this confident in your output? Su Chen did not respond, only smiled enigmatically. All right. Zhao Tiangang gritted his teeth. Whoever kills it gets to choose first. But if Huangfu Wushuang comes over, we must deal with him first. We can talk about the treasure chest later. Deal. The two extended their right hands simultaneously and shook firmly. Just as Zhao Tiangang was about to put away the map, Su Chen suddenly spoke leisurely. There is one thing I think I need to tell you in advance. When I kill monsters, I do not drop any resources. Zhao Tiangang paused, frowning. What do you mean? The literal meaning. Su Chen's expression was calm. Whether I kill ordinary monsters, elite monsters, or epic BOSS, the system will not drop any blueprints, equipment, or gold for me. So in this cooperation, if you kill it, I will not take anything that drops. I will only take what is in the treasure chest. Zhao Tianggang's expression turned uncertain upon hearing this. He wanted to ask the reason, but in this foreign battlefield, everyone had their secrets that could not be spoken. Alright, when do we make our move? At 4 o'clock the day after tomorrow. That time is when people are most fatigued, and Huangfu Wushuang sentinels will have a brief window during their shift change. At that time, we will stealthily approach the valley from both the north and south directions. I will be responsible for blocking the entrance while you draw the boss. We aim to secure the treasure chest before Huangfu reacts. The next morning in the conference hall. On the table in front of them lay 3 maps. One showing the power distribution within 50 kilometers of the Cold Palace, another depicting the terrain of the valley where the treasure chest was located, and the last one a hand-drawn intelligence map of the boss by Zhao Tiangang. Your Majesty, Shun Lian slightly bowed. The Jinui were all dispatched last night, and every position within 5 kilometers around the treasure chest valley has been marked. Is there any movement from Huangfu? The Jinui reported that Huangfu Wushuang's camp has been intensifying drills these past few days with frequent troop movements, but there are no signs of a large-scale assembly. However, he has set up a watchtower on the valley side, indicating he is indeed keeping an eye on that treasure chest. Can we eliminate it in advance? Yes, but it would alert the snake. Shun Lian shook his head. I suggest we handle it on the day of the action. The Jinui can clear all peripheral lookout points, cutting off Huangfu's early warning just before the battle begins. Su Chen nodded. What about troop deployment? Shun Lian opened a booklet where the list was already documented. The Imperial Guard consists of 15 members, all at level 4, are responsible for directly engaging the boss. The White Horse Isong consists of 10 members, all at level 4, are responsible for flanking maneuvers and targeting the boss's neck weakness. The Jinui consist of 15 members, all at level 4, with 10 responsible for peripheral vigilance and eliminating Huangfu's lookouts, and 5 accompanying to protect your majesty. We have 35 spearmen, 38 archers, and 10 cavalry all accompanying us. The spearmen will form a line at the valley entrance to prevent Huangfu's forces from breaking in. The archers will occupy the high ground on both sides, providing long-range fire support. The cavalry will serve as a mobile force to intercept any enemies approaching from other directions. Su Chen calculated that he would take nearly 110 people with him. With Zhao Tianggang's forces included, the total troop strength exceeded 300, sufficient to deal with a level 10 epic boss. Has there been any contact with Zhao Tiangang? Shun Lian shook his head. No, his men have crossed paths with our peripheral sentries a few times, but neither side initiated contact. I suspect he is making similar preparations. That's good. Convey the order. Everyone should rest early today, gather at 3 in the morning, and depart promptly at 4. This subject obeys. Meanwhile, at Zhao Tianggang's camp, Zhao Tiangang stood on a lookout with Tai Niu behind him, yawning. Brother, do we really trust that kid? His name is Su Chen. Can you not defeat him? Zhao Tiangang glanced at him. Find Su Chen. Tainyo scratched his head. He only has 150 men, while we have 220. Why should we split evenly? Zhao Tiangang looked at Tainyo's honest face and sighed. Because he dares to claim he can hold off both. Tainyo instinctively wanted to rebut, but he had witnessed that lava multi-headed snake. The last time they tested it, he personally led men and felt that oppressive aura from a distance. The breath from those 3 heads covered a ridiculously large area, and several of his archers were incinerated before they could even shoot an arrow. If someone could hold off those 2 heads, it would allow his archers to output safely. Then let's take a gamble, Tainyo said in a deep voice. Zhao Tiangang always felt that Su Chen was not simple, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. It was like standing on the shore, yet feeling a monstrous entity lurking beneath the water. At 3 in the morning, outside the cold palace. In the training ground, 110 soldiers had already lined up silent as a grave. Su Chen stood on the command platform dressed not in the emperor's attire, but in a dragon robe embroidered with a 5-clawed golden dragon. The emperor's might activated below the morale of all soldiers simultaneously reached maximum. Set off. At 3:40 in the morning, Su Chen's group arrived at the agreed location, a forest outside the valley. Zhao Tiangang was already waiting. His 220 soldiers were scattered throughout the forest, some dozing against tree trunks, while others were whispering. Upon seeing Su Chen's group emerge from the mist, everyone quieted down. It was not discipline but shock. At a glance, Su Chen's army was completely different from theirs. The heavy armor of the Imperial Guard resembled moving iron towers in the night, each step resonating with a dull thud. The white horse Isong appeared especially conspicuous in the darkness, but the murderous intent from those silver-armored knights made one hesitant to look too long. Even more terrifying were those knife-wielders clad in dark attire. Zhao Tiangang stood at the edge of the forest watching this contingent approach, slowly his pupils narrowing slightly. He had seen elite soldiers before. His own 200 or so men, after half a month of elimination and training, could already be considered elite among ordinary players. But the people Su Chen brought gave him the impression of being a real army. Your men are impressive. Zhao Tiangang approached Su Chen's horse and said, looking up. Su Chen dismounted and glanced at Zhao Tianggang's troops. You have quite a few as well. I have already sent someone to scout the entrance to the valley. From here, walking straight for 300 meters leads to the boss's nest. My men will block the entrance, and your people will draw the boss. Any problems? None. Good. Zhao Tiangang stood up looking toward the dark valley. It's 4 o'clock. Let's move. The entrance of the valley was even narrower than Su Chen had anticipated. The steep stone walls flanked both sides, and at its narrowest 3 horses could barely pass side by side. Zhao Tianggang's archers had already occupied the high ground on both sides of the cliff. The spearmen formed a line at the entrance, creating a solid 3-layer spear formation to block the passage. The light cavalry remained outside the valley ready to pursue or retreat at any moment. Su Chen led his troops into the valley. The terrain inside was more open than outside, yet still surrounded by steep slopes with only one exit. It was the narrow entrance they had come through. Just as Zhao Tiangang had said, it was easy to enter, but difficult to exit. Your Majesty, a heat source has been detected ahead. Shun Lian's voice came from behind, tinged with a hint of gravity. Su Chen raised his head and looked deep into the valley. There lay a massive dark shape. That creature was crouched in a shallow pit, its body covered in red scales with flowing lava glimmers visible between the gaps. 3 heads stacked together, eyes closed in slumber. Each head was the size of a horse, and viscous liquid dripped continuously from its corners. The left head's droplet smoked upon hitting the ground, the middle head's droplet froze on contact, while the right head's droplet corroded the ground, creating small pits. Emperor's divination technique activated. Name: lava multi-headed snake. Epic Biotsess level 10. 3-dimensional attributes. Estimated strength 409476, vitality 409476, agility 209456, skills 1 flame breath brief, 2 poison fog breath brief, 3 frost breath brief, 4 head severance rebirth. Each severed head regenerates in 30 seconds at the original location. All 3 heads must be severed within 3 seconds to achieve a complete kill. Weakness: the scales at the next 7-inch mark are the thinnest, taking 50 damage. All 3 heads must be severed simultaneously, otherwise they will regenerate infinitely. Status: asleep. Su Chen's brow furrowed sharply upon seeing the last skill. Severing heads to regenerate. If all 3 heads are not killed at the same time, this snake will never die. This meant that if they could not kill all 3 heads at the same moment, this snake would be immortal. Shun Lian. Su Chen lowered his voice. At your command. Transmit the skills of this boss to everyone, especially to the White Horse Cavalry. All 3 heads must be severed simultaneously. Shun Lian glanced at the information on the panel. His expression slightly changed, then he nodded. I will convey the message immediately. Su Chen drew his Hanfeng sword. Everyone prepare yourselves. He took the lead towards the slumbering lava giant serpent. As he was about to approach, the multi-headed serpent seemed to sense him, and the middle head suddenly opened its eyes. Golden vertical pupils shone brightly in the dawn. Roar! All three heads raised simultaneously, emitting a deafening roar. Everyone behind Su Chen, including him, couldn't help but cover their ears. He frowned slightly, enduring the piercing pain in his eardrums, pouring all the power within him into the Hanfeng sword. Imperial sword technique. Activate. A golden sword chi shot forth from the sword tip, directly targeting the middle head. Break steel. The passive skill of the Hanfeng sword was triggered simultaneously, and the effect of ignoring 30 of the target's defense revealed its value at that moment. The sword chi accurately struck the middle head at the 7-inch mark. Puff! Scales flew, and the middle head let out a piercing scream, tilting to one side, but it did not sever. Su Chen's strike only penetrated 1/3 of the way in. Its defense is thicker than expected. Meanwhile, the White Horse cavalry charged from the flanks. 10 armor-piercing arrows simultaneously shot towards the left and right heads. The arrows pierced through the gaps in the scales. Although they did not inflict fatal wounds, they successfully drew the attention of the two heads. Roar! The left head suddenly turned towards the White Horse cavalry, opening its mouth wide, with red light glowing in its throat. Scatter! The captain of the White Horse cavalry shouted sternly. 10 white horses immediately scattered, galloping. Flames erupted from the mouth of the left head, covering the entire area where they had just been scorching the ground. The right head followed closely, spewing a thick cloud of toxic mist, enveloping half the valley in poison. All archers concentrate fire on the middle head. Su Chen ordered. The archers at the valley entrance released their arrows simultaneously. A dense rain of arrows poured down. Hundreds of arrows clanged against the multi-headed serpent's head, and its neck bled profusely. The middle head shook in pain, trying to retract its body. But Su Chen did not give it a chance. He pushed off the ground forcefully, and his whole body shot up, leaping onto the serpent's scaly back. The imperial sword technique activated again, slashing towards the same wound on the middle head. This time the wound was completely torn apart. The head hung down, still connected by the last layer of flesh, tilting awkwardly, but it did not completely sever. Just as Su Chen was about to strike a third time, he heard Iron Bull's booming shout from behind. Piercing arrow. A thick arrow shot from the valley entrance, whistling through the air, accurately striking its. The arrow pierced through the entire neck, shredding the last layer of flesh. The middle head finally severed completely, crashing heavily to the ground, and rolling twice before coming to a stop. Ding! Yu and Zhao Tiangang's forces have collaborated to wound the level 10 epic boss, Lava Multi-Headed Serpent. Severed head 1. Su Chen glanced back towards the valley entrance. Iron Bull was bent over, panting, the bowstring of the iron bow still vibrating. It was somewhat effective. Su Chen nodded slightly, then turned to face the remaining two heads. The left and right heads simultaneously turned towards him, their vertical pupils filled with rage. Two heads, two mouths, opened simultaneously. The left throat glowed red, while the right throat swelled with green mist. Flames and toxic mist, one from the left and one from the right, surged toward him. Su Chen had no way to retreat. He was on the serpent's back. Jumping down would mean entering the range of flames and poison. Your Majesty. Shen Lian's voice came from below. A dark shadow swept out from the side, the embroidered spring knife gleaming coldly as it slashed towards the left head. He seized the moment when the multi-headed serpent stiffened in pain, leaping onto its back and striking the left head at the 7-inch mark. Though he did not sever it, he successfully interrupted its breath attack. In an instant of pain, the left head turned to bite at Shen Lian. Shen Lian jumped back to evade, rolling several times on the serpent's back, narrowly avoiding the bite. Right side. Su Chen shouted. The second volley from the White Horse cavalry simultaneously struck the neck of the right head, interrupting its toxic mist spray. Good opportunity. Su Chen leapt from the serpent's back, hands gripping the sword, and struck down fiercely at the neck of the right head. Break steel. The sword chi pierced through the scales, blood gushed wildly. The right head was cut halfway through, hanging down weakly, but it was not severed yet. Iron Bull. Su Chen shouted towards the valley entrance. Coming. The second piercing arrow soared through the air, accurately nailing the wound of the right head, completely severing it. The second head fell to the ground. Severed head 2. Now only the left head remained. Su Chen landed, turned around, and faced the last head. That head stared at him, its vertical pupils not only filled with anger, but also a hint of fear. The last one. Su Chen took a deep breath. Most of his internal power was already exhausted, and his mental state was nearly depleted, but he did not hesitate. Imperial sword technique, third sword. The golden sword chi slashed towards the neck of the last head. Simultaneously, Shen Lian's embroidered spring knife, the White Horse cavalry's armor-piercing arrows, Iron Bull's piercing arrow, and the dense rain of arrows from the archers at the valley entrance all struck at once. Within 3 seconds, the third head was completely severed. All 3 heads fell to the ground. Ding. You and Zhao Tiangang's forces have collaboratively killed the level 10 epic boss, Lava Multi-Headed Serpent. Achieved the special kill condition of 3 heads severed. Level up kill judgment activated. Earned experience 5,000. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Gain national fortune value 800 points. The massive serpent body crashed down, twitching on the ground a few times before finally becoming still. The valley was quiet for a moment. Then the soldiers under Zhao Tiangang erupted into thunderous cheers. Su Chen leaned on the hanfeng, sword gasping heavily. Shun Lian slid down from the serpent's back, his flying fish suit scorched by flames in several places, his face covered in black ash, luckily unharmed. Your Majesty, a treasure chest. Shun Lian pointed to the back of the serpent. There a dazzling golden treasure chest lay quietly on the stone platform. A golden treasure chest. Just as Su Chen was about to walk over, a sharp whistle suddenly came from the valley entrance. It was the warning whistle of the Imperial Guards. Shun Lian's expression remained unchanged. Your Majesty, Huangfu Wushuang's people are coming. Su Chen chuckled softly. It was time to gather the net. The sound of the sentry at the entrance of the valley rang out, a unique alert signal of the Jinui indicating that enemy forces were approaching. Su Chen couldn't help but ask, how many of them are there? Shun Lian immediately activated a skill, and after a moment his expression grew serious. At least 300 with cavalry leading the way and infantry holding the formation. They are less than 2 kilometers from the valley mouth. They are quite fast. Su Chen returned to the center of the battlefield. Although the Imperial Guards had experienced a boss battle and were mostly lightly wounded, their combat strength remained intact. The arrows of the White Horse Isong had been largely depleted, yet their cavalry still retained their shooting capability. The losses among the spearmen and archers were minimal, keeping their overall combat strength above 70%. With Zhao Tiangang's forces added, their total military strength still exceeded 300. Meanwhile, Huangfu Wushuang brought 300 men, leaving both sides evenly matched. However, Su Chen held a card that Huangfu Wushuang did not. Shun Lian. Su Chen called. At your service. Have Huangfu's sentries been cleared? All of them have been eliminated. He received the news at least 10 minutes later than expected, otherwise he wouldn't have arrived now. Su Chen nodded, which meant that Huangfu Wushuang was unaware of the situation in the valley. He didn't know the boss had already been killed, and was even unaware that Su Chen and Zhao Tiangang were lying in ambush here. Then let him in. Su Chen sneered. Close the door and beat the dog. Zhao Tiangang was taken aback. Are you crazy? Let him in. We can still defend if we block the valley mouth, but letting him in would put us in a completely passive position. Who said we need to defend? Su Chen looked at Zhao Tiangong. I ask you, do you want to share this area with Huangfu Wushuang, or do you want him to disappear from this region starting today? Zhao Tiangang paused. He certainly wanted Huangfu Wushuang to vanish. This person claimed to be the number 1 on both leaderboards, appearing courteous on the surface, while secretly annexing the territories of many minor lords. But with over 300 troops, 4 arrow towers at Song Lei Crossbow Tower, and an unknown epic building, could such a person be eliminated just like that? I know what you're thinking. Huangfu Wushuang's forces are no less than yours, and his equipment is not inferior. What gives you the right to say you can eliminate him? Zhao Tiangang said, nothing, tacitly agreeing. With this, Su Chen raised his hand, pointing at the Imperial Guards lined up behind him. 14 black-armored knights drenched in blood, each burning with the spirit of battle in their eyes. They had just slain a level 10 epic boss, and their morale was high. Even when facing an enemy 3 times their number, they would not shrink back in the slightest. Can your men withstand Huangfu's charge? Su Chen asked. Zhao Tiangang glanced at his out-of-breath soldiers and gritted his teeth. Yes. Good. Then you take your men and block the valley mouth. When Huangfu's men charge, and hold them off. I will lead the Imperial Guards and White Horse Isong to strike from the flank and cut off their retreat. You're going out of the valley. If he is blocking us from outside, we will charge out from within. He thinks he is the hunter. Let him know who the real prey is. Fine, if you say you can hold off the boss, then I believe you. Zhao Tiangang was silent for a moment, but ultimately chose to trust. It's not about trusting me, it's that you have no other choice. Su Chen smiled and mounted his horse, heading deeper into the valley with the Imperial Guards and White Horse Isong closely following behind. Zhao Tiangang watched Su Chen's team disappear into the shadows of the valley. He then turned to face his soldiers solemnly and said, Brothers, Huangfu Wushuang's men are coming. I know you are tired, but we must fight this battle. Iron Bull stood beside him and added in a thunderous voice, if we win, we will gain the richest rewards ever. If we lose, we won't even have our lives. You can choose for yourselves. Victory is certain. Victory is certain. The soldiers, full of morale, waved their weapons and shouted. Zhao Tianggang's archers retook the high ground, and the spearmen sealed the passage tightly. The light cavalry remained outside the valley, not to pursue, but to guard the rear if necessary. Everything was ready. Outside the valley, Huangfu Wushuang rode a tall black horse clad in red battle armor with soldiers lining up behind him. This was Su Chen's first time seeing Huangfu Wushuang's army with his own eyes. Indeed, it was an elite force, not a disorganized mob built on numbers. In terms of discipline and equipment, they were even stronger than Zhao Tiangang's men. However, Su Chen's gaze ultimately fell on the man leading them. Huangfu Wushuang. Level 8 Lord Purple Profession, 3 pieces of blue equipment. With a troop count of 400 though, he only brought 300 out. Su Chen withdrew his gaze and said to Shun Lian beside him, have the Jinyui flank the sides of the valley mouth. Once Huangfu's men have all entered, cut off their retreat. Understood. Shun Lian waved his hand, and 5 Jinyui quietly melted into the darkness of the night. Zhang Ming. Su Chen called again. At your command. When Huangfu's men enter the valley, you and the Imperial Guards will charge out from the left side, while the White Horse Isong will encircle from the right. Do not engage in a protracted battle, just disrupt their formation. Leave the rest to Zhao Tiangang. Yes. Su Chen took one last look towards the valley mouth and tightened his grip on the cold-edged sword. Huangfu Wushuang, let me see how much you are truly worth. At the valley mouth, Huangfu Wushuang raised his hand to halt. He looked at the narrow passage, his brow slightly furrowed. My lord, we cannot contact the sentries. A messenger galloped over his face, somewhat pale. The last message said someone was spotted moving near the valley, and then contact was lost. Lost contact. Huangfu Wushuang's gaze turned cold. Were they killed? I don't know. The messenger shook his head. Huangfu Wushuang looked towards the depths of the valley. He had dispatched 3 sentries to monitor this golden treasure chest positioned around the valley. Now all 3 sentries had lost contact, and someone had cleared his eyes and ears without his knowledge. Anyone capable of doing this was certainly not an ordinary lord. Zhao Tiangang. Huangfu Wushuang muttered this name. He knew Zhao Tiangang was not dead. Although everyone in the channel claimed that this person had already died, his patrol team had spotted Zhao Tiangang's team from a distance in the wilderness. That person was not only alive, but thriving better than most. My lord, should we send someone in to scout? The deputy commander asked cautiously. Huangfu Wushuang remained silent for a moment and shook his head. No need. Zhao Tiangang cannot handle this boss alone. He will definitely seek someone to collaborate with. Regardless of whom he collaborates with, their troop strength will significantly diminish after the boss battle. Entering now would be just in time to pick up the spoils. Continue advancing. Huangfu waved his long sword, leading the charge into the valley. Behind him, over 300 soldiers closely followed. The narrow passage limited the marching speed of the troop, with light cavalry at the forefront, spearmen in the middle, and archers at the rear. The formation stretched long, extending from the valley mouth deep into the valley like a writhing serpent. Huangfu Wushuang rode in the middle of the formation, scanning the steep slopes on either side. It was too quiet. This was abnormal. Just as he was about to give the order to halt, a sudden sound of bowstrings vibrating came from ahead. Ambush. As soon as the words left his mouth, arrows rained down from the heights on both sides. Zhao Tianggang's archers were the first to strike. All of his archers fired simultaneously, raining arrows upon the front half of Huangfu's army. The light cavalry bore the brunt of the attack, with several riders and their horses knocked to the ground, screams and neighs blending into chaos. The spearmen raised their shields in an attempt to block, but the arrows shot down from above at tricky angles, and some inevitably found their way through the gaps in the shields. Do not panic. Form up. Archers counterattack. Huangfu Wushuang shouted sternly. His archers quickly responded, raising their bows and crossbows to fire back at the high ground. However, Zhao Tianggang's archers had the advantage of terrain, shooting from above with greater range and accuracy. After several rounds of exchanges, Huangfu's archers suffered even greater losses. My lord, the valley mouth has been blocked. A messenger ran over in panic. I don't know when, but a group of people appeared and sealed off our retreat. Huangfu Wushuang's expression had already changed. He realized that he had seemingly fallen into a trap and had been somewhat arrogant due to his status as the top of both leaderboards. Charge! Break out of the valley! He shouted loudly. But no sooner had his voice fallen than the sound of synchronized hoofbeats suddenly came from outside the valley. Huangfu Wushuang turned his head to look back. In the night, a dozen black-armored warhorses surged forward with murderous intent, crashing straight into the rear of his formation. The Imperial Guards had already begun their charge. Zhang Ming charged ahead directly, sending the 2 soldiers with shields flying. The strength attribute of these Imperial Guards had surpassed 40 points, and combined with the impact of their elite warhorses, this strike was powerful enough to cleave the skull of a level 5 elite monster. Striking these intermediate spearmen was akin to taking down a child with a single blow. Enemy attack. The formation of the Huangfu army instantly fell into chaos. The spearmen had initially lined up facing the valley entrance, prepared for Zhao Tianggang's frontal assault, but none expected a heavy cavalry to emerge from behind. The Imperial Guards pierced through the Huangfu army like a sharp blade, slashing into their rear. They did not linger, but struck and retreated immediately, turning their horses to charge in again from another side after creating a gap. They interwove back and forth, tearing apart the formation repeatedly. This was the standard tactic of cavalry against infantry, utilizing mobility to continuously slice through the formation, preventing the enemy from organizing an effective defense. Huangfu Wushuang stood in the middle of his troops, watching his soldiers being scattered by the black-armored cavalry, his face ashen. "Archers, concentrate fire on those cavalry," he shouted sternly. The remaining archers adjusted their aim and unleashed a volley of arrows at the Imperial guards. However, the high defense of the black iron heavy armor made it difficult to inflict fatal damage. "Damn it!" Huangfu Wushuang gritted his teeth. He had seen the Imperial guards in the scouts' reports, but the scouts only mentioned that there was an elite cavalry in Haishi City, which he assumed were merely a few blue units, with at most 20 points in attributes. Yet the cavalry before him was far beyond what any blue units could compare to. Each of them likely possessed attributes close to or exceeding his strongest elite unit. Just as the Imperial guards were disrupting the formation of the Huangfu army, the sound of hooves echoed from the steep slope on the right. This time they were silver-colored. 10 mercenaries leaped down from the steep slope, their white horses descending like shooting stars. The silver-armored mercenaries drew their bows and unleashed a flurry of arrows. The unique skills of mounted archers showcased their might. They did not charge into the enemy formation, but instead moved rapidly along the periphery. Each arrow accurately struck the squad leaders and flag bearers of the Huangfu army, who attempted to organize a counterattack. The soldiers, now devoid of command, were thrown into further confusion. "Scatter! Scatter! Don't bunch together!" Huangfu Wushuang's deputy shouted hoarsely, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the sounds of battle. From the valley entrance, Zhao Tiangang's spearmen began to advance. The spear formation slowly moved forward, the spear tips like a forest pressing closer. The frontline soldiers of the Huangfu army were squeezed into the narrow passage with no escape, only able to watch helplessly as the long spears pierced through their bodies. On the heights on either side, Zhao Tiangang's archers continued to rain down arrows, caught in a pincer attack and isolated on all sides. In just a few minutes, Huangfu Wushuang's army had lost nearly a third of their forces. His hand gripping the sword hilt trembled. He thought he had accounted for everything. Zhao Tiangang would seek cooperation, and after the boss fight his forces would be severely depleted, making it perfect for him to pick up the spoils with his 300 men. But he hadn't calculated that Zhao Tiangang's partner was Haishi City. That Haishi City which had been talked about so mythically in the channels. Retreat. Huangfu Wushuang, filled with regret, finally made up his mind. He charged deep into the valley with the last few dozen personal guards. He remembered the map. The depths of the valley were surrounded by cliffs with no exit. But there was a golden treasure chest there. If he could reach the chest before Su Chen and Zhao Tiangang caught up, he could use the items found within to break free. "Stop him!" Su Chen's voice came from behind. Huangfu Wushuang turned to see a young man in a dragon robe riding after him. The distance was closing. Huangfu Wushuang gritted his teeth and swung his sword, sending a wave of sword energy towards Su Chen. Su Chen sidestepped, not even glancing at the sword energy, the cold blade already drawn. The Emperor's sword technique, directly aimed at Huangfu Wushuang's back. Huangfu Wushuang felt the murderous intent from behind and suddenly leaned down on his horse, narrowly avoiding this strike. But the sword energy grazed his horse's hindquarters, causing the stallion to rear in pain, throwing Huangfu Wushuang off. Huangfu Wushuang tumbled on the ground a few times, covered in dirt, and scrambled to his feet in a disheveled state. His sword was still in his hand, but his horse had already run off. Dozens of personal guards surrounded him, protecting him in the center. Su Chen pulled on the reins, halted his horse, and asked, "Are you Huangfu Wushuang?" Huangfu looked up at the young man before him. It was clear that this person was the master of Haishi City. "Who?" Huangfu Wushuang asked. "Su Chen." Huangfu Wushuang's pupils suddenly contracted. Su Chen, the one who had vanished from the leaderboard, whom everyone believed to be dead, the number one Su Chen. "You are not dead." Huangfu Wushuang's voice was hoarse. "I have never died." Su Chen dismounted and approached him with his sword. "I just didn't want anyone to know I was still alive." Huangfu Wushuang tightened his grip on the sword hilt, watching Su Chen step closer. His personal guards raised their weapons, but none dared to step forward. The Imperial guards stood not far away, their blades still dripping with blood. The bows of the White Horse mercenaries remained taut, aimed at each of them. "What do you want?" Huangfu Wushuang asked despondently. "Two choices." Su Chen raised his sword, pointing at Huangfu. "First, accept the decree and become my subordinate lord with an 80 tax rate. Second, die here, and I will take over all your resources and territory." Huangfu Wushuang's expression changed drastically. An 80 tax rate? What was the difference from a contract of servitude? "Do you think you have already won?" Huangfu Wushuang gritted his teeth. "I still have over 100 men in the camp. I still have the Tsang Lei crossbow tower. I also have." "You have nothing left." Su Chen waved his hand, interrupting Huangfu. Your camp, my men are already on the way. Those over 100 men you left in the camp cannot stop my people. And he smiled slightly as he looked at Huangfu. You don't think I only have these few people, do you? My subordinates, 7 or 8 lords along with my imperial guards, have already surrounded your territory. Hearing this, Huangfu Wushuang's lips trembled. I will give you 10 seconds to consider. Su Chen put away his smile. He turned around facing away from Huangfu Wushuang and began counting down. 10, 9, 8. Huangfu Wushuang's hand gripping the sword hilt bulged with veins. He did not want to surrender. He was the number 1 on both leaderboards, one of the strongest lords in this region. Why should he bow to someone who had disappeared for half a month? But reason told him that if he did not surrender, he would truly die here. 5, 4, 3. I surrender. Huangfu Wushuang finally spoke, his voice low. Su Chen turned around to look at him. What did you say? I said I surrender. Huangfu Wushuang raised his head, his eyes red. I accept the decree. A wise choice. Su Chen revealed the imperial order. Issue the decree of surrender to Huangfu Wushuang. Tax rate 80. Target locked. Player Lord Huangfu Wushuang. Decree generating. Issued. A golden scroll hovered before Huangfu Wushuang. He trembled as he extended his hand, silently gazing at the terms on the decree without uttering a word, and finally pressed his hand on the scroll. Surrender successful. Huangfu Wushuang has become your vassal lord. Current total number of vassal states, 7 minus the lords who previously forfeited their territories. Su Chen put away the imperial order, looking at the kneeling Huangfu Wushuang. Get up. Huangfu Wushuang stood up, lowering his head, not daring to meet Su Chen's gaze. I will not touch your campsite. That Song Lei crossbow tower can remain, and that epic building can continue to be constructed, but I need you to accomplish 3 things. First, from now on, all troop movements must be approved by Shun Lian, and the Jinui will be stationed at your camp. Second, you can continue to manage those 8 lords under you. You collect their taxes, and I will collect yours. Third, from now on you will attack whoever I tell you to, and stop whenever I say to. Huangfu Wushuang continued to nod, his lowered eyes filled with humiliation. Now take your people back. Tomorrow morning Shun Lian will come to find you. Su Chen waved his hand with satisfaction. Huangfu Wushuang stood up, not daring to look at Su Chen again, and turned to leave with his remaining soldiers. Zhao Tiangang stood at the valley entrance watching Huangfu Wushuang's pathetic back, unable to help, but curse damn it, this guy was still boasting in the channel a few days ago, claiming to be number 1 on both lists, and look at him now. It's not that he's incapable, it's just that Su Chen's subordinates are too fierce. Tainyo quietly chimed in, his tone filled with admiration, stealing a glance at Su Chen. The battle had completely subsided. The massive corpse of the lava hydra lay in the center of the battlefield, 3 of its heads, already severed, blood still slowly flowing. Huangfu Wushuang's remaining soldiers were withdrawing from the valley in batches under Shun Lian's arrangements, while Zhao Tiangang's men were cleaning the battlefield, collecting arrows, and counting casualties. Su Chen stood before the golden treasure chest. The chest was quietly placed on the stone platform, its golden glow particularly dazzling in the night. As for the boss itself, since Su Chen had delivered the final blow, the system determined it as a kill by Su Chen, hence no items dropped. Su Chen had already informed Zhao Tiangang of this. Although Zhao Tiangang felt it was a pity, he didn't say much. After all, the experience points from the boss were already plentiful, and there were still treasures and materials to be divided. Zhao Tiangang, Su Chen called out. Zhao Tiangang walked over from a distance, Tainyo following closely behind him. You can open the treasure chest. Su Chen took a step back and gestured. You open it, I'll choose. Zhao Tiangang glanced at him, not declining. He walked up to the chest and placed his hand on the lid. Click. The lid of the chest slowly popped open, dazzling golden light instantly illuminating the entire valley. Everyone instinctively squinted their eyes. As the golden light faded, the items inside the chest presented themselves before the 2 men. Golden treasure. Obtain mysterious fragment unknown 1 purple talent scroll. Bloodbath Berserker purple 1 grants the purple personal talent Bloodbath Berserker. For every 10 health loss, strength increases by 6, constitution by 4, stacking up to 5 layers. When health drops below 15, triggers Bloodbath state. All attacks within 5 seconds have a 15 lifesteal effect. Cooldown 2 minutes. Purple building blueprint. Top tier crossbow tower purple 1 can simultaneously lock on a 5 targets. Immensely powerful. High level resource pack 1 contains gold 3,000, wood 5,000, stones 4,000, fine iron 800, fine copper 300. Zhao Tiangang's eyes instantly lit up as he looked at these items. Bloodbath Berserker. He read the talent description carefully, his breathing quickening a bit. Stacking 5 layers means an increase of 30 strength and 20 constitution. And it even has lifesteal. Tainyo leaned over to take a look. Big brother, isn't this tailor-made for you? You always charge to the front in every fight, getting fiercer the more injured you are. Zhao Tiangang grinned widely. He indeed enjoyed close combat. Although he had hundreds of soldiers under him, he was always the first to charge with his sword against powerful enemies. This talent was simply prepared for a battle maniac like him. However, he picked up the shimmering fragment, examining it closely. What is this? It doesn't even have a name. Su Chen looked at the fragment, feeling the imperial order within him begin to tremble slightly. At the same time, his heartbeat quickened. Zhao Tiangang couldn't see the detailed attributes, but Su Chen was all too familiar with them. What use does this thing have? Zhao Tiangang asked, frowning. Su Chen showed no signs of abnormality. I don't know. He shook his head. It might be some kind of quest item, or perhaps a key to a hidden profession. I don't drop items when killing monsters, so I'm not too familiar with many things. Zhao Tianggang's gaze returned to the items, hesitating for a moment before looking up at Su Chen. Now that we're done, you choose first. Su Chen nodded, not being polite. His gaze swept over the 4 items. The purple talent scroll had decent attributes, a godly skill for a lord who liked close combat. Although this talent was tempting, it didn't match his professional status. Moreover, one can only possess one profession and one talent. He already had the emperor profession and his talent slot was empty, but given his status, he would only take a red or higher talent. Purple. Ultimately, it was a bit lacking. The top-tier crossbow tower was also a good item, but he already had a basic crossbow tower, it just hadn't been upgraded yet. Additionally, the defensive system of the Cold Palace had already taken shape. This blueprint could enhance firepower, but was not a high priority. The high-level resource pack was hard currency, immediately usable, perfectly filling the gap for constructing and upgrading buildings. The mysterious fragment must be taken. That was a fragment of the Imperial Order. The last fragment he picked up at the trading post upgraded his detection skill to the Imperial Insight technique. He wondered what abilities this one would unlock if fused. Su Chen had already made his decision in his heart. He raised his head, looking at Zhao Tianggang's face filled. This man's gaze was tightly locked on the purple talent scroll, yet he had to pretend to be nonchalant, which was somewhat amusing. Do you want this? Su Chen pointed at the scroll, a slight smile curving his lips. Zhao Tiangang cleared his throat cough. It's all right. It's just all right. Su Chen looked at him with a playful smile. Then why don't you take your gaze away? Tai Nyo beside him couldn't help but chuckle before quickly stifling it. Zhao Tianggang's face turned red. He simply stopped pretending. All right, I do want it. This talent is simply tailor-made for me, but rules are rules. You choose first, you take what you should, and the rest belongs to me. Su Chen smiled, reaching out to store the resource pack and fragment in his inventory. The resource pack and fragment are mine, the rest is yours. Zhao Tiangang was stunned. You don't want this talent. It's purple. Just purple, Su Chen replied casually. It doesn't matter. Zhao Tiangang hesitated, recalling Su Chen's performance on the battlefield earlier. That black dragon robe and those outrageous troops. This man harbored too many secrets. It made sense for him to overlook a purple talent. Then I won't be polite, Zhao Tiangang said, putting away the scroll and blueprint, unable to suppress the smile on his face. This time he struck it rich. The boss materials weren't distributed yet, but just this talent was worth the price. How will the boss materials be divided? Zhao Tiangang asked. The old rules 50-50. Su Chen glanced at the massive serpent corpse, scales, bones, and magic core, all split in half. My men will handle the dismemberment, and you send someone to count and register. All right. The two took a step back, and Shun Lian brought the Imperial Guards and Zhao Tianggang's logistics personnel to start processing the corpse of the lava hydra. Su Chen stood aside, collecting fragments in high spirits, including the one he picked up earlier at the trading post. This was the second one. What new abilities would be unlocked after merging the two fragments? Could the Emperor's Insight technique be upgraded to intermediate level, or would it unlock other exclusive skills for Emperors? He was looking forward to it, but there were more pressing matters at hand. Su Chen turned around, looking at Zhao Tiangang. Zhao Tiangang was standing nearby, studying the purple talent scroll, muttering to himself, likely reading the detailed instructions. Zhao Tiangang, Su Chen called out. Zhao Tiangang raised his head, asking, what is it? Su Chen's gaze was calm. Zhao Tiangang, I am giving you an opportunity now. Accept the decree and become my vassal lord. The tax rate will only be 30. If you refuse, then, when you leave here today, our next meeting will be as enemies. Zhao Tianggang's pupils slightly constricted. 30. Huangfu Wushuang was at 80. He instinctively asked, why A? Because you are more pleasing to the eye than Huangfu. Su Chen replied lightly, because you sought my cooperation, and killing this boss is enough for me to level up to 10. Am not unreasonable, I won't shortchange you on the benefits you deserve. Zhao Tiangang fell silent. A 30% tax rate was indeed not high. He had seen the conditions of other lords who pledged loyalty to Huangfu Wushuang, starting at 50 with no upper limit. The 8 lords under Huangfu Wushuang all had a minimum of 60. Su Chen only asked for 30, which was indeed a tremendous favor. Moreover, with Su Chen's abilities, being able to suppress Huangfu meant it would not be difficult to suppress him as. However, accepting this imperial decree meant that from now on Zhao Tiangang would no longer be an independent lord, but rather a subordinate of another. Freedom or safety? He raised his head, looking into Su Chen's eyes. My goal is to unify the entire. Su Chen said, Initiate the Battle of the Kings, enter the cross-region leaderboard. All lords in this area must either submit or vanish, you choose for yourself. Zhao Tiangang had to admit that he didn't have the courage to go to war against Su Chen. Iron Bull, Zhao Tiangang called softly. Here, what do you think? Iron Bull scratched his head and said innocently, Big brother, I don't understand these things, but I know one thing, following him we won't suffer losses. Zhao Tiangang smiled bitterly. Yes, even Iron Bull could see that, so what was he hesitating for? 3 minutes, Su Chen reminded. There isn't much time left. Zhao Tiangang replied. No need for 3 minutes, I'll give you my answer now. I accept the decree. Su Chen's lips curled slightly as he revealed the imperial order. System, issue a surrender decree to Zhao Tiangang, tax rate 30. Ding. Target locked, player Lord Zhao Tiangang, imperial decree being generated. Issued. Zhao Tiangang didn't even look at the terms and directly pressed down on it. Ding. Surrender successful. Zhao Tiangang has become your vassal lord. Current number of vassal states 8, gained national fortune value 320. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. From now on you and your people do not need to move, and your territory will operate as usual. Shen Lian will send someone to your camp to register without interfering with your daily management. The tax rate will be settled daily, automatically deducted from your warehouse. If there are difficulties you can apply for an extension, but not exceeding 1 week. Additionally, Su Chen paused. The intelligence you collect outside should be reported to the Imperial Guards first. If you find any threats to the Cold Palace, contact Shen Lian directly, and I will send someone to handle it. Zhao Tiangang noted each point and nodded. There's one more thing. Su Chen glanced at Iron Bull. I need to borrow this big guy for a few days. Zhao Tiangang was taken aback. What do you need him for? To forge iron on my blacksmith shop needs a manager. Iron Bull looked at Zhao Tiangang. Zhao Tiangang smiled wryly. Go ahead, after all I'm also working for someone now. Not just working. Su Chen mounted his horse looking down at Zhao Tiangang. It's an investment. You provide manpower, effort, and resources, and I ensure you live safely and soundly in this region. Once the entire region is unified and the Battle of the Kings begins, if you follow me, the spoils you receive will be 10 times more than if you fought alone. Zhao Tiangang was stunned. The Battle of the Kings. He had never thought that far ahead. But Su Chen had already considered it. From the very beginning, this person's goal was not just this region, but the entire otherworld battlefield. Let's go. Su Chen squeezed the horse's belly, galloping towards the valley. Behind him, the soldiers followed closely. Zhao Tiangang remained standing in place, watching Su Chen's Imperial Guards and the White Horse Brigade, his eyes filled with envy. Iron Bull said, Big brother, do you really think he can unify the entire region? Zhao Tiangang looked at the newly appeared vassal state tag on the panel and nodded. Of course, with his strength, it's just a matter of time. The night wind howled and the sound of hooves echoed through the mountains and forests. Although Su Chen was riding, he used his other hand to open the system panel. A series of notifications were flashing in front of his eyes. Ding. Defeated a level 10 epic boss. Lava Hydra, earning a massive amount of experience. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Monarch level increased to level 10. 120-6000. Emperor class privilege unlock. Reminder, Monarch level has reached level 10. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The exclusive core ability for Emperors, Imperial Summon, has been activated. Imperial Summon Hall of Heroes, consuming 5,000 national fortune points. You can randomly summon one historical hero, including famous concubines, generals, and ministers from the subconscious game you have conquered, with hero quality ranging from a grade to SSS grade. Supreme Reminder, as a special reward for breaking through level 10 in the Emperor class, the system grants one free summon opportunity. This time it will not consume any national fortune points, and will definitely summon a hero of S grade or above. Su Chen's pupils shrank, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Imperial Summon Hall of Heroes. All those famous concubines he had once conquered, the fierce generals he had recruited, and the ministers he had appointed were all on the list. Countless figures flashed through his mind. Those generals who had fought alongside him in the game, the ministers who managed the court for him, and also those breathtakingly beautiful concubines who had once shared his dragon bed. Su Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to summon immediately. It was still the wild. He would wait until he returned to the palace. But just thinking about it already stirred his emotions. Lanterns flickered across the cold palace, stitching the night into a tapestry of amber light. Su Chen galloped through the grand gate of the outer city's merchant quarters. Archers atop the ramparts knelt on one knee, while spearmen stood at attention, their lances raised vertically beside them. Lance tips pointed skyward, the highest ceremonial salute reserved for the sovereign's return. Long live His Majesty. Welcome home. The thunderous cry rolled from the city gate deep into the inner palace courtyards. Su Chen gave a slight nod, dismounted, and handed his steed to Zhang Meng, who stepped forward to receive it. Store all spoils in the Imperial Armory. Boss materials go to Shen Lian for classification. Understood. Zhang Meng clasped his fists in salute, then turned and led the imperial guards to process the supplies hauled back from the valley. Su Chen strode past the outer walls and entered the inner palace. In the inner palace courtyard, Tianjiang stood by the entrance of the imperial kitchen scanning the path. When she spotted Su Chen's silhouette emerging beneath the moon-shaped archway, her face bloomed with radiant delight. His Majesty has returned. She hurried forward, scanning him head to toe. Only when assured he bore no wound did her breath ease. This humble consort has simmered tender venison, keeping it warm over the brazier. Would your Majesty honor us with a bowl to restore your strength? Su Chen smiled and gently squeezed her hand. Yes. His stomach growled with hunger. After hastily finishing the meal, the tautness that had gripped him all day began to soften. His vitality replenished, and under Tianjiang's attentive care, he entered the bathing chamber. From assembling at 3 o'clock before dawn, slaying the magma hydra, ambushing Huangfu Wushuang, to subduing Zhao Tiangang, every moment had been relentless, unbroken. Though weary, exhilaration now surged stronger within him. Level 10. It meant unlocking another core ability of the sovereign vocation, the Hall of Heroic Spirits. Moreover, a newly acquired fragment awaited fusion. Leaning back in the bath, Su Chen closed his eyes, and already his mind wove the next phase of strategy. Huangfu Wushuang had sworn fealty. With his depth of resources and mastery of statecraft, annual tributes would soon swell the imperial coffers substantially. Zhao Tiangang pledged only 30%, but he was far more reliable than Huangfu Wushuang, a steadfast pillar whose loyalty would prove decisive in crisis. Together with his existing vassal lords, Su Chen now indirectly governed populations and armies spanning dozens of li, yet it was still insufficient. The system relentlessly compressed the map. Distant survivor lords once scattered across the periphery were being inexorably drawn toward him. Closer, tighter, inevitable. Ahead lay only two paths: submission or annihilation. No third way existed. Once cleansed and refreshed, Su Chen felt invigorated. Now came the pivotal moment. He seated himself upon the dragon throne in the main hall and summoned the system interface. Sovereign Su Chen vocation, sovereign unique hidden class, obsidian gold, tier level 10, 120. 6000. Constitution 5 obsidian gold, growth 9 levels 59, strength 4 obsidian gold, growth 9 levels 58, agility 5 obsidian gold, growth 9 levels 59, spirit 10 level bonus 919, mandate of heaven 3152, 800 boss 320, Huangfu 320, Zhao Tiangong 4592, gold coins 3833,000, resource pack 6830, current skills imperial edict, bestowal decree, dominion over all lands, son of heavens, chi perception, basic son of heaven, sword art, current equipment, son of heavens robe tier 5, crimson frost edge sword tier 1. Azure. Su Chen gazed upon the cascade of figures and nodded, deeply satisfied. The mandate of heaven stood merely hundreds short of 5,000, a threshold he would soon cross, enabling formal inauguration of the Hall of Heroic Spirits and his first official heroic investiture. The system granted one complimentary investiture, guaranteed rank or higher. Two chances, two heroes, one certain rank or above, the other ranging from A to SS tier. Su Chen drew a slow, steadying breath, suppressing the urge to activate the free investiture immediately. First fuse the fragment, then turn to heroes. From his spatial storage, he withdrew the enigmatic shard retrieved from the golden chest. It matched the previous shard exactly. The moment Su Chen produced it, the Imperial Sovereign token flared violently within his chest, its resonant hum returning deeper and more potent than before. Golden radiance erupted from his breast, enveloping the shard completely. Suspended in the light, the fragment slowly rose, revealing beneath its glow a newly unveiled obsidian gold luster. The half-character etched upon it sharpened into clarity. Su Chen stared. This time he recognized it, the right-hand component of the character Guan, official, Guan. Su Chen's brow lifted faintly. The last fragment had elevated his scrying art into the son of heaven's chi perception. What power would this one unveil? The fragment drifted slowly toward the Imperial Sovereign token, then fused, vanishing into its essence. Ding. Imperial Sovereignty fragment detected. Imperial Sovereign token fusion progress 5. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Imperial Sovereign token has undergone further primordial reinforcement. Imperial Edict skill upgraded. Bestowal authority unlocked. Su Chen's eyes blazed with sudden brilliance. Bestowal. He instantly opened the skill description. Imperial Edict. Bestowal new consumes variable mandate of heaven to formally appoint ranks to subordinates, including heroes, legendary figures, soldiers, and vassal lords. The rank system comprises 9 ranks, ascending from 9th rank junior to 1st rank senior, each conferring distinct attribute bonuses and privileges. Upon bestowal, the subordinate gains rank augmentation, constitution strength, and agility increase by percentage points according to rank, 9th rank junior grants 5, rising by 5 per rank, culminating in 85 at 1st rank senior. Additionally, the bestowed subordinate gains the passive trait loyalty and valor while fighting within the sovereign's field of vision. All attributes rise by an additional 20 and morale locks at maximum. Note: higher ranks demand greater mandate of heaven. Repeated bestowals upon the same subordinate must follow strict hierarchical progression, no skipping ranks. Current bestowal range: 9th rank junior to 7th rank senior, capped by sovereign level. Each 5 levels unlocks 1 new rank. This new ability surpassed even his highest expectations. It differed fundamentally from the prior appointment platform. That platform elevated common troops into heroes. This was true metamorphosis. Zhang Meng's base stats hovered near 40 across the board. A 9th rank junior bestowal would grant 5, a mere 2 points. Modest, yes, but as stats scaled into the hundreds, 10 would mean 5, 10, even 15 points. And that was only the foundational bonus, layered atop the loyalty and valor passive. Ascend to 1st rank senior. Combined, the total augmentation would reach a staggering 105. Su Chen suppressed his surging excitement. At level 10, he could only bestow ranks from 9th to 7th, meaning a maximum augmentation of 25 for any subordinate. Even so, it was terrifyingly potent. Recall, his Crimson Tier Son of Heaven's robe conferred only 30, and not across all attributes. System: display mandate cost per rank. 9th rank junior bestowal 100 mandate. Each successive rank increases cost by 100 mandate cumulatively. Su Chen calculated elevating a commoner to 7th rank senior would require precisely 1,000 mandate. A modest investment, not exorbitant. Especially for core retainers like Zhang Meng or Xin Lian, 1,000 mandate for 25 across all attributes was undeniably worth it. Yet Su Chen refrained from immediate bestowal. The Hall of Heroic Spirits remained his urgent priority. If Tianzhong alone had yielded such profound advantage, what might another hero bring? Moreover, the spirits summoned from the Hall of Heroic Spirits, whether civil or military, deserve immediate conferment of titles. Both spirits are no less than figures of Shun Lian's caliber and must be conferred first. Su Chen turned off the panel, leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, deep in thought. The new abilities gained from the fusion of fragments gave him greater confidence in the path to unification ahead. With the establishment of an official rank system, he could cultivate his loyal subordinates into true generals capable of standing alone. Zhang Meng, confer him a title. Xin Lian, confer him a title. The captain of the White Horse Edong can also be conferred. Even those outstanding vassal lords such as Lin Xiaoxiao and Wang Dazhuang could be considered for conferment to secure their higher loyalty and combat power. However, this must be done with caution. Official ranks represent the emperor's favor and should not be issued indiscriminately. Moreover, these lords, being modern individuals, have deeply rooted free will and instincts cultivated by decades of Blue Star civilization. They do not possess the simplistic mindset of NPCs or units generated by the system, which can be quantified by loyalty as a mere value. The loyalty of modern individuals has never been a fixed straight line, but rather a curve that fluctuates with. Today they may pledge their loyalty for a meal, but tomorrow they could stab you in the back due to a greater temptation or a hint of dissatisfaction. Even the Emperor's divination technique cannot directly read the loyalty attribute when facing these player lords from Blue Star. The Emperor's decree has warned that loyalty is a concept too complex and dynamic for modern individuals, incapable of being precisely captured and quantified by any technique. The divination technique can only show reverence and hostility levels. If reverence surpasses hostility, there is temporary submission. If hostility exceeds reverence, rebellion will surely arise. As for true loyalty, it can only be slowly tempered with time and skill. Su Chen's gaze fell upon the summoning interface of the Hall of Heroic Spirits. Rather than getting entangled in these uncontrollable factors, it's better to seize the controllable power first. The free conferment opportunity must not be wasted. System: activate the Hall of Heroic Spirits, consuming the free conferment opportunity to summon a spirit. The Emperor's exclusive core ability, Confer Hall of Heroic Spirits, has been activated. This time is a free conferment rewarded by the system, costing no national fortune value and guaranteed to summon a spirit of S grade or above. The summoning rules of the Hall of Heroic Spirits classify spirits into 3 major categories: famous concubines, internal affairs support generals, combat leadership, and civil officials governance strategy. Your Majesty can designate categories for targeted summoning or choose random summoning with a chance of obtaining higher quality. The current free opportunity defaults to a random pool of 3 options. Please make your choice. 3 light screens unfolded before Su Chen. The left screen shimmered with colors, revealing a graceful figure, famous concubine, class SSSS. The middle screen glowed with gold armor, shining brightly, an aura of killing intent, faintly visible, general, class SSSS. The right screen glowed blue like water-rich in scholarly ambient civil official class SSSS. Su Chen's gaze flickered among the 3 columns. A famous concubine. Tianjiang is already an SS-grade internal affairs type. While having another famous concubine would be icing on the cake, what is most lacking in the cold palace right now is not the harem, but a talented general who can expand territories and stand alone. Civil officials. The scale of the territory has not yet reached the point where a dedicated civil official is needed to manage it. Shen Lian and Zhang Ming handle intelligence and military affairs while Tianjiang manages logistics, which is enough for now. Generals. There is Zhang Ming in the Imperial Guard, but the White Horse Yidong still lacks a commander, and the frontline combat capability of the Jinui is also relatively weak. If an grade or above general were to arrive, they could lead troops and charge into battle. For the current goal of unifying the entire region, this is indeed necessary. Select the general category. Su Chen made his choice without hesitation. The general spirit pool has been locked. The spirit pool includes all historical generals that your majesty has conquered, recruited, or established intimate relationships within the holographic game Emperor Development Plan, totaling 142 individuals. Random selection in progress. The golden light screen began to flicker violently with names rapidly flashing before Su Chen's eyes. Guan Yu Zhang Fei Yu Fei Hua Tsubing Li Jing Qin Xiong Wei Qi Gong Shui Ringgui. Each name was once a capable general in his game, with each name representing a memory of siege and conquest. The speed of the flickering light screen increased until it abruptly came to a halt. Selection complete. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have summoned. A brilliant golden light shone, and a silver-white figure slowly emerged from the light screen. It was a young general standing 8 feet tall with a face like a crown, jade brows like distant mountains, and eyes containing stars. He wore a bright silver crown, donned white dragon armor, had a delicate lion belt at his waist, and sported pink combat boots with a silver spear gleaming coldly on his back. Most striking was the snow-white steed beneath him, without a single hair of any other color. Its mane flew, and its hooves were as white as snow, complementing his silver-white armor, as if he were a celestial general stepping out of a painting. The young general dismounted, knelt on one knee, and spoke in a clear voice. This humble general, Zhao Yun, pays respects to Your Majesty. Ding. The conferment of the spirit was successful. Name Zhao Yun, quality SS, grade type, General Cavalry Commander, level 10500, 3-dimensional attribute, growth 12 per level SS, grade growth multiplier far exceeding a grade's 8, initial 3-dimensional attributes, level 1 naked strength 35, agility 40, constitution 38, spirit 12, exclusive mount, Knight Shining Jade Lion SS, grade unique movement speed 80, charge damage 50, and can suddenly turn while in high-speed state unaffected by inertia. Exclusive weapon Dragon's Daring Bright Silver Spear SS, grade growth type, strength 15, agility 12, armor breaking 30. Attached skill 7 Snake Strike, 7 consecutive thrusts with each spear's damage increasing by 10, and the 7th spear, dealing double true damage. Exclusive skills 1. White Horse Silver Spear passive. When leading the White Horse Yidong, all attributes of the White Horse Yidong are increased by 20, archery hit rate 30, and charge damage 40. 2. Full of Courage passive. When Zhao Yun faces 3 times as many enemies alone, all his attributes increase by 30, immune to all control effects, and recover 1 of maximum health per second. 3. Single Rider Breaking the Formation active, consuming 10 spirit points. Zhao Yun can charge into the enemy formation alone, and the first attack will definitely shatter the enemy formation, causing a large-scale knockback and stun effect with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Devoted loyalist Su Chen looked at the young general in silver armor and white horse before him, a wider smile spreading across his face until he could not help but burst into laughter. Zilong. He stepped forward and personally helped Zhao Yun up. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Zhao Yun stood up, his gaze firm, meeting Su Chen's eyes for a moment before slightly bowing his head in respect. General Yun has just arrived, not knowing what orders Your Majesty has. Zhao Yun's voice was neither servile nor overbearing, carrying an innate calmness. The next day, early morning, Zhao Yun knelt on one knee outside the cold palace with the shining silver lance resting on his knee. Su Chen stood on the platform with his hands behind his back. Zhao Yun, this subordinate is here. From today onwards, you will lead the White Horse Brotherhood. Su Chen spoke solemnly. I grant you the authority to command. All members of the White Horse Brotherhood shall obey your orders. Your first task is to elevate them to level 4 within 3 days, clearing all monster nests within a 30-mile radius. The subordinate obeys. Zhao Yun raised his head, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes, something he had longed for. He immediately bowed and stepped back, then mounted his horse with fluid grace, the night echoing with the roar of the Jade Lion. White Horse Brotherhood, follow me out of the city, Zhao Yun shouted. 11 white horses vanished into the morning mist in the blink of an eye. Shun Lian stepped out from the shadows whispering, "Your Majesty, Zhao Yun's attributes. I have never seen such a terrifying panel before. An S-class heroic spirit is naturally incomparable to ordinary troops." Su Chen turned and descended the platform. "Have you prepared the supplies I asked for?" "All supplies have been stored. We have sufficient quantities of wood, stone, fine iron, and fine copper. The blacksmith shop is now under the management of Iron Bull and production capacity has increased by 30%. Good." Su Chen entered the inner court, seated himself in the main hall seat, and summoned the system panel. Current resources: wood 18700 stone, 14270 iron, or 6830 copper, or 1350 fine iron, 1210 fine copper, 500, gold 7830, national fortune value 4592. Over the next few days, Su Chen planned to convert all the resources accumulated over the past half-month into tangible strength. All buildings will be upgraded sequentially. The platform must be leveled up, the crossbow tower must be leveled up, and the well must be upgraded as well. The Jianiwei camp and the White Horse Brotherhood camp will remain unchanged for now, as there aren't enough fine copper and fine silver for upgrades, and both buildings are currently at sufficient levels. Most importantly, the national fortune value. We are less than 500 points away from breaking through the 5,000 mark, at which point I can conduct a second heroic spirit enthronement using national fortune value. The free one has already been used. The next time will require a solid expenditure of 5,000 points. Shun Lian, I am here. Continue to expand the search range for the Jin Yi, marking all Lord territories within 100 kilometers. Additionally, have Zhao Tiangang and Huangfu Wushuang's men move as well, deploying their scouts. Your Majesty intends to unify the entire region. Su Chen leaned back in his chair, his gaze distant. The system has been compressing the map, and those lords scattered in the distance are being gradually pushed closer. Rather than waiting for them to come to us, it is better to strike first. I want to clean this area out before the next wave of beasts arrives. Shun Lian nodded and quickly recorded in his notebook. Su Chen initially planned to upgrade the Cold Palace, but the resource consumption was too high. Furthermore, the upgrade duration was too long, and during that time no other buildings could be upgraded, so it must be left for last. Su Chen stood up, exited the inner court, and came to the platform in the outer city. The platform, a rare blue building, is currently at level 1. Su Chen opened its upgrade interface. Platform blue, current level 1, level up to level 2 requires wood 500, stone 300, fine iron 100, gold 500. Upgrade effect: the maximum number of heroes that can be enthroned increases from 1 to 2, while the quality limit of enthroned heroes remains unchanged, limited by the quality of the platform. Su Chen directly confirmed. Deducting the corresponding materials, the platform is upgrading. Estimated time 2 hours. He turned and walked towards the crossbow tower. Basic crossbow tower blue, current level 1, level up to level 2 requires wood 300, stone 200, fine iron 80, gold 300. Upgrade effect: shooting speed increases by 30, crossbow arrow power increases by 20, can simultaneously lock onto 4 targets. Upgrade. Deducting the corresponding materials, the crossbow tower is upgrading. Estimated time 1 hour. Finally, he walked to the dry well. Haunted well, special building, current level 1, level up to level 2 requires stone 200, fine iron 50, gold 100. Basic blue magic core 1. Upgrade effect: daily retrieval attempts 1, small probability of producing green quality items. Upgrade. Deducting the corresponding materials, the well is upgrading. Estimated time 30 minutes. 3 upgrade progress bars simultaneously fluctuated above Su Chen's field of vision. He leaned against the wall of the courtyard, closing his eyes to rest. Half an hour later, the well finished upgrading first. Su Chen approached the well and drew up a bucket of water, and at the bottom of the bucket lay a cloth pouch. Obtain green excellent grade item. Basic strengthening stone 3 effect can be used to strengthen blue and below quality equipment. Each stone increases the equipment's base attributes by 5, up to 3 stacking. Strengthening stone. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and placed the 3 stones into his storage space. This item came at just the right time. His cold edge sword was still a level 1 blue item, and its attributes were starting to lag behind his level. If it can be strengthened to 3, it can last him a while longer. Su Chen used it directly and glanced at the attributes of the cold edge sword, which indeed rose slightly. After the well had upgraded, he looked again at the upgrade interface. Haunted well, special building, current level 2, level up to level 3 requires stone 500, fine iron 150, fine copper 50, gold 500. Intermediate blue magic core 1. Upgrade effect: daily retrieval attempts 1, total 3, moderate probability of producing green quality items, small probability of producing blue quality items. Su Chen calculated the material inventory. There is enough material. The intermediate magic core was obtained from the last beast tide taken from one of the level 8 bosses. Su Chen directly upgraded again. The crossbow tower upgraded first. Basic crossbow tower blue, intermediate crossbow tower blue. Soon the 3 buildings leveled up to 3 and resources flowed out of the warehouse like water. Su Chen watched the numbers on the panel fluctuating and was contemplating another matter. After the platform reaches level 3, it can enthrone 4 heroes. Currently, he only has Zhang Meng as a class hero under his command, while Shun Lian is in a class epic hero and does not require enthronement. Zhao Yun is an S-class heroic spirit and also does not require it. This means he still has 3 hero slots available for use. In the Imperial Guard, someone like Zhao who performed outstandingly could be considered for enthronement. On the side of the White Horse Brotherhood, although Zhao Yun leads the position of deputy leader is still vacant, so he could choose the best performing member of the White Horse Brotherhood to enthrone as a class hero serving as Zhao Yun's deputy. On the Jin Yi side, there also needs to be a deputy commander under Shin Lian. 3 slots are just enough. Su Chen kept this thought in mind, planning to address it after the platform's upgrade was completed. In the evening, Zhao Yun returned with the White Horse Brotherhood. Their white horses were covered in blood, but not a single person was injured. Zhao Yun dismounted and knelt before Su Chen on one knee. Your Majesty, this subordinate has cleared 7 monster nests within a 30-mile radius today, killing 23 elite monsters and numerous ordinary ones, and found 3 treasure chests, 2 wooden and 1 bronze. Behind him, the captain of the White Horse Brotherhood presented the 3 treasure chests to Su Chen. Su Chen opened the chests and took stock. The wooden chest contained basic resources, 300 pieces of wood, 200 stones, and 50 iron ores. The bronze chest contained a green blueprint, the 3rd fragment of Watchtower Alert Horn. With the 2 fragments retrieved from the dry well earlier, he just managed to gather them all. Obtained a blue rare blueprint Watchtower Alert Horn 1. Effect: install an alert horn at the top of the watchtower whose sound can cover a 5-kilometer area beyond the territory. When any unit encounters danger in the wild, they can blow the small horn and the watchtower will receive a warning signal and pinpoint the direction. Su Chen immediately handed the blueprint to Shun Lian. Install this on the watchtowers at the 4 corners of the outer city and have them all done within 3 days. For the next 2 days, Su Chen hardly left the cold palace. Point command platform blue. Current level 5 max level. Upgrade effect: the maximum number of heroes that can be conferred increases from 4 to 6, currently 1, conferred 5 remaining. Note the blue quality point command platform has reached its highest level. To further increase the conferment limit and quality, higher level blueprints are required for building advancement. Level 5, it's at its peak. Su Chen glanced at the upgrade interface and indeed found no options for further advancement. However, 6 hero slots were already sufficient. He immediately summoned everyone and held a conferment ceremony at the point command platform. Zhao, who stepped forward to receive your title. Since my arrival in this realm, you have fought alongside me many times, loyal and brave. Today, I officially confer you as the Vice Commander of the Imperial Guard. The maximum level limit is unlocked to level 30. Attribute reshaping complete. Zhao, who is currently at level 4, with rank Spirit Hero bonus. The maximum level limit is unlocked to level 30. Attribute reshaping complete. Zhao, who is currently at level 4, with rank Spirit Hero bonuses, and his attribute growth doubles with each level. Acquired exclusive passive skill Iron Wall. When leading the Imperial Guard, all Imperial Guards gain 15 defense and 20 health regeneration speed. Zhao, who bowed deeply, his voice choked. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great kindness. I shall serve you to the death. Su Chen nodded and turned his gaze to the White Horse Cavalry. Chen Fei stepped forward to receive your title. Chen Fei was the captain of the White Horse Cavalry and had performed exceptionally under Zhao Yun's command these days with precise archery and courageous charges, winning Zhao Yun's high regard. Chen Fei stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. I am here. Today I confer you as the Vice Commander of the White Horse Cavalry, assisting Zhao Yun in leading the White Horse Cavalry. Ding. Conferment successful. Chen Fei has transformed into a hero rank B. Acquired exclusive passive skill double archery vice. When leading the White Horse Cavalry, all members gain 15 archery accuracy and 10 movement speed. Chen Fei bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great kindness. Su Chen then looked towards the Jin Yi Wei. Bai Lu stepped forward to receive your title. Bai Lu was the second strongest in the Jin Yi Wei after Shun Lian, adept in assassination and intelligence gathering. He had been acting as the commander in Shun Lian's absence. Bai Lu stepped forward silently, kneeling on one knee. I am here. Today I confer you as the deputy commander of the Jin Yi Wei, assisting Shun Lian in leading the Jin Yi Wei. Ding. Conferment successful. Bai Lu has transformed into a hero rank B. Acquired exclusive passive skill shadow. When leading the Jin Yi Wei on covert missions, the presence of all Jin Yi Wei members is further reduced, making them difficult to detect. Bai Lu bowed, his voice low. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great kindness. 3 newly conferred heroes. With Zhang Meng added, Su Chen now had 4 rank heroes, 1 rank hero Shen Lian, 1 S rank spirit hero Zhao Yun, and 1 SS rank spirit hero Tian Jiang. This power, perhaps no other player in the server possesses it. After all, spirit heroes are his unique class, while other lords can only summon heroes through buildings. After the conferment ceremony, Su Chen returned to the inner court. Tianjiang had prepared dinner with Chun Lan and Xiaoju attending. Your Majesty, today I retrieved another package from the dry well. Tianjiang took out a roll of parchment from her sleeve and handed it to Su Chen. Obtained a green excellent blueprint beginner's textile workshop 1. Effect can plant flax, cotton, and other textile raw materials and process them into cloth. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Cloth. Previously, he had manifested high-quality cloth to upgrade the emperor's garments using national luck points. Now with the textile workshop, he could produce cloth himself without wasting national luck points. Good. Su Chen, put away the blueprint. Well, build it tomorrow right next to the outer city's blacksmith shop. I will remember that. Tianjiang nodded. After dinner, Su Chen sat in the main seat and summoned the system panel. He glanced at the national luck points. Current national luck points, 4,892 points. It was still 108 points short. He should be able to break through the 5,000 mark tomorrow. Su Chen frowned. He remembered that when the national luck points accumulated to break 100, the system rewarded him with the emperor's garments. However, there were no prompts for breakthroughs of 1,000 or 5,000 points afterwards. Does that mean the next reward threshold is 10,000 points? It's possible. Su Chen leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes in contemplation. What would be rewarded for breaking 10,000 points? Equipment above red quality. Or something even rarer. He did not know, but he was looking forward to it. Shun Lian, I am here. Starting tomorrow, increase the effort in clearing out the wild. The Imperial Guard, White Horse Cavalry, and Jin Yiwei all spread out, leaving no elite monsters behind, and try to kill as many normal monsters as possible. I want to accumulate the national luck points to 10,000. Currently, I have about 6 or 7,000 points. It should be achievable within 3 days. Shun Lian was taken aback. 10,000 points. Yes, I really want to know what the system will give for breaking 10,000 points. Understood. Shun Lian bowed and withdrew. For the next 3 days, the Cold Palace operated at maximum capacity. Zhao Yun led the White Horse Cavalry out every day, clearing the wild monster nests within a 50-mile radius repeatedly. The Imperial Guard, led by Zhang Meng and Zhao Hu, focused on elite monsters, seeking out the tracks of boss monsters. The Jin Yiwei was responsible for intelligence and reconnaissance, marking places where there were high-level monsters. The textile workshop was completed the next day, and Tianjiang, along with Qiuju and several palace maids, planted the first batch of flax seeds, which could be harvested in 3 days. On the 3rd day, the well reached level 3, increasing the number of daily retrievals to 3 times, and the quality of produced items improved significantly. Su Chen visited the dry well daily, reaping abundant rewards over the 3 days. Day 1, green excellent level bandages 5, blue rare level beginner experience potion 1, increases 500 experience points upon use, white common level iron or 20. Days 2 and 3. Not only that, other ordinary buildings were also nearing level 5. The Jin Yiwei and White Horse Cavalry buildings only reached level 2, while the well remained at level 3. There was no choice. The resources required for these 3 buildings were simply massive, and he couldn't gather them all. Su Chen had to temporarily halt upgrades and wait to gather resources to upgrade the Cold Palace. In the evening, Shun Lian entered the conference hall with the statistics booklet of the Jin Yiwei. Your Majesty, this is a summary of the battle results over the past 3 days. Su Chen took the booklet and opened the first page. 3-day extermination battle results statistics: elite monsters killed 25. Boss level monsters killed 2, both level 6. Normal monsters killed approximately 1,200. Collected treasure chests: wooden 12, bronze 5, silver 1. Collected resources: wood approximately 3,000, stone approximately 2,000, or iron, or approximately 800, fine iron approximately 200, fine copper approximately 50. Su Chen finished reading, nodded, and then opened the national luck points panel. His heart raced slightly with excitement. He waited for a moment, but the system panel remained calm with no prompts. No response. Surpassed 10,000. His heart raced slightly with excitement. He waited for a moment, but the system panel remained calm with no prompts. No response. Su Chen frowned. He was about to take out the Imperial Order, but the Imperial Order reacted on its own, surging from his chest and enveloping him in golden light. The golden light grew brighter, ultimately condensing into a beam that shot straight into the sky. Outside the Cold Palace, all soldiers saw this beam. The golden light grew brighter, ultimately condensing into a beam that shot straight into the sky. Outside the Cold Palace, all soldiers saw this beam. Zhang Meng knelt on one knee, followed closely by Zhao Hu, while Zhao Yun looked up at the beam with awe in his eyes. Shun Lian stepped out from the Jin Yiwei camp, his gaze heavy. The beam lasted a full 10 seconds before slowly dissipating. In Su Chen's mind, the system prompt regarding accumulated national luck points finally sounded. The subsequent plot involves conferring spirit heroes, assigning official positions, summoning troops, And after completing the arrangements, there will be the final beast tide unifying the entire region, initiating the king's contest. The system will merge regions, update teleportation, cross-regional battles, and regarding whether to confer military generals or civil officials consorts, everyone can provide opinions here. Advisors can participate in battles, especially those strategist-type advisors whose combat abilities are also quite strong. As the golden light dissipated, the cold palace main hall regained its original appearance. Su Chen stood at the center of the hall. The glow of the imperial decree on his chest had already subsided, and a warm power was circulating within his body. He could clearly sense that the imperial decree, this dark gold artifact that accompanied his arrival, was undergoing some sort of qualitative change. Diao Chan quickly approached, her peach blossom eyes filled with panic. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Su Chen gently patted Diao Chan's head and comforted her. "Not only am I fine, but this is also a tremendous good fortune." Diao Chan nodded in relief and began to massage Su Chen as he took a seat on the main throne. Su Chen unfolded the new information, unlocking new function Imperial Treasury. Beginner description of Imperial Treasury: as the exclusive treasury of the Eternal Emperor. Rare items can be exchanged monthly using national fortune points. The items in the treasury refresh once a month currently at the beginner level, allowing exchanges for items ranging from white to red quality. As the integration progress of the Imperial Decree increases, the treasury level will rise, unlocking higher level items. List of items available for exchange this month. First month special benefit: choose one red mythical item without consuming national fortune points. Su Chen's gaze swept across the list, feeling utterly shocked. The list displayed 6 items, each radiating different colors of light. The top 3 items were blue and purple quality, the middle 2 were purple and red quality, and at the bottom was a single item, a mythical item radiating a rich red glow. Item 1: blue rare intermediate experience potion 5. Each bottle increases experience points by 500. Exchange requirement: 200 national fortune points. Item 2: blue rare beginner strengthening stone 10. Used to strengthen blue quality and below equipment. Exchange requirement: 300 national fortune points. Item 3: purple epic advanced barracks blueprint. Can upgrade intermediate barracks to advanced barracks, unlocking more troop types. Exchange requirement: 800 national fortune points. Item 4: purple epic intermediate resource detector blueprint. Scanning range expands to 50 kilometers, allowing detection of higher level resource points. Exchange requirement: 1,000 national fortune points. Item 5: red mythical dragon soul golden essence 5. Mythical forging material can be used to upgrade red quality equipment or forge new equipment. Exchange requirement: 1,500 national fortune points. First month special selection: free red mythical. Please click to view. Su Chen did not hesitate and directly clicked on the details of the item at the bottom. A light curtain unfolded and lines of golden text appeared. Item name: Emperor's Dragon Heart Mirror red mythical growth type armor. Chest armor can coexist with the Emperor's Garment. Classified as an auxiliary item. Level 1. Attributes: Constitution 15, all damage reduction 10. Skill 1: Dragon Heart passive temporarily increases defense by 1 for each attack received lasting 10 seconds, stacking up to 20 layers. Skill 2: Protect the Master active consumes 10 spirit points to apply a shield that reduces damage by 30 to oneself or an allied unit lasting 30 seconds. Cooldown time 5 minutes. Skill 3: Dragon Soul Set effect. When equipped simultaneously with the Emperor's Garment, triggers the True Dragon Set effect. All attributes 10. The effect of Imperial Might is doubled, and the number of True Dragon Shields is increased by 1. Set effect. Su Chen's eyes sparkled. The Emperor's Garment was currently at level 5, with already considerable attributes. If he added this True Dragon Heart Mirror, triggering the set effect would increase all attributes by another 10, and the Imperial Might would double. This meant he would exert a 20 mental pressure on enemies below his level, weakening their attributes by 20. This was an overwhelming enhancement. Moreover, with the True Dragon Shield increased to 3 times, he would truly become a humanoid tyrant. Su Chen believed he was already invincible among the lords. Not just in this area, but in the entire otherworld. System: select this item, the Heart Mirror. Ding. First month special selection confirmed. Item has been delivered to your storage space. With a thought, a palm-sized dark gold heart mirror engraved with the pattern of a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared in his palm. The surface of the mirror was smooth, and one could faintly see the dragon's shadow moving within. He pressed the heart mirror against his chest, and as the two made contact, it instantly merged into his body, resonating with the Emperor's Garment. The heart mirror emitted a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar. "Your Majesty, what is this?" Diao Chan leaned in, curiously watching as the mirror disappeared into Su Chen's body. "The True Dragon Heart Mirror, it is part of the set with this dragon robe I am wearing." Su Chen caressed her smooth cheek and said with a mischievous smile, "When I gather the entire set, I will wear it for you to see and give you a uniform temptation. How about that?" Your Majesty. Tianjiang blushed shyly, huffing, and fell silent, quietly continuing her action. Just thinking about that scene, her heart unexpectedly felt a little expectant. Su Chen's gaze returned to the treasury list. The special selection for the first month was taken for free, but other items still required national fortune points for exchange. Although Su Chen was very tempted, it was not urgent at the moment. He needed to reserve the national fortune points to summon the next heroic spirit. He would wait to gather the 30 white horse knights before exchanging. Your Majesty. Shen Lian's voice came from outside the hall, filled with urgency. Come in. Shen Lian pushed the door and entered, kneeling on one knee and presenting the unchanging book with both hands. Your Majesty, the Jinhui discovered an abnormal coordinate while patrolling outside, and I personally went to check it. Take a look at this. Su Chen took it, flipping to the page with the attached label. It depicted a map marking a location about 25 kilometers from the Cold Palace. Next to the map was a screenshot captured by Shen Lian using his skill. The screenshot showed a gigantic monster covered in golden scales with a pair of curved long horns atop, its head crimson eyes, continuously exhaling scorching breath. Name: Epic level BOSS level. Estimated 1215 level. Status: sleeping, sealed by some array, an epic level boss between level 12 and 15, with unknown true attributes for now. However, he had just acquired new equipment and brought the White Horse Knights and the Imperial Guards, so he was not without chances. But the currently sealed entity was not a threat for the time being. Moreover, the current target could not be placed on this boss. Continue to monitor, do not disturb it. Su Chen closed the unchanging book and handed it back to Shen Lian. The seal has developed cracks indicating that this entity will eventually emerge. For now, the focus is on the development of the Cold Palace, preparing for the unification of the entire region. Understood. Shen Lian took the unchanging book, but did not immediately withdraw. He added, Your Majesty, while investigating, I also found traces of other people active around that ruin. The footprints are not fresh, left about 3 to 5 days ago. Su Chen's expression tightened. Did someone get there first? Or did other lords also discover this sealed boss? Can you determine which direction they came from? The traces extend from the southeast direction, that area. The Jinhui has not fully covered it yet. Shen Lian paused. I recommend expanding the reconnaissance range to at least cover 10 kilometers around the ruins. Approved. Draw 10 people from the Jinhui specifically monitoring that area. Any movement must be reported immediately. As you command. After Shen Lian withdrew, Su Chen remained seated in place, his brows knitted in deep contemplation. This boss at the current stage of development was unquestionably a sovereign entity at the apex of the food chain. Ordinary lords would not dare even approach the ruins, let alone engage him in combat. The sheer oppressive aura alone would likely reduce them to trembling wrecks, unable even to stand upright. Yet someone had dared. Either they were recklessly courting death, or else possessed formidable backing. He narrowed his eyes, mentally reviewing every notable figure within this region. Huangfu Wushuang and Zhao Tiangang were already under his command. Among the remaining figures, only Chen Sihai could be considered remotely worthy of mention. It must be Chen Sihai's people, Su Chen murmured softly to himself. Tianjiang noticed the furrow in his brow and softened the pressure of her hands as she massaged his shoulders, gently urging, Your Majesty, the hour grows late, and you must rise early tomorrow. Perhaps it is time to rest. Su Chen lifted his gaze and met the ethereal, peerless beauty of Tianjiang's face. Her eyes shimmered with warmth and quiet tenderness, and that gentle expression dissolved the restless agitation coiling within his heart. He shook his head slightly, his tone softening. Not yet. I still have one matter to attend to. With that, he sat upright and summoned the Spirit Shrine's invocation interface once more. Consorts, generals, civil ministers. Luminous trails glided slowly along the intricate patterns of the interface. During his last free bestowal, he had selected a general and summoned Zhao Yun. Under Zhao Yun's command, the White Horse Righteous Cavalry underwent a profound transformation. 10 riders thundered like gales, sweeping clean every wild beast lair across dozens of miles within mere days. But Zhao Yun dealt solely with warfare. Administration, logistics, coordination, and strategic oversight. All those tangled responsibilities weighed entirely upon Tianjiang and himself, with Shen Lian bearing only a modest share, mostly intelligence-related. Tianjiang was exceptionally capable, but her innate talents lay exclusively in agriculture and logistical management. Entrusting her with military organization, supply allocation, or diplomatic maneuvering among vassal lords was simply asking too much. Su Chen saw it clearly, and yet with no suitable talent at hand, he carried a quiet sense of guilt. He needed someone who could truly shoulder his burdens. Someone capable of surveying the entire realm. Someone who could orchestrate strategy on his behalf, while he merely issued decisions and dispatched envoys to execute them. Civil Minister Class. Su Chen solemnly confirmed his selection. Civil Minister Class, Spirit Pool locked. Spirit Pool Scope: all historical civil ministers whom your majesty has recruited, appointed, or forged intimate bonds with in the holographic game Emperor Cultivation Plan. A total of 96 individuals. Random draw in progress. Emerald light surged and swirled as names flashed rapidly before Su Chen's eyes. Xiao Hifang, Xuanling, Duruhui, Wei Zheng Wang, Engshi Zhang, Jujing Luji. Each name had once anchored his imperial court, and each evoked vivid memories of governance, statecraft, and nation-building. The luminous scroll accelerated, then froze abruptly. Draw complete. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have summoned. A cascade of azure light poured forth, not blinding but profoundly serene and weighty, calming Su Chen's spirit instinctively. From within the radiance, a tall, slender figure gradually coalesced. He stood over 7 feet tall, with refined features, clear-cut brows, and eyes of unshakable stillness, calm, deep, and unruffled. He wore a scholar's silk headband and a crane feather robe, held a plain white feather fan in hand, and bore an ancient, unadorned jade pendant at his waist, exuding not a trace of sharpness or aggression. Yet his mere presence inspired profound reassurance. He stepped forth from the light and cast a composed, unhurried glance across the modest, somewhat austere, main hall of the cold palace. His gaze lingered for a moment upon the breathtakingly beautiful woman watching him with quiet curiosity, then shifted away, his expression utterly neutral. He bowed slightly, hands folded respectfully before him. Liang, your humble servant pays homage to your majesty. His voice was measured, unhurried, yet resonated deeply within Su Chen's heart. Su Chen gazed upon this middle-aged civil minister, robed in crane feather elegance, fan in hand, and the curve of his lips slowly rose, until at last he burst into unrestrained laughter. Kongming. He sprang to his feet and strode forward, gripping Zhuge Liang's arms firmly and lifting him upright. You've come too. Your majesty honors me excessively. Liang has just arrived. This realm remains unfamiliar to me, and I shall require your majesty's guidance. No rush, no rush. Zhuge Liang straightened, a faint, knowing smile flickering in his eyes, echoes of bygone eras still lingering in the recesses of his mind. Su Chen laughed and clapped Zhuge Liang lightly on the shoulder, gesturing for him to sit nearby. Tianjiang, ever perceptive, had already quietly brought forward a cup of tea and placed it beside him, then retreated gracefully to the side. Zhuge Liang lifted the teacup, sipped thoughtfully, and fixed his calm, expectant gaze upon Su Chen. Su Chen understood. For the next quarter, he concisely outlined the battlefield rules of this foreign realm, the cold palace's evolution, its territorial distribution, and the various lords, laying bare every detail without reservation. He withheld nothing. Before all spirit ministers, there was no need for concealment. After listening, Zhuge Liang fell silent for a moment, then raised his fan and began to sway it gently. As was his habit, to think was to fan, and to fan was to think. At last he asked, Thus your majesty has already subdued Huangfu Wushuang and Zhaotiangang, but numerous other lords within this region remain unsworn. Correct? Su Chen nodded. Huangfu and Zhao are the 2 strongest factions here. Once they submitted, the rest pose little threat, though we've yet to find the opportunity to formally integrate them one by one. Regarding military strength, might your majesty elaborate further? Su Chen offered no concealment, laying bare his full resources. My direct forces comprise the Imperial Guard under Zhang Meng, 15 men, the White Horse Righteous Cavalry under Zilong, 11 riders, the Brocade Guards under Shun Lian, 15 officers, plus miscellaneous infantry units, surrendered troops from the Stone Axe Guild, and reinforcements brought by 4 lords who voluntarily abandoned their territories and merged with us, totaling approximately 210 soldiers. As for vassal lords, 6 long-standing affiliates, including Lin Xiao and Wang Dezhuang, as well as Huangfu Wushuang Zhaotiangang and the dozen-odd minor lords beneath them, bring the combined force to roughly 1,000 men. And grain reserves, Zhuge Liang turned his gaze toward Tianjiang. Tianjiang replied promptly. In response, Chief Strategist, the Cold Palace's granaries hold sufficient grain to sustain our 200 direct troops for 1 month. Vassal territories maintain their own modest stores, enough to last 10 to 15 days. Weapons, armor, and arrows. Our blacksmith forge produces 500 high-grade iron arrowheads and 50 iron spearheads daily. Su Chen added, but armor production lags severely. Most soldiers still wear plain leather cuirasses. Having heard all, Zhuge Liang rose and walked to the large map displayed at the center of the main hall, a hand-drawn territorial chart by Shun Lian marking the encampments of every lord within 50 kilometers of the Cold Palace. Most red dots were already circled, annotated with the words Sworn Allegiance, yet several scattered dots remained clustered along the periphery. With his back still turned to Su Chen, he declared, Your Majesty, Liang offers 3 strategies. Su Chen sat up straighter. Speak. First, reorganize the army. Zhuge Liang gestured with his fan toward the scattered red dots on the map. Your current troop deployments are dangerously fragmented. The 6 veteran vassals govern autonomously, though Huangfu and Zhao have pledged fealty. Their forces remain independent, lacking unified command or coordinated action with your core troops. This may pass unnoticed in peacetime, but should large-scale conflict erupt, disunity will reign, orders will splinter, and chaos will inevitably follow. He turned to face Su Chen directly, his gaze steady and resolute. Liang recommends restructuring all vassal forces under a single centralized system. Your Majesty's direct troops as the core, Huangfu and Zhao as left and right wings, and all other vassals as reserve contingents. Unified banners, ranks, and command protocols, each holding their respective domains in peace, yet moving as one coordinated body in war as effortlessly as limb obeys mind. Su Chen nodded slowly. This was indeed the gravest vulnerability before him. Numbers had grown. Territory had expanded. Yet within it remained a fractured, disjointed whole. Second strategy, grain accumulation. Zhuge Liang turned toward Tianjiang and bowed respectfully. Your Highness Tianjiang, with all due humility I ask, how many acres of farmland are currently covered by your bountiful harvest talent? Only 3 mu within the inner court. Though there is ample uncultivated land in the outer city, it has remained untouched. 3 mu can barely sustain 200 people, but to feed 1,000 or 10,000 is utterly insufficient. He turned back to Su Chen. Your Majesty, I recommend cultivating every available plot of vacant land surrounding the Cold Palace under Lady Tianjiang's unified administration. Within 7 days, grain reserves shall at least triple. In future regional campaigns, logistics must come first. Without provisions, even the mightiest army cannot march far. Third strategy, intelligence. Master Xin Lian's embroidered uniform guard already performs admirably, but its reach remains limited. Now that your Majesty has consolidated control over this region's core, your gaze must extend farther still. His voice lowered slightly. 100 billion lords, 10,000 regions, each hosting 10,000 contenders. In every such domain, a sovereign like your Majesty contends for supremacy. Whoever first uncovers his opponent's true strength gains decisive advantage in war. I therefore propose expanding the embroidered uniform guard. Once regional mergers begin, scouts must be dispatched in advance into neighboring domains to ascertain the strength, disposition, and vulnerabilities of every faction. Only with full knowledge of both self and foe can one triumph unerringly in 100 battles. He gently closed his feather fan and fixed his gaze upon Su Chen with unwavering resolve. Should these 3 strategies be fully implemented, your Majesty's conquest of the 4 quarters is no longer a distant dream. Su Chen listened in silence for a long while. Gazing upon this composed middle-aged strategist, his heart swelled not only with admiration. Each of Zhuge Liang's proposals struck precisely at the crux of power, yet all were also oriented toward the future troop consolidation, for warfare, grain accumulation for endurance, intelligence gathering for supremacy, interlocking like gears advancing step by deliberate step. Kongming. Su Chen rose, walked before Zhuge Liang, and clasped his hands firmly. His tone was solemn. From this day forth you are my imperial strategist. All matters of civil administration, military command, and intelligence fall under your sole authority. Tianjiang oversees logistics, Zhao Yun commands the cavalry, Zhang Meng leads the imperial guards, Xin Lian directs the embroidered uniform guard. All answer to you. Zhuge Liang bowed deeply, his expression serene, yet a faint warmth flickered in his eyes. I shall honor your Majesty's trust without fail, yet I do have one modest request. Speak. I would request a study, a modest one sufficient only for maps and documents. Zhuge Liang admitted, a rare trace of bashfulness softening his features. Su Chen laughed, a rich, unrestrained sound imbued with profound relief. Though the cold palace lacks splendor, empty chambers are plentiful. A side hall east of the inner court has stood vacant for years. Henceforth it shall serve as your strategist's residence. Dawn of day 22 since the otherworld battlefield's descent. Overnight, 7 new structures had risen upon the vacant land beyond the cold palace's outer walls. The textile workshop was completed first. Tianjiang, accompanied by Qiu and several palace maids, sowed the first batch of flax seeds upon freshly tilled soil. By her estimation, and aided by her talent, this crop would mature in 4 days. Once processed into cloth, it would not only meet the cold palace's needs, but also yield surplus for trade at the exchange market, acquiring scarce resources. The strategist's residence occupied the eastern side hall of the inner court. In half a day, Zhuge Liang transformed the barren chamber into a functional command center. Maps hung on all 4 walls, seamlessly joined, depicting mountains, rivers, terrain, and factional distributions across a radius of 100 li. At the center stood a long table, meticulously organized ledgers and registers sorted by categories stacked with precise order. Su Chen paused at the entrance, observing silently. Zhuge Liang sat behind the desk, his feather fan resting at the corner of the table. left hand turning pages, right hand inscribing annotations, then passing each document to an embroidered uniform guard agent waiting nearby. Every task flowed seamlessly. Su Chen did not enter, merely turned and departed, his heart filled with quiet certainty. From then on, the cold palace entered a period of steady, sustained growth. Every dawn before light, Zhao Yun led the white horse righteous cavalry beyond the city walls. His steed, the night illuminating jade lion, traversed forests and ravines as if gliding over level ground. Wherever the dragon courage bright silver spear swept, elite monsters fell without resistance. Within 3 days, all 11 cavalrymen reached level 5, and Zhao Yun himself ascended to level 3, his 3 primary attributes surpassing the 60th threshold. Zhang Meng meanwhile directed the imperial guards toward the most formidable adversaries. Wherever word of a boss lord surfaced, their hooves echoed without delay. Within those same 3 days, the imperial guards besieged and slew 4 boss lords. One after another, notifications chimed in Su Chen's mind. National fortune points credited. Xun Lian's embroidered uniform guard likewise remained ceaselessly active. Their intelligence network expanded from 50 to 80 li. Over a dozen newly marked lordly encampments appeared on their charts, including 3 or 4 of considerable scale. From afar, they estimated garrisons exceeding 100 soldiers apiece. Xun Lian recorded every detail in the Book of Impermanence, delivering it daily at dusk to the strategist's residence. After the dry well ascended to level 3, its daily dredging capacity increased to 3 times per day. Each morning, Su Chen drew water from the well, his recent hauls consistently promising. Most items were negligible. Only 3 held genuine value. A green tier's simple, stable blueprint, immediately resolving the cavalry's expansion bottleneck, eliminating the need for national fortune points to manifest it. A pair of blue tier boots, Su Chen casually bestowed them upon Zhao Yun, and a blue tier farmland blueprint, capable of dramatically increasing yield per unit area. Overjoyed, Tian Jiang rushed off immediately to select a site and commence construction. Thus passed the days, quietly, steadily, the foundations of the cold palace growing ever deeper and stronger. Dusk. Su Chen sat upon the central dais of the main hall, a slim report just delivered by Zhuge Liang spread before him. Each figure upon those few pages carried immense weight. 7-day summary, days 22 through 28 since the Otherworld battlefield's descent. Territory development. Cold Palace level 4 upgrade conditions not yet met. Embroidered uniform guard barracks level 2 capacity 50. White horse righteous cavalry barracks level 2 capacity 50. Command platform level 5 max level, 6 heroes and theft. Well level 3, 3 dredges per day. Textile workshop level 2, 50 coarse cloth daily. Blacksmith forge level for iron, bronze, silver, gold forging. Barracks level 5 max level, blue tier troops summonable. Warehouse level 4. Residential quarters level 5 housing capacity 500. 2. Direct forces. Imperial guards 15 all level 5 Zhang Meng Zhao Hu, rank B heroes. White horse righteous cavalry 30 all level 5 Zhao Yun, rank SS commander Chen Fei, rank B deputy commander. Embroidered uniform guard 30 all level 5 Xun Lian, rank A director Bai Lu, rank B deputy director. Embroidered uniform guard mounted patrol 5 all leave. Total direct forces 410 soldiers. 3. Vassal factions. Total vassal lords 27 cap increases to 50 upon reaching level 10. Original vassals 6 Lin Xiao Xiao Wang De Zhuang etc. Huangfu Wushuang retinue 9. Zhao Tiangang retinue 4. Newly absorbed independent lords 8. Estimated total vassal forces 1800. Indirect control. 4. Resource reserves. Wood 32400. Stone 25100. Iron or 11200. Copper or 3850. Refined iron 3200. Refined copper 850. Refined silver 120 unlocked upon silversmithy completion. Gold or not yet discovered. Coins 15400. National fortune points 2700. Prior reserves exhausted. Current balance derived entirely from recent monster slayings by subordinates. Su Chen closed the report and nodded faintly. The cold palace had become a true fortress. Its direct forces exceeding 400, its indirect influence nearing 2,000. Within 100 li radius, minor lords either submitted or vanished. Today happened to be the weekly ranking settlement day, Su Chen's 3rd such settlement since descending into this world, and his 3rd consecutive ascent to the top of both leaderboards. Ding! Weekly rankings officially settled. Dual leaderboard: first place weekly reward, triple consecutive victory bonus. Reward 1, 800 national fortune points. Reward 2, purple epic tier structure blueprint. Divine mechanism camp 1, emperor exclusive artillery core. Reward 3, celestial meteoric iron 3, cumulative, total 9. Reward 4 Hegemon Resource Pack Coins 300, Wood 800, Stone 600, Refined Iron 100, Refined Copper 500, Refined Silver 200. The Divine Mechanism Camp, an artillery corps. Once constructed, it would deliver nothing short of dimensional annihilation against rival lords still swinging swords and brandishing spears. Your Majesty. Zhuge Liang's voice came from outside the hall. Su Chen straightened up saying, "Come in." Zhuge Liang pushed the door open and entered, having just come from the strategist's residence. He sat down opposite Su Chen and handed over another document in his hand. "Your Majesty, this is the next stage plan drafted by Liang for your review." Su Chen took the document, flipping to the first page. Next stage plan: unification of one region, plans for resource reserves and subsequent military expansion to avoid concerns about filler words. This part is omitted. After reading through the pages, Su Chen looked up at Zhuge Liang. "How long do you estimate it will take to complete these tasks?" Zhuge Liang pondered for a moment, saying, "Based on the current progress, it will take about 20 days to a month." "Too slow." Su Chen frowned. "Your Majesty," Zhuge Liang said with a slight smile, "there are swift strategies for speed and foundational strategies for slower progress. Liang is not incapable of hastening the pace, but I worry." "Worry about what?" "Worry that your Majesty moves too quickly, and those following cannot keep up." Su Chen fell silent for a moment. Zhuge Liang was right. No matter how fast he ran alone, if the troops lagged behind along with supplies and intelligence, it would all be castles in the air. "All right, we will proceed at your pace." Su Chen returned the document to him, "But there is one condition." "Please, Your Majesty. Within a month, I want to see the last unyielding lord in this region disappear." Another week passed. The pace of development this week was even faster than the last. The number of subordinate lords increased from 27 to 41. With 3 of the newly incorporated. Another week passed. The pace of development this week was even faster than the last. The number of subordinate lords increased from 27 to 41, with 3 of the newly incorporated 14 lords being medium-sized forces with over 100 troops. They had previously governed independently, but after the Jinui found them, they all surrendered in just half a day. Su Chen didn't even need to intervene personally. The 16 directly subordinate lords, including Huangfu Wushuang, Zhao Tiangong, etc., unified under the flag of Han with a tax rate of 50, paying tribute punctually every dawn. The 25 secondary subordinate lords were managed by the directly subordinate lords with a tax rate of 30, collected by their superiors, and then submitted. The direct military forces of the Cold Palace also completed a new round of expansion within these 10 days. Zhuge Liang's reorganization plan was finished, consolidating the 41 subordinate lords into 6 legions, each led by a commander for unified command and coordination. Lin Xiaoxiao, Wang Dazhuang, Huangfu Wushuang, and Zhao Tiangang each commanded 1 legion, while the remaining 2 legion commanders were chosen from outstanding subordinate lords. The direct military forces of the Cold Palace also surpassed 800 this week. The Imperial Guard had 50 men, the White Horse Yisong had 50 men, the Jinui had 50 men, including 10 cavalry, and the rest were minor. The indirectly controlled forces reached an astonishing 300 men. When Su Chen stood on the command platform overlooking the entire army, he felt a sense of unreality. Over a month ago, he had been standing in a dilapidated courtyard depending on Zhang Ming to deal with just 3 goblins. Now he commanded over 3,000 men, with all the lords within a radius of 200 miles surrendering. 10 watchtowers and arrow towers were constructed within 5 kilometers around the Cold Palace, and the crossbow tower was upgraded to level 3, covering the entire outer city. Ding! This week's leaderboard is officially settled. You have consecutively held the achievement of double first for 4 weeks. The critical hit multiplier has reached its limit. Rewards have been issued. High-tier blind box 4, automatically stored in the main hall. First week settlement rewards for double first 4 consecutive weeks. Critical hit limit reward 1, national luck value 1,500 points. Reward 2, red myth level building blueprint. Imperial City Wall 1, exclusive to Emperor's City Defense. Reward 3, Celestial Meteor Iron 5, total, now 19 pieces. Reward 4, Supreme Resource Package gold coins 10,000, wood 20,000, stones 15,000, fine iron 3,000, fine copper 1,000, fine silver 500, fine gold 100. Su Chen's pupils slightly contracted as he looked at the last item, fine gold 100. Fine gold, a refined product of gold mines which he had yet to see, was directly gifted to him in 100 units. The rarity of this item could be seen from the prefix Supreme. As for the red myth-level blueprint, it made his heart race even faster. Imperial City Wall red myth-level building type, exclusive to Emperor's City Defense construction requirements, with 50,000 stones 50,000, fine iron 10,000, fine copper 5,000, fine silver 2,000, fine gold 500, gold coins 50,000. Attributes: upon completion, a 10-zhang tall and 3-zhang thick Imperial City Wall will be erected around the Cold Palace, allowing for troop stationing and heavy defensive equipment setup. The wall has the passive ability Imperial Might. All enemy units within 100 meters of the wall suffer a 20 decrease in all attributes. Note this building is one of the prerequisites for upgrading the Cold Palace to level 5 Forbidden City. Su Chen stared at that string of construction requirements for a long time before silently placing the blueprint deep within the treasure vault. This enormous resource figure with his current reserves could not be gathered even if he sold everything he had. No hurry, a meal must be eaten one bite at a time, and a journey must be taken step by step. The next day, Su Chen had just finished breakfast when Shun Lian hurried into the inner court. "Your Majesty." Shun Lian knelt on one knee, his expression not looking well. "Get up and speak." Su Chen set down his bowl and chopsticks. "What is it?" Shun Lian stood up, opening the Wuchang book. "The Jinuai's routine patrol today found that the number of wild monsters within a radius of 150 kilometers has decreased by about 60 compared to yesterday." Su Chen frowned. 60. Yes. Shun Lian nodded. "Moreover, it's not just a decrease in number. Elite level and above wild monsters are virtually extinct. I personally led a search within a 50-kilometer radius and only found 3 level 3 elite monsters with no leader-level bosses discovered." "Does Kongming know?" "The strategist is already at the strategist's residence. I sent someone to notify him before I came. Let's go to the strategist's residence." Su Chen strode out of the inner court, followed closely by Shun Lian. In the strategist's residence, Zhuge Liang was standing in front of the map, his feather fan hovering in midair, his brows tightly knitted. Hearing the footsteps, he turned around and saluted Su Chen. "Has your Majesty noticed as well?" Shun Lian said. "The wild monsters decreased by 60. Su Chen sat down beside the table. "What do you think?" Zhuge Liang walked to the table and handed over a freshly written analysis. "I believe this is not a localized phenomenon, but rather the system preparing for the next round of beast tide in this region." Su Chen finished reading casually, putting it down, his eyes filled with excitement. "The final beast tide." "Your Majesty." Zhuge Liang's expression was more serious than ever. "Liang needs to know what the current defense limit of the Cold Palace is." Su Chen summoned the system panel, projecting the defense data of the Cold Palace onto the table. Cold Palace defense system: current core territory level 4 city wall, level 4 blackstone, wall height 5 meters, thickness 1.5 meters, durability 5,000, watchtowers 12, 8 of which have been equipped with warning horns, arrow towers 8, level 3, crossbow towers level 3, 1 range 200 meters, can shoot 5 crossbow bolts per second simultaneously, locking on 8 targets, defensive equipment, non-passive defense, solid walls, and clear fields, durability of all defensive buildings in the territory 30. Soldier stamina recovery speed 20, Imperial Might causes 20 attribute suppression on enemy units below your Majesty's level. Zhuge Liang examined it closely and said that's sufficient, but Liang suggests that your Majesty upgrade all buildings that can be upgraded to the current highest level within these 7 days, especially the crossbow towers and arrow towers, as they are crucial for city defense. Su Chen nodded. "I was thinking the same." Shun Lian, "I am here. From today onward, the Jinui will be divided into 3 shifts to monitor the area's borders. Report immediately if any abnormalities are found." In the strategist's residence, Zhuge Liang was intensely writing at his desk. "Strategist," Shun Lian softly called from outside the door. "Come in." Shun Lian pushed the door open, bowed to Zhuge Liang, and laid the Wuchang book flat on the table. "The Jin Yiwei has discovered new developments at the ruins." Zhuge Liang reached for the Wuchang book, bringing it closer to his eyes, where a screen capture of a skill was attached. 7 or 8 figures were moving around the ruins that sealed an epic-level boss. The leading figure was dressed in blue-scaled armor, with a large sword glowing with purple light hanging from his waist. "Is that Chen Sihai? He has started to act." Zhuge Liang furrowed his brow. He did not expect that with the beast tide imminent, this person would dare to provoke a boss of such level. Was he not tired of living fast enough? "It is him." Shun Lian nodded. "My men discovered during their routine patrol this morning that Chen Sihai, accompanied by around 200 people, was setting up near the ruins. From the looks of it, they intend to break the seal and forcefully kill that boss." "How many people did he bring?" The Jin Yiwei estimates from a distance about 200 people. Among them is an elite unit, well-equipped, not looking like a makeshift group. Additionally, it was discovered that Chen Sihai has 2 unfamiliar faces under his command. From their attire and demeanor, they do not seem like ordinary lords, but rather heroes. Hearing this, Zhuge Liang paused, his feather fan. "Heroes. Even ordinary lords can recruit heroes, typically through purple buildings or by enshrining them via the likes of Su Chen. Tai Niu was a barbarian archer leader recruited by Zhao Tiangang through an epic building. Chen Sihai has indeed kept his trump cards to survive until now. Go summon His Majesty." Zhuge Liang stood up and instructed, "Additionally, send someone to notify Huangfu Wushuang and Zhao Tiangang to come to the Cold Palace for a discussion immediately." "Yes." A quarter of an hour later, in the Cold Palace main hall, Su Chen sat at the head of the table with Shun Lian, Zhuge Liang, Zhang Meng, Zhao Yun, and the hurriedly arrived Huangfu Wushuang and Zhao Tiangang standing before him. The central table in the main hall was spread with a map of the area around the ruins with the positions of Chen Sihai's forces clearly marked in red circles. Chen Sihai intends to seize that boss. Not just to seize the BOSS, Zhuge Liang interjected. Your Majesty, please look here. He pointed to several blue dots around the ruins. The Jin Yi discovered that Chen Sihai's men have laid down formations at these locations. He does not intend to attack Hedon, but aims to forcibly blow open the seal using external force. Once the seal is broken, the boss will immediately awaken, and his archers have already occupied all the high ground surrounding the area. He plans to kite the boss using the terrain. Zhao Tiangang frowned. This tactic is somewhat interesting. Interesting, my foot. Huangfu Wushuang scoffed. With just his 200 men, even if he kites the boss to death, they would suffer heavy casualties themselves. We could just wait to pick up the pieces afterward. Wouldn't that be easier? The problem is if he kills the BOSS, the experience and national fortune will be gone. Su Chen spoke casually. Does your Majesty mean to act now? Zhao Tiangang asked. Not now. Su Chen walked up to the map. Wait for him to break the seal, wait for him to lower the boss's health, and wait for his troops to suffer heavy losses. Then we will act. Shen Lian, continue monitoring the Jin Yi report every half hour. Understood. Zhang Meng, assemble 20 imperial guards, prepare horses. Yes, Commander. Zhao Yun, assemble 30 white horse volunteers, bring ample arrows. Yin understood. Huangfu Wushuang, Zhao Tiangang each lead 100 elite troops to flank from the north and south, cutting off Chen Sihai's retreat. Understood. The two responded in unison. Su Chen finally turned to Zhuge Liang. Combing the cold palace is in your hands. Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan, slightly bowing. Your Majesty can rest assured I will await good news here. The ruins are located about 40 kilometers northeast of the cold palace in a basin surrounded by mountains. In the center of the basin, a stone platform rises with various talismans carved around it. That is the mark of the sealing formation. Above the stone platform, a colossal beast comparable in size to a 3-story building curled up within a protective light shield. Its body was covered in dark golden scales with a pair of long horns on its head shimmering with a dark glow. Even in slumber, it continued to exhale scorching breaths, causing the sealing light shield to quiver slightly. Name: Lava Dragon Lizard, Epic Level BOSS, Level 13, Status Sealed Seal, Strength 32. Chen Sihai stood on a high ground outside the ruins holding a scroll. It was a Dispel formation chart that he had obtained at a high price from a silver treasure chest. To gather the materials needed for the formation, he had spent half of his resources. Boss, the seal's strength has dropped to 30. A young man in a black robe beside him said. Chen Sihai nodded, not turning back as his gaze remained locked on the slumbering giant beast, his eyes filled with uncontainable greed. An epic boss at level 13. If he could kill this beast, the loot would be enough for him to develop for 3. Chen Sihai sneered. I have inquired. The territory of that lord in Haishi City is 40 kilometers to the south. Even if he receives the news now and mobilizes, continue, he ordered coldly. The light of the explosive formation grew brighter, and the sealing light shield began to shatter. Boss, from the direction of Haishi City. Haishi City. Chen Sihai sneered. I have inquired. The territory of that lord in Haishi City is 40 kilometers to the south. Even if he receives the news now and mobilizes his troops, by the time they arrive, the boss will already be mine. What he did not say was that he had also planted spies around Haishi City. Although the messages returned by those spies were all garbled, it was enough to know whether there was a large-scale troop mobilization in Haishi City. The last message he received was, everything is normal. What Chen Sihai did not know was that his spies had been silently removed by the Jin Yi 3 days prior. The messages of everything is normal were sent by Shen Lian. Seal strength at 20. 15. 10. Chen Sihai tightened his grip on the purple great sword. 5. It's broken. Boom. The sealing light shield shattered at the last moment, turning into a shower of light particles. The lava dragon lizard, which had been asleep for an unknown length of time, suddenly opened its eyes, its vertical pupils filled with ferocity. It roared towards the sky, its voice shaking the surrounding debris. Archers, release arrows. Chen Sihai shouted fiercely. Over 100 archers who had already occupied the high ground simultaneously let loose their arrows, raining down like a storm, striking the dragon lizard's scales, but most arrows could not penetrate. Damn it, its defenses are thicker than expected. Chen Sihai gritted his teeth. Boss, use armor-piercing arrows. The young man in black shouted. The second batch of arrows replaced with armor-piercing iron arrows, and this time the effect improved significantly. The dragon lizard howled in pain, angrily swinging its tail, the massive tail sweeping across, sending archers and their cover flying off a high ground. Screams immediately merged into a chorus. Pikemen, move forward to contain it. Archers, continue firing. Chen Sihai's expression carried a hint of regret. He had underestimated the strength of this boss. It was far stronger than he had anticipated. His 200 men were like paper in front of the dragon lizard. A single tail swipe or breath resulted in heavy casualties. But he had no way out now. Hold your ground. Kill it, and after I claim the treasures in the chest, there will be a share for all of you. Under the promise of heavy rewards, the soldiers gritted their teeth and continued to charge. The dragon lizard's health slowly decreased. But for every percentage lost, it cost several lives. Chen Sihai's heart bled. But what he did not know was that above the basin countless eyes were silently watching. Su Chen sat atop his horse watching the brutal battle unfold below. Behind him 20 black-armored guards, faces concealed, drew their curved sabers. 30 knights on white steeds clad in silver armor held their bows taut, with arrows nocked. Further away, Huangfu Wushuang and Zhao Tianyang's forces had completed their encirclement from the north and south, sealing off the entire basin. Your Majesty, nearly half of Chen Sihai's men have died, Shun Lian reported in a low voice. What about the boss's health? About 60% remains. Su Chen nodded, not in a hurry to give orders. He intended to wait until Chen Sihai's boss health was lowered further, until more of his troops had fallen, leaving him with no way to retreat. Your Majesty, Zhao Yunce urged forward, the weak point of that dragon lizard is its abdomen where the scales are not covered. Yun Ruo should lead the White Knight cavalry for a flank attack. A single volley should severely injure it. However, Zhao Yun's gaze turned towards the giant beast wildly thrashing its tail. We need someone to draw its attention from the front to make it lift its head. Su Chen slightly narrowed his eyes, looking at Zhang Meng. Zhang Meng grinned, drawing his curved saber. Your Majesty, I shall go. Granted. Su Chen nodded, watching Chen Sihai directing the remnants of his troops with a purple longsword to assault the dragon lizard. The Emperor's Qi observation technique. With a thought, an invisible eye pierced through the smoke of battle, precisely locking onto Chen Sihai. All of his attributes unfolded before Su Chen without reservation. Lord Chen Sihai, level 9 occupation, Shadow Chancellor, purple epic, talent domination. Purple epic increases the recruitment cap of all troop types by 100 and reduces the experience required for troop upgrades by 30. Attributes, troop types, etc. Omitted. Status, exhausted, lightly injured, breaking seal, respect towards Your Majesty, 15100, extreme disdain, believes he can fight hostility, level 78100, strong hostility, regards Your Majesty as the greatest rival. Su Chen was taken aback by these figures. Double purple, an absolute rarity. No wonder Chen Sihai was able to rise again after his territory was flattened. Domination talent, Shadow Chancellor. Su Chen muttered softly, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Indeed, quite impressive. Unfortunately, this is where it ends. Prepare to act. Su Chen gestured for Zhang Meng to proceed. Below, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Arrows were embedded in the dragon lizard's scales, blood staining much of its body. Its movements were no longer as swift as at the beginning, clearly fatigued, yet each counterattack remained deadly. Chen Sihai's forces had suffered over 100 casualties, and most of those remaining were injured. Boss, the brothers can hardly hold on. The young man in black robes was covered in blood, his voice hoarse. Chen Sihai gritted his teeth, watching the blood bar above the dragon lizard's head, which was now less than half full. Hold on a bit longer. It's almost dead. Just as he finished speaking, the dragon lizard suddenly opened its massive jaws, spewing forth a torrent of intense flames, instantly incinerating several frontline soldiers into ashes. Seeing this, Chen Sihai's expression finally changed. Retreat. His voice began to tremble. Retreat. But it was already too late. A troop of black-armored cavalry charged down the ridge, the sound of hooves and clashing armor echoing throughout the basin. Leading the charge was a burly figure wielding a large blade, galloping straight towards the dragon lizard's front. As he drew within 20 steps of the beast, he suddenly reined in his horse, causing it to rear up and issue a loud neigh. Beast, look over here. Zhang Meng roared, channeling all his strength to hurl the curved saber with great force. The saber cut through the air, creating a shockwave, striking the corner of the dragon lizard's eye. It reacted swiftly, immediately closing its eyes, its scales deflecting the saber, producing a spark as the saber was deflected and sent flying several dozen meters away. Despite Zhang Meng's powerful strike failing to pierce through it, provoked the beast into raising its head in fury, fully exposing its chest and abdomen to the air. Now's the time. Su Chen, seeing the dragon lizard lift its head, clearly observed its abdomen, which was only covered by a layer of fine soft scales, completely different from the heavy dark gold armor on its back. He drew the Hanfeng sword, employing the Emperor's sword technique to strike precisely at the soft scales of the dragon lizard's abdomen, violently tearing open a fissure over a foot long. White Knight cavalry. Zhao Yun's spear was raised high, the silver tip gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Fire arrows. In an instant, 30 armor-piercing arrows were released simultaneously. The White Knight cavalry skill activated, transforming the rain of arrows into a precise silver line, all striking the dragon lizard's abdomen. 1 arrow, 10 arrows, 30 arrows. The massive body of the dragon lizard suddenly halted. It lowered its head, fear akin to that of a human reflected in its eyes, opening its mouth to unleash flames, but only a hoarse hiss emerged from its throat. It was too weak to continue fighting. Its immense body swayed twice like a collapsing mountain, crashing down to the ground with a thunderous sound. Dust filled the air. Ding. Your subordinates have slain the level 13 epic boss lava dragon lizard. Overlevel kill judgment activated. Experience points 8,000. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Gain national fortune points 1,500. The corpse of the dragon lizard crashed to the ground, the rising dust obscuring half the basin. Those remaining in the basin, Chen Sihai's men, stared blankly at the scene, their weapons slipping from their hands unconsciously. Chen Sihai stood frozen, trembling all over. He looked at the black-armored cavalry and silver-armored archers on the ridge, and at Huangfu Wushuang and Zhao Tiangang's forces surging in from both the north and south. He realized he was not the hunter, but the prey. Su Chen slowly descended the ridge on his horse, gazing at the disheveled Chen Sihai, saying, Chen Sihai, your name is indeed renowned in the channels, and your Four Seas alliance is considered the largest in the region. Why do you only bring so few men today? Chen Sihai's expression shifted slightly, opening his mouth, but failing to respond. His gaze drifted past Su Chen, landing on the two figures slowly encircling from the north and south. Huangfu Wushuang and Zhao Tiangang. He was all too familiar with these two faces. One was once first on both lists, and the other was a regular in the top 3 of the battle power ranking. Suddenly, he laughed, a smile tinged with self-deprecation and realization. You must be Su Chen, the one who claimed the top spot right from the start. He raised his head, facing the young man in the black dragon robe on horseback, his tone complicated. Indeed, those who can reach the top are not simple characters. Su Chen did not respond to his musings, merely tilted his head slightly. Behind him, Zhao Yun stepped forward, the long and bright silver spear pointed straight at Chen Sihai's throat. Die or surrender. Chen Sihai looked at the silver spear, then at the few remaining wounded soldiers around him, letting out a bitter laugh. Of course I choose to surrender. He took a deep breath and proactively explained, Aren't you curious why I brought so few men? There are many lords in the Four Seas Alliance, over 100. I didn't want the others to know about this operation, fearing leaks, so I only brought these trusted subordinates. As you can see, I miscalculated. Su Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Over 100 subordinate lords, no wonder. With Chen Sihai's double summoning talent, the total number of his soldiers should not be less than 500, yet only 200 showed up today. He had not been short on troops, but had left himself a backup. I have no issue surrendering. Chen Sihai gritted his teeth, voicing his final concern, but I alone cannot decide for the Four Seas Alliance their willingness to surrender. Receive the imperial decree. Su Chen interrupted him directly. As for the lords in your Four Seas Alliance, you need not worry about them. He revealed the imperial edict, and a decree materialized before Chen Sihai. Chen Sihai looked at the lines of clauses on the scroll with an 80% tax rate, heavenly punishments, and permanent constraints. He closed his eyes, extending his hand to press down on it. Ding. Surrender successful. Chen Sihai has become your subordinate lord. Gain national fortune points 360. Su Chen put away the imperial edict, no longer glancing at him, and turned to walk towards the golden treasure chest behind the boss. Behind him, Zhao Yun retracted his spear and stepped back. The White Knight cavalry and the imperial guards were forming their ranks. Chen Sihai's remaining troops had already been recruited by Huangfu Wushuang and Zhao Tiangang. They witnessed their lord kneeling before the young man in the black dragon robe, stripped of any courage to resist. In the end, Su Chen's gaze was drawn to the treasure chest, emitting golden light. A golden treasure chest. He strode forward with Zhao Yun and Zhang Meng closely following him on either side. Zhao Tiangang stood with his arms crossed, watching Su Chen's back as he approached the treasure chest, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. This guy has such good luck. Another golden treasure chest. Luck is also a part of strength. Huangfu Wushuang sighed beside him. At least you and I don't have that. Zhao Tiangang shot him a sidelong glance. You seem to have come to terms with it. What can I do if I can't come to terms? Huangfu Wushuang chuckled self-deprecatingly. I don't even have the qualification to resist. Rather than blaming the heavens and others, I might as well think about how to make something of myself under him. Zhao Tianggang's gaze grew profound. He looked at Su Chen's back and recalled the scene from the first time he met. At that time, he thought Su Chen was just a former top-ranked individual with some background and a few troops. He believed there was not much difference between them, but now he realized this person was not merely struggling for survival. Ding. Congratulations on opening the golden treasure chest. Gained purple epic item. Quality enhancement scroll 1. Gained purple epic weapon. Breaking army war spear purple 1. Gained blue rare blueprint. Intermediate barracks expansion blueprint 1. Gained hike your resource package slight. Su Chen's eyes lit up at the sight of the enhancement scroll, filled with excitement. He hoped it was as he imagined, quickly picking it up to examine quality. Enhancement scroll purple epic. Effect can directly upgrade any building of purple quality or below, as well as summon troops by 1 quality level. Applicable range white, blue. Note: after use the building level remains unchanged, but the troop attributes will be recalibrated to purple quality. The level and attributes of already summoned troops will be upgraded accordingly. Indeed, he guessed correctly. Troop promotion. The only blue troop currently is the Imperial Guards. However, the Imperial Guards are summoned directly through the Imperial Edict interface, so it's uncertain whether it can be used. He hurriedly opened the detailed description of the scroll, and a line of text appeared before his eyes. Target for use: Imperial Guards green excellent level. After promotion quality purple epic. Attribute changes after promotion taking level 1, as an example current blue Constitution 30, Strength 35, Agility 25. After promotion to purple Constitution 35, Strength 40, Agility 30. Growth per level increased from 3 to 4. New passive skill Royal Guard. Imperial Guards receive an additional 15 boost to all attributes while fighting within the Monarch's line of sight, and are immune to all fear and charm control effects. Can the current Imperial Guards troop be upgraded? Confirm. Confirm. Su Chen did not hesitate. A purple glow surged from the scroll, shooting into the sky, then splitting into dozens of thin rays of light that fell towards the direction of the Cold Palace and the position of Zhang Ming and the other Imperial Guards. Zhang Ming trembled all over. He could clearly feel the power within him surging at a visible speed. The blue aura on his armor was being replaced by a rich purple glow. A faint purple pattern emerged on the blade of his ring-headed sword, and its attributes were raised by 1 level. Simultaneously, the attribute gaps from his previous upgrade were instantly filled. This is... Zhang Ming looked down at his hands, disbelief in his eyes. Su Chen looked at him. The Imperial Guards are now a purple troop from today onward. Zhang Ming immediately kneeled on one knee, his voice booming. This humble general thanks your majesty for your great kindness. The other Imperial Guards also knelt in unison, their eyes filled with fervent loyalty. Su Chen stored the remaining items in his storage space. At this time, the Jinhui had already extracted the magic core from the boss and respectfully presented it to Su Chen after cleaning it. Su Chen reached out to take a look. Intermediate magic core, purple epic. Description: a crystallized force condensed from magic creatures of epic level or above containing pure energy. It is a core material for constructing high-tier buildings, powering large formations, or upgrading epic level equipment. Uses can be used for upgrading the Cold Palace to level 5, upgrading the Jinhui camp to level 3, upgrading the White Horse Eat Zone camp to level 3, etc. Previously, the boss defeated during the Beast Tide only dropped basic magic cores. However, these 3 intermediate magic cores were extracted from epic BOSS with quality and energy density elevated by 1 level. With these 3, the Jinhui camp and White Horse Eat Zone camp can be upgraded to level 3. Su Chen's mind moved again as he looked at the purple weapon. Breaking Army War Spear, purple epic. Level 1. Attributes: Strength 18, Constitution 12, Armor Penetration 25. Skills: Sleight. Applicable troops: Cavalry, Spearmen, Heroes, Commanders. Su Chen glanced at the frost blade in his hand. This blue weapon had been with him for a long time, from level 5 to level 10, and though it had been enhanced to 10, its attributes were clearly lagging behind his level. However, the Breaking Army War Spear was a polearm, which he was not accustomed to using. Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming responded, "This humble general is here. Catch it." Su Chen threw the Breaking Army War Spear over. Zhang Ming reached out to catch it, and the heavy spear remained motionless in his hand, the purple glow complementing his armor. "From today onward, this shall be your weapon." Zhang Ming was stunned. A purple weapon. He had never seen another troop with purple equipment in the entire region, and his lord had just handed it to him so casually. "Thank you, your majesty." Zhang Ming knelt on one knee, his voice trembling slightly. Zhao Yun observed this, seeing a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. He had seen too many monarchs, some stingy Gongsuan Zan, some brutal Dongjua, and some indecisive Yuan Shao. But Su Chen was different. This person was never stingy with his subordinates. "Is this what a worthy person to follow looks like?" Zhao Yun murmured. Cold Palace Strategist's residence. Originally, the meeting place for everyone was in the Jinui's conference hall. Now, after Zhuge Liang's arrival, it had shifted to the strategist's residence. Although no orders were issued, the meeting location had subtly changed. Zhuge Liang sat opposite Su Chen and said, "Your Majesty, according to Lord Shun Lian's intelligence, the number of wild monsters in the area has decreased by about 70%. This indicates that the system is reclaiming low-level wild monsters in preparation for the final Beast Tide." Final Beast Tide. Su Chen opened his eyes. How large will it be? Each previous Beast Tide was 3 times the size of the last one, so this time it will be at least 3 times as well. Zhuge Liang unfolded a map marking all the strongholds within 100 miles of the Cold Palace. Moreover, based on the analysis of the last two beast tides, the system will concentrate all wild monsters on the core target of the region, which is the territory with the highest prosperity. Therefore, the target is your Majesty's Cold Palace. Su Chen was not surprised. He had already witnessed the system's favor during the last upgrade of the Cold Palace and the previous beast tide. Now the combined prosperity of the top 10 lords on the leaderboard probably only matches that of his Cold Palace. Who is the system targeting if not him? What about the troop deployment? Su Chen asked. Liang suggests temporarily withdrawing all subordinate lords from the outer circle to form a three-layer defense with the Cold Palace at the core. The first layer is the outer warning line maintained by the Jinui and light cavalry to provide early warning of beast tide movements, buying preparation time for the main forces. The second layer is the middle consumption line guarded by the troops of Huangfu Wushuang, Zhao Tiangong Chen Sihai, and other subordinate lords utilizing arrow towers, caltrops, traps, and other installations to maximize the depletion of the beast tide's living forces. The third layer is the core battle line overseen by the Emperor's personal imperial guard, the White Horse Yisong, and the Jinui, to engage the main forces of the beast tide in a decisive battle beneath the Cold Palace. Su Chen nodded. What do the subordinate lords say? Are they willing to abandon their territories and withdraw? Liang has already sent people to communicate with each subordinate. Zhuge Liang smiled slightly. Most of them agreed. After all, territories can be rebuilt, but lives lost cannot be reclaimed. Moreover, Zhuge Liang continued, the Emperor promised that after the beast tide, all subordinates who abandon their territories to participate in the defense will have their tax rates permanently reduced by 10%. When did I promise that? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Just now, Zhuge Liang replied calmly. Liang made the promise on your behalf. Su Chen chuckled, combing, you have some guts. Your Majesty flatters me. Zhuge Liang bowed slightly. Liang merely thinks that instead of forcing them with military might, it is better to give them a little incentive. 10% for more troops is not a loss. It is not a loss. Fine, let's proceed as you suggested. In the following time, the subordinate lords within 100 miles brought their respective troops and supplies, gradually withdrawing to the outer circle of the Cold Palace. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly arrived at the outer city of the Cold Palace with her troops. Your Majesty. Lin Xiaoxiao knelt on one knee, her armor still stained with dirt. Lin Xiaoxiao is ordered to return to the ranks. Report to the military advisor. He will arrange your station. Yes. Lin Xiaoxiao rose and led her team towards the outer city market. Behind her, Wang Dazhuang, Li Ergu, and other old subordinates also arrived one after another, each bringing dozens to over 100 troops. Huangfu Wushuang and Zhao Tiangong, being relatively far away, arrived much later. Military advisor Zhao Tiangang approached Zhuge Liang and clasped his fist. Zhao Tiangang is ordered to return to the ranks. Please give guidance, military advisor. Zhuge Liang glanced at him. What are your troops skilled at? Facing Heaton. Zhao Tiangang did not hide. Most of my troops are heavily armored spearmen with high defense suitable for being meat shields. Good. Zhuge Liang drew a circle on the map. The front line of the middle defense is entrusted to you. Yes. Zhao Tiangang accepted the command and left. Huangfu Wushuang stepped forward, skipping any pleasantries. Huangfu Wushuang, 300 men, primarily archers with cavalry as support, adept at long-range suppression and mobile support. Zhuge Liang nodded again on the map. The left wing of the middle defense line is entrusted to you. Coordinate with Zhao Tiangang. He will hold the front while you shoot from the side. Understood. Huangfu Wushuang nodded and left. Chen Sihai arrived last with a massive group of troops. Military advisor. Chen Sihai clasped his fist, his tone much steadier than before. Chen Sihai is ordered to return to the ranks. Zhuge Liang looked at him. Where did your troops come from? From the Sihai alliance and my own summon talents. Those lords I gathered who were closer to me are all here now. Zhuge Liang nodded. You coordinate with Huangfu Wushuang and take charge of the defense. Yes. Chen Sihai turned to leave, then stopped after a few steps to say, military advisor, my lords. Most are willing to surrender. After the beast tide, I will bring them to see His Majesty. Liang will convey the message to His Majesty. The three of them took their orders and left. On the roads of the outer city market, Huangfu Wushuang and Zhao Tiangang walked side by side for a while, neither speaking. Until they turned into an empty alley, Zhao Tiangang suddenly stopped. Huangfu. He looked around, noticing no one, lowered his voice to a whisper, his eyes still filled with shock. Did you see that one holding a feather fan just now? Huangfu Wushuang also halted, her expression complicated. Zhuge Liang, even if I am not a historian, I recognize that name. Is he the Zhuge Liang from history? Zhao Tiangang took a deep breath. The Prime Minister of Shuhan during the Three Kingdoms, the one known for his brilliant strategies. Who else could it be? Huangfu Wushuang smiled bitterly. With the feather fan and the aura of strategic planning, the system wouldn't create a namesake out of thin air. Zhao Tiangang fell silent, pondering before saying, "What about that Zhao Yun? The one with the white horse and silver spear leading the white horse Isong? I thought he was a high-level hero generated by the system, but now it seems he is clearly Changshan Zhao Zilong. So what?" Huangfu Wushuang leaned against the wall looking at Zhao Tiangang. "So what? So who exactly are we siding with?" Zhao Tiangang's voice trembled, his expression excited. "When have you heard of anyone summoning historical generals like Zhao Yun and Zhuge Liang? This is beyond mere luck to explain." Huangfu Wushuang did not answer, immediately seemingly recalling something. After a long moment, she slowly said, "Do you remember the number 1 on the leaderboard that suddenly disappeared?" Zhao Tiangang was astonished. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Of course I remember, it's this person now. When he disappeared, the profession column next to his name on the leaderboard was blank." Huangfu Wushuang's gaze deepened. "At the time I thought it was just a system error, but now it connects. The blank was not due to a lack of display, but because his profession was not among the predefined categories of the system." Zhao Tiangang's pupils constricted. The two exchanged glances, and almost simultaneously spoke the word, "Emperor, Emperor." Zhao Tiangang swallowed hard. Not a lord, but an emperor. That's why he can recruit players as subordinates, summon the heroic spirits of Chinese history, and when he sits there issuing commands, that aura. It's not just a fantasy. Huangfu Wushuang interjected. It's a characteristic of the profession bestowed by the system. His profession is likely sovereign. The alley fell silent for a moment. "In that case, we are not so shameful after all," Zhao Tiangang said with a bitter smile. "Shame or not is another matter. I only have one question. How many trump cards does he still have?" "I don't know, but I feel that even if there are more, I won't be surprised anymore." The two fell silent, each returning to their respective posts with complex thoughts. The troop deployment was completed. Outside the cold palace, the originally empty market and training grounds were now filled with soldiers from all directions. Zhuge Liang stood at the entrance of the market looking at the dense crowd, his brow slightly furrowed. "Shun Lian, here." Shun Lian stepped out from the shadows. "How far has the Jinui warning line been extended?" 50 kilometers. The cavalry has already gone out, reporting back every half hour." "What's the current situation?" "The wild monsters are moving towards the cold palace. Their speed is slow, but their numbers are increasing. Estimated about 3,000 to 5,000. Zhuge Liang's expression paused. 3,000 to 5,000. Last time the cold palace faced only hundreds of beasts. This time it multiplied by 7 or 8 times. Continue monitoring and report any changes immediately." "Yes." Day 40 of the otherworldly battlefield 150. Blood moon hung high. The clouds in the sky were stained dark red, pressing down on the earth as if they would fall at any moment. Outside the cold palace, thousands of soldiers stood in formation waiting. Su Chen stood at the highest point of the city tower, dressed in the emperor's ceremonial dragon robe with a cold sword hanging at his waist. Zhuge Liang stood beside him, gently waving his feather fan, his gaze steady. Shun Lian stood a bit further away, the Wuchang book open, ready to record the battle situation. Area red announcement 1500 has arrived. The final beast tide in this area. Full-scale invasion officially erupts. The scale of this beast tide large. Warning, this beast tide will spawn a large number of elite-level monsters, multi-headed boss-level BOSS, and is highly likely to appear epic-level boss. Please prepare all lords for desperate measures. 10 minutes later, a dark line emerged on the horizon before the cold palace, advancing slowly. It was the beast tide, thousands upon thousands of feral monsters surging forward like a relentless tide. Wolves, wild boars, goblins, giant bears, venomous serpents. Countless monstrous breeds surged together, their eyes glowing crimson beneath the blood-red moon. Deep within the heart of the beast tide, as before, a colossal shadow stirred ominously. "They've arrived," Su Chen murmured softly. 50 kilometers away, the brocade guard cavalry spotted the signal and immediately blew their horns. The resonant blast echoed across the wastelands. 50 kilometers away, the brocade guard cavalry spotted the signal and immediately blew their horns. The resonant blast echoed across the wastelands. The alarm call, a newly integrated function of the watchtowers. Simultaneously, horns blared from the watchtowers outside the cold palace's outer wall, their sound sweeping across the entire region. "First defensive line, prepare to engage the enemy," Zhuge Liang shouted. At last, the vanguard of the beast tide reached the mid-circle defense line. Zhao Tiangang stood squarely at the front of the line, eyes locked unflinchingly upon the seething black mass surging toward him. "Archers, loose." Over 200 archers released their arrows in unison, drawing and loosing 4 or 5 times within 10 seconds. The foremost beasts fell in droves, pierced through instantly. They collapsed in waves. Yet those behind trampled over their fallen kin and charged onward without pause. "Spearmen, form ranks." Zhao Tiangang bellowed, voice sharp with command. Heavily armored spearmen snapped their lances upright in perfect unison, 3 dense interlocking ranks sealing the front line completely. When the beast tide crashed into the spear wall, shrieks of agony merged into one deafening cacophony. Blood stained the earth crimson, our corpses piled high into grim mounds. Yet the tide's numbers were overwhelming. Beasts forced their way through gaps in the spear formation, engaging the rear-line soldiers in brutal hand-to-hand combat. Hold the line. Hold it at all costs. Zhao Tiangang roared, voice raw with desperation. He seized his sword and lunged forward, himself cleaving the skull of an elite wolf mid-leap, blood spraying across his face. On the left flank, Huangfu Wushuang's archers unleashed volleys without cease. Positioned advantageously on the side, their range covered the entire beast vanguard. Arrow after arrow rained down, each volley claiming dozens of monstrous lives. But Archer's stamina was finite. After more than a dozen volleys, many trembled violently, fingers blistered and bled from repeated draws. Rotate troops. Huangfu Wushuang commanded. Reserve archers stepped forward to take their places and continued firing. On the right flank, Chen Sihai's spearmen engaged a wave of elite beasts that had breached the line. These monsters ranked above level 7. Thick-skinned, resilient, their hides deflecting ordinary spear thrusts with mere shallow punctures. Aim for their eyes, throats. Target their weak points. Chen Sihai commanded in person, voice ringing clear and commanding. His troops, rigorously trained, swiftly regained composure and stabilized the line, though casualties mounted steadily. The mid-circle defense held desperately for nearly an hour. The beast tide showed no sign of abating. Slay one wave, and another surged forth without end. Zhao Tiangang's frontal line had been breached 3 times already, each time sealed only by desperate countercharges from the reserve forces. Nearly half his soldiers had fallen. Huangfu Wushuang's archers had expended 80% of their arrows, just 2 more volleys would deplete their supply entirely. Chen Sihai's spearmen too suffered grievous losses, reduced from 80 to fewer than 50. Strategist. The mid-circle line is collapsing. A messenger sprinted to the base of the city wall, breath ragged and urgent. Zhuge Liang stood calmly atop the ramparts, gaze unwavering. He raised his command banner and waved it thrice. Mid-circle defense, retreat. Fall back to the 3rd defensive line. As the banner swept downward, Zhao Tiangang saw the signal and barked, covering retreat. Withdraw. At once the soldiers withdrew while fighting, pulling back methodically toward the cold palace's inner walls. Huangfu Wushuang's and Chen Sihai's forces fell back in synchronized coordination. With resistance gone, the beast tide surged madly toward the cold palace's towering walls. Upon the battlements, Su Chen drew his frost-edged sword. Imperial guards, sally forth. The great gate swung wide. 50 Imperial guards charged out and formed ranks before the city walls. Zhang Meng led the charge, his break host war halberd held high before him, its violet aura blazing vividly beneath the blood moon. White Horse Righteous Cavalry, flank positions. From both sides of the gate, Zhao Yun led the White Horse Righteous Cavalry forth in disciplined succession, rapidly deploying into twin wings bows already drawn and nocked. Brocade Guard, freelance hunting. Shun Lian gestured once and 50 silent figures melted seamlessly into the shadows flanking the walls, waiting patient and lethal. The beast tide crashed against the city's base. At its vanguard surged a pack of level 7 elite wild boars, massive as compact vehicles barreling forward with unstoppable force. Imperial guards, charge. Zhang Meng raised his break host war halberd high and plunged headlong into the tide. Break host strike. Equipment skill, the halberd cleaved the air with a thunderous shriek, smashing directly into the skull of an elite boar. With a 200% damage multiplier and the terrifying stats granted by the Imperial Guard's ascension, the boar's skull shattered instantly, its corpse hurled backward, toppling several others in its wake. The remaining Fortinine guards followed hard on his heels, 50 riders driving straight into the heart of the beast tide. They carved deep, relentless paths, blades flashing flesh and gore flying in every direction. The White Horse Righteous Cavalry enveloped the flanks, loosing arrows like torrential rain, each shaft finding its mark with uncanny precision in the bodies of monsters attempting to encircle the Imperial Guards. Their legendary mastery of mounted archery shone brilliantly now. Even at full gallop, their aim remained astonishingly true. Meanwhile, the Brocade Guard hunted lone elite beasts, emerging from darkness like phantoms, slitting throats in one clean stroke, then vanishing again into shadow. One strike, certain death. No hesitation. No pursuit. Su Chen stood upon the battlements observing the scene, his eyes flickering with quiet satisfaction. The combat prowess of the ascended Imperial Guard surpassed even his expectations. Where previously 3 men were needed to subdue a single elite beast, now 1 guard could slay it alone. Su Chen's gaze shifted further, beyond the chaos into the depths of the beast tide. There beneath the blood moon he clearly saw the massive silhouettes 1, 2, 3, colossal forms dragging elongated shadows across the land like moving mountains. A cursory count revealed at least a dozen. Celestial sovereigns, cheap perception art. Golden sigils shimmered faintly in Su Chen's irises, and detailed information about each shadow unfolded before his mind's eye. Name Shadow Demon Wolf Leader to your boss, 2, level 9 details omitted. Name Blazing Lion Epic to your boss, 2, level 12 details omitted. A rough count indicated at least 20 such bosses. Celestial sovereigns, cheap perception art. Golden sigils swirled in Su Chen's eyes, revealing precise data on each looming shadow. Name Shadow Demon Wolf Leader to your boss, 3, level 9 other details omitted. Name Blazing Lion Epic to your boss, 2, level 12 other details omitted. Su Chen's pupils contracted slightly. 21 bosses. During the last beast tide, he had faced only 8 leader tier bosses. This time their number had nearly tripled, and 7 of them were epic tier. No wonder the system warned us to prepare for certain death, Su Chen murmured low. Zhuge Liang stood beside him. Even he, calm and unshakable, furrowed his brow slightly at the figure. Your Majesty, 7 epic tier bosses, confronting them heathen may be untenable. Unbearable or not, we must bear it. Su Chen leaped down from the city wall, his steed waiting below. He mounted and rode out through the city gates, spotting Zhao Yun and calling out loudly, Zilong. Yun is here. Zhao Yun immediately reined in his horse. At the epic level, how many can you hold? Zhao Yun glanced into the distance, pondering for a moment. If I only restrain and do not kill, I can hold 3 alone, but with the White Horse Brotherhood's cooperation it can be increased to 5. Zhang Meng, seeing Su Chen exit the city, turned his horse around and came forward to protect him. That's good, I'll handle the remaining 2. Su Chen nodded. Your Majesty's life is priceless. Zhang Meng said anxiously upon hearing this. Who isn't fighting their way up from the basics? It's fine, I have the true dragon shield. Zhang Meng, leave the leader level boss to you, 14 in total. Is there any problem? Su Chen drew his sword and asked. Zhang Meng glanced at the 50 imperial guards behind him, wielding the breaking army battle spear, a fierce purple light emanating from it. I will fight to the death. No need to fight to the death, Su Chen corrected. Come back alive. He turned to Shun Lian last. The imperial guards can hunt freely, targeting those isolated elite monsters and wounded boss for finishing blows. Understood. Shun Lian's figure had already disappeared into the shadows. The beast tide had surged to the city below. Imperial guards charge. Zhang Meng raised the breaking army battle spear and plunged into the beast tide once more. Deep within the beast tide, the boss finally moved. The flame lion was the first to attack. 2 massive beasts engulfed in flames roared simultaneously. They opened their mouths, and 2 jets of blazing fire spewed forth, aimed straight at the city wall. Scatter! Su Chen commanded sharply. The archers on the city wall quickly spread out to the sides. The flames struck the city wall, blasting out 2 craters several meters in diameter, with debris flying, and several archers, who couldn't dodge in time, were knocked over by the shockwave. Zilong! Su Chen shouted. Zhao Yun had already moved. The night-shining jade lion let out a long roar and charged straight at the 2 flame lions. White Horse Brotherhood, follow me. The White Horse Brotherhood closely followed, unleashing a flurry of arrows. The armor-piercing arrows accurately shot towards the heads and eyes of the lions, drawing their attention. Zhao Yun charged forward, the dragon's gallant silver spear shimmering with a blinding light, the 7-serpent spiral fully unleashed. 7 consecutive thrusts, each faster and heavier than the last. On the 7th thrust, double true damage. The dragon's gallant silver spear pierced through the lion's skull, emerging from the back of its head. The lion's roar abruptly ceased, and its massive body collapsed to the ground. Ding! Your subordinate Zhao Yun has slain the level 12 epic boss, Flame Lion 1. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have gained national fortune points 1200. The entire process took less than 30 seconds. The other Flame Lion, witnessing this, let out an angry roar and pounced at Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun did not evade. The night-shining jade lion suddenly turned perfectly, dodging the attack, and countered with a thrust, stabbing into the lion's flank. Fire at will. Arrows were released simultaneously, all shooting into the wound. The lion howled in pain, thrashing wildly, but Zhao Yun had already withdrawn his spear, blood gushing forth. The second lion fell. Ding! Your subordinate Zhao Yun has slain the level 12 epic boss, Flame Lion 2. Gain national fortune points 1200. Zhao Tiangang watched in shock from a distance, 2 epic ones. In 30 seconds. Your Majesty, Zhang Meng's voice came from ahead. There are too many leader-level bosses. The Imperial Guards are about to be overwhelmed. Su Chen surveyed the battlefield. Those leader-level bosses were scattered throughout the beast tide, each one attacking the formation of the Imperial Guards frantically. While the Imperial Guards could take down elite monsters individually, they were too low in level against the leader-level bosses, and still needed 3 to 5 people to barely hold them. 50 Imperial Guards had been divided into several isolated battle groups by the leader bosses and hundreds of small monsters, their situation precarious. Shun Lian. Su Chen shouted loudly. Here. Shun Lian's voice came back. The Imperial Guards, go help them break the encirclement. First draw the aggro of those leader-level bosses so the Imperial Guards can regroup. Understood. The 50 Imperial Guards received the signal, simultaneously halting their actions and splitting into groups towards the bosses attacking the Imperial Guards. They did not confront directly, but rather attacked from the sides and rear. Slitting throats, blinding eyes, and severing legs, they struck and then fled, never lingering. Though this harassment tactic could not kill the BOSSs, it successfully disrupted their attack rhythm, buying time for the Imperial Guards to regroup. Imperial Guards, assemble. Zhang Ming shouted loudly. Follow me, let's take down that one first. The remaining 40 or so Imperial Guards quickly gathered around him, reforming their charge formation. The 3 remaining epic bosses were closing in on the city wall. Zhao Yun was entangled with the Thunder Dragon in the distance, while the White Horse Brotherhood was attacking the Poison Mist Scorpion King, unable to break free in a moment. This meant that these 3 had to be handled by him alone. Imperial Majesty's Might, activated. Within 100 meters, all monsters below Su Chen's level suffered a 20 suppression of all attributes. The small monsters, which had been charging madly, noticeably slowed down the instant they felt this pressure, their eyes showing fear. Su Chen charged into the beast tide, slicing his way towards the boss. That level 13 boss was nearly 10 meters tall, with fists larger than the city gates, each step cracking the ground. It looked down at the small human rushing towards it, letting out a disdainful roar. Then it swung a fist down. Su Chen saw the momentum and activated the Emperor's sword technique. He collided head-on with the Titan's fist. Boom. A massive shockwave radiated from the point of impact, sending the surrounding small monsters flying. The Titan's fist was cut open, revealing a wound deep enough to see bone, dark red blood gushing out. It let out a painful roar and staggered back 2 steps. Level 10 epic. It's nothing like that. He abandoned his steed, propelling himself upwards along the Titan. The Titan frantically swung its arm, trying to shake off this ant-like human. But Su Chen's agility had exceeded 70 points. At every moment of nearly losing his grip, he could find a new foothold. In just a few breaths, he had climbed to the Titan's shoulder. Second sword. The frost blade stabbed into the Titan's eye socket, but the Titan's fist was already coming down. Su Chen remained unfazed and thrust straight in. Both attacks landed simultaneously, relying on the true dragon shield. Su Chen perfectly withstood the blow unscathed. Yet the Titan was pierced directly through the brain by this sword energy. You personally killed the level 13 epic boss, Earth Titan. Level up, kill, judgment activated. Gained experience points 8,000. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have gained national fortune points 1,500. Su Chen jumped down from the Titan's head, slightly panting as he landed. After 2 consecutive uses of the Emperor's sword technique, his mental energy was nearly depleted. The Shadow Dragon and Frost Serpent both turned towards him, their eyes filled with fury. Come on then. Su Chen gripped the frost blade, a slight smirk on his lips. Just then a silver-white figure came rushing from the side. It was Zhao Yun. The knight's shining jade was covered in blood, but the fighting spirit in his eyes showed no sign of diminishing. Your Majesty, the Thunder Dragon has been slain. Zhao Yun's voice remained steady. I come to assist you. As soon as he finished speaking, the white horse Isong also encircled from afar. The frost giant python opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of icy blue breath aimed directly at Su Chen and Zhao Yun. Scatter. The 2 swiftly dodged to the sides, and the frost breath struck the ground, instantly freezing it into a vast expanse of ice. Seizing the opportunity, the white horse Isong launched a volley of arrows, all striking into the neck of the frost giant python. The giant python writhed in pain, its massive body thrashing wildly as its enormous tail swept toward them. Zhao Yun leaped onto his horse, avoiding the sweeping tail, while thrusting his spear, piercing the python's vital spot. The long and bright silver spear sank into its scales, and the python's struggles gradually weakened, collapsing under the barrage of arrows from the white horse Isong. Ding! Your subordinate Zhao Yun has slain the level 12 epic boss, Frost Giant Python. Gain national luck value 1,200 points. This is the last one. The Shadow Dragon. It hovered in midair, a dark purple energy sphere growing larger in its mouth, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. It is charging up. Su Chen's pupils contracted, interrupted. Zhao Yun spurred his horse, charging toward the dragon. However, the dragon flew too high. Even the knight, Shining Jade Lion, could not reach that height. Your Majesty, let me handle this. Zhao Yun dismounted and gripped the long and bright silver spear in reverse. He took a deep breath and then hurled the spear. The long and bright silver spear, gleaming with cold light, shot straight toward the shadow dragon's mouth. The spear pierced through the energy sphere and exploded inside the dragon's maw. Ding! Your subordinate Zhao Yun has slain the level 13 epic boss, Shadow Dragon. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Gain Nat Ding. Your subordinate Zhao Yun has slain the level 13 epic boss, Shadow Dragon. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Gain national luck value 1300 points. Zhao Yun knelt on one knee, breathing heavily, the long and bright silver spear planted in the ground a distance away, still slightly trembling. Su Chen walked over, pulled the spear from the ground, and tossed it back to Zhao Yun. Zilong's splendid marksmanship. Zhao Yun caught the spear, stood up, and cupped his fists, saying, Your Majesty is too kind. All 7 epic-level bosses have been defeated. 14 leader-level bosses also fell one by one under the assault of the Imperial Guards. As the last rock giant's head was smashed by Zhang Meng's war spear, the beast tide, now leaderless, began to They turned to flee, scattering in the direction they came from, trampling over each other in chaos. On the walls of the cold palace, soldiers erupted in thunderous cheers. We won. We have won. Long live Your Majesty. The Han army is mighty. Su Chen sheathed his sword, exhaling a sigh of relief. He was drenched in the blood of monsters, his royal attire stained dark red, yet not a single wound marred his. The passive effect of the true dragon heart mirror had stacked over a dozen layers, its defensive power reaching absurd levels. The attacks of the lesser monsters barely registered to him. As the battlefield was cleared, Zhuge Liang came down from the city walls to greet Su Chen. He bowed and clasped his hands, saying, Your Majesty's might is unparalleled, truly a force to be reckoned with. Su Chen chuckled, combing, When did you become one to flatter? Zhuge Liang replied, I speak only the truth. Su Chen and Zhuge Liang exchanged smiles, ceasing further conversation. Assess the battle losses. Military Advisor's Office. Soon, with the help of the Jinui, the statistics were completed. Zhuge Liang took the booklet handed by the Jinui and reported to the seated Su Chen in the central defensive line. Zhao Tiangang's troops suffered 63 deaths and 41 injuries. Huangfu Wushuang's troops had 38 deaths and 52 injuries. Chen Sihai's troops had 33 deaths and 26 injuries. The other lords each sustained losses, all within half. What about the direct troops? The Imperial Guards suffered 8 deaths, 15 light injuries, and 3 serious injuries. The White Horse Yisong had no deaths, 4 light injuries, while the Jinui had 2 deaths and 5 light injuries. The other cavalry and archers also sustained injuries with deaths below 30%, while the spear soldiers had the highest casualties, reaching 80%. Gather the fallen soldiers together for a proper burial. I will establish a mausoleum south of the Cold Palace, erect a monument, inscribing the names of all the deceased warriors. Understood. Although the casualties were not insignificant, the core combat strength suffered almost no losses. The day after the beast tide ended, Su Chen sat in the main seat of the Cold Palace's main hall facing Chen Sihai. Your Majesty. Chen Sihai knelt on one knee, head bowed. The Sihai alliance has 127 subordinate lords scattered across various regions. Most of them now know of you, but have not formally submitted. What is their attitude? Su Chen asked. Most are willing to submit, but a few are not too convinced. Not convinced. Some believe they are too far away for you to reach. Some think their forces are substantial enough to stand alone, and others. Chen Sihai glanced at Su Chen's expression before continuing. Some feel that you are merely lucky. Lucky. Su Chen scoffed. Since they are unwilling to submit, let them see. Shun Lian. Yes. Shun Lian walked in from outside the hall. Jinui scout out the coordinates, forces, and defenses of all the lords in the Sihai alliance. Within 3 days I want a complete list. Understood. Zhang Meng. At your command. Imperial Guards accompany me. Yes. Zhao Yun. Yun is here. White Horse Yisong accompany me. Understood. Huangfu Wushuang, Zhao Tiangong, Chen Sihai. The 3 answered in unison here. You 3 each lead 100 elite troops and follow me into battle. Those who refuse to submit, make them comply, or if they still resist, then kill them all. Understood. Over the next 5 days, Su Chen led his troops, sweeping through the territories of the Sihai alliance. The first stop was in the northern region, where a lord named Lu Changhe resided. This man commanded 200 troops, held a level 4 territory, and had 3 arrow towers, believing himself to be impenetrable. Su Chen did not even need to show up in person. Zhao Yun, leading the White Horse Yisong, took down his arrow towers with a single volley. The Jinui opened the city gates from inside. The Imperial Guards and the White Horse Yisong charged back and forth, forcing them into disarray. At this moment, Lu Changhe knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in surrender. I surrender. I surrender. Issue an order, tax rate 80. 80. Lu Changhe turned pale. Su Chen looked down at him. Or you die? I submit. Lu Changhe closed his eyes and placed his hand on the royal decree. The second stop directly north was a female lord named Sun Wanqing. She was one of the few in the Sihai alliance stronger than Chen Sihai, commanding 300 troops and having a blue arrow tower. Instead of resisting, she proactively sent envoys to surrender before Su Chen's arrival. Those who recognize the situation are wise. The tax rate is 70. Thank you, Your Majesty. Sun Wanqing knelt to receive the decree. The third stop, fourth stop, fifth stop. Within 5 days, Su Chen led his troops to sweep through more than half of the region. 72 lords of the Sihai alliance, 51 submitted, and 11 stubbornly resisted. The 11 became Su Chen's experience points and national luck value. As for their territories, they were dismantled, resources confiscated, and troops incorporated into the subordinate. The next day, Shen Lian delivered a detailed post-war report to Su Chen's desk. Survival statistics of the lords in this region after the beast tide. Number of lords alive before the beast tide, 1242. Number of lords who died during the beast tide, approximately 650, most perished due to the attacks of epic BOSSES. Number of lords surviving after the beast tide, 592. Su Chen nodded slightly after reviewing the numbers. 592. Compared to the initial base of 100,000, it is a fraction. More critically, his limit for subordinate lords was only 50. Now only 9 remained. This means the remaining 500 must seek other methods. Su Chen posed this dilemma to Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang, fanning himself with a feather fan, pondered for a moment before providing an answer. Your Majesty, territory of the world is your exclusive skill, but the system also has methods for surrendering lords. Otherwise, how did Chen Sihai and the others manage to subjugate the lords? Are there any other methods? Su Chen was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized that he had been relying solely on the imperial edict for subjugation, completely overlooking this aspect. Ordinary lords can become vassals through an affiliation agreement, where both parties set their own tax rates with a maximum of 60, but they are not bound by heavenly punishment, meaning betrayal incurs no penalties. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. No penalties. Then what's the point of signing? It is binding, but not as absolute as your Majesty's imperial edict. Zhuge Liang explained, the system will enforce the tax deductions, but if the subordinate wishes to betray, they only need to submit a termination of agreement request 24 hours in advance to freely withdraw, without any penalties for all attributes. Isn't that just a gentleman's agreement that can be revoked at any time? Precisely. Therefore, I suggest that your Majesty only issue imperial edicts for surrender to lords of purple quality and above, with a tax rate set at 50. These lords have great potential and pose a high threat, and must be locked down by heavenly punishment. As for ordinary lords of blue quality and below, let them sign affiliation agreements with Huangfu Wushuang, Zhao Tiangong, Chen Sihai, and others with the tax rate set at the maximum. In this way, your Majesty's remaining subordinate slots will be reserved for the elites, and the rest can be distributed among the various army commanders, thereby saving slots and expanding control. Su Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. This is feasible. Have Shen Lian compile a list of all the lords of purple quality and above in the Sihai alliance. I will personally issue the imperial edicts, while the rest will be entrusted to Huangfu and the others for subjugation. Liang will handle it right away. Soon the list was compiled. Among the lords of the Sihai alliance, there were only 8 of purple quality and above, 4 of whom had already perished in the beast tide, leaving 4 survivors. In addition to Chen Sihai himself and the 2 already submitted purple lords Huangfu Wushuang and Zhao Tiangong, Su Chen currently had only 7 subordinate lords of purple quality. There are still 5 slots remaining. Su Chen set the list down. The rest will be selected from the scattered lords. Shen Lian has the Jinyui compiled any statistics on how many of the 592 surviving lords are of purple quality. Shen Lian flipped to another page of the Wuchang book, reporting to your Majesty the Jinyui has completed preliminary screening. Among the 592, there are a total of 11 purple quality lords with 0 red quality lords. Excluding the 4 already in the Sihai alliance, and several who have submitted, there are still 4 purple scattered lords yet to be subjugated. For with only 1 remaining, that works too. Su Chen nodded and commanded, issue the imperial edicts for all to surrender. If they refuse, force them until they comply. As you command. The 4 purple scattered lords were located in the 4 corners of the region, each commanding hundreds of troops, having survived the beast tide through their own strength. 2 of them immediately accepted the edict upon its delivery, as they had long heard of the reputation of Haishi City and knew that the anonymous overlord had unified the core areas of the entire region. It was better to go with the flow than to resist. The other 2, however, harbored some hope and attempted to stubbornly resist. The outcome was predictable. Under the forceful assault, the 2 lords knelt among the ruins, trembling as they pressed their handprints. All 4 purple scattered lords were subjugated. With this, Su Chen's total number of subordinate lords reached 49. 1 slot remained, as blue and green lords were not worth occupying valuable subordinate positions. Su Chen assigned the task of subjugating blue quality lords and below to Huangfu Wushuang, Zhao Tiangong, and Chen Sihai. You 3 will each be responsible for a region. Take your subordinate lords to sign affiliation agreements with those scattered lords. Accept those willing to sign, and for those unwilling. Su Chen paused, his tone flat. Then let them become my national fortune points. I've been worrying about insufficient national fortune. The three took their orders and departed. In the following week, the entire region was shaken with discussions about affiliation filling the channels. Thus, all surviving lords in the region were brought under the banner of Han. Some were directly under Su Chen with a tax rate of 50 subject to heavenly constraints and could never. Some were affiliated with army commanders such as Huangfu Zhao Tiangong and Qin Sihai, while they could withdraw in this land devoid of a second power. Withdrawing equated to suicide. Everyone understood one principle. From this point on there would be but one master of this region. At this moment the system notification finally rang in Su Chen's mind. Ding! It has been detected that all surviving lords in this region have either surrendered or perished. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You are the first to unify this region with a population of 100,000. Achievement unlocked: unification of the entire region first. Function unlocked: cross-region leaderboard. New phase initiated: the King's struggle. Rewards are being distributed. Reward 1 national fortune points, 5,000. Reward 2 red mythical building blueprint, Grand Temple 1. Reward 3 celestial iron 10. Accumulated total 29 pieces. Reward 4 supreme resource pack. Server-wide crimson announcement: shocking. Player Anonymous becomes the first lord in the server to unify an entire region. Detected that the dimensional process has surpassed a critical threshold. The King's struggle era officially enters the countdown. Rule updates as follows. Rule 1: countdown to region merger. From the moment this announcement is issued, after 30 days, 720 hours, all existing large regions will be forcibly merged into one central continent. Regardless of whether the regions have achieved unification by then, all surviving lords and territories will be randomly teleported to corresponding locations on the central continent. In regions that have not unified, internal lords will be scattered upon arrival. In unified regions, the entire territory will be condensed and seamlessly embedded into the central continent. Rule 2: awakening of indigenous civilizations. On the central continent, in addition to player lords, there exist indigenous forces, the native inhabitants of the Lord continent. They possess independent kingdoms, city-states, and tribes, mastering technologies and magical systems, yet untouched by player lords. Some indigenous forces harbor hostility towards the newcomers, while others adopt a wait-and-see attitude. Whether one can establish diplomatic relations, trade ally, or even conquer these indigenous forces will determine your survival in the King's struggle. Rule 3: teleportation array system unlocked. The central continent is vast. Even the most elite cavalry would take decades to traverse it. On the 66th day of the otherworldly battlefield, in the early morning, the golden, glazed tiles of the Forbidden City shimmered under the sunlight. Su Chen stood in front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, overlooking the majestic palace city that took a full half-month and the combined efforts of the entire region to construct. 10 days after the beast tide, after experiencing plundering and tribute, Su Chen finally gathered enough resources to establish the Imperial City Wall and upgrade the Cold Palace. In the following half-month, the Level 4 Cold Palace on this land had completed its transformation from a Cold Palace to the Forbidden City. These 20 days were the busiest he had experienced since arriving in this other world. What pleased Su Chen the most was the comprehensive upgrade of the 3 epic barracks. Half a month ago, both the Jinui Camp and the White Horse Corps were at Level 2, each with only 50 men. Now, Jinui Camp Level 3 Purple Epic limit of 100 men, currently fully staffed cavalry expanded to 20 men, all at Level 6. White Horse Corps Level 3 Purple Epic limit of 100 men, currently fully staffed, all at Level 6. All mounts upgraded to elite white horses with speed increased by 20. Imperial Guards originally of blue quality upgraded to Purple Epic level through a quality evolution scroll. Recruitment limit raised to 100 men, currently fully staffed, all at Level 6. Moreover, the decree system unlocked a brand new Emperor exclusive troop. Xuanjia Army Purple Epic. Type Emperor exclusive heavy infantry. Recruitment cost 60 points of national fortune value per person. Current number 100, fully staffed. 3-dimensional growth 5 per level, standard for Purple Epic infantry. Traits. 1. Immovable as a mountain. Passive: when the Xuanjiao army is arranged, their defense is additionally increased by 30, and they are immune to all knockback and knockup effects. 2. Mo Dao formation. Active: consumes 5 points of spirit to form a blade formation, dealing significant damage to all enemies in a fan-shaped area ahead, with double damage to cavalry units. Cooldown time 5 minutes. 3. Iron Wall. Passive: when the Xuanjiao army fights within the monarch's line of sight, their life recovery speed increases by 50, and when receiving fatal damage, there is a 20 chance to trigger Desperate Fight, allowing them to continue fighting for 10 seconds at 1 health. Su Chen looked at this panel, feeling even more satisfied. The Imperial Guards are heavy cavalry charging into battle and tearing through enemy lines. The Xuanzhao army is heavy infantry, standing firm and unmoving. The White Horse Corps consists of lightly armored archers maneuvering and shooting flanking the enemy. The Jinui are shadow assassins infiltrating and eliminating targets gathering intelligence. For Purple Epic troops, 350 elite soldiers, all at level 6. As for himself, he had long surpassed level 10, so the cleansing conducted by his subordinates during this time only brought him national fortune value. Monarch Su Chen. Occupation Emperor, the only hidden dark gold level in the entire server. Level 12, 12001500. Physique 71. Strength 70. Agility 71. Mentality 1011 level bonus. National fortune value 12,400 points remaining after previous accumulation and consumption, including materials for upgrading buildings, summoning troops, etc. Gold 31,200 coins. Supreme reminder: the monarch's level has reached above level 10A, and from now on he will no longer receive experience shares from subordinates killing monsters. If your majesty wishes to level up, you must personally join the battle. The only regret for Su Chen was the last reminder. However, he understood. If the system did not impose restrictions relying solely on the experience points shared by his subordinates, he would eventually become a deity. As for his subordinates, those heroic spirits and heroes, due to not being restricted by Su Chen's level, had made incredible progress in the past half-month. Most of the generals under him had already reached levels 8 or 9. Zhuge Liang is a commander-type civil minister possessing three-dimensional attributes capable of leading troops into battle, and his skills are truly luxurious. However, during this time, he hadn't taken action, as with the establishment of the Forbidden City, matters had become increasingly numerous. Although he had the assistance of Shun, Lien, Zhuge Liang was still overwhelmed with various tasks. The Forbidden City was finally completed at this moment. For half a month, golden light enveloped the cold palace, and when the light shield shattered, everyone began to breathe rapidly. Watching the great power between heaven and earth, the Forbidden City finally transformed from a broken shadow into a magnificent reality. They finally saw the city. The Tenjong tall dark gold city walls with an arrow tower every 100 meters along the wall, each tower topped with siege machinery larger than a crossbow tower. That was the divine crossbow automatically generated by the Forbidden City. Within the city walls is a 50-acre inner court. The main hall, the Hall of Supreme Harmony, soars into the clouds with a wide white jade terrace in front and a 3-meter tall bronze crane standing on each side. The sleeping quarters, eastern and western side halls, Imperial Garden, Imperial Study, Scripture Vault. Each building is grand and resplendent. What surprised Su Chen the most was the system prompt that appeared when the Forbidden City was completed. Ding! The core territory Cold Palace has successfully advanced to level 5 Forbidden City. Time taken 15 days. Achievement unlocked: Peak of the Forbidden City. Reward: Heroic Spirit Sealing Opportunity 3. This reward is a one-time achievement reward, does not consume national fortune value, and each sealing is randomly drawn with a quality range from S to SSS. Su Chen was overjoyed, although he had accumulated tens of thousands of national fortune value before. Due to the extensive resources needed for upgrading buildings, the Cold Palace, and summoning troops, he had already used up more than half. He had just been hesitating whether to seal twice after the Cold Palace was completed to find a civil minister to help Zhuge Liang share the workload. Unexpectedly, a nap brought a pillow, and he was granted 3 free seals. System begins sealing. Su Chen hurriedly summoned the summoning interface of the Heroic Spirit Hall. The light curtain unfolded before his eyes, shimmering with colors, and the figures flickered. First sealing: random draw. Heroic Spirit Sealing activated. Consumes free opportunity 1 quality lock between SSS, drawing randomly. Drawing completed. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have summoned. A graceful figure slowly materialized amidst the golden light. She moved lightly, her waist slender as a willow, each step imbued with an indescribable charm. She wore a pale red palace dress, her features exquisite, as if not of this world, with brows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn waters, and lips like painted vermilion. A slight smile made one's heart sway. She approached Su Chen, gracefully bowing. This humble servant is Diao Chan, greeting Your Majesty. Ding! Heroic Spirit Sealing successful. Name: Diao Chan. Quality: SSS level. Type: Renowned Beauty Charm. Support type: Level 1. 3-dimensional attribute: growth 6 per level. Emphasis on mental growth, slightly weaker in others, thus not as strong as combat generals. Initial spirit 255 with 10 per level. Exclusive skill 1. Closing the Moon passive: when Diao Chan appears on the battlefield, all male enemy units within a radius of 200 meters have their attributes reduced by 15, with a chance to fall into a dazed state for 3 seconds, having the effect on heroes. 2. Captivating City active: consumes 10 points of spirit. Diao Chan can charm a single target enemy hero, causing them to attack their allies for 10 seconds, or release charm in a group enemy troops, 1 point of spirit affects 1 soldier. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Su Chen looked at Diao Chan's panel and nodded slightly. Although she was not a combat-type heroic spirit, her support ability was of strategic level. The range attribute suppression of closing the moon and the single and group control of captivating city. Each skill can turn the tide of battle. Please rise. Su Chen extended his hand to help her up. Diao Chan stood up, her watery eyes gazing at Su Chen, a faint smile on her lips. She did not step aside, but instead stood closely beside Su Chen, close enough that with every breath, he could smell her faint, enchanting fragrance. Su Chen glanced at her, said nothing, and began the second ceiling. The golden light shone once more. A towering figure emerged, standing 9 feet tall, with a robust physique and a face resembling a heavy jujube. His tiger-like eyes sparkled with vitality. A pitch-black battle knife hung at his waist. He strode up to Su Chen, knelt on one knee, and spoke in a voice like thunder. I am Li Tsunxiao, bowing to your majesty. Ding! The summoning of the spirit has been successful. Name Li Tsunxiao, quality SSS, level type general, unrivaled brute, level 1, attribute growth 15 per level, SSS level growth multiplier, initial attributes level 1, naked stats strength 50, agility 35, constitution 55, spirit 10, exclusive weapon by Yen Shui, SSS growth type strength 25, constitution 20, armor penetration 50. With the skill Heavenless Strike, a full force attack that deals 300 damage and has a chance to trigger this exclusive mount, Crimson Charcoal Fire Dragon Steed, SSS level unique. Movement speed 100, charge damage 80, surrounded by flames. Exclusive skills 1. King Unrivaled passive, when Li Tsunxiao faces any unit alone, all his attributes increase by 20, and each attack has a 10 chance to trigger a kill judgment. 2. Logistics passive, when Li Tsunxiao is on the battlefield, all allied units within a radius of 300 meters have their attributes increased by 10, while enemy units' attributes decrease by 10. 3. Unmatched Bravery active, consumes 10 points of spirit, doubling all attributes for 30 seconds and becoming immune to all control effects. Cooldown 12 hours. SSS level Unrivaled General. Strength 50, Constitution 55. Su Chen was greatly shocked. The level 1 naked stats and attributes were simply exaggerated. He personally helped him up. You may rise. Thank you, your majesty. Li Tsunxiao stood up, bowing his head in respect. He spoke little, merely standing quietly at the side of the hall, exchanging a glance with Zhao Yun. In that moment, the air in the hall seemed to tremble. Zhao Yun's hand rested on the handle of the long and bright silver spear, while Li Kengxiu's thumb pressed against the end of the Bai Yin Shui. Neither moved, but the invisible momentum had already clashed together. Su Chen sensed the tension between them and chose not to intervene for the moment. Last time summoned. Summoning completed. Congratulations, your majesty, on summoning. In the golden light, a slender figure stepped forward. He appeared to be around 40, with sharp eyes, dressed in a deep blue robe and a white belt around his waist. He held no weapon, carrying only a scroll of bamboo slips. He approached Su Chen and bowed deeply. I am Shao He, bowing to your majesty. Ding. The summoning of the spirit has been successful. Name Shao He, quality SSS level type civil, official, domestic affairs and logistics level 1, initial spirit 205, exclusive skills 1. National Guardian passive, when Shao He is in charge, all resource output in the territory increases by 30, the resources required for building upgrades decrease by 20, and the upgrade time for all domestic buildings is halved. 2. Resource transport active, consumes 5 points of spirit, allowing Shao He to allocate resources from any 2 warehouses in the territory for a short period, ignoring distance limitations. 3. Moonlit Talent Pursuit passive, when Shao He assists the ruler, the experience acquisition speed for all spirits and heroes in the territory increases by 20, and there is a higher chance of obtaining high-quality units during spirit summoning or hero recruitment. SSS level domestic civil official. The skills National Guardian and Moonlit Talent Pursuit are truly godly for the development of the territory. Shao He, Su Chen called out. At your service. From today onwards, you and Zhuge Liang will collaborate to manage domestic affairs and logistics, while Tianjiang will handle agriculture and medical care. You will oversee resource allocation and construction. Shao He once again bowed. I obey the decree. 3 summons, 1 renowned beauty, 1 fierce general, and 1 civil official. That night, in the Forbidden City's sleeping quarters, the red candles flickered and the warm curtains hung low. Diao Chan, after bathing and changing clothes, walked gracefully into the sleeping chamber in a garment as thin as a cicada's wing. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, still damp, giving off a faint body fragrance. Your majesty, she called softly, her voice delicate enough to drip with water. Su Chen leaned against the head of the bed, still holding a resource statistics booklet that Shao He had just delivered. Hearing her voice, he raised his head, his gaze landing on Diao Chan. the thin garment with sheer revealing glimpses of the scenery beneath. Diao Chan's figure was even more curvaceous than Tian Jiang's with a slender waist, but a remarkably full bust. Come here. Su Chen set down the booklet and beckoned her. Diao Chan lowered her eyelids, her cheeks blushing, and obediently walked to the bedside. Just as she was about to sit down, Su Chen suddenly pulled her into his embrace. Ah! Diao Chan let out a soft gasp as she fell into Su Chen's arms, her garment slipping to reveal a portion of her snow-white shoulder. Your Majesty. Her voice dropped even lower, trembling slightly, unsure whether from nervousness or anticipation. Su Chen looked down at Diao Chan in his arms, feeling a surge of desire. Diao Chan's eyes were more enchanting than Tian Jiang's. At this moment, she tilted her head slightly to gaze at him, her eyelashes fluttering, her red lips slightly parted, her expression utterly captivating. Are you afraid? Su Chen asked. No, not afraid. Diao Chan bit her lip, her voice as faint as a mosquito's. I am just a bit nervous. It's my first time. I hope your Majesty will be gentle with me. Su Chen smiled wickedly, raising a finger to tilt her chin, leaning down to kiss her. Diao Chan closed her eyes, her hands instinctively clutching at Su Chen's clothing. The red candles flickered, and the warm curtains hung low. That night the lights in the sleeping chamber did not extinguish until the early hours of the morning. Tian Jiang, residing in the eastern side chamber, woke in the middle of the night and vaguely heard sounds coming from the direction of the sleeping quarters. She turned over, pulling the blanket over her head, her cheeks burning. She knew that the emperor would eventually take a new consort. She just didn't expect it to happen so soon. Moreover, the woman named Diao Chan was indeed stunning beyond words. The next morning, when Su Chen awoke, Diao Chan was still peacefully asleep in his arms. Her eyelashes were long, fluttering slightly in her dreams, and a hint of a smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Su Chen quietly got up, donned the imperial robes, and exited the sleeping chamber. In the imperial garden, Tian Jiang was watering the newly planted herbs. Upon seeing Su Chen come out, she paused for a moment, then continued watering as if nothing had happened. My beloved. Su Chen approached and gently hugged her from behind. Tian Jiang stiffened slightly before relaxing. Did your Majesty rest well last night? Her voice was calm, but carried a hint of sourness. Su Chen smiled and whispered in her ear, What are you? I dare not. Tian Jiang lowered her head, her voice even softer. Su Chen turned her around, cradled her face, and looked seriously into her eyes. Tian Jiang, you are my first woman, and that will never change. Diao Chan is my consort, and so are you. There is no distinction between first and second. Moreover, Su Chen leaned close to her ear, lowering his voice. Tonight, I will come to your quarters. Tian Jiang's face instantly flushed, and she pushed Su Chen away, running back to the imperial kitchen with the water ladle in hand. Su Chen watched her flustered retreat and shook his head with a smile. In just 3 days, he demonstrated his terrifying efficiency as an SS-level minister. He meticulously categorized and registered all resources, establishing a comprehensive internal governance archive system. Every transaction of resources was traceable, and the output of each affiliated territory was thoroughly documented. Simultaneously, he completed the replanning of the outer city market. The originally chaotic residences, warehouses, and workshops were rezoned with streets neatly aligned, an improved drainage system, and even the placement of streetlights meticulously designed. Finally, he formulated the consolidation battle preparation plan, prioritizing all resource points within a radius of 300 miles, listing which needed to be defended, which could be abandoned, and which must be fully exploited before the consolidation. After reviewing this plan, Zhuge Liang fell silent, contemplating for a long time. He eventually remarked to Su Chen, his talent surpasses mine tenfold, truly deserving the title of one of the 3 heroes of the Han dynasty. I am deeply impressed. Su Chen shook his head slightly upon hearing this. Kongming should not belittle himself. Every field has its own expertise. Kongming's talent has been widely praised both in the previous Blue Star game and in reality. Thank you for the praise, your Majesty. Zhuge Liang responded with a bow while holding his fan. Meanwhile, Tian Jiang, who was in charge of the farmlands, was also busy. With her talents, the 15 acres of farmland in the imperial garden produced crops every 3 days. Various seeds were planted and harvested in succession. The food in the warehouse piled up like small hills. The stock of fabric exceeded 3,000 rolls, and the medicinal herbs were sufficient to support a large-scale battle involving 1,000 men. Chun Lan and Xiaoju, along with the newly summoned palace maids, worked day and night to convert the fabric into military uniforms and banners. These supplies were distributed to various troops. Even the ordinary infantry and archers received standardized military uniforms. In these 3 days, Shun Lian's Jinui expanded their intelligence network to the regional borders. 8 directions, 16 observation points, with 2 Jinui stationed at each point in shifts. The information was increasingly unsettling. To the east, the silhouettes in the mist have increased to 4. To the west, 3. To the south, 5. To the north, at least 6. After compiling this information, Shun Lian delivered it to Su Chen's desk, each report adorned with images captured from skills. Those outlines were growing larger and clearer, some even revealing their general forms. Some resembled colossal beasts like mountains, while others seemed like shapeless shadows along with clusters composed of countless small entities. Your Majesty. In the military strategist's office, Zhuge Liang stood at the table lightly waving his feather fan and said, I have a hypothesis. Speak. These light spots may not be wild monsters. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Wild monsters are creations of the system possessing fixed levels, attributes, and behavioral patterns. However, these light spots have been observed by the Jinui for days, revealing that their shapes and positions are constantly changing. Some are growing larger, some smaller, some moving slowly, while others are splitting or merging. Zhuge Liang turned to look at Su Chen, his expression grave. I suspect they are not monsters, but forces. Yes, just as your purple forbidden city is a force, these light spots may represent the forces of other regions or the structures or military units of indigenous civilizations lurking far away. Su Chen leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes in contemplation. The Central Lord continent could accommodate 100,000 lord territories, and although only a fraction remained, the population of these lords and their troops likely reached 100 billion. Adding in the indigenous forces, the total could be astronomical. Thus, he speculated that the area of the Lord continent must be at least 100 times that of Blue Star. If those light spots truly exist, their locations could be thousands, even tens of thousands of miles away. The system once mentioned that the territories of unified regions would be condensed and embedded into the Lord continent. The only possibility for them to be observed by the Jinui is that his territory is currently being embedded into the Lord continent, allowing for visibility, or it could be information provided by the system. Xiao held a scroll he had just retrieved from the warehouse. I have reviewed some ancient scrolls opened from the golden treasure chest in recent days, and one of them contains information about the Lord continent. He spread the ancient scroll on the table. It was a map. The map lacked precise coordinates and distances, only featuring some vague annotations: clouds in the east, Odin in the west, blazing sun in the south, and ice and snow in the north. Are these the four great empires? Su Chen frowned. The ancient scroll states so. Xiao nodded, but I believe rather than calling them empires, it would be more accurate to describe them as four extremely massive power clusters. Because this continent is called the Lord continent, there are no empires. They occupy the four directions of the central continent, possibly far enough that it cannot be measured by common sense. Zhuge Liang interjected at the right moment. This distance should be at least several thousand to tens of thousands, even up to 100,000 miles, otherwise the system would not open the teleportation array for direct transportation on the map. Thus, in the short term, they cannot pose a direct threat to us. But what about in the long term? Zhuge Liang and Xiao exchanged glances, both remaining silent. In the long run, when these colossal entities extend their tentacles here and discover a human lord claiming to be emperor, when their interests collide with those of the purple forbidden city, that will be the true war. Your Majesty. Shun Lian's voice came from outside the Jinui. Has new observation records. He entered the military strategist's office, flipping open the record book and placing it on the table. The images were clearer than before. Omitted. Su Chen looked at the images and said, send the orders down. All troops continue preparing for battle as planned. These matters can be set aside for now, as they are still far from us. But what if they approach through the teleportation array? Shun Lian asked. Then we will deal with them when they come closer. Su Chen stood up, his expression serious. I cannot concern myself with matters thousands of miles away, but the affairs within 100 miles. I have the final say. That night, Su Chen summoned all the heroic spirits, heroes, and legion leaders in the Taiha Palace for the last military conference before the consolidation. On either side of the hall, the civil and military officials were seated. Zhuge Liang analyzed the potential situations they might face after the consolidation. Xiao sat beside him, occasionally supplementing resource allocation plans. Zhao Yun and Li Tsuanxiao sat silently on either side, their fighting spirit growing stronger. Diao Chan sat beside Su Chen, quietly pouring tea for him. Tian Jiang did not attend. She said she was not accustomed to such occasions and stayed in the imperial kitchen preparing a midnight snack. Ladies and gentlemen, Su Chen spoke and the hall fell silent. Tomorrow the consolidation will take place and the external barriers will disappear. Our vision will expand from this radius of several hundred miles to a land 100 times larger than Blue Star. I do not know what lies beyond the barrier, but I know one thing. Su Chen stood up, surveying the hall. No matter how vast this continent is, no matter how many forces occupy the space beyond us, no matter what kind of existence those outlines represent, I only know that the 300 miles surrounding the purple forbidden city are my land. Anyone who wishes to come, I will not stop. But anyone who dares to occupy, then let us see whose fist is harder and whose sword is faster. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Tsunxiao stepped forward, his voice booming, "I am willing to be the vanguard for your majesty. Be it man or ghost, I will crush them." Zhao Yun followed closely, his dragon spear striking the ground. "I Yun am willing to fight in all directions for your majesty." Zhang Meng, Zhao Hu, and Shun Lian all knelt down in unison. Zhuge Liang and Xiao He stood up simultaneously, bowing deeply. "We are willing to serve your majesty until death." Su Chen looked at the familiar faces before him, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Dismissed. Tomorrow at Shun time the entire army will be on alert. After the crowd dispersed, Su Chen stood alone at the entrance of the Taihe Palace, gazing up at the night sky. 2 moons hung in the sky. In the distance the barrier was thinning. Those vague silhouettes shimmered at the horizon. System announcement: time remaining until the consolidation of the central continent 1200. Su Chen turned off the interface and walked into the sleeping quarters. Diao Chan was already waiting for him in bed. She had changed into a new gauzy outfit, thinner and more translucent than the one from last night. The scenery faintly visible beneath the gauze made Su Chen's breath momentarily hitch. "Your Majesty." Diao Chan blushed and reached out to him. "It's late, and you need to get up early tomorrow. You should rest early." Su Chen smiled as he walked over, taking her hand. The red candle was extinguished. That night the lights in the sleeping quarters remained bright until the early hours. In the early morning, during the hour of Chun, Su Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back on the platform in front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony in the Forbidden City. The gray-white barrier that had shrouded this land for 66 days was visibly thinning. Like a layer of hard ice melting under the spring breeze, it gradually dissipated in the morning light. The world beyond the barrier revealed itself to everyone for the first time. It was not an open land, nor another misty forest, but an endless expanse of undulating terrain. In the distance, mountains rose majestically, their peaks cloaked in pristine white snow. Su Chen stood on the platform in front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, gazing toward the distant east. His vision suddenly broadened. There were mountains far away, their summits covered in white, while mists clung to their slopes. Further in the distance lay a plain where the outlines of buildings could be vaguely seen, indicating clusters of towns. A few black dots hovered under the clouds at the horizon, their wings spanning several feet. His gaze fell on the farthest point. There a beam of light shot straight up from the ground into the sky, still clearly visible despite the great distance. Not just one. The moment that beam of light illuminated, several more beams erupted skyward from various directions. 10 or more in total. Each of different colors, with blue being the most common, while the rest were shades of purple. The brightest among them was red. Su Chen counted 37 beams. "Your Majesty." The voice of Zhuge Liang came from behind him. Su Chen did not turn around, but merely tilted his chin, signaling, "Combing, did you see it?" Liang saw it. Zhuge Liang stepped up beside him, following Su Chen's gaze toward the red beam. "That is a large city. Based on the brightness and color of the beam, its scale is not inferior to the Forbidden City. It should be the core of the Red Token Lord." "How far can you see?" "I can't tell." Zhuge Liang shook his head. "The light has refracted in the atmosphere. The actual distance may be much greater than what the eyes perceive, at least 1,000 miles, possibly several thousand." The beams at the horizon gradually faded, as if a certain ritual had been completed. Only the farthest red beam still faintly glimmered. Su Chen turned and returned to the Hall of Supreme Harmony, with Zhuge Liang following closely behind. At that moment, a system panel popped up above his field of view. Server-wide announcement: the central continent has been fully integrated. All surviving lords and territories have been teleported to their respective coordinates. The current regional boundaries have been removed. To avoid information overload, the channel has been closed, and the forum is now open, divided into various content sections for free communication. The new feature world map has been unlocked. Please check it in the Lord panel. The opening of the forum function was expected by Su Chen. The channel function had millions of lords squeezing into one channel to communicate, making it impossible for anyone to read the messages clearly. The forum, however, was a good option, with various content divisions for easier access. Afterward, Su Chen clicked on the newly available world map section. It was a massive flat map entirely shrouded in black mist. When magnified 100 times, he saw his Forbidden City. It was located in a central area. Within a radius of 300 miles was a bright region. That was his own territory, with every subordinate territory and resource point clearly marked. Beyond the territory, everything was black. At the edge of the map was a prompt: unexplored area, must dispatch troops to reach this territory to illuminate the map. Su Chen minimized the map. The Forbidden City shrank to a pin-sized dot of light. What surprised him was that his dot was flickering faintly at the center of the map. The center? Su Chen stared for a moment before calling out, "Shun Lian." "Here." Shun Lian, "How many people can the Jinui dispatch now?" "A full complement of 100 men, 20 cavalry." "Which direction does your Majesty want to explore?" Su Chen looked at the map spread across the long table inside the hall. It was his entire territory. Zhuge Liang was already marking the edges of the map with a pen. He pointed to the east side of the map. Your Majesty, please look to the east of the Forbidden City. About 200 miles away, the Jinyui's observation point captured a man-made structure, and it is not small in scale. A town, uncertain, but at the very least a large camp. The closest teleportation array to us is likely in that direction. Teleportation array. Su Chen furrowed his brow, recalling the mention of it in the announcement. There are two types of teleportation arrays. Wild teleportation arrays can only teleport to other wild teleportation arrays. Town teleportation arrays can only teleport within one's own territory or to any wild teleportation array, as well as to mutually accessible towns or territories. In other words, towns that do not have publicly accessible coordinates cannot be accessed by outsiders. Does our Forbidden City have a teleportation array? No. Zhuge Liang shook his head. The Forbidden City has just been completed and many of the subordinate buildings have yet to be constructed. The teleportation array requires a specific building called the teleportation hall. When the Forbidden City was completed, many blueprints were updated in the Treasure Pavilion's third floor, including one for a refugee camp, which is not a subordinate building of the Forbidden City, but should be a complementary blueprint from the system after the merger. As for the construction materials for the teleportation array, they are sufficient, but what? Once the teleportation hall is built, it is defaulted to only be accessible to Your Majesty and your summoned spirits and heroes. If you want to allow subordinate lords to use it, Your Majesty must grant manual authorization. If you wish to open it to other factions, it becomes even more complicated. Not open. Su Chen replied decisively. Once built, it is for our own people to use. Zhuge Liang nodded, clearly agreeing with this sentiment. As the two were speaking, he entered from outside the hall holding a scroll he had just finished writing. Your Majesty, military master. He bowed and placed the scroll on the table. I have just completed the statistics for today's resource consumption. After the merger, the market mentioned in the system announcement has been opened. I took a look and there are quite a few types of goods, but the prices are not low. Su Chen opened the scroll and glanced through it. The market was divided into 5 sections. The basic building blueprint section sold common white and green blueprints priced reasonably, but lacking utility. The resource supply section allows you to directly purchase with stone and iron or with gold coins, but the prices are 20% higher than the trading market. The items section refreshes daily, and today it featured a batch of bandages and several bottles of basic experience potions. The special goods section refreshes once a week. Currently it is gray and shows a countdown of 6 days and 23 hours. Lastly, there is an entrance to the flying boat dock, but it is shown in gray, indicating that it requires a level 5 core and the construction of a high-grade armory to unlock. Su Chen closed the scroll. There's no rush to buy anything. Coming, what did you just say about the refugee camp? Zhuge Liang pulled out a blueprint from a stack on the table and laid it in front of Su Chen. It depicted a row of simple wooden houses. Refugee camp, green, excellent level construction requirements with 500 stone, 300 gold, 200 level 1 effect automatically refreshes 10 refugees daily. Refugees can be converted into labor, woodcutting, mining, building, or replenish military sources with a 1 in 10,000 chance of refreshing a refugee hero quality DB. Note, the higher the level of the refugee camp, the more refugees refresh daily, and the higher the chance of refreshing heroes. It can be upgraded to level 10, and the Lord can decide whether to refresh refugees each day to avoid an excess that might lead to food shortages. The refugee camp cannot be directly upgraded. A certain number of refugees must be refreshed to meet the upgrade conditions. Current refugees 0 must reach 100 before upgrading. This thing has some use. Su Chen nodded slightly. The refugees refreshed from the refugee camp could be directly assigned as labor in the outer city, saving him from having to summon militia each time using national fortune points. Build it on that vacant ground to the south of the outer city. Liang has already dispatched people to prepare. Zhuge Liang smiled faintly. Materials have been allocated from the warehouse. It should be finished by this evening. Su Chen glanced at him, smiled, and said nothing. Zhuge Liang never required his prodding. Soon on the southern side of the outer Zetian city, a new cluster of buildings began to rise. They called it breaking ground, but in truth, he had pressed 100 laborers into service. He had temporarily drawn 100 idle men from the vassal lord's retinues. These men had idled on their own estates until Xiaohe's edict hauled them away to work. No one dared complain. The foundation for the refugee camp had already been dug and craftsmen were filling it with stone. Tai Nio led a few smith's apprentices to drive the piles nearby. The hammering rang out with a steady clang. Su Chen stood not far off and watched for a while. While he waited, he found himself wondering why construction now required manual labor. Before long, a swift horse rode in from the east. A Jinui leapt down and knelt on one knee before Su Chen. Your Majesty, a teleportation array has been discovered to the east. Su Chen's eyes brightened. Where is it? How far? Due east, approximately 120 li. The Jinui presented an image with both hands. It is an outdoor teleportation array. There are no signs of a lord's activity nearby nor any monsters guarding it. The array is intact and can be used. The picture showed a stone platform with teleportation runes carved at its center. Around it lay wasteland choked with waist-high wild grass. Indeed, there were no traces of human activity. Zhuge Liang glanced over and said, 120 li. If the Jinui ride at full speed, they can reach it in a day. If we take soldiers on foot, it will take 3 days. Can the array be used, eh? It can, but only to teleport to other outdoor arrays. This is clearly an outdoor array. Oh, it cannot send one directly back to Zetian City. To return, you must either teleport again from the far side or travel back on foot. Su Chen considered and said, send scouts. Choose 2 from the Jinui to pass through the array, see what lies on the other side, record the coordinates, and be back before dawn. Liang, make the arrangements. In the afternoon, the refugee camp's foundation was filled and the carpenters began erecting frames. Su Chen returned to Taiha Hall, where He was sorting the inventory list. Seeing him enter, he rose and bowed. Your Majesty, I have just rechecked the warehouses. After the merger, the system's material requirements for upgrades remain unchanged, but there is one thing that seems amiss to me. What is it? Manual labor. He pointed to the refugee camp under construction outside the hall. Previously, when building houses, the system completed them automatically. Once materials were deducted, the buildings materialized. But now the refugee camp's construction requires craftsmen to lay stone block by block and raise timber beam by beam. I have read the forums. Everyone is discussing this change. What are they saying? From today onward, all new constructions and upgrades require human participation. They will no longer be completed automatically. Su Chen frowned. No wonder. On the work site outside the city, 100 men working an hour had only just finished filling the foundation. If it had been before, the system would have finished the task in seconds. All buildings are like this now. All of He nodded. Existing structures are unaffected, but future upgrades will also need labor. The system will only provide the blueprint and material conversion. The actual construction, installation, and commissioning must be carried out by people. So if we build an arrow tower in future, it's not enough to deduct materials. Craftsmen must be sent to lay the bricks. Precisely. To raise the wall 1 level, it will not simply increase after resources are deducted. Soldiers must haul the stones. Exactly. Su Chen drew a long breath. That was not necessarily a bad thing. The system's growing realism meant that lords who had relied on it to do everything and understood nothing themselves would find it increasingly difficult to prosper. Have Kongming reschedule the work timelines, Su Chen said. All constructions underway and planned should be prioritized. The manual labor must be guaranteed first for higher priority projects. Lower priority projects will be pushed back. I understand. By evening, the dispatched Jinui returned. 2 men, 1 old and 1 young. The elder was called Chun Chi, a veteran of the Jinui in his 30s. Few words, steady hands. The younger was Zhao Xiaoliu, just turned 20, sharp but impetuous. Both men were dust-streaked and their clothes were torn in several places, but neither bore wounds. Su Chen met them in Taiha Hall. Speak. What did you see after passing through? Chun Chi stepped forward and knelt on one knee, his voice steady. Your Majesty, I and Zhao Xiaoliu entered through the outdoor array to the east. The transmission lasted about 10 seconds. After landing, because I had no status panel, I immediately confirmed the information and coordinates with the commander. The straight line distance to Zetian City is roughly 800 li. 800 li. Su Chen and Zhuge Liang exchanged a glance. The distance was neither very far nor very near. Cavalry at full speed would take about 3 days. Infantry would require 7 or 8. But by the array, it was 10 seconds. What kind of place is it? A barren waste. Within a 10 li radius of the array, there were no man-made structures and no monsters. I and Zhao Xiaoliu split to explore the 4 directions. Each walked roughly 5 li and found no traces of a lord's presence. Only wasteland. Only wasteland. Chen Chi paused. But what? At the array's edge, I discovered a road. A road? Yes. Chen Chi produced a scrap of paper from his breast, a sketch he had drawn. It is an earthen road, its surface compacted and very even, wide enough for 2 carts to pass side by side. There were wheel ruts along both sides of the road, not freshly made, but not ancient either. Therefore, I judged the road to still be in use. Su Chen took the sketch, glanced at it, and handed it to Zhuge Liang. Chen Chi continued. I followed the road east for about 2 li and did not reach its end before turning back. His Majesty ordered us to return before dark, so we dared not go further. Su Chen pondered and nodded. A road still in use. Someone was active in that region 800 li away. It likely connected to a town or a fief. Did the array have other exits? Zhao Xiaoliu was quick to answer yes. Around the array, I found at least 3 runes, each of a different color. Brother Chun said they might lead to different destinations. Su Chen looked to Chen Chi. Chen Chi nodded. It is only conjecture, but the main rune at the center of the array was blue and there were 3 smaller runes around it. I dare to guess that each small rune corresponds to a different teleportation terminus. So from this array one could reach 3 different places. That is my thought, but it needs to be verified. Su Chen pondered for a few seconds before commanding, Chun Chi Xiao Xiao Lu. Here, you two should rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning go again, and take a few more people to explore all 3 passages. No matter what is on the other side, see it clearly, take notes, and report back. Understood. The 2 stepped back. Zhuge Liang walked over to Su Chen saying, Your Majesty, the distance of 800 miles has exceeded the normal reconnaissance range of the Jinyui. Therefore we need to rely on the teleportation arrays. But the teleportation arrays can only transport to the wilderness teleportation arrays, not directly back to the Forbidden City. Thus I want Shen Lian to find all the wilderness teleportation arrays around the Forbidden City. For every one found, send someone to investigate. Once it's clear that route can be used and distance will no longer be an issue. Zhuge Liang asked, Is Your Majesty planning to take control of all the teleportation arrays around the Forbidden City? That's about right. Su Chen nodded, at the same time ascertain whether anyone is using these teleportation arrays and where they lead. Only then can we decide on the next steps. Just then the refugee camp was completed. 100 wooden houses were neatly arranged in 5 rows, each house capable of accommodating 10 people. In the center of the camp stood a water well, and a wooden fence surrounded the area. Su Chen stood at the entrance of the refugee camp and opened the construction panel. Refugee camp, green, excellent, level 1, current number of refugees 010, refreshable, refresh, cost none, free refresh, once daily, hero refresh, probability 0. 01 dB grade. Would you like to refresh immediately? Su Chen clicked yes. 10 beams of white light shone simultaneously in the empty space of the camp. After the white light dissipated, 10 civilians dressed in gray cloth stood in the center of the camp, looking around in confusion. The middle-aged man at the front knelt first, saying, Commoner pays respects to Your Majesty. The other 9 followed suit, kneeling awkwardly, clearly unaccustomed to this formality. Su Chen opened the panel to check their attributes. Ordinary people with average stats around 5, possessing no special skills. Just as he was about to hand the 10 individuals over to Xiao He for handling, a system prompt suddenly popped up. Ding. Detected essential differences between the Emperor-exclusive building refugee camp and the conventional refugee camp. The system is recalibrating building attributes. Calibration complete. Building name updated, refugee camp, civilian camp, Emperor-exclusive, unique building difference explanation, conventional refugee camp, refresh refugees who can only be converted into labor or supplement low-level military resources with a 1 in 10,000 chance to refresh a DB grade hero. Emperor's civilian camp, special, refresh civilians who possess basic spirit and learning abilities and can engage in diverse professions such as farming, craftsmanship, commerce, and academics. Civilians after training and experience have a chance to awaken special talents and advance to gentlemen, quality ranging from D to SSS, who can serve as local officials, workshop managers, or school instructors assisting in territory management. Current civilian camp, level 1, current number of civilians 1010, full capacity, allows for the next refresh upgrade condition, accumulate a total of 100 refresh civilians to upgrade to level 2, current progress 10,100. Su Chen stared at the words Emperor exclusive for a few seconds before opening the forum and searching for refugee camp. Hundreds of posts popped up with similar content. Refugees could only do manual labor or serve as cannon fodder with a 1 in 10,000 chance to refresh a low-level hero. No one mentioned civilians, and no one mentioned gentlemen. So this is something only I possess. Su Chen closed the forum and instructed Xiao He, integrate these 10 individuals into the outer city labor team. Let them first handle logging and stone moving. Further arrangements will be made later. Understood. Xiao He led the people away. Su Chen turned to walk toward the Taiha Hall, his mind filled with thoughts about the civilian camp. It took him 66 days to unify the region, but that region was only 300 miles in size, manageable for now. This lordly continent is hundreds of times larger than Blue Star, with a vast population. In the future, the territory will only expand. Even if he grants titles to all the heroes in the game, it will still be unmanageable. Those gentlemen are the foundation for governing this vast territory. In the Taiha Hall, Zhuge Liang was already waiting for him. Your Majesty, Lord Shen Lian has sent detailed information about the Eastern Teleportation Array. Shen Lian walked in from outside the hall, spreading 3 hand-drawn maps on the table. The first passage leads to a small town about 800 miles away with more than 1,000 households, resembling a local power settlement. The second passage leads to a mining area with signs of extraction, but currently no one is operating there. The third passage leads to a large city whose walls are at least 2/3 the height of the Forbidden City. A blue and white eagle flag hangs over the city, and the guards are well-equipped, not like a typical lord. Su Chen's gaze fell on the map marked White Eagle City. Can we tell if it's a local power or a player? Not for now. The Jinui dare not get too close, fearing to alert the snake by beating the grass. Keep monitoring station 20 people at the teleportation array, rotating shifts for guard duty. Su Chen commanded. Additionally, have the Jinui find all the wilderness teleportation arrays around the Forbidden City. I want to control them all. Understood. After Shen Lian left, Su Chen sat down in the main seat and opened the forum again. The homepage was divided into about 20 major sections: general discussion, territory construction, tactical strategies, trading, market, power dynamics. The upper right corner displayed the current number of online users in the forum, 370 million. Out of the 100 billion lords, only about 1/10 survived after more than 2 months of fierce elimination. Almost 1 billion people were online simultaneously, an astonishingly large number. Su Chen first clicked on the power dynamics section. After the merger, the forum became the main channel for obtaining external information. He clicked into the power dynamics section where the sticky post was a system announcement. The central continent has been fully integrated and the unified progress statistics function for the entire region is being calibrated. The cross-region leaderboard will officially open 3 days later. At that time, the list and rankings of all lords who have unified regions will be announced. Please look forward to it. Su Chen skipped this and scrolled down. A highly popular post jumped out. Title: Overview of Lords confirmed to have unified the major region before the merger. Ongoing updates. Posted by ID, Information Merchant. Su Chen clicked in, and the post content was very long. According to the information I collected, as of before the merger, there are a total of 19 lords known to have completed the unification of this major region. Here is the list. Ranked order is not prioritized. 1. Long Outhian 7th Major District, Red Token Profession, Dragonblood Warrior, rumored to have single-handedly killed a level 12 epic BOSS with direct troops of about 5,000, including subordinates around 20,000, possessing the Red Mythical Grade Unit Dragonblood Cavalry. 2. Ji Qingxuan 3rd Major District, Red Token Profession, Priestess of the Moon, suspected to possess an grade hero with direct troops of about 4,000 and subordinate troops around 18,000. 3. Yingzheng 9th Major District, Token Color Unknown, Profession Unknown, self-identified as First Emperor. Direct troops of about 4,500, subordinate troops around 20,000, with troops primarily consisting of Qin crossbowmen known for their long range. Su Chen's gaze lingered for a moment on the name Yingzheng, First Emperor. But the Emperor profession is unique. He probably just took such an ID. Just a clown not worth paying attention to. Su Chen continued to scroll down. 4. Oleg District 15, Red Token Profession, Frost Dragon Knight. Direct forces approximately 4,000, indirect forces about 15,000. The following is omitted. The list continued up to the 19th person, but his own name did not appear. However, there was a bolded note at the end of the post. Special note: this list only includes confirmed identities of the unifiers. According to the system announcement, the first lord to complete the unification of the major district is anonymous player. The major district where this player resides has been automatically numbered by the system as District 1. Currently, the player's true identity has not been confirmed, but he has obtained a clue through special channels. The flag of District 1 is black background with golden dragon flag, which closely matches the flag used by Su Chen, who once briefly occupied the first position on both lists in another district. If the intelligence is accurate, then the unifier of District 1 is indeed Su Chen. This person possesses some ability to obscure the leaderboard. Their true strength is unknown, and it is recommended that all factions pay close attention. Long Outyin is impressive. I live next door in District 7 and have seen his Dragonblood Cavalry. They are incredibly fierce. Ji Qingxian is the real deal. Dozens of Purple Lord alliances in the 3rd District were wiped out by her single-handedly. Yingzheng. This ID is quite audacious, calling himself the First Emperor without fearing a tongue slip. Don't be bitter. Upstairs, a friend of mine is in District 9, and Yingzheng really unified the whole district. The Qin crossbowmen have a range of 300 paces. They crush anyone in their path. Has no one noticed that anonymous? The first player to unify a major district, and we don't even know their name. The intelligence merchant said it could very well be that Su Chen. A friend of mine in that district saw Su Chen on the leaderboard. When this person disappeared from the rankings, everyone said he was dead. Later my friend died, and when I checked the chat records, some texts turned into garbled characters. I'm afraid, as the poster said, he is not dead and possesses an item that obscures the leaderboard. District 1. Does that mean that the block numbered 1 on this central continent is his territory? Oh my, does that mean the lords of the surrounding districts are next to this person? Su Chen flipped through the replies expressionlessly, but his mind was quickly analyzing. The intelligence merchant not only knew he was the unifier of District 1, but also obtained a screenshot of the dragon flag, even knowing his ID and former number 1 status. This person's intelligence network is unfathomable, likely possessing some special profession or talent related to intelligence, allowing them to gather information across districts. Kong Ming. Su Chen called out. At your service. Take a look at this intelligence merchant. Su Chen pointed to the post for Zhuge Liang. This person's intelligence-gathering ability is extraordinary. I suspect he possesses a special profession or talent that allows him to collect information unreachable by ordinary lords. Zhuge Liang leaned in to take a look, frowning slightly. I've also noticed this person on the forum. Every piece of intelligence they publish has been verified, boasting a very high accuracy rate. What is even more noteworthy is, he flipped to the intelligence merchant's personal homepage, which displayed several pinned messages. This person publicly offers intelligence trading services and lists clear prices. Lord coordinates troop configurations, building details, hero information. Each item has a corresponding price. He even accepts targeted investigation commissions. As long as the price is right, he can send someone to investigate any lord. So if someone offers a high price, he would also come to investigate me. That seems to be the case, but Zhuge Liang shifted the topic. I've noticed a detail. The intelligence merchant has never published any precise coordinate information about the Forbidden City, nor any detailed data on your Majesty's direct forces. This indicates that even with his abilities, he cannot breach your Majesty's Imperial Edict. Shielding, as your Majesty's profession, is dark gold unique. The system has not opened levels beyond red. It is speculated that the next level might be gold, and after gold is dark gold. This person is likely just a red profession talent, and does not require concern. Su Chen nodded. The intelligence merchant obtaining the dragon flag screenshot and the ID Su Chen was likely from historical data on the leaderboard or other public channels rather than directly probing the Forbidden City. Continue reading. Su Chen scrolled down. Another highly popular post caught his attention. The overall leaderboard has not been released yet, but troop estimates are already out. Check if your major district is on the list. The poster compiled the troop data of each unifier. This connects to the previous statistics of the troop strength in various unified major districts, hence omitted. Su Chen glanced at the data on his side. All 4 major troop types are fully staffed with hundreds of personnel plus other conventional troops, totaling approximately 1,000. But these are purple epic level troops, all above level 6, led by heroes such as Zhao Yun, Li Sun, Xiao Shen Lian, and Zhang Meng. As for the subordinate forces, he has 14 subordinate lords, each commanding hundreds to over 1,000 troops, along with secondary subordinates like Huangfu Wushuang, Zhao Tiangong Chen Sihai, and those freelance lords attached to the Legion commander through subordinate agreements. The total troop strength is at least over 50,000. After all the surviving lords of District 1 after the final beast tide numbered over 500. Which of them does not have several hundred troops in hand? Even with considerable losses during the beast tide, after consolidation, the total remains astonishing. He continued to scroll down. A post made him frown slightly. Title bounty: provide the precise coordinates of Su Chen's territory, reward of 50,000 gold coins and a purple blueprint. The poster is anonymous and the bounty is ridiculously high. The replies below the post had exploded. 50,000 gold coins. A purple blueprint. Who is so generous? Could it be Long Outyin who posted it? Trying to get a grasp on District 1's details in advance. Coordinates. District 1 is so vast, you go find it yourself. If you find it, you are impressive. I advise you not to have such thoughts. The person who can unify the entire district first is not someone you can provoke. What about the intelligence merchant? Can't you find out everything? The intelligence merchant replied, sorry, the core information of District 1 is shielded by some power, and I cannot access it. I suggest the bounty poster give up. Even the intelligence merchant cannot find out, indicating the strength of the Imperial Edict is beyond his expectations. Kong Ming, who do you think issued this bounty? Zhuge Liang shook his feather fan. It's hard to say. It could be a test from a unifier of some major district, or someone on the forum deliberately creating a topic for attention. But no matter who it is, I suggest your Majesty remain unchanged in the face of changes. They cannot find us. Su Chen nodded and flipped through several more posts. A discussion about flying boats caught his attention. Someone shared a screenshot of the construction of a flying boat dock, which is a small troop transport flying boat capable of carrying 50 people with a speed 20 times that of cavalry marching. Flying boat. Su Chen murmured. The strategic value of this thing is enormous. A distance of 800 miles takes cavalry several days, but the flying boat can reach it in a few hours. If it can be mass-produced, his troop deployment capability will undergo a qualitative change. But the flying boat dock requires the core of the territory to be level 5 and the construction of an advanced armory. The Forbidden City is already at level 5, but the armory has not yet been built. Combing are the blueprints for the armory stored in the warehouse. Zhuge Liang paused in thought before replying, no. The blueprints at the treasure pavilion are mostly for architecture and weaponry. Few pertain to workshops. We may need to purchase them via the forum's trading market, or wait for the shop to refresh. The server-wide trading market opens in 3 days. Su Chen murmured pensively, we'll see what's available then. He browsed the forum a while longer and noticed an intriguing phenomenon. Someone was compiling the unique significance of being the first unified region. An analytical post read. The system automatically designates the region governed by the first player across the entire server to achieve regional unification as the first region. This is more than a mere title. It likely signifies hidden rewards or exclusive privileges. Reviewing past system announcements, players who achieved a milestone first consistently received additional rewards or unlocked special functions. Thus, the unifier of the first region may possess true strength far surpassing that of other unifiers. A reply followed. Makes sense. And have you noticed? Every other unifier has appeared on the forum at least once. Except this one, utterly silent from beginning to end. Is it disdain? Or something else entirely? Disdain? How audacious. He has every right to be. He unified his region first. Put yourself in his place, and you'd be just as proud. Su Chen closed the forum. These exchanges were meaningless. No need to dwell on them. What mattered was that in 3 days the global leaderboard would go live. His ID would be fully exposed to all. How would Long Outyin Ji Qingxuaning Zheng and others respond? Unknown. Your Majesty, Zhuge Liang's voice came from beyond the hall doors. This servant has one more matter to report. Speak. A unifiers alliance has formed on the forum, inviting all regional unifiers to join, ostensibly to jointly deliberate the geopolitical landscape of the central continent. I have no interest, Su Chen replied without hesitation. Nor does this servant, Zhuge Liang said with a faint smile. Yet I observed. The alliance's founder is Ji Qingxian of the third region. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Ji Qingxian, the moon priestess. Precisely. She not only launched the alliance on the forum, but publicly declared the central continent is not a solitary battlefield. Unifiers must communicate before competing to avoid feudal attrition. Su Chen scoffed. How eloquent. Communication? Merely faction building in disguise. Your Majesty means, do not join, do not respond, do not acknowledge. Su Chen rose. I require no allies, nor do I owe any explanations for my actions. Let them forge their alliances as they wish, so long as they do not provoke me. And if someone does provoke us. Su Chen walked to the palace gate, gazing into the night at the towering forbidden city, his gaze cold and unyielding. Then let him witness firsthand the awe-inspiring majesty of imperial authority. Zhuge Liang bowed deeply, then fell silent. That night Su Chen did not retire to the imperial chambers. Instead, he remained seated upon the dragon throne in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, scrolling through the forum while quietly strategizing his next moves. The commoner encampment must be upgraded to level 2 without delay to unlock the aptitude assessment function. The Eastern teleportation array must remain firmly under our control. The Lord of White Eagle City, we will cross paths soon enough. Upon the server-wide trading markets opening, we must acquire supplies immediately. High-tier armory blueprints, materials for skyship docks. Nothing can be overlooked. And the global leaderboard in 3 days. Su Chen opened his sovereign panel and reviewed his current mandate of heaven value and resources. Mandate of heaven 12400 points. Gold coins 30660. Timber stone, refined iron, refined copper, and refined silver. Stocks abundant. Refined gold 100 units. Sufficient. In 3 days he would not be surprised by his rank on the global leaderboard, because he knew the assets in his possession were beyond even the boldest imaginings of other unifiers. The Emperor profession, the Hall of Heroic Spirits, the Commoner encampment, the Forbidden City, 4 purple tire military units. Each of these trump cards alone would command dominance over rivals. And he held them all. The following dawn Su Chen awoke upon the dragon throne in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. He had sat there all night, browsing the forum, analyzing intelligence, refining strategy, until sleep overtook him unawares. Diao Chan had silently draped a light blanket over him. Dawn light broke softly. From the outer city came the rhythmic clang of craftsmen's tools. 10 commoners from the encampment had already begun learning timber felling and construction under veteran artisans. Your Majesty, Zhuge Liang's voice arrived. Su Chen saw him, standing there, feather fan in hand, his expression more solemn than usual. Kong Ming, what is it? Does Your Majesty recall the red mythic tier architectural blueprint awarded during the server merge? Su Chen blinked, then remembered. At regional unification, the system granted 4 rewards, including the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Its blueprint, requiring immense resources, had remained sealed in the treasure pavilion, untouched and unexamined. The Imperial Ancestral Temple. I nearly forgot. Last night, this servant studied its detailed specifications and found certain implications worthy of Your Majesty's review. Zhuge Liang projected the temple's attributes before Su Chen. Su Chen read each line carefully. Imperial Ancestral Temple, red mythic tier. Structure type, sovereign exclusive ancestral worship. Construction requirements, timber 200, stone 200, refined iron 500, refined copper 200, refined silver 100, refined gold 200, gold coins 5000. Construction time 15 days, requires 100 laborers, more workers, accelerate completion. Effect. I. Mandate ritual active, consume variable mandate of heaven points to conduct grand rites within the temple, granting short-term buff. C. G. Army morale boost, resource yield increase, accelerated hero experience gain. Larger scale rituals demand greater mandate expenditure and yield stronger effects. 2. Hall of Heroic Spirits resonance passive. Upon completion, the mandate cost for enshrining heroes in the Hall of Heroic Spirits is permanently reduced by 20. Heroes stationed within the temple's vicinity receive a 10 universal stat increase. 3. Mandate Convergence passive. All subordinate lords within your territory now contribute 20 of mandate earned from slaying elite tier or higher monsters, up from the original 10. 4. Temple Guardians passive. The temple autonomously generates a Spectral Guardian Legion, purple Epictier, capped at 100 units strength and number scale with temple level. No mandate cost required for recruitment. Fallen Guardians regenerate at a rate of 10 per day. The Legion may operate only within a 5-kilometer radius of the temple and cannot venture farther. V. Sovereigns. A unique passive. As the first sovereign to construct an imperial ancestral temple, your domain appears on the world map with a distinctive golden marker. Additionally, the diplomatic declaration function unlocks. You may issue formal diplomatic edicts, declaration of war, alliance treaties, trade agreements to other powers. The system will auto-translate and deliver them directly to target sovereigns' panels. The temple's strategic value far exceeded his expectations. All 5 effects were game-changing. The mandate ritual offered on-demand battle-deciding buffs. The Hall of Heroic Spirits resonance slashed hero enlistment costs by 20, making future summonings markedly more economical. The mandate convergence doubled his mandate acquisition rate. The Temple Guardians constituted a free purple tire army. Though confined near the temple, they were more than sufficient to defend the Forbidden City. And the final effect. The diplomatic declaration function signals my formal ascension as a regent. Indeed, Zhuge Liang nodded. In the past, the relationship between His Majesty and the other lords was either subordinate or hostile. Once the Grand Temple is completed, His Majesty will be able to publicly issue diplomatic documents to other unifiers declaring war, forming alliances, and conducting trade encompassing everything. This is no longer a personal conflict, but a formal game of power between forces. Su Chen's gaze fell on the construction requirements section. He opened his resource panel, checking each item one by one. The wood and stone were sufficient, but there was a significant shortfall in refined metals, and gold coins were also lacking. Su Chen recalled that the Supreme Resource Pack was issued along with the Grand Temple blueprint, and he had casually stored it in the Treasure Pavilion, later getting so busy with the civilian camp and the Su Chen recalled that the Supreme Resource Pack was issued along with the Grand Temple blueprint, and he had casually stored it in the Treasure Pavilion, later getting so busy with the civilian camp and the teleportation array that he completely forgot about it. Bring it here. Xiao He received the message and quickly delivered the resource pack to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. However, even with this batch of resources, it was still not enough. Su Chen pondered for the shortfall. I will manifest it using national fortune points. He then opened the decree interface to check the consumption for manifesting refined metals. Manifest decree refined metals: fine iron 1 point of national fortune per unit, fine copper 2 points of national fortune per unit, fine silver 5 points of national fortune per unit, fine gold 10 points of national fortune per unit. A total of 6,000 points of national fortune are required. Adding the shortfall of 9,340 gold coins based on the purchasing power of 1 point of national fortune being approximately equal to 10 gold coins, it amounts to about 934 points of national fortune. In other words, to cover all shortfalls, a total of approximately 7,000 points of national fortune will be consumed. That is sufficient, more than enough. System manifest. Ding. The decree is activated. The consumption of national fortune points to manifest refined metals is completed. Current remaining national fortune points, 7,000 points. Golden light transformed into a neatly stacked pile of refined metals piled on the side of the hall. Coupled with the previous reserves, the total amount of gold coins also exceeded 50,000. Golden light transformed into a neatly stacked pile of refined metals piled on the side of the hall. Coupled with the previous reserves, the total amount of gold. Zhuge Liang turned and exited the Hall of Supreme Harmony, summoning craftsmen and laborers. Su Chen stepped out of the hall and arrived at the northernmost position in the Forbidden City. This is the rear of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, slightly elevated, directly facing the main gate of the Forbidden City, with the eastern and western auxiliary halls on either side and the Imperial Garden behind. According to the blueprint's plan, the Grand Temple will be built in this area, forming a line with the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the Hall of Central Harmony, and the Hall of Preserving Harmony. This is the place. Su Chen opened the construction panel and shattered the Grand Temple blueprint. Ding! Construction of the red myth-level building Grand Temple has begun. Materials are sufficient and have been automatically deducted. Estimated construction time 7 days, 168 hours. Current progress 0 manpower required 100 people. A gigantic golden magic circle lit up on the ground, its intricate and detailed patterns vaguely depicting a dragon and phoenix. As the magic circle lit up, He received the information and hurried to the site with the laborers. Among these individuals were craftsmen drawn from subordinate territories, ordinary soldiers from outside the city, and 10 new civilians from the civilian camp. Follow the blueprint for construction. He distributed a thick stack of construction drawings to several veteran craftsmen. The old craftsmen took the drawings gathered together to study for a while, and then began to mark lines and drive piles on the ground. Su Chen stood on the terrace of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, watching the busy construction site. They were digging and moving stones and wood within the range of the magic circle. Although it could not compare to the speed of the system's automatic construction, he managed the operations well, and the efficiency was not low. Your Majesty. Diao Chan approached him at some point, holding a cup of tea. You have been standing for a long time, have some. Su Chen took the cup and took a sip. Diao Chan, what do you think this Grand Temple will be like once it is completed? Diao Chan replied softly, I have never seen a Grand Temple, but I heard Lord Xiao say that it is a place for worshipping ancestors and praying to the heavens, so it should be quite solemn. Solemn. Su Chen nodded. I want this Grand Temple to become the most solemn building on this continent. In the following time, the construction of the Grand Temple became the top priority in the Forbidden City. He almost lived on the construction site, monitoring the progress from dawn till dusk. The craftsmen worked in 2 shifts alternating between day and night, without daring to slack off in the slightest. Zhuge Liang was busy coordinating material dispatch and manpower allocation, pushing back the priority of other projects, ensuring that all resources were prioritized for the Grand Temple. Su Chen visited the construction site every day, sometimes watching from the terrace, sometimes approaching to chat. After the Grand Temple commenced, Shen Lian brought news of the latest progress on the teleportation array. Your Majesty, the teleportation hall of the Forbidden City has just been completed, and it can currently teleport to all the outdoor teleportation arrays that have been activated within the territory. Shen Lian presented a list with both hands. As of now, 11 outdoor teleportation arrays have been discovered within the territory, all of which have been assigned guards and activated. Su Chen took the list and glanced at it. The 11 teleportation arrays were distributed along the edges of the territory, within a radius of 300 miles, with the northern side backed by mountains adjacent to the Forbidden City, where no teleportation arrays had been found, nor were there any worthwhile resource points to explore. What is the teleportation cost for the teleportation hall? For each individual, including mounts, it costs 1 gold coin to teleport to any teleportation array within the territory. If carrying goods, an additional fee is charged based on the weight of the goods, and the same applies for the return trip. Su Chen nodded. This price is not too expensive. Although the large-scale troop transport would accumulate to a considerable expenditure, his current financial resources can fully bear it. Have the teleportation arrays for Huangfu Wushuang, Zhao Tiangong, and Qin Sihai been constructed? Shen Lian flipped through the records. The teleportation array in Huangfu Wushuang's territory was completed yesterday. Zhao Tiangong's is expected to be finished tonight, and Qin Sihai's is still short on materials, requiring about 2 more days. Among the other subordinate lords, 11 have built their teleportation arrays, while the remaining are still gathering. Su Chen pondered for a moment and instructed, send the coordinates of the 11 outdoor teleportation arrays within the territory to all subordinate lords who have completed their teleportation arrays, allowing them to send people to activate them. Once activated, they will be able to teleport directly from their own territories to these outdoor teleportation arrays without having to pass through the Forbidden City. Understood. Shen Lian took his leave. The formation of the teleportation arrays meant that his control over his territory had reached a new height. However, within the territory, there were already not many places worth going. As he was thinking, a private message popped up on the panel. Huangfu Wushuang, Your Majesty, our resources are running low here. We are short on wood and iron ore, and the resource points within the territory are basically depleted. Can we expand outward? Immediately after, Zhao Tiangong's private message also arrived. Zhao Tiangong, Your Majesty, I have over 2,000 people under my command, consuming a lot daily. The wild monsters within the territory are nearly gone. If this continues, they will be starving in a few days. Are there any new resource points to exploit? Su Chen frowned slightly after reading. The 2 of them must have discussed this in advance, sending messages in succession to draw his attention. Indeed, after the merger, everyone is in a state of eager anticipation. Engaging in large-scale construction and resource consumption is happening too quickly. It is time to pay attention to it. He opened the resource panel to check the overall resource situation of the entire territory. The resource statistics of the first major area within a radius of 300 miles indicate that the proven timber reserves are approximately 1,000 units. With less than 2,000 available for extraction, the proven stone reserves are around 8,000 units. With less than 1,000 available, the proven iron ore reserves are about 3,000 units, with approximately 3,000 available, and the proven copper ore reserves are around 8,000 units, with about 500 available. Other resources are nearly depleted. Currently, the timber, stone, and iron ore within a radius of 300 miles have been nearly exhausted, with little copper ore remaining. After the merging of regions, the wild monsters within the territory no longer respawn. Su Chen remembered that the system announcement mentioned the wild monster respawn mechanism in the Lord's continent differs from before. The number of wild monsters in each area is fixed. Once they are eradicated, they will not automatically replenish. Only wild monsters migrating from other areas can fill the void. However, migration takes time. Moreover, his territory is filled with camps, watchtowers, and patrols of subordinate lords, and any wild monsters that enter are immediately killed. This means that wild monsters within the territory are essentially extinct. Without resources and wild monsters, everyone can only sit idly and watch their fortunes dwindle. Su Chen called out Kong Ming. Zhuge Liang rose from the side and approached, asking, "What commands does your majesty have?" "Take a look at these." Su Chen projected the private messages and resource panel. Zhuge Liang examined the information, and his expression grew serious. "The speed at which resources are depleting is faster than I anticipated." "Half a month." Su Chen frowned. "Is it really that short?" "The main issue is the population is too large," Zhuge Liang explained. "After unifying the region, although your majesty has only accepted 50 direct vassals, each subordinate lord has their own vassals, cumulatively exceeding a total population of over 100,000. The daily consumption of 100,000 people, coupled with tribute building upgrades and additional demands for equipment, crafting half a month, is already an optimistic estimate. Therefore, we must explore outward." Su Chen stood up and walked to the enormous map in the hall. On the map centered around the Forbidden City, a bright area spans within a radius of 300 miles, with each subordinate territory and resource point clearly marked. Outside the territory is a sea of black mist. Over there lies White Eagle City. Su Chen pointed to a spot on the map 800 miles away with a teleportation array directly linking to it. Shun Lian has explored it twice and confirmed it is a sizable town, but who the Lord is, the strength of their forces, and whether they are friend or foe remains unclear. Over there, he continued, moving his finger downwards, the Genui's cavalry has seen smoke rising from several locations in the distance, likely subordinate lords' camps. The distance is approximately 500 to 700 miles, specific intelligence to be verified. To the west, the mountains stretch endlessly with many forests nearby. It is the closest area, but no signs of major forces have been found, suggesting there may be untapped mines and wild monsters. Thus, the west is a new resource area awaiting development. Zhuge Liang nodded slightly. "I suggest we start with White Eagle City and the mountains." White Eagle City has a teleportation array for easy troop deployment, and the presence of people there indicates available resources. The mountains are relatively close, so we can first send small reconnaissance teams to infiltrate and gather information before making further decisions. Su Chen thought for a moment. Zhuge Liang's words were indeed wise. "Send the orders down. First, all lords must pause any unnecessary building upgrades and equipment crafting to conserve resources. Next, centered around the Forbidden City, send out field teams in every direction with at least one team per direction. Each team should consist of 2 members from the Jinui 5, from the Bai Ma Yizong 3, from the Imperial Guards, and 10 ordinary soldiers responsible for gathering and transporting materials. The exploration range for the field teams is set to be 100 to 300 miles outside the territory. Mark resource points on the spot, eradicate wild monsters immediately, and if encountering other lords, observe first without contact, gather intelligence, and report back. Increase reconnaissance efforts towards White Eagle City. Shun Lian will lead the team, selecting 10 skilled members from the Jinui to go through the teleportation array. They will establish observation points around White Eagle City. I want to know who resides in that city, how many soldiers they have, and what their background is. As for the smoke in the south, send a field team to investigate. If they are merely scattered lords, record their coordinates and troop strength and later decide whether to incorporate or drive them away." Zhuge Liang diligently recorded everything. At the end, he asked, "Your Majesty, how will we arrange supplies for the field teams?" Su Chen pondered for a moment. "Each team will be supplied with 3 days' worth of dry rations and water prepared by the Imperial kitchen. Additionally, each team will carry a teleportation array positioning flag to be planted in a safe location within the exploration area. I will send someone to establish a temporary teleportation array, so future supply deliveries won't require round trips." A teleportation array positioning flag. Zhuge Liang was momentarily taken aback. "When did your Majesty acquire this?" Su Chen smiled slightly. I saw it while browsing a forum previously, so when I manifested national fortune, I made a few extra. This item can establish a temporary teleportation coordinate at any location lasting for 7 days. Although it can only transport supplies and not people, it is sufficient for resupplying. Zhuge Liang's eyes reflected a hint of appreciation. Your Majesty has indeed thought this through. Su Chen waved his hand, signaling him to get on with it. For the next 2 days, the Forbidden City entered a new rhythm. At the construction site of the Grand Temple, work continued day and night. The foundation had been dug, and the craftsmen began to lay the stones for the hall's base. Xiao He spent each day at the site, not leaving even for meals, fearing that any mistakes might occur. Zhuge Liang busied himself coordinating the formation of the field teams and the allocation of resources. Tianjiang, along with Chunlan Xiujuan and several palace maids, worked through the night in the imperial kitchen to prepare rations and water bags. Diao Chan was of little help, so she voluntarily went to the civilian camp. In the days that followed, she taught the newly refreshed commoners how to read and do arithmetic. Su Chen found that she had unexpected patience in this regard, so he simply entrusted her with the daily management of the civilian camp. The field teams had set off early. One team, led by Jinui Captain Chen Qi, aimed to reach the outskirts of White Eagle City via the teleportation array and establish a concealed observation point. The second team, led by Abai Ma Yizong Sergeant, was tasked with investigating the source of the smoke in the south. The third team, led by a squad leader from the Imperial Guards, aimed to head into the mountains to search for new resources. These 3 individuals were soldiers who had distinguished themselves during the Beast Wave and had been granted official titles by Su Chen. Even if they were not heroes and lacked a system panel, Su Chen could still contact them directly through private messages. Therefore, he chose these 3 to lead the teams for easier direct communication with himself. 2 days passed, and one team returned with the first piece of news. Chen Qi sent a brief message: we have arrived at the outskirts of White Eagle City. The city stands about 80 feet tall with patrolling soldiers changing shifts every 15 minutes. The city gate is guarded and most of the personnel entering and exiting appear to be disguised as civilians, although there are also armored soldiers accompanying them. Preliminary assessment indicates that this is a local power's stronghold, not a player lord's territory, and we will continue to observe. Local power. Su Chen read these 4 words, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. Before the merging of regions, the system announcement had mentioned the existence of indigenous powers on the central continent. White Eagle City may very well be one of them. The countdown numbers on the panel are decreasing one by one. Time remaining until the leaderboard opens. 312. Su Chen leaned on a lounge chair in front of the Taiha Hall, his gaze perfectly aligned with the middle section of the Forbidden City, taking in the entire scene. This lounge chair was arranged and crafted by Zhuge Liang's people, placed here, knowing that the emperor likes to contemplate life in this spot. Su Chen was quite pleased with Zhuge Liang's meticulous arrangements. He squinted his eyes, lazily surveying this piece of land that belonged to him. Although the Forbidden City was not as grand and vast as his memories from his past life, it had already taken on about 70% of its former glory. Especially the palaces and towers within the city, which carried a mythical quality, showcasing buildings of different colors and ranks. Compared to the bustling Forbidden City of his past life, this one exuded a more vibrant imperial atmosphere. In the future, as the territory's rank increased, this city would only become more magnificent. In the distance, craftsmen at the site of the Grand Ancestral Temple were still busy, the clanging of hammers ringing from morning until now, never ceasing. Diao Chan approached Su Chen with a cup of tea in hand, gently placing it beside him without uttering a word. Ever since the merger, the emperor had been spending more and more time up here, enjoying the view. Diao Chan, Su Chen suddenly spoke. I am here. Tell me, how many unifiers are there like me on the Lord's continent now? Diao Chan paused slightly, then replied softly, I do not know, but I know that no matter how many there are, your Majesty will be the most dazzling one among them. Su Chen chuckled lightly. You certainly know how to speak. I speak the truth. Diao Chan lowered her eyes, a faint smile playing on her lips. Su Chen did not respond, his gaze falling on the faintly visible red light beam at the edge of the sky. That beam had been shining since the first day of the merger and had yet to extinguish. To establish such a beam in the central continent is certainly no simple feat. Your Majesty. Zhuge Liang's voice came from behind, and Su Chen turned to see him walking alongside Xiao, each holding a booklet. The leaderboard is about to open. After discussing with Lord Xiao, I have drafted a list of potential unifiers who might be ranked on the central continent. Zhuge Liang respectfully presented the booklet. Please take a look, Your Majesty. Su Chen took the booklet and opened the first page. The list contained several names, most of which he had seen. Long Ao Tianji Qing, Xian Ingzheng Oleg. Each name was annotated with information, such as the affiliated region token quality, speculated profession speculated, and estimated troop strength. Some of this information was gathered from the forum, while others were fragmented details obtained through reconnaissance by the Jinui around the teleportation array, pieced together to roughly outline the current power structure of players on the continent. This, Ingzhong. Su Chen's gaze lingered on the three characters, first emperor, for a moment. Zhuge has noticed this person for a long time. He claims to be the first emperor in the 9th region, with troops primarily composed of Qin crossbowmen known for their long range. According to information on the forum, he once defeated 3 epic-level bosses with an army of 800 crossbowmen during the final beast tide, emerging unscathed. Su Chen nodded slightly, saying nothing more. This Ingzhong had taken a rather domineering ID, but he believed that at his core he was still a lord. And this long Aotian. Shao, he continued, it is rumored that he has single-handedly defeated a level 12 epic boss and commands a red mythic tier troop, known as the Dragon Blood Cavalry, making him one of the most discussed unifiers on the forum. Red tier troops. Su Chen raised his brow slightly. His exclusive profession, the Imperial Guard, was only of purple epic tier, still quite a distance from the red mythic tier. However, the Ascension Scroll for the Imperial Guard was something he had obtained from a golden treasure chest, and others might not have had such luck. If Long Aotian directly summoned red tier troops, it was very likely that his initial token or profession talent included bonuses related to troop quality. What about Ji Qingxian? Su Chen turned to the next page. Zhuge Liang replied, she has a red token and possesses an S-level hero. During the unification process in the 3rd region, she single-handedly annihilated an alliance composed of more than a dozen purple lords. Her strength is unfathomable. Has she initiated the Unifier Alliance on the forum? Su Chen asked. Indeed, Zhuge Liang nodded. She publicly stated that the central continent is not a battlefield for one person and that unifiers should communicate before competing to avoid unnecessary depletion. Zhuge inferred that this person aimed to create alliances using them as a platform to expand her influence. Su Chen closed the booklet, offering no further comment. Whether it was forming alliances or dominating a region, before any real confrontation, these individual strengths were merely reflected in numbers on paper. Only through battle would one know who was truly strong and who was merely a paper tiger. Your Majesty. Shun Lian's voice came from below the platform as he hurriedly climbed the steps holding the Impermanence book. There is new intelligence from the White Eagle City to the east. Su Chen took the Impermanence book and glanced at it. The message sent back by Chen Shi was much more detailed than before, not only marking the height of the city wall patrol frequency and the number of guards at the city gate, but also including a hand-drawn defense map. Most importantly, the last line read, this has been confirmed as a local faction's city, not a player lord's territory. The city lord is a female aged approximately 25 to 30, often accompanied by a white eagle, which is presumed to be related to the city's name. This was the first time Su Chen received solid intelligence about the indigenous factions. Continue to monitor, do not alert them. Su Chen instructed. Additionally, have Qin Shi find out the attitude of White Eagle City towards outsiders, whether it is closed off or willing to engage with the outside world. Understood. After Xin Lian withdrew, Su Chen looked back at the countdown above. Time remaining until the cross-region leaderboard opens 045. The time was drawing near. Su Chen turned and walked back into the Taiha Hall, sitting down in the main seat. Diao Chan followed closely beside him, standing quietly. Zhuge Liang and Shao He also took their seats, and the hall fell silent for a moment. Only the sounds of construction from the Grand Ancestral Temple could be faintly heard. The countdown numbers continued to jump one by one. 0000005, 00001 ding. The cross-region leaderboard has a golden light curtain unfolded from the center of Su Chen's field of vision, occupying the entire. At the top of the light curtain, a line of golden characters slowly emerged. Central Continent Cross-Region Leaderboard. The bottom of the light curtain was divided into 3 sections displayed side by side. Prosperity, ranking, comprehensive combat power ranking, hero list. Su Chen's gaze first fell on the prosperity ranking. At the top position, a name stood out. Rank 1, Su Chen, prosperity 128400. Rank 2, Long Aotian, prosperity 89800. Rank 3, Ji Qingxian, prosperity 85600. Rank 4, Ingzhong, prosperity 82300. Rank 5, Oleg, prosperity 79800. Su Chen's prosperity was 12800, nearly 400 points higher than Long Aotian. This gap was large enough to be disheartening. As expected by Su Chen, he maintained a neutral expression, revealing no joy, and continued to scroll down to the comprehensive combat power ranking that followed. Rank 1, Su Chen, combat power assessment 156700. Rank 2, Long Aotian, combat power assessment 11400. Rank 3, Ingzhong, combat power assessment 108200. Rank 4, Ji Qingxian, combat power assessment 105600. Rank 5, Oleg, Combat Power Assessment 98300. The disparity among ranks on the combat power list far exceeds that of the prosperity list. Su Chen noticed that Ing Zheng ranked third on the combat power list, not Ji Qingxian. This suggested Ing Zheng's military strength likely surpassed Ji Qingxuan's, though his prosperity lagged slightly behind. Lastly came the hero list. The moment Su Chen tapped into this section, a system prompt appeared. Hero list notice: to safeguard the core combat strength of each lord from excessive exposure, the hero list displays only one designated representative hero per lord. You may freely select any hero or spirit warrior under your command to appear on the list. All other heroes' information remains confidential. Rankings are determined by the selected hero's rarity level and comprehensive score. Su Chen arched an eyebrow, a faint knowing smile playing at the corner of his lips. The system was intriguing, staging a grand leaderboard to foster competition, yet cleverly preserving a veil of discretion so no one's full hand was laid bare. Clearly the system did not intend for interfaction intelligence to become fully transparent. Complete transparency would breed mutual wariness, rendering open conflict unlikely. In that case, Su Chen swept his gaze across the long roster of warriors under his banner, paused thoughtfully, then casually selected Zhao Yun. You have selected Zhao Yun, SS Rarity Level 10, as your representative hero. Confirm. Confirmed. Your position on the hero list has been updated. Su Chen refreshed the page. The list now displayed his name prominently. Rank 1 Su Chen, representative hero Zhao Yun, SS Rarity Level 9, score 4800. Rank 2, Ji Qingxian, representative hero Yu Ing S Rarity Level 10, score 2500. Rank 3, Long Outyin, representative hero Dragonblood Guard Captain A Rarity Level 9, score 1800. Rank 4, Ing Zheng, representative hero Meng Tian A Rarity Level 9, score 1600. Rank 5, Oleg, representative hero Frost Dragon S Rarity Level 8, score 1500. Su Chen studied the rankings with a quiet appraising nod. Zhao Yun's score towered over those of numerous S and A Rarity heroes, securing undisputed supremacy at the summit. Every other lord had revealed their strongest hero. Yet what intrigued Su Chen most was Ing Zheng's choice of representative. A wry-amused smile flickered across Su Chen's lips. Meng Tian resided within his own spirit warrior hall, a true S Rarity spirit warrior renowned for unmatched command prowess, one of his earliest and most pivotal generals during the expansion of his domain. Yet Meng Tian had never been formally in theft under Ing Zheng's banner. And this Meng Tian, mere rarity. All name no substance, Su Chen murmured, a faint sneer curling his lip. The Spirit Warrior Hall was his exclusive privilege. No other lord could genuinely summon historical luminaries from Chinese antiquity. That so-called Meng Tian was nothing more than a generic system-generated hero arbitrarily draped in the mantle of a legendary figure. Names could be copied, but rarity could not be faked. Between S Rarity and A Rarity lay two entire tiers of gulf. It was like comparing a divine legendary blade to its hollow superficial replica. It looked plausible at a glance, but in actual combat it would shatter instantly. A clown remained a clown. Su Chen dismissed the thought and redirected his gaze to the list. This ranking showcased power without exposing one's full arsenal. Yet if Su Chen saw through the design, so too did the sharpie denizens of the forum, whose reactions followed swiftly. Within 2 minutes of the hero list, refresh astute observers had already spotted the telling contrast. Wait, look at Ing Zheng's hero Meng Tian. A rarity. Meng Tian. Wasn't he a great general of the Qin dynasty? It does fit Ing Zheng to summon him. Fit. Nonsense. Look again at Su Chen's hero, Zhao Yun. S rarity. Both were famed generals of Chinese history. So why is Zhao Yun S rarity while Meng Tian is merely a rarity? Need you even ask? Su Chen's is authentic. Ing Zheng's is counterfeit. I'm dying laughing. First Emperor summons an A rarity Meng Tian and still dares call himself First Emperor. Ing Zheng, how did my general end up only a rarity? Su Chen, apologies, my Zhao Yun is S rarity. Oh well, I just imagined that entire exchange. It's savage. Honestly, if Su Chen can summon an S rarity, Zhao Yun might he also summon other legendary Chinese figures. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei. Possibly, but the hero list reveals only one. Who knows how many more he holds in reserve. Ing Zheng's just been humiliated, brandishing the title First Emperor, yet Su Chen casually unveils a Zhao Yun that utterly eclipses his Meng Tian. Meng Tian, your majesty, this disgrace falls upon me. Ing Zheng, not your fault. The system's to blame. So what is Su Chen's profession? To summon genuine historical spirit warriors transcends the capability of any ordinary lord. No idea, but I'm now deeply convinced Ing Zheng's First Emperor is self-proclaimed, whereas Su Chen's is officially certified by the system. Su Chen scrolled through several pages of comments, savoring these exchanges. He needed no voice of his own. The crowd's discernment was already razor-sharp. The counterfeit Ing Zheng would be mocked aplenty, by others not him. He closed the forum, leaned back in his chair, and let that quiet, satisfied smile linger. The contrast between Zhao Yun and Meng Tian on the hero list functioned like a demon-revealing mirror. Truth could not be disguised, falsehood could not endure. Meanwhile, posts in the Faction Chronicles section flooded in at blinding speed, dozens appearing every second. The top-end thread had already been auto-replaced by a screenshot of the cross-region Master Leaderboard titled Master Leaderboard Released. Su Chen tops all three lists. Replies surged beneath the post at astonishing velocity. Holy, holy, holy. 12.8 thousand prosperity. How is that even possible? Combat power 156,600. Is that even humanly achievable? Hero list rank 1. Zhao Yun. S rarity. He actually has an S rarity hero. S rarity, folks. I've never even seen a rarity, and he's got S rarity. Zhao Yun. Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Can this game really summon historical figures? What is Su Chen's profession? How can he summon Zhao Yun? No one knows. His profession field displays only on the master leaderboard 3 question marks. Even the system fails to identify it. Rank 1 features S rarity Zhao Yun, while rank 2's Ji Qingxian fields rarity Yuing. The gap doesn't seem that wide. You know nothing. S rarity and rarity span an entire tier, and Zhao Yun is only level 9, whereas Yuing is level 10, yet scores significantly lower. At equal levels, the disparity would be even more staggering. Moreover, have you noticed? The list shows only 1 hero per lord. That doesn't mean they possess only 1. What if they hold others in reserve? That's plausible. Anyone capable of sustaining an S rarity hero must certainly command more than just 1. Intelligence brokers, anyone online. Step forward and analyze. An intelligence broker promptly posted a new thread, its title stark and incisive. What does Su Chen's SS rarity hero truly signify?